Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
So who's up first? Horizon asked coolly, standing alone at the center of the silent arena, his presence like a black hole drawing every gaze. The air felt thick with tension. A quiet ripple of unease passed through the crowd as the second-year students exchanged wary glances. Every eye fell naturally on Class 2A. Kendo leaned toward Momo. "You're the strategist here. Got a plan to deal with him?" "Yeah," Momo muttered. "Move to another continent and send drones." Her voice dropped lower. "Shoto, Bakugo, and Deku will probably go first. Once Horizon's distracted, that's our shot. Just make a break for the flag." Kendo eyed the fluttering UA flag behind Horizon. "Right." Up in the announcer's booth, Present Mick's voice cracked through the speakers. "The pressure's unreal. Horizon himself is the first obstacle. Found a clever loophole to participate." Vlad King folded his arms. "It's genius. He shattered all team strategies in one move. Everyone here likely revealed parts of their quirks to each other. Now, they have to go in blind. Sabotaging unity." Present Mike exclaimed. "Eraser, who's you bet on?" "Horizon," Aizawa answered flatly. "It's 1 against 100, but this won't be fair. Luckily, the goal is the flag, not defeating him. And there's movement on the field." As if responding to an unspoken cue, everyone turned toward Midoriya, Bakugo, and Shoto. Shoto and Bakugo hesitated. Their shared thought was simple. Let the others engage, then blitz for the flag once Horizon's distracted. A straight fight? A suicide mission. But Midoriya had a different idea. One step, then another. He crossed the starting line. The arena held its breath. Izuka Midoriya from Class 2A is the first to make a move. Present Mike shouted. Last year's finalist is stepping up first. Let's see how much stronger he's gotten. Midoriya exhaled, locking eyes with Horizon, who still hadn't moved, hands resting casually in his pockets. One for all. Full cowling, 45%. Green lightning crackled around him, his hair shifting in unseen winds. His muscles buzzed, bones creaked, but he kept walking, angling himself for a straight path to the flag. He dropped into a runner's crouch. Still, Horizon didn't flinch. Bakugo's hands twitched with sweat. Shoto's side began frosting over as he prepped to launch with flame propulsion. Then, boom! A sonic shockwave cracked across the arena as Midoriya launched like a green comet. The crowd gasped as the air split open behind him. The ground beneath his starting point shattered. Bakugo and Shoto barely blinked before Midoriya had already crossed the entire arena. Cheers erupted. There he stood, sweating, trembling, but holding the flag. The UA logo shimmered into a bright 1 before resetting. Midoriya planted the flag back into place and staggered a few steps away, still shaking. That was too much, he thought. 45% is my limit. 60% is just one burst. But worked. The other students were stunned. Shoto blinked. Bakugo seethed. Why hadn't Horizon stopped him? Midoriya, still catching his breath, walked back toward Horizon. "I wasn't too fast for you." So, the puzzle was real. Horizon finally turned to face him, offering a chuckle. First to move usually wins. You could have walked across while they froze. Midoriya managed a smile. "Guess my overthinking paid off." As they spoke, the other students surged forward, careful to avoid the two standing still at the center. They flowed around them like water past a rock. "This event reflects life," Horizon said calmly. "And life rewards decisive action. Hesitate, and the difficulty multiplies." As his voice echoed over the stadium, Bakugo reached the flag. Shoto followed close behind, gliding on fire. Bakugo lunged, but the flag vanished. He skidded to a stop. Confused murmurs spread. "Didn't I say?" Horizon called. "Things get exponentially harder if you aren't first." "You mean the flag moved?" Someone from General Studies asked. "Something like that," Horizon said, raising a hand skyward. "This game is called Skyward, after all. TAKT. The earth rumbled. Massive chunks of land tore free from the ground just outside the arena, spiraling upward into the sky like a floating mountain range. A vast spring-like track of dirt, grass, and trees arched above UA. Over 10 kilometers of uphill chaos, twisting and looping in midair. Giant rings formed checkpoints. Floating debris orbited the path like satellites. "And here's your ramp," Horizon said, lifting part of the earth to connect the arena to the sky track. Without hesitation, Shoto skated up the ramp on a trail of ice. Boom! Bakugo blasted after him. "Like how I'm letting you get ahead, icy hot." The rest of the students charged forward, awakened from their trance. Horizon and Midoriya warped away just before the stampede reached them. High above the chaos, Midoriya reappeared in the Class 2A spectator seats. "All right, I'm the only one who touched the flag." "Well done, Midoriya," All Might called, waving from the front row. "All Might, what are you doing here?" "I figured Horizon would warp you here after you cleared the first phase. So I waited." Back in the announcer's booth, Present Might gawked at the floating terrain. "Eraser, are we safe with a literal sky mountain above us?" "He's lifting it with his brain," Aizawa replied. "We'll be fine. I'm more worried about the traps," Vlad King muttered. Meanwhile, in Horizon's private lounge, he lounged on a couch, casually scrolling through his phone. Team Horizon, fully suited, minus masks, sat nearby watching the chaos unfold. "Where'd this insane idea come from?" Zero asked. "Found an old racing game with a track everyone hated," Horizon said. "It came out like 300 years ago." "Wait, Rainbow Road?" Juzo asked. Horizon smirked. "You know it. I love old stuff." "What surprises me more," Shinso said, "is you letting Midoriya through so easily." "He solved the riddle," Horizon replied. "And if I'm going to be tough on him, I gotta be fair too. Besides, I want to see what he be— Out of my way, icy hot." Bakugo roared as he blasted past Todoroki, surging up the spiraling mountain track Horizon had summoned into the sky. "Watch it," Todoroki called back, veering to the side with a controlled flame burst. He slowed down just enough to let Bakugo pass. A small smirk tugged at Todoroki's lips. He turned to glance behind. Class 2A and the rest of the students were in hot pursuit. Tokoyami was closing in fast. Todoroki swept his arm behind him, unleashing a wall of fire that ignited the track's grassy edges. That should slow him, but his thought was cut short. From below, Tokoyami used dark shadow to cling to the underside of the looped path, crawling like a phantom in the shade. Avoiding sunlight and fire. He's more of a problem than I expected, Todoroki thought, switching gears. He summoned an icy path under his feet and blasted forward with fire, dual propulsion tearing through the air. "I'll let Bakugo trigger the traps. I just need to reach the top 16. No need to use any of my new tricks yet." Overhead, the announcers echoed. Tokoyami Fumikage secures his second place in Checkpoint 2. Todoroki's eyes flicked up. Through the loops above, he saw flickering explosions, Bakugo. And below, tiny drones tracked their every move. The rings are checkpoints, but they wrap around the loops in all directions. So even crawling underneath still counts. A battlefield in 3 dimensions. Horizon thought of everything. Above him, Tokoyami flew along the underside of the next loop. Todoroki scoffed. "Just because I'm not gunning for first doesn't mean I'll let you show me up." He pushed his fire and ice harder, closing the gap. Higher up the track, Bakugo grinned wildly, soaring through another loop. The wind howled past his ears, and his palms flared as he exploded through the sky. "This is what I'm made for," he shouted, launching himself through another checkpoint. Then he saw it. The track split into 3. 2 paths of dirt veered left and right. In the center, a gleaming waterway shimmered with salty mist, clearly meant for aquatic quirks. Each path had the same checkpoint number, 3. Bakugo scowled. "TC, Froggy Girl's path." Boom! He blasted up the left path without hesitation. Seconds later, humanoid robots, taller, sleeker versions of UA's old models, appeared. They were 10 feet tall, menacing, and lifeless. "Really? You're throwing tin cans at me?" Bakugo yelled. He blasted upward to avoid them. Then, whir-click, their heads turned. Two leapt over 40 feet into his path with terrifying agility. The hell! One kicked him midair. Bakugo reflexively aimed an explosion, but a chunk of flying rock slammed into his arm, throwing off his aim. Boom! The blast went upward. The robot's foot connected squarely with his ribs. Before he could recover, the second robot tackled him midair and slammed him into the track. Pain exploded across his back as it pinned him. "Since when do these damn things fight back?" he grunted. He flipped his hands skyward and detonated a massive blast, launching the robot off him. Bakugo burst through the smoke, heading for a third robot. But it ducked under his incoming strike and drove its knee into his stomach. He hit the dirt again, coughing. 5 more robots were closing in. He stood, panting, bleeding, grinning. "So much for holding back," he muttered. His arms tensed, veins glowing faintly as heat swelled through his muscles. Kaboom! This wasn't his usual blast. The explosions behind him burned brighter, white-hot, dense, spherical bursts like miniature stars, launching him forward with incredible speed. He carved a fiery path through the robots, moving faster than drones could track. Elsewhere on the course, lower on the track, Momo led a group of students, Uraraka, Azui, and Tokoyami among them, riding a bike she'd created. She hurled a small grenade ahead, straight into a robot cluster. It detonated in a blast of EMP, and the robots collapsed like puppets with cut strings. "Thanks, Yamamo," Tokoyami called from above. "Thankful enough to let me touch the flag first," Momo teased. Not even with you, Bo, never mind." As they entered the robot zone, one of the deactivated machines snapped upright and lunged at Momo. "Look out!" Uraraka tackled her aside, then mid-roll, made Momo weightless and flung her down the track. "I'll bring you snacks later," Uraraka yelled. Recovering quickly, Momo created roller skates with wide rubber tires and raced back. That EMP should have fried their circuits. Why didn't it? They waited until we were close. They're pretending to be off. A nearby robot lunged into the air toward Uraraka without visible propulsion. As the realization struck her, Momo gasped. One shattered robot crashed at her feet. She looked inside. Empty. No hardware. No AI core. Just a hollow shell. "Oh my God," she whispered. "Horizon's controlling them all with his quirk." Back in the stadium, President Mick's voice boomed. "Looks like another student just figured it out." That's right, folks. Game Master Horizon is puppeteering all these metal golems from his cozy perch. The crowd was stunned. One student was effortlessly controlling hundreds of coordinated attacks across a sprawling course in real time. And we've got another finisher. On screen, Bakugo, bruised and burnt, pushed through the final loop. He stood before the flag, clothes tattered and caked in dirt. His hands trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth, walked up, and touched it. Flash! He vanished. To a observation deck. Bakugo appeared in the Class 2A viewing area, greeted by the cheering announcement. Katsuki Bakugo secures a spot in the next round. President Mike laughed. "So, Eraserhead, surprised at your students crushing the qualifiers?" Aizawa remained calm. "I'd be more surprised if they didn't make it." Bakugo smirked, until he heard something odd. "Those 3? What's he talking about?" He looked around. Sitting near the back was Tokoyami. Feathers ruffled, beak cracked, arm in a sling. "The hell happened to you?" Bakugo asked, more baffled than angry. Tokoyami didn't meet his eyes. "I don't want to talk about it." And with that, he limped quietly toward the back of the deck, leaving Bakugo and the viewers wondering what kind of storm he had just survived.
One screen seems to float in nothingness in a void of absolute darkness. On it is Shodo Todoroki in the UA Sports Festival arena. The boy was resting on his knees looking up at the crowd, the entire concrete stage around him destroyed. Some parts frozen, others melted, and most of it blasted into dust. Most of his clothes were destroyed, leaving him topless to reveal a body of cuts, burns, frostbitten flesh, bruises, and all manner of injuries, including a broken right arm. As he breathes heavily, the view on screen changes, panning away to the far wall of the arena to show Niito Minoma in a similar state, nearly a foot deep into the concrete wall. Monoma forces his eyes open, raising a hand aimed at Shoto, and forces a small flame to form, only to be cut off by Ms. Midnight. Nyato Monoma is out of bounds, she announces loudly. Shoto Todoroki advances to the semifinals. The crowd erupts into mad cheers as Monoma stops his attack. As Cementos and Ms. Midnight get Shoto to the infirmary, the screen shifts to show present Mike, Eraserhead, and Vlad King, who was clearly upset. And there goes Class 2B's chances of getting a podium stop this year. Present Mike announces. How do you feel about your class's performance, Vlad? My students went out there and showed why they'll be phenomenal pro heroes, he says proudly. They showcased ingenuity at every stage and I couldn't be more proud of them. I completely agree, Eraserhead says. Each semi-finalist has rare levels of potential even for a place like UA. It would be hard for most pro heroes to survive any one of them in single combat, so facing them as a student is certainly no easy feat. Those kids of yours really do pack a punch. Mike yells, hyping up the crowd. We're in for some serious supercharged matches, folks, so how about a little insight from Eraserhead since all the semi-finalists are in his class? Eraser glances down at the arena to see it still being repaired and gives a long sigh. Well, since Shoto Todoroki was just on stage, I'll start with him. Looks like someone is in the festival spirit. Whatever, Eraserhead groans. Shoto Todoroki. He inherited an inferior version of his father, Endeavor, the greatest flame hero in history's quirk, Hellflame, along with his mother's ice quirk, which made a unique quirk known as half cold half hot, which is a stupid name but he's attached to it. As everyone saw, and those closer to the arena felt, he's able to generate an immense amount of fire and ice. His control is nothing when compared to his father but is comparable to more normal levels pyrokinetic pro heroes usually have. This control also extends to his ice, which he's much more skilled with due to only focusing on training his fire after last year's sports festival. The benefit of his quirk that singular fire or ice quirks can't have, however, is the fact that they cancel the weaknesses of each other in his body, allowing his temperatures to reach higher highs and lower lows than most people with similar quirks. That's why he's able to fight longer than other Ice of Fire users, folks. Present Mike explains. The ice counters overheating and fire counters the frostbite that those quirks usually come with. Pretty awesome, right? All that power and those advantages, yet he's still got a serious fight ahead of him to win this tournament, Vlad King says. Just goes to show how capable this generation is, and how awesome Monoma is for almost beating a person like that. Great job, Monoma. Present Mike and Eraserhead give Vlad King strange looks for a moment, then continue the announcements. Right. Eraserhead says, Shoto Todoroki's next opponent will be Izuku Midoriya, a rematch from last year. Actually, both the semi-finals will be rematches from last year. Izuku Midoriya has improved the most compared to any students from last year. Well, maybe all but one student, but that one isn't competing this year. Last year he lost to Todoroki, but this year it's an entirely different Midoriya in the arena. He won't back down from anyone and he's got a serious handle on his power now. His quirk, Super Power, is a variant of the common power quirk. It really earns its name, as I'm sure everyone remembers, but has immense drawbacks that nearly crippled him last year. But now he's got that power under control and is ready to put it all into action. I've been observing his training this past year, and he's got tricks up his sleeve that his friends really won't be expecting. Sounds like you've got a favorite student, Present Mike teases him. I'm not Vlad, I don't play favorites, Eraserhead says. Who do you think is gonna win that match? Impossible to say, Eraserhead says. They're two of strongest students UA has ever had, but that can be said about all the semi-finalists, but I'm sure both of them have been holding back some of their tricks. Respectfully, all the Hero Corps students have fought each other before and these four are well aware that they're the toughest competition in this tournament. They won't use all their tricks against anyone but each other, even as close as that last match was. Something tells me Todoroki has moves he'll only lose against the people in these next matches. Well, that covers the second semi-final match. Now how about last year's silver medalist? Present Mike asks. Katsuki Bakugo is fighting in the next match. He's not shown much new moves so far, but everyone is excited to see what he has up his sleeve. He's only shown those more concentrated type of explosions he creates, but I've never seen those before, so there isn't anything I can say about them, aside from them looking like exploding suns. But Bakugo excels in all aspects of combat, so I'm sure he's got many tricks up his sleeve for the upcoming match. His opponent is an interesting one, Vlad King says. Fumikage Tokoyama's quirk is quite strange in the way it behaves, as if it were sentient on its own, although we haven't seen much of that today. He's been doing some special training to improve and understand his quirk, Eraserhead says as he quickly glances at Horizon's observation room above. His quirk is the most mysterious of all the remaining competitors, as even he is still exploring the limits and uses it has, along with the mechanics of exactly how it works, but he is strong. None of these students will underestimate him. It looks like the arena has been repaired, so let's get ready for the first round of the semifinals. Present Mike yells, and the crowd roars in excitement. Will Tokoyami Fumikage and Katsuki Bakugo come on down to the arena so we can get this show started? As he says that the void in which the screen appeared to be floating appears to open a pair of eyes looming in the nothingness. Sharp, glowing red eyes looking directly at the screen. Then another pair, and a dozen more pairs of eyes all open looking at the screen, before they close once more, and the darkness retracts. It moves like a living shadow rushing away from the screen and into Tokoyami, who was sitting in this waiting room, meditating, waiting for his match to begin. Tokoyami takes a deep breath and exits the room. With his arm still in a sling, he walks toward the stage, ready to give it everything he has. As he's limping down the hallway, listening to present mic announce Bakugo at the other side of the arena, Horizon suddenly warps into the hallway, leaning against the wall just out of sight from the spectators. "Are you here to wish me luck?" Tokoyami asks as he approaches, stopping beside Horizon. "Just here to see how you felt about our deal. Figured you might have changed your mind." Horizon shrugs. Tokoyami shakes his head. "The little help you've given me has already greatly increased my mastery of my quirk. There isn't much in this world that could stop me from joining your team and learning more about myself." "Well, I don't mind helping you even more, if you show me you're worth the investment." Horizon gestures to Bakugo entering the arena. "But you already know that much." "I do," Tokoyami says as present mic begins hyping him up for his entrance. "One thing has been on my mind." "What's that?" Horizon asks. "I know you focused me during the obstacle course. I expected as much since this sports festival is my test, but did you also match me against Bakugo since he's my greatest counter?" "What? Me? Lying about the matches being random and rigging it to give you more difficult opponents?" Horizon feigns surprise, complete with over-the-top gestures. "I can't believe you'd accuse a hero like myself of such a thing. Your acting could use some work," Tokoyami says flatly. "Meh," Horizon shrugs. "It's enough for when I want to convince those people of something." He gestures to the crowd. "So I was right then. My team doesn't have any place for people who don't learn from their mistakes," Horizon says. "I thought of dozens of outcomes during your match with Bakugo last year that would have let you win, but you still lost. Show me how much you've grown." Tokoyami is about to speak, but present mic calls for him to enter the arena at that moment, cutting him off. "Don't disappoint me," Horizon says, patting Tokoyami on the shoulder before warping back to his observation room. Tokoyami smiles as he walks into the arena, seeing the already familiar concrete stage, twice as large as last year's, looming ahead of him. As he ascends the stairs, expecting the same pain sensations to rack his both as the previous match, he felt lighter. He'd been so caught up in his own thoughts that he'd failed to realize until now that his limp was gone, the pain in his body had disappeared, and his arm in the sling felt completely fine. So as he ascends to the stage, he removes the slide and casts it aside, thankful that Horizon had healed him when they made contact moments ago. But as he gets to the top, standing across from him, is a fully healed Bakugo. The boy was completely silent, eyes burning holes through Tokoyami as if he were just another obstacle in his path. "Are both of you ready?" Ms. Midnight asks from beside the stage, flag raised ready to begin the match. "You've got bad luck to face me 2 years in a row," Bakugo says, narrowing his eyes at Tokoyami. "Tokoyami and Dark Shadow no longer exist, Bakugo. You now face something else entirely," he says. "And it won't end like last year. Begin." Ms. Midnight yells as she lowers the flag. Tokoyami lunges forward, as does Bakugo. Before Tokoyami can do anything, Bakugo swings his right arm forward and releases a concentrated explosion. Tokoyami raises his arms to block with his forearms as he takes the hit directly. The force is enough to knock him out of the small dust cloud it made and send him hurtling across the arena. He's still far from the boundary of the arena, but while he's still lying on the floor trying to recover, Bakugo rockets out of the dust using his explosion to fly directly at Tokoyami. Tokoyami tries to sit up, propping himself up with his right hand as he thrusts his left hand forward. "Dark Shadow," he yells out, and the shadow creature rushes out of his torso toward Bakugo. Bakugo holds out his right hand, creating bright light by constantly setting off tiny explosions in his palm, forcing the shadow creature to retreat into Tokoyami. Bakugo lands in front of Tokoyami and holds out his bright hand. "Just like last year, I'm still a bad matchup for you," Bakugo says with a vicious smile. There is a tense moment between the two students as they glare at each other. Tokoyami sighs, "Bakugo, you." In one instant the arena below them shatters and erupts into the cloud of dust and concrete, blocking the audience from seeing exactly what's happening. From in the dust they hear Bakugo screaming and shouting, and as it clears they all understand why. He'd been wrapped tightly in a void black energy of some sort. His body was completely bound aside from his head, and both his hands were being held directly against the sides of his head. "Void body, shadow binding," Tokoyami says proudly as he's still laying on the ground. As he gets up with his forearm still damaged, his right palm that was touching the ground is revealed to have released Dark Shadow to tunnel into the ground. "Quite clever, don't you think?" he asks Bakugo. "There is no light underground, and Dark Shadow is strong enough to burrow. All I needed was to raise my mastery to expel him from any part of my body so you wouldn't notice." "Arg." Bakugo screams, struggling with all his might but unable to get out of the trap. "Since when the hell could you do this, and why does your stupid quirk look so different now? You aren't the only one that's been training," Tokoyami says as Dark Shadow's head manifests out of his shoulder, staring at Bakugo with its glowing red eyes. "Now, surrender." "Never. I figured as much, but if you use your quirk you'll blow your own head off, so I'll just wrap this up," Tokoyami says as he waves his hand. The energy extending from his hand moves on its own and rips out of the arena, breaking apart more concrete to show the exact path it took underground to cocoon Bakugo. Then gently lifts Bakugo and turns him upside down, touching his head to the outside of the designated combat area, all while he's kicking and screaming. "Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds," Ms. Midnight announces. Tokoyami Fumikage moves on to the finals. Horizon's observation room. That was over so quick, we barely even got to see anything. Zero whines as they see Tokoyami and Bakugo leaving the arena for cement toss to begin repairs. Nigerian Naira Omicron B. Bakugo must be beyond angry, Shinso says. First he has to fight a ways which provided no challenge, then he gets defeated this quickly in the next round. Yeah, but what did you three think about Tokoyami? Horizon asks. Honestly, that was pretty smart, Juzo says. He knew Bakugo's quirk was a counter to his, so he went where the light couldn't reach, and when he grabbed him he put Bakugo's palms against his head so explosion couldn't be used. I wonder what he said at the end that got him so mad, Zero says, since they crowd couldn't hear the fighters speaking. He asked Bakugo to surrender. Horizon chuckles. As if anything could make that happen. Dark Shadow looks much different now, why is that? Shinso asks. I thought that version of the quirk was only used during the summer camp attack, and it was uncontrollable. I gave him some pointers, about not fighting as Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, but as Tsukuyomi instead, let two become one and realize Dark Shadow is just an energy construct. So he was using it as kind of like an imaginary friend this entire time. Zero asks. Basically, Horizon shrugs. He put some pieces of himself that he was either unaware of or ashamed of into it, that's why it would always act like a totally different person. Now he should be more whole, and able to draw out more of its power. Did you actually think it was a separate living entity this entire time? Juzo gives Zero a disappointed look. Hey, that's what it said on his paper. Who am I to judge when this guy has Hand of God on his quirk license, and that's apparently completely accurate. Zero raises his hands in frustration. Quirks can be weird, man. This means his quirk is more like that guy from Belgium, the one who retired a few months back, Shinso says. Lion Surge, Horizon says. Yeah, but I think Tokoyama's quirk is more complex than making energy crystal lions, but that remains to be seen. The next match is about to start, Juzo says as Present Mike begins announcing Todoroki. As he enters the arena with a fresh PE uniform, some of the marks and bruises from the previous fight are still visible on his face and arms, leading Zero to look over at Horizon. You didn't heal Todoroki, he asks. Part of the event is being able to conserve your energy and health for the next round. The only reason I healed Tokoyami was because I was targeting him during the obstacle course, and I healed Bakugo to make it even. Well, I guess that makes sense, Juzo says. So, who wants to make a bet on who wins this match? Moments later Midoriya enters the arena and is standing opposite his friend, both looking at each other as nothing but combatants in the ring. They're so focused that the noise from the crowd doesn't exist to them, only Ms. Midnight's words reach their ears. Begin, she announces, and immediately is raised away from the arena by a cement construct as Todoroki's flames roar to life. Luckily Midoriya had activated One for All, 45% at the same time, allowing him to react in time to leap to the very edge of the stage. With his heels almost touching the edge of the legal area he raises on foot and stumps down onto the stage. At the moment just before impact his power jumps up to 75%, and as it makes impact returns to 45%. He felt the muscles and bones in his legs sting slightly, but easily worth the massive blast wave of wind that pushed back against the flames. Todoroki was forced to stop using his flames and instead create a massive barricade of ice from behind his back to the edge of the stadium, but even then the wind pushed him so hard he skidded off the stage. Had he not been standing on his ice he would have already been considered out of bounds and lost the match. By the time he looks up, still wondering when did Deku get this strong, Midoriya is only a few meters away with a fist reared back aimed directly at his face. Todoroki's eyes widen as the flames roar to life once again, and Midoriya pushes off the rapidly melting ice and lands back in the arena. Todoroki feels his feet sinking and looks down to see the ice melting away, revealing the grassy out-of-bounds area below, and focuses his flames with his left hand and foot to fly back to the arena. As he gets back onto the stage he lowers his flames and begins cooling off his body with ice. And the instant Midoriya notices that he rushes forward yet again, clearing the few dozen meters between them so fast that Todoroki is forced to simply push more energy into his ice rather than swapping to his flames. He's taking advantage of my inability to simultaneously use elements during intense moments like these. Todoroki realizes too late as the massive torrent of ice he creates is easily smashed through by Midoriya. Suddenly Midoriya's fist was once again closing in, this time only a meter from Todoroki's right shoulder. Todoroki tried to manifest roaring flames once again, but this time he was too slow and instead had to roll with the glancing blow. Ack, he yells as the Greys ragdolls him across the stage. Just a mere touch from Midoriya using 45% and he could feel his shoulder and arm aching. He sees Midoriya about to fly out off the stage, but his hopes are dashed when his friend twists his body and stumps his foot into the concrete, entrenching himself ankle deep and carving out a small trench that stops just before the out-of-bounds area. As Midoriya stops they both take a moment to assess the battle, but Todoroki is slower to formulate a plan and is forced to react instead. He sees Midoriya raise a hand, ready to flick his finger forward just like last year. Watching the finger he sees Midoriya flick it forward, and before the motion can be complete a massive column of ice surges across the stage directly at Midoriya. But no air pressure collides with it. Instead, there is no response at all. Todoroki looks forward and realizes what he'd done, created an ice structure that blocked his vision of an immensely faster opponent. Exactly as Midoriya wanted. Suddenly the ice shatters, sending a sleet storm along with dust and debris toward Todoroki. In response, he manifests flames from his left side, and as they roar to life he uses them to push himself toward his right, away from his opponent. He couldn't see through the sleet and dust, so he raised his defenses and made some distance between them. But before he could realize what was going on, he noticed in the corner of his eye that something was moving toward him, not through the smokescreen of ice and dust, but from where Midoriya had launched that very attack. When he dodged to the right, Midoriya wasn't actually in the smokescreen, but still hidden behind the ice, and now he was less than a meter away from punching Todoroki's right side, his ice side, while all his energy was focused on the flames of his left side. Midoriya took the instant Todoroki dodged to the right to rush directly toward his right side and land a decisive blow. In this moment Todoroki felt a surge of adrenaline and fear, for the second year in a row matched against someone he instinctively recognized as a monstrous threat to his life. And in response, his quirk ran wild. Boom! An explosion of heat and snow erupts on the stage, destroying the entire stage, leaving parts melted and others frozen solid. Todoroki has frostbite on parts of his body and burns on others as parts of his uniform are once again ruined. He breathes heavily, sweating profusely, and with a wave of his hand creates a surge of heat that clears the air. Ms. Midnight and the crowd looks around, only seeing Todoroki in the arena. Midoriya is. Ms. Midnight keeps looking around, confused, until Todoroki explains. It's hard to see if you weren't at the heart of it, he says. But when he saw what I was about to do, Todoroki points at the sky. He jumped away. Everyone looks up, seeing Midoriya over 200 m above the stadium and rapidly diving down toward Todoroki. He has one arm cocked back, in a very familiar pose to any All Might fan as he grits his teeth. If I can't get close to you, I'll just blast you away with one massive attack. Midoriya screams loud enough for everyone to hear, and now they're all even more thankful that the arena was much larger to compensate for these massive clashes. Todoroki smiles, looking up at his friend. Don't think it'll be that easy for you. He creates his most powerful flames yet, so hot that the entire stage begins melting away around him. The crowd begins feeling this immense heat for a moment before it's contained, being pulled along with the flames toward his left fist that was cocked back while he looks up at his friend. Feeling his thoughts fighting themselves, Todoroki decides to forego cooling his body with his ice, deciding that he wanted all of his focus on this attack instead of keeping his body cool to continue fighting afterward. Raising his heat to the absolute limit, the flame condenses onto his fist, heat still melting the ground directly around him, showing his lack of mastery when compared to his father. Flash fire fist, he punches toward the sky, releasing all the focused heat and flames in one pillar heading directly toward Midoriya. Jet burn. Jet burn. Todoroki's battle cry is barely heard over the roaring flames. UA's first ever true legacy move. Present Mike says excitedly as the pillar is about to collide with Midoriya a few dozen meters above the stage. In the crowd, Enidivor's flames dance excitedly as he laughs hysterically, filled with pride and excitement in his son's abilities, yes, but mostly because this means his relationship with Shoto has taken yet another step toward being mended. Beside him, Fuyamai is crying, already seeing her dream of having her family together and happy becoming that much more tangible. But all of that quickly changes to looks of shock as Midoriya suddenly lands on the ground directly in front of Shoto. At the last second before the jet burn hit, when he was supposed to throw his strongest punch and collide with the attack, he instead raised his hand and flicked his finger to the side, using the recoil to throw himself out of the way, easily dodging where nobody expected him to. In midair, he then spun around and launched a powerful kick at the sky, using that to launch himself down toward the arena, directly in front of Todoroki. Shoto's eyes track some of this as a blur, but they lock onto Midoriya's as the boy lands in front of his, hunched over with his first reared back. Shoto's lack of mastery has locked him in place. Breaking his control of the jet burn now is impossible, since all of Midoriya's movements to get from in the air to where he is now happened in less than 1 second. Before Todoroki could even lower his hand, a brutal straight right connects to his gut, completely doubling him over onto the fist before Midoriya stands up and transitions into an uppercut. But instead of launching his friend into the air, he simply stopped there, holding Todoroki's body on his fist for a moment before calmly placing him onto his shoulder to be carried to Recovery Girl, completely unconscious. It all happened so fast that only a few pro heroes such as Endeavor, Ms. Midnight, Eraserhead, and a few others were able to see exactly what happened, leaving the audience confused until the slow-motion replay clarified things moments later. Shoto Todoroki is unable to continue. Ms. Midnight announces to the stunned crowd. Izuku Midoriya advances to face Tokoyami Fumikage in the finals. Horizon's observation room. Oakman. Juzo whines as he hands Shinso some money. The one time I bet against Deku and he wins, seriously. Siro and Shinso laugh at him while Horizon just shakes his head. We haven't been in school most of the time to know what their training has been like, Horizon says. Even I didn't expect that kind of show from Deku. Yeah, well, we are too busy dealing with villains to keep up with the news around UA, Shinso says. But a little birdie told me Deku's been doing a lot of training with All Might lately, so I took an educated guess. And by little birdie you mean? Siro looks at Shinso, expecting something interesting. But instead, Shinso just shrugs. I just asked Aizawa what our classmates have been up to before the festival started. Lame, Siro says. I thought you meant a secret girlfriend or something, you know, like Juzo. I don't have a secret girlfriend, Juzo says. Tokuji and I are just taking things slow. It's not like we don't know we like each other. I've just been super busy with Team Horizon stuff. Shinso just listens in and takes a sip of his drink, until Horizon speaks up. Shinso is just as busy and he manages to have a secret girlfriend. ACH. Shinso chokes on his drink and begins sputtering. Deshen, she doesn't even go to UA, so stop making excuses, Horizon says. As Juzo and Siro immediately turn on Shinso, Horizon warps away, arriving in Recovery Girl's infirmary. There he sees Shoto lying in bed, half awake as Endeavor is scolding him for being so reckless, something he couldn't deny as his left hand has severe burns on it. Across from him Deku and All Might are having a quiet conversation while Deku is doing some stretches after his checkup. I got your message, Horizon says, drawing all eyes onto him as he approaches Recovery Girl. It's this one, he taps Shoto on the head with her cane. His injuries are too much for me to use my quirk, so it'd be best if you step in. Horizon groans, but looks between Endeavor and Shoto. Fine, but this means he's out of the tournament, which means I get the fun job of telling Bakugos he's been demoted, from silver, to bronze. After a break so that everyone could go have lunch, the sports festival resumes with the stage completely repaired and the crowd excited for the final match. All the students are watching, even Bakugo who's bitter about his bronze medal defeat and sulking behind his classmates. Let's get this show started. Present Mike yells as both Midoriya and Tokoyami are already standing on the massive concrete stage, staring each other down. Away from the stage, Ms. Midnight and Cementos are on a raised platform, keeping them away from any wide-sweeping attacks while allowing them to intervene where necessary in the match, a lesson they learned last year. Is everyone ready? Ms. Midnight asks, and both the boys nod at each other. She raises her fan high as the crowd goes silent, allowing the tension in the air to build, then quickly brings it down. Begin. Midoriya instantly dashes forward with one for all 45% and launches a direct kick at Tokoyama's face. He makes direct contact, causing a gust of wind to blow through the arena and reach the crowd, but to his surprise, Tokoyami isn't sent tumbling off the stage. Instead, he sees his friend's head and parts of his body shrouded in shadow energy as he tanks the kick, only having it slightly move his head. Midoriya's eyes open wide as Tokoyami swings his right hand out, launching a fist toward his chest as shadow energy erupts from his skin to make a reinforced punch. Midoriya quickly steps back, avoiding the punch and making some distance between them. He actually took that hit and activated his quirk as armor fast enough to counterattack, Midoriya thinks as he sees Tokoyama's body now fully enveloped in shadow energy, with two glowing red eyes layers over his own. He's gotten even stronger than we realized. That's new, you've been holding back this much in class, Tokoyami. Midoriya asks with a wide smile on his face, taking a moment to stretch his limbs as they both relax slightly. This is my power, Tsukuyomi says in a distorted voice. One with the abyss, dark shadow, Tsukuyomi. Wow, even your boy. Midoriya immediately jumps to the right as the ground he'd been standing on erupts, a large tendril of shadow energy breaking out of the floor and whipping at him. Before his feet are back on the ground he glances at Tsukuyomi, seeing him stretching a spear of shadow energy directly at him. Midoriya immediately gets his feet on the ground and spins into a kick, crashing his shoes into the side of the shadow energy construct blade, trying to knock it aside. But instead, it shifts to act as a liquid, taking the blow and swallowing his foot up to the ankle. His shapeshifting it better too. Midoriya realizes as he bends and twists while the tendril tries to fling him out of the arena. I can't grapple with him since it'll be like fighting water, range, or quick strikes are the only options. All for one, 60%? Midoriya's momentary sudden surge of power before returning to 45% surprised Tsukuyomi, who was intentionally avoiding breaking his friend's foot. With a strong kick he breaks out of the hold and lays flat on the ground to avoid the tendril swinging back at his head. From his prone position, Midoriya digs into the concrete with his fingers and his hands, breaking the stage to make handholds and launch forward like a missile. He moves so fast that to everyone he becomes a blur while dashing around the arena, avoiding a torrent of sharp tendrils extending from Tsukuyomi. Along many of the tendrils more glowing red eyes form, causing them to gradually become more and more accurate as Midoriya desperately tries to close the distance. To the audience they see blurs of darkness whipping about, destroying the concrete arena with bits of green appearing all over as both students send gusts of winds and shockwaves through the stadium. He can keep up at this speed. Midoriya wonders as he deftly avoids the torrent of attacks, but after a few more moments he notices the edges of the arena are also being destroyed. Places he's been unintentionally avoiding. His quirk gives him more of those glowing eyes, but his brain still has to process dozens of fields of vision. He's only pretending to keep up. Realizing that Midoriya grits his teeth and charges directly, finding a gap in the attack, his power suddenly jumps up to 60% to close the distance before returning to 45% as he punches at Tsukuyomi directly. Boom! The first impact pushes Tsukuyomi back a few meters and he instantly retracts all the shadow energy moving about the arena onto himself, reinforcing his body with dense armor. Tsukuyomi's arms become more dense, mimicking the makeup of muscles before seamlessly merging to launch a counter punch. But Midoriya is much faster and matches the strike fist against fist. The shockwave cracks the stage and sends Tsukuyomi flying back, but he extends shadow energy from his legs to anchor him into the arena and catch himself, preventing him from going out of bounds. I'm stronger and faster, this is it, Midoriya thinks as he rushes in once again, but this time Tsukuyomi shifts the shadow energy to form tendrils out of his back, effectively creating a dozen arms to compensate for his lack of speed and power as he anchors himself into the stage. In a constant onslaught they brawl, blow for blow without taking a single step back, refusing to give each other an inch of ground. The audience can barely keep their eyes open with the intense winds rushing about the arena, and when they do, all they can see are tendrils rushing forward and Midoriya's blurred form matching it, his image moving so quickly he appeared to have multiple sets of arms. What an insane match, it's like they're determined to see who breaks first. Present Mike yells out over the thundering clashes from the arena. Midoriya is speeding up, while Tokoyami is getting tired, Eraserhead points out, not that most people could notice such small changes in a hectic battle. Tsukuyomi was forced to keep his quirk tough, like armor, to avoid the air pressure from Midoriya's punches from throwing him out of the arena. Even with his ability to fly, avoiding being thrown around by hurricane winds is beyond his capabilities, which is why he's decided to stay anchored during this fight. But now the constant use of that skill along with the midday sun beating down on them is wearing on him after only a few minutes. Along with that, he too could feel Midoriya getting stronger. Yet Midoriya couldn't feel it, he simply focused on breaking through the wall in front of him, the last obstacle separating him from the next challenge. He accelerates in increments, and his punches hit harder each time. At 45%, Tokoyami was feeling the punches deep within the armor, but grit his teeth and dealt with them, mostly by shifting his armor to make them glancing blows rather than direct hits. At 47%, the punches became slightly harder to see, forcing Tsukuyomi to respond by softening pieces of his armor as he felt contact was made to ease the blows. At 50%, he could barely avoid the full strength of the punches, and the determined, if not excited look on Midoriya's face had him greatly concerned for what came next. As with every hit Midoriya seemed to recover some of his stamina, instead of slowing down his was speeding up, his body was moving more responsively and subconsciously, he could track the attacks easier, and his muscles didn't feel as sore after every hit. And moments later, acting on instincts Midoriya performs an uppercut with his left hand, using the air pressure and direct contact against Tsukuyomi's arms to knock them upward, making a clear opening for a straight right into his opponent. Before Tsukuyomi could realize what was happening, faster than the cameras or even Eraserhead could see, Midoriya punched forward with all his might. No, he punched with beyond all his power. In this moment his body finally became so acclimated to one for all that it finally began acting like part of him, no longer needed to constantly activate and deactivate it. In this moment he unconsciously punched forward with 100% directly at Tsukuyomi. But not his previous 100%, no, now instead of the previous 8 users' strength, he could finally internalize his own stockpiled power and add it to the quirk. Now instead of 100% of All Might's strength, for barely a fraction of an instant, he accesses 100% of the 9th user's power. 100% of Izuku Midoriya's strength, which surpasses the legendary strength of even All Might himself. Before he can realize what's happening he strikes Tsukuyomi and feels a direct hit. All of UA shakes as if it were hit by an earthquake. The entire arena erupts into dust and stone as the walls of the stadium crack. This wind nearly rips spectators out of their seats, but their clothes seem to tether them to the earth all on its own. The sound temporarily deafened everyone and nearly permanently ruptured Jiro's eardrums as everyone tried to steady themselves, waiting for the dust to settle and reveal what remained after that attack. Moments later the dust settles, and everyone sees the arena completely cratered, reduced to a pile of rubble. Midoriya is standing in the middle of it, holding his right arm, looking around at the destruction with a look of horror on his face. He looks to where his opponent was just a few meters away, and doesn't see anything, then to where Ms. Midnight and Cementos were, and only sees more rubble. Don't look so worried, Horizon's voice calls out from the far side of the arena as the last bits of dust settled, revealing him in his casual clothes with both hands up, antibacterial curtain at its current full strength with pieces of it missing and massive cracks across the structure, and a clear trench in front of him from the force of Midoriya's attaching pushing him to the far wall of the stadium. He drops the curtain and shakes his aching hands for a moment while walking up to Midoriya. If I knew that attack would be so strong I would have warped you away instead of Tokoyami and the others. Actually I think this is better since that attack would have carved a path through Musudafo at the very least. He looks around at the rubble. But regardless, I had to warp Tokoyami away because he was losing, he's out of bounds. So congratulations Midoriya, you won. The realization hits Midoriya like a train. Not only had he won, but Horizon of all people congratulated him. The crowd erupts into cheers as the faint sound of angry explosions can be heard in the distance as a certain bronze medalist isn't taking this turn of events well. Shambles, Ms. Midnight, Cementos, and Tokoyami, who now had his quirk deactivated, are warped into the field of rubble to stand beside them. Looking at the celebrating crowd Ms. Midnight frowns, announcing the winner is my job you know, she tells Horizon. Well you weren't here, and I did it fast to get everyone past the whole destructive finale we just had. He gestures to the destroyed arena they were standing on, to which Cementos just sighs. Ms. Midnight raises her mic and begins speaking to the crowd, turning their attention back to her for the announcements. Now that the finals are over, we'll be taking a, hopefully, short intermission before the medal ceremony, she says. We'll be back to see these incredible students claim their prize for these hard-fought and incredible victories soon folks. The crowd erupts into more cheers as Midoriya and Tokoyami take it all in. They both know that the reporters will be waiting for them, and Tokoyami is the first to leave by strolling through the hallway to speak to them directly. While Horizon, Ms. Midnight, and Cementos are about to start discussing the state of the arena and the upcoming ceremony, instead of basking in the excitement of winning the gold medal and talking to the waiting press, Midoriya walks over to them and taps Horizon on the arm. Do you need something, Midoriya? Cementos asks as they turn their attention to him. Yes, actually, Midoriya says as he gestures to the mic in her hand. Oh, you have a message for the people. Well, I'm sure with you it'll be something quite cute. Ms. Midnight raises the mic to his mouth. Midoriya doesn't take his eyes off Horizon as he speaks, and the entire world stops to listen. You said that if Kuken won the gold medal you'd consider having a match with him, right? Midoriya asks, and many people, already hate where this is going. Ms. Midnight silently shakes her head, as if begging Midoriya not to do what she's sure he's about to do. But he continues anyway. Well, I won the gold medal, so how about one more match before the sports festival ends? The crowd goes silent, waiting for Horizon's response. He looks down at Midoriya and tilts his head to the side, then chuckles happily. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? You're finally strong enough that maybe it'll be a bit of fun to knock you around. One for all, 65%. Midoriya yells out as power flows through his body. Small arcs of current dance around him as his hair begins moving wildly. Gah! He shuts off his quirk and stumbles back, sitting on the bench in this changing room as he catches his breath. I guess my new limit for constant use is just 50%, Midoriya says as he looks up at the small screen in the corner of the room, seeing the stage almost fully reconstructed as present Mike excites the crowd for the final match. As he sits on the bench he looks over at his hero costume case beside him, and opens it to reveal his upgraded costume. Then begins changing his sports sneakers into his new hero costume books and gloves, made to enhance and protect himself while using his quirk. As he's done with his shoes and about to pull on his gloves, however, the door slams open, startling him. Izuku. His mother rushes into the room, tears streaming down her face. Mom, what's going on? He asks as All Might enters behind her, trying to catch his breath. Why are you guys here? We need to go, come on. His mother begins dragging him away, which he resists. Go where? What's going on? To call off this match, she says. I don't want you fighting him of all people. We need to hurry. We can tell them you aren't feeling well. As he hears this, Izuku becomes immovable to the woman, causing her to look back at him in surprise. No, he says, causing All Might to awkwardly stand watching this unfold. But, no mom, he says again. I challenged him in front of the entire world. I can't back down now. He sits back down and continues getting ready. Is that what this is about? She begins crying even more, which he ignores. This is because of your pride or something silly like that? What does that matter if he accidentally kills you, Izuku? This is bad and you know it. You don't have anything to prove, not to me, and not to All Might. He chose you above everyone else for a reason. With diuresis. I don't think it's that simple. All Might's words die in his throat as she glares at him. It's not just that, Mom, Izuku says. Sure, part of it is that I want Horizon to see that I'm not the same loser I was when we started UA. I want him to acknowledge how much progress I've made. But I also want to see what the top of the world really looks like. This quirk I have is supposed to be a light that can overcome any darkness, but if that light has a massive hand shrouded in darkness falling upon it, will I be enough to ever shine through? I don't get it. What are you saying? She asks. I think he's worried about the example Horizon sets, All Might says. Yeah, Midoriya confirms. Horizon is great at being a pro hero. He's probably the best there will ever be. But, if the entire world thinks like him, there won't be much of a world left. I want him to acknowledge me, not just for me, but so people can see that he isn't the only great hero they can use as an example. I want to be for people, what All Might was to me. Maybe I am being a bit selfish. I know I should only care about saving people, but I want to be more than just another pro hero saving people and never being recognized. I want to help inspire people to be better than they were yesterday. And I'm willing to fight Horizon, to be acknowledged by him, and maybe even heard, a lot, if that's a way to make this journey easier. As Izuku and his mother cry and hug each other, All Might observes everything and smiles. Reminded of a conversation he had with the previous user of One for All, with Nana Shimura. Being a hero and saving people isn't enough. People need someone they can look up to, can be inspired by. They need a pillar to support them and let them know everything will be alright. Someone who shows them a better path, a brighter path. He recalls his exact words, and the radiant smile she gave him in response. Izuku Midoriya, you can see it without me ever telling you. Being a hero and saving lives isn't enough. If you can't inspire people to change on their own, then your impact will only be as long as your career. I'm proud of you for realizing this on your own, All Might thinks as Izuku finishes getting dressed. So, do you have a plan? All Might asks as the Midoriyas settle down. Yeah, I've got a few, Izuku says. But I can't say them out loud. Horizon could be reading our lips with his quirk. I doubt he'd ever do that, All Might says. He really doesn't think so much of you that he'd try to look at your playbook. Also, he's a man of his word. That's true, Izuku says. Can he really do that? His mom asks. Oh yeah, it'd be super easy, All Might says jokingly. Horizon is sensing every minute movement on UA and in most of Musudafo right now and has complete control of everything within that range, just as an invisible layer of security. All the color drains from her face as she grabs onto Izuku. Please don't go fighting this person, Izuku. Minutes later, walking out of the tunnel leading into the arena, Izuku immediately notices that the concrete stage was extended to occupy more of the space. It was thicker and had a greater surface area, but the floor of the game's area was lowered deeper into the earth so the combatants would be even lower than before, further from the crowd. As he climbs the stairs he takes note of all these changes. They reinforced the stage and made it larger, plus the walls of the arena as well to protect the crowd. I still have to be extra careful with my shoot style and Air Force shots. But this means I can be a lot more lenient than before since most of the air won't even reach the crowd because they put us in a deeper hole. The negatives of these changes are bad too. A larger stadium means he has more space to warp about, so getting a ring-out victory will be even harder, although I can't imagine what could be harder than impossible. But at least I don't have to worry about him trying to knock me out of the ring. Knowing him, that'll be an absolute last resort. Him doing that is like him admitting he couldn't make me submit, and he'd never admit that. I just have to land hits without holding contact for more than a fraction of a second each time, so no grappling, otherwise he'll electrocute me with counter shock. As he's done thinking, Midoriya is standing in front of Horizon, looking up at the boy. While Horizon was now 198 centimeters 6 feet 6 Midoriya has grown as well, standing at 175 centimeters 5 feet 9 with more lean muscle on his frame to accommodate his power. Both students wore their UAPE uniforms, with Midoriya also wearing his gloves and boots from his hero costume. While across from him Horizon had the jacket of his PE uniform open with no shirt beneath, showing the body glove directly to the crowd, and on his back is his symbol as usual. You took my offer and actually decided to use it, Horizon says. But I'm a bit disappointed you didn't come wearing the full costume. These are the main functional parts, Midoriya says as they continue to ignore the crowd. No sword. Horizon shrugs, figured I'd keep things reasonable, besides I'm still not entirely used to the new sword yet. Is everyone ready? Ms. Midnight asks, causing the arena to go silent and both students nod. She pauses, allowing the tension to build, then lowers her fan. Begin. Horizon, Midoriya, Ms. Midnights, and Cementos all instantly disappear from the arena. The cheers fade as confusion blooms in its place. Cameras turn to Ms. Midnight and Cementos who appear at the same instant in the stands, at the lowest level nearest to the stage. Both teachers turn to each other, just as confused as everyone else. Present Mike looks around, just as confused but understanding his role as the announcer. Well, if they both left the arena then. Krakuum. The sound of thunder nearly deafens the crowd, but not from the overcast sky above, from the stage below. Krakuum. It continues rumbling, and this time the stage itself explodes into dust and debris, the entire stadium, no, all of UA, no, all of Musudafo and this entire stretch of Japan's coastline shakes. Over and over, like the world itself was falling apart, like an invisible force was rolling through reality to a choir of thunder. People in the crowd cover their ears, for what little that can do. Children who were cheering moments ago begin crying, begging to go home. The entire world watches, confused, as if reality itself was coming apart in the arena. Krakum. One final thunderous explosion echoes out from what's left of the stage, but instead of kicking up more dust, the dust cloud is pushed aside, revealing Horizon, looking completely untouched. His energy was visible and radiant, his entire being cloaked in a flowing blue energy vapor, that had they not known better, people would have assumed to be flames. He had one fist outstretched, clashing with the fist of Izuku Midoriya, who was also enveloped in the energy vapor as it leaked off of Horizon, but Midoriya had bruises and scratches on his body. Pieces of his PE uniform were torn, and his eyes looked more serious than his peers could ever imagine. No, at this moment, he had no peers. There is no being equal to him at this exact moment. There are only those who are above him, one of which he is clashing with. And there are those that are coming to the realization that they simply cannot keep up. One for all, 85%. Midoriya commands as his power increases by yet another magnitude, and they both disappear again. This time the clashes are more visible, if it can even be called that. The chorus of thunder echoes out as they flicker about, like floating holograms all about the arena. In every instant they clash, Horizon warps them away. They appear above the stage, Midoriya kicking toward Horizon's visor, and Horizon's hand already raised with curtain on his forearm taking the blow. The clash happens, and then they warp away, yet their afterimage stays in place. With each clash another afterimage is formed, then they warp to the next, then the next. Seeing dozens of these appear before the first begin to fade away, Eraserhead scoffs. If he can afford to do all of these little tricks while guiding the fight, he still isn't taking Midoriya seriously. He realizes. Horizon cannot simply make illusions such as this, and while most people think this is a byproduct of the fight, Eraserhead knows better. He's warping them back and forth while conducting this fight like a dance, and each time moves are repeated he warps them into the exact same spot, making the illusion of dozens of frozen clashes perfectly in the air. Krakum. All the afterimages disappear and Horizon and Midoriya appear on the stage one more, and Midoriya kicks forward with everything he has. Shoot style, 85%. His metal shoe collides directly with Horizon's fist that had manifested a quirk-ridden on itself. The curtain instantly shatters, knocking Horizon's hand back. Shambles? He warps away, swapping places with Midoriya to avoid the follow-up punch. The moment he appears, however, the fist is millimeters away from smashing into his visor. Shambles? He warps to the other side of the stage, and the moment he appears his vision is blocked by Midoriya's fist yet again. This dance continues on for a while, with Horizon always barely avoiding a direct attack. In such a cramped space, warping and super speed are much closer in use than in a larger place, and against Midoriya, Horizon's usually invisible faults are being shown. Horizon can warp at the speed of thought, but his body cannot move at that speed. He cannot raise his hand fast enough to block a strike to his face, and Midoriya has broken his hastily made shield countless times before. He simply does not have the time he needs to contest an enemy with immense speed and instant maximum acceleration in such a confined area. While he works to solve this issue, Midoriya simply has to use his accelerated perception and capabilities to look around, and the instant Horizon appears he charges directly toward him. That goes on for a few more seconds, until Horizon begins using one of his newer moves. Shambles, flicker? He simultaneously appears all across the stage at once. Doesn't matter, Midoriya thought. These aren't illusions, so if I connect with one, that's all I need. All he did was make himself a bigger target. With that, Midoriya charges forward, fist reared to crash into the visor of a flickering Horizon. Yet as he's above to make contact, it flickers and reapers with a fist raised to meet his. He changed the position of his body while he was warping. How? This realization came to Midoriya as they collided and sent a shockwave through the stadium. Horizon's arm is knocked aside and he's sent flying away through the air, while Midoriya barely feels anything at all. In fact, he feels better than ever. One for all, 90%. He launches into the air, away from the designated fighting area and above the stadium where Horizon was still sent flying. Before anyone could blink he'd arrive below Horizon, ready to kick him into orbit. Shambles? Horizon appears on the stage, standing perfectly relaxed as he flexes his arm. Unbeknownst to most, including his opponent, with every clash all the bones in the connecting limb, and sometimes all across his body, were shattered. The shroud of energy around him was focused entirely on healing, and that was all he could do to keep up in this fight. The moment he appeared, Horizon, Midoriya was inches away yet again, a foot about to crash into Horizon's face. Midoriya has punched the air from high above the stadium to rock it back down, a mix of All Might and Bakugo's techniques, and now he unleashed his power directly toward Horizon. Smash! The entire coast shakes as the 95% one-for-all attack collides with the arena. Just as Horizon held everyone to the earth via their clothes in previous rounds, he does the same thing again to keep the ground itself from caving in and swallowing UA. The sound is deafening, the wind more intense than any hurricane, but only for a fleeting moment. And the dust cloud blocks everyone's view of the arena. In the middle of the cratered stage, Midoriya gently waves his hand, clearing the dust cloud, and looking around for Horizon. That attack was so massive it must have made contact, Midoriya thought. He couldn't have warped away and stayed within the fighting area at once. He looks around to see the crowd more scared than anything else, looking at him with fear and awe in their eyes. They knew he wanted to be a pro-hero, but in the face of such power, intent is not what stirs human emotions to the surface. How are you feeling? Horizon asks, and Midoriya's head snaps to look up, seeing the man standing in the air with his hands behind his back. He shuts his eyes and shakes his head, forcing the memories of All for One away before looking up at his classmate. Since when could you fly? Midoriya asks, still using 95%, energy arcing off of his body every few seconds. Not really flying, Horizon says. More like standing in the air. I got sick of people wondering why I couldn't fly, so I got creative. And just when I thought I did an attack you couldn't run away from, I'd be foolish to take one of your serious attacks head on, Horizon says. I could, of course, but this isn't the time and place for that to happen. But again, how are you feeling? Midoriya raises a brow at this. Better than ever. In fact, I feel like I could do this forever. He clenches his fists and closes his eyes. One for all, 100%. The earth begins rumbling, hundreds of tremors compounding onto each other as his power is pushed to its current limit. This was not intentional, but simply his muscles constantly twitching while he was standing on the ground. You should get up here before you destroy the place, Horizon says. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya focuses his mind, and with the most gentle movements he could muster, flicks his finger. The quakes stop as he appears before Horizon, a dozen meters between them as Midoriya keeps flicking his fingers at his sides to hover in place. That looks familiar, Horizon says. I got the idea from Kukin, Midoriya admits. I kept it a secret in case I got matched against him, or you. Good decision, and your quirk. I feel like I've fully mastered it now, Midoriya says. I don't know why, but I feel like fighting against you brought out my full power, and I must have instinctively managed to control it. The answer will reveal itself soon, Horizon says. Just give it a few seconds. Oh, Midoriya looks slightly confused, but both students and the crowd are enjoying this moment between them. And what about you? How long were you going to save the fact that you can fly, walk on air? Well, I plan to disappear from the public eye while I get some training done, then maybe at my big reveal after the suspension is over, Horizon shrugs. But you ruined it. I had to use it to avoid that kick. Oh, sorry, I just as Midoriya is speaking one for all suddenly shuts off. He feels all the muscles in his body cramp up as he blacks out from the immense pain. and Horizon watches him fall onto the stage below, completely unconscious. While he's lying face down in the rubble, Horizon raises one hand and condenses some of his energy into a single drop, then allows it to fall. It falls directly onto Midoriya, and the boy gasps back to life. The heart attack that was killing him immediately stops. Gah! Midoriya tries to sit up but just falls onto his back once again. What? Most of the onlookers are confused, so of course they turn to Horizon for an explanation. You blacked out, so you lost, Horizon says. I told you, give it a few seconds, remember. Looking up at him, Midoriya has an expression of immense pain and confusion on his face. My quirk, I didn't master it in this fight, did I? Not even close, Horizon says as his energy shroud manifests once more. This energy around me doesn't hurt people, it heals them. Every time you got close or we clashed, I healed you, hundreds of times until you were so saturated with energy that your body didn't even realize your quirk was trying to rip it apart. What? Why? Midoriya asks, but sees Horizon isn't planning on answering him. Because he had no choice, Eraserhead cuts in. This arena, these rules, the handicaps placed on Horizon by them. They made the perfect scenario for someone as powerful as Midoriya to defeat Horizon. And they left Horizon with no real way of forcing his opponent to submit. Instead, he used the fact that your own body can't handle the immense power of your quirk to his advantage, baiting you into thinking you finally got control. Then he simply stopped healing you. And your quirk did the rest for him. TCH, that man refuses to just let people live with the mystery, Horizon grumbles. But, he's right, a battle with you in such a confined space is very annoying. This was the best case scenario for you to ever defeat me. Yet I couldn't even scratch you, Midoriya says. Don't be too hard on yourself for this defeat. Horizon cuts himself off. He takes a moment to collect his thoughts, and decides his next moves very carefully. Do not be dejected, Izuku Midoriya, you are strong. His words surprise everyone, especially Midoriya. I always knew your strength and speed would surpass All Might, and your intellect was always ahead of his. Today we saw the true limits of those, and they were great. I am sure you will become a great pro hero, and your strength will grow to greatly surpass all, even All Might. This I see as an absolute truth. Horizon's words surprise the world, his classmates most of all, and as Izuku Midoriya has tears of joy streaming down his face, the entire world takes note of this incredible young man. But strength isn't everything, Horizon says. Strength and power are far from the same thing. I will never match your strength, I couldn't even truly match it today, and you will only grow more with each day. But even if you had the strength of 100 All Mights, in a world of true superhumans, there are those who simply have real power. Real power is bending the world to your whims, real power is being able to reach up and sunder the heavens. Horizon raises one hand toward the overcast sky, and everyone expects him to part the clouds, but he continues. Real power is the will to reach up and rip power from the sky. With that he takes his raised hand and grips the air, making the same motion as his now globally infamous gamma knife. But instead of the horrifying green energy the world fears, dozens of lightning bolts strike out from the sky directly at him, all gathering in his palm. He brings his hand down in front of him as a blinding white light causes everyone to look away. The sound of thunder is heard, then the scent of ozone fills the stadium. And when the light fades, they look up at Horizon, to see him standing in the air, holding a crystallized lightning bolt, brimming with power. Its very presence causes everyone's hair to float upward toward it. Counter shock, charged bolt, Horizon says, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. With that he stretches his hand out, still holding the object, and begins to squeeze. The absolute silence of the stadium allows the small hairline fractures in the glass-like material to be heard, and everyone feels their hearts skip a beat. Lightning smite. Krakum. The air is vaporized as a massive pillar of lightning punches a hole in the arena below it where Midoriya lays, and extends all the way to the sky, punching a massive hole in the cloud cover. Oh God, was all present Mike could say, not in a scream, but in a soft mutter. God indeed, Eraserhead says as the light and pillar of lightning disappear, to reveal the area having been completely vaporized by it. A hole for hundreds of meters into the earth was glowing red, walls slick with molten rock. Yet there are pillars raised in it where the lightning seemingly didn't hit, forming Horizon's logo, the smiling face with checkered teeth. And on one of the eyes, lays Izuku Midoriya, completely untouched, smiling, with not a single drop of fear in him. This is gonna take all day to fix, Cementos grumbles while looking at the hole. The people and cameras look around, only to find no sign of Horizon. For just as he said, he disappeared from the public eye. On this day, April 23rd, Horizon made his last public appearance for quite some time, until he later emerges, to save the world. June 7th, 3 p.m. Within the MT Lady Agency, Tsukuyomi has his arms crossed and eyes closed. The silence and stillness of the waiting room only feed his anxiety, which is not at all helped by how casual his friend is being. Beside him sits Simon, who is busy typing something on his phone, passing the time as they wait for the others. Cellophane says they're almost here. Simon says, good, it's almost time for the meeting. Tsukuyomi says, do you know how many people will be here? Simon shrugs as Tsukuyomi looks over at him. How many of these have Team Horizon done before? Just a few, but we haven't done any since Horizon's been on vacation. What, you nervous? Tsukuyomi looks down at the floor. Hawks never took me on any of his team UPS, we only worked with those within his hero agency. I was familiar with those people. MHM, well, welcome to the big leagues, I guess, Simon says. Well, I guess technically it's a downgrade since MT Lady isn't in the top 10 while Hawks is number 2. How are you holding up after he dropped you? He didn't drop me, we simply parted ways, Tsukuyomi says. Well, whatever, you chose Team Horizon over Hawks, most people would think that's stupid, but it was a good move. You've already learned everything that only he could teach, Simon says. Did you ever learn what his problem with Horizon was anyway? The same thing many pro heroes don't like. He dropped a city on a civilian population and only got a slap on the wrist for it, but it did seem a bit more personal when Hawks spoke about it. Horizon never really mentioned anything about Hawks before, maybe Cellophane will know. It doesn't matter, I've learned more about applying and growing my quirk in the past 6 weeks with Team Horizon than I did with him, Tsukuyomi says. I'll always be thankful for all he taught me, and he knows that much, but I do feel as though to grow I had to. Spread your wings and leave the nest. Tsukuyomi groans, leave the bad jokes for Cellophane. Yeah, I really should. But you don't have to be nervous about team-up events like this, really, Simon says. We've done a few of them, and even without Horizon we're more useful than most pro heroes. That's why we're here even if half of them don't approve of us still being on Team Horizon. They aren't what I'm concerned about, Tsukuyomi says. Horizon expects near perfection from us, and now I'll have the entire world watching, more than usual. It's intimidating. That part never goes away, it comes with the territory. They fall back into silence for a few minutes before the door opens, and both Cellophane and Mudman walk over to them. You're almost late, Simon says. Almost doesn't count, Cellophane counters. There was a car chase on the way here so we got distracted. Villains have been making up for lost time with Horizon gone, Mudman says. I forgot how obnoxiously populous they were. Cellophane says. They were just hiding, the number never really went down. Let's go, Mudman says as he turns around and begins leaving the room. They all fall into step beside him, moving through the hallways of the hero agency, finally coming upon a large room with chairs and desks set up. In the front of the room was a small stage and podium with a projector shining onto the far wall. On the stage were MT Lady and Edge Shot, both speaking quietly, away from the mic. They look up for a moment as Team Horizon enters the otherwise empty room, getting away from Cellophane, then return to their quiet conversation. Mudman looks around, finds one of the long tables with their seats already reserved, and begins walking over to it. Did Gang Orca not come with you? Tsukuyomi asks as they take their seats. They wanted Team Horizon, so he stayed back at his agency, Mudman says. At a glance he notices Tsukuyomi's arms crossed, one finger tapping his arm. Quit being so nervous, they called us here for a reason, don't forget that a Nigerian Naira Beta. Yup, Cellophane chuckles. They called us halfway across Japan instead of just leaning on the local pro heroes, try to chill out and enjoy being important. I rather they lean on the pro heroes from this area, Simon says. Securing Minato Tokyo is already more than a full-time job. You're just whiny because we're away from Horizon Tower, Mudman giggles. Missing your girlfriend already. TCH. Cellophane sighs, you're so lucky she works just one stop from Horizon Tower. I only get to see you in school, and we're barely even there anymore. I for one appreciate the practice, Tsukuyomi says. Spending 4 days a week in Tokyo is good for my quirk, but school is catching up to us, Mudman grumbles. Yeah, you're not alone on that front. Just 3 more weeks and we're done, then we can do whatever we want, Cellophane says as more pro heroes pour into the room. If whatever we want means spending all our summer vacation doing hero work in Minato Tokyo, then yeah, whatever we want, Mudman says quietly as the seats around them begin filling up. I think we could take a weekend and head to the beach, just us and the girls, or we could have a party, Cellophane says quietly. Just because Horizon left us a card for expenses doesn't mean we have to use it, you do realize that, right? He's a billionaire, he won't notice, Cellophane says. Besides, it's a, team building exercise, yeah. Let's put a pin in that until summer starts, Mudman says as MT Lady walks to the podium. Hey Cellophane, I thought the lurkers broke up after the Gigantomachy. They did, he says. That's why Kamui Woods isn't here, and why they don't talk anymore, but I'm guessing she has to put up with Edge Shot since he's the most high-ranking contact she has. No wonder Horizon doesn't want girls on the team, Tsukuyomi says. Well, he can have them now, Mudman says as MT Lady prepares to speak. I'm the only single guy in the tower, and I'm the smart one, smart enough not to sleep with a teammate. I'm also single, Tsukuyomi reminds him. Oh, I thought I heard you talking to a girl the other day on your phone. That was Ms. Midnight, feedback on an early submission of our hero history project. Wait, the what? Cellophane looks at him, completely surprised. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, MT Lady draws all eyes onto her, with Edge Shot and Ryukyu standing nearby just off the stage. Team Horizon falls silent along with the others as she begins her presentation. I know we normally prefer to have more time and information before organizing a raid of this magnitude, but unfortunately the criminals have gathered under a few major banners in these past few weeks. Since Horizon disappeared from the public eye at the end of the UA Sports Festival, not only have the League of Villains been making bold moves, but other criminal organizations that his presence had suppressed have banded together. They've been very careful not to cause any large-scale disasters. It seems they're aware that if anything too extreme happens, Japan can always end Horizon's suspension early, but that doesn't mean they haven't been busy. They wish to make the most of their time until he's back on the field in September. Because of this, getting intel has been much more difficult, even with the comparatively absurd amount of drugs, weapons, and other contraband they've been moving into and through Japan. She gestures to the wall behind her and the projector shows a large warehouse in a port. This building is located 14 kilometers (-8.6 mi) west of here. Not only is it storing a stockpile of illegal guns and trigger, but in 2 days a boat will be docking nearby to take these items out of the country. Due to the limited information, our main objective is to secure the area, apprehend all the villains, and confiscate the illegal items. Now, before we go over the layout of the building and what kind of resistance we can expect, are there any questions? Only one person raises a hand, Mudman. While he does that, Cellophane leans back, taking out his phone and subtly doing some searches, already knowing where this was about to go. Simon, who sits between Cellophane and Mudman, just gives a tired sigh. Tsukuyomi, who sits to the right of Mudman, doesn't react, not sure what's going on. Yes, Mudman, what's your question? MT Lady asks. What happens to the other stockpiles they have around the country when we raid this one? Won't they just move all of that contraband to multiple smaller places that make it harder to find? That is a possibility, but unfortunately we can't focus on that at the moment. But that will just make our jobs in the future harder to do, and make things worse locally. MT Lady and many others give him a slightly perplexed look at those words. What do you mean? Well, if the guns and stuff are leaving Japan, then we just let them go and it's not our problem for a while. All we have to do is find the person at the top and lock them up before they use the money. But if we attack this warehouse, then all the other stockpiles scatter and circulate through Japan even longer. Are you saying we should leave those weapons to go abroad and hurt people, simply because it keeps our country slightly safer in the short term? MT Lady asks. No, I'm saying if we're doing this we should hit all the stockpiles at once, while also finding the source and dealing with them too, Mudman says. It's not quite as simple as what we want, MT Lady says. This is all the information we were able to collect before our source had to get out of there. This is all we have to work with, so we're working with it. By running into a group of villains that are ready, willing, and armed with a massive stockpile of guns, Mudman says. And regardless of the outcome, it makes future raids near impossible. This is a bad plan. MT Lady glares at him as the tension in the room rises. If Horizon asked you to do this, would you have been this determined to punch holes in it? Yes, that's why I lead Team Horizon when he's not here, to think of all possibilities and outcomes, not that it matters, Mudman says. Horizon would have known better than to ask. MT Lady's eyes go wide as the pro-heroes in the room look between her and Mudman in disbelief, as does Tsukuyomi, yet Simon and Cellophane don't seem surprised. Before MT Lady can speak, Edgeshot steps forward, raising a hand to stop her. Can you get us the intel we need? Edgeshot asks. We discarded that path since the time is so limited, but if you can get it before tomorrow morning we may be able to alter our course. Hearing that, Mudman simply turns to his left, nodding towards Cellophane and Simon. 5 hours. So much for an easy team up, Simon says in a tired voice as he gets up. When we're done we should get some dinner, Cellophane says as he gets up. Pizza, he asks Simon as they move toward the door. You decide. All the pro-heroes turn back and forth between the two provisional heroes and MT Lady, as if asking seriously, but she simply schools her annoyed features and continues on with the meeting. What's up? Ciro asks as he answers his cell phone, placing it on speaker on the desk. He was in an opulent office, sitting behind the desk and typing away on the computer. His visor was off, resting on the desk beside his phone as he worked. Any news on your search? Edgeshot asks. It's almost midnight, and we need the intel before 7, otherwise things get messy. I'm working on it right now, Ciro says. How are things with recruiting more pro-heroes for the other locations? Endaver was busy working on bringing down a potential Noma manufacturing facility, but we got a lot of B and C list pro-heroes. Well, we left you Tsukuyomi and Mudman, so you'll be good, Ciro says as he continues working. Is MT Lady still mad at him for embarrassing her in front of everyone? Edgeshot's words were drenched in sarcasm. Who doesn't want to be embarrassed in front of their peers during their first time leading a big operation like this? That bad, huh? Worse, thank you think. Luckily your team is more useful than most entire pro-hero agencies in Japan, so she can't retaliate. Ah, you'll make me blush, Ciro chuckles. Has Mudman been helping to plan things? Yeah, he's better than you said. Didn't think that was possible, Edgeshot says. What kind of training does he do with Horizon? No idea, that big brain stuff isn't really what I do on the team, Ciro says. I'm a versatile hitter and utility player. Mudman and Horizon do all the tactics stuff for big projects. Can I head back to UA with you when you're going back? Edgeshot asks. I'd like to talk to Horizon about some plans I have. Ciro tenses for a moment. That won't be possible. Horizon doesn't want to be bothered during training. Oh, I see. Yeah, but I can tell him to give you a call when we get back. Yeah, thanks, I really appreciate it, Edgeshot says. He hasn't been on the Hero Network in weeks. He's taking this mandatory vacation thing seriously, a Nigerian Naira Obes. Yeah, he really wants perfect control of his quirk. He's been training non-stop every day at UA, Ciro lied. I figured as much. What about your bird friend? What about him? I heard he used to work with Hawks, but now he doesn't anymore. They had a difference of opinion, Shiro says as he starts downloading the files he wants. Tsukuyomi joined Team Horizon. Hawks doesn't like Horizon. Lots of people don't, but he's necessary, unfortunately, Edgeshot says. Well, I was just curious. Think your friend would want to join us at my hero agency? Granted, you four are stuck in Minato, Tokyo until Horizon gets back in the fight, but he seems like he'd be good for stealth and investigations. I assumed he would have signed up with Gang Orca after this, but I'd rather have him with us, Shiro says as the download finishes and he begins wiping the security footage. Yeah, you should ask him after the raid. I'll just go ask him now, Edgeshot says. Really? Don't you want to see him versus real villains first? Edgeshot scoffs. Don't you guys always say Team Horizon has no weak members? Shiro smiles. That's right, we don't. Anyway, I need to go collect more intel. I'll call when we're done. Gotcha. Edgeshot hangs up. After double-checking the security system, Shiro sees tonight's records are completely wiped and the system is still off. Taking his visor, he holds it under his arm and begins walking out of the office. He enters the hallway and is greeted by a wall of glass, showing the outside of this penthouse suite overlooking Kyoto. Walking down the hallway, he makes it to the balcony above the living room, and while walking down the stairs of this luxury penthouse, looks over the railing to see Shinso sitting on this couch. He had his feet up and mask off, idly scrolling on his phone. To his right, there was a middle-aged woman tied to a chair using the curtains. Her mouth was also gagged, but her eyes were wide and staring directly at Shinso, terrified and enraged. Tears continuously flowed down her cheeks, ruining her makeup. She was completely unharmed, just like her husband, the man in an identical situation beside her, but instead of crying, he was red-faced with anger. Did you get everything? Shinso asks, not even looking back at Shiro. Almost. Two of the big names at the top of the organization were missing, Shiro says as he sits on the couch beside Shinso. Who do you think will talk first, Bonnie or Clyde? Shinso glances over at the couple. They're not much of the Bonnie and Clyde type, unless Bonnie was an accountant and Clyde was a lawyer, for criminals that is. The restrained man shakes in his restraints, clearly pissed off by that comment. Yeah, Shiro rolls his eyes. Not criminals but respectable businessmen or whatever you lawyers tell yourself. I must admit, I can't tell if it's smart that the criminal organization's main lawyer and accountant are a couple. We should ask, Shiro says as he walks over and removes the gags. You fucking brats, the man looks up at Shiro. I'm a lawyer? I know my rights. You broke into our home and tied us up, do you realize how fucked you? Shiro shoved the gag back into the man's mouth, then looked over to see the woman still silently crying. He gestures to her, and Shinso nods. Accountant, Shinso's words get her attention. Tell me the two names missing from your files. The woman looks between Shino and her husband, then back at Shinso. No, I won't. Won't, or can't? Shinso asks. If they're forcing you to work for them, we can help you, you know who we are, right? I know, you're Team Horizon, she says. And I also know that no evidence you collect from us in here, in this state, will be usable against us in court. You can't do anything to us since you broke in here and threatened us. All you can do is use whatever scraps you have to arrest our clients. Criminals you were laundering money for, Shiro says. You can't prove that in court. She glares at him, finding her courage after crying all night. Shinso sighs. She's right. But you see, I'm willing to bet their files will make the connection for us, and give us all the reasons we need to arrest both of you. It's a chicken or the egg situation. Doesn't matter which comes first because they're both connected. We'll never tell you, she growls out. You break into our home, tie us up, and now what'll you do? Hahiro, you're out of options. So how about you just walk away, and maybe we'll only sue you and your family into the dirt for a few generations. Shinso sighs and nods toward the man. Shiro quickly removes his gag, and before the man starts yelling at them, Shinso cuts him off. Do you love your wife? That catches the man off guard, and he takes a moment to respond. He scoffed. What, you expect me to believe you're going to torture her if I don't talk? You're a pro hero boy, you don't play by those rules. We're Team Horizon, Shiro says as he takes out a collapsible serrated knife from his utility belt. We can do whatever we want. But we won't be hurting her, Shinso says. You will. Partial brainwashing complete, body puppet. The man's body, everything below his neck, goes entirely numb to him. Shinso nods to Shiro, and he immediately begins removing the man's restraints. What are you PLA? The man swallows his words as he tries to get up, but his body below the neck refuses to move. What did you do? I don't know what you mean, Shinso says as Shiro holds out the knife. Take the knife from my friend. The man obeys. Only now, while following Shinso's command, can he feel his body. Only when following the commands of his master were his senses connected to his body, allowing him to feel the hard rubber handle in his grip. What are you doing? Nothing at all, Shinso says as Shiro sits beside him, taking in the show. Now, slowly, use the knife and gouge out one of her eyes, he commands. What? The woman looks up just in time as her husband holds her face and begins moving the knife toward her right eye. Wait. Stop. Please don't do this. Her tears began flowing all over again. I can't. He's controlling my body. The man had tears building in his eyes. I'm so sorry. He won't let me stop. Stop, Shinso commands, and the man stops just an inch from her eyeball. Now are you willing to talk? Wait, the man gets a bright idea. You're bluffing. You can't actually make me hurt someone. Let's see. Shinso thinks for a moment. Illegal arms dealing, extortion, rape, kidnapping, organ theft, Shiro says, blackmail, illegal drug smuggling and dealing, selling kids for their quirks, embezzlement, assault and battery, and of course, murder, and bribing government officials, Shiro says. That's at least 13 crimes. You forgot the money laundering, Shinso says. 14. I'll round it up to 15, Shinso says. Now, slowly carve 15 tally marks into her forehead, deep enough to dig into the bone. Begin, he commands. The woman's screaming drowned out their thoughts, drowned out her husband's begging for forgiveness. He begged Shinso to let him stop hurting his wife. But the command had been given, and Shinso didn't make it a habit of showing mercy to monsters. That's not how Team Horizon does things. She screamed and cried and bled. And her husband cried with her, forced to get a front row seat as his own body held her head in place as he carved her up. He could feel her warm blood running down to his hand. Feel the serrated blade of the knife cause the handle to bump ever so slightly as it grinds through the bone of her skull. And after the first 3 cuts, the woman is begging for it to end, for them to just knock her out. She begs and pleads, telling them that she doesn't know anything, that only her husband ever meets the clients. Yet Shinso and Shiro give her unbothered stares. And eventually, at the 7th cut, her vocal cords ruptured, taking her voice with it. The pain became so much that her body went into shock, temporarily causing her to black out. With her screams now gone, they could finally hear the man's words. I'll talk, just please let me stop. You should have said that before I gave the command. After the command was done, the man was forced to stand there, looking at his work, the love of his life, with her face drenched in blood, leaking from all the carvings he made into her forehead. Now, this is the part where you give me the names, or I'll make you start removing fingers and toes, then who knows where we'll go from there, Shinso says. Yes, please, the man rejoices. Just please don't make me hurt her again. We won't, unless you lie, then it'll get much worse. After collecting the intel they needed, Shinso waits for Shiro to send it over to Edgeshot while he's guarding their new friends. The man doesn't take his eyes off Shinso the entire time, burning every feature of the boy's face into his mind, already plotting the most horrific revenge possible. I don't care if Horizon is protecting them, they can't be with that monster all the time, they'll pay for what he made me do, he thought, glancing over to his still unconscious wife. Alright, all done, Shiro says as he enters the room. Let's get out of here. Finally, Shinso walks over to the woman and takes out a small pen-sized taser, just powerful enough to wake someone up, which is exactly what he did to her. How are you feeling? He asks. NGH, Stenhenny, she yells with ruptured vocal cords, trying and failing to back away as she is still tied to the chair. Then suddenly her body goes limp and her eyes glaze over. Shinso glances at her husband. Is there anything else you want to tell us? No, I've already given you everything. The man immediately falls under Shinso's control as well. He and Shiro untie them and step back, double-checking everything around before putting on their masks. Stand in the middle of the room facing the wall, Simon commands, and both people obey. When I snap my fingers you'll forget everything that happened within the last 12 hours, forever, and fall asleep. He raises a hand, then, snap. 2 bodies crumple to the floor, with his quirk literally forcing their minds to erase those memories. Granted they weren't perfectly erased, but in all of Japan, only he could bring them back to the surface. Alright, so what did you settle on? Simon asks Cellophane as they head to the roof. Cellophane shrugs. I couldn't decide between pizza or burgers, so pasta. So how does that work exactly? Edgeshot asks Tsukuyomi. They were both sitting on a rooftop overlooking a massive warehouse, but even from here Tsukuyomi stretched dark shadow in a thin line through the night sky. It extended over to the warehouse roof, and was looking inside. I can extend my senses through dark shadow, but it has limits, and takes focus, Tsukuyomi says. Any movement? Edgeshot asks as he sees on nearby rooftops other pro heroes begin moving in. The people inside haven't moved, it seems they're quite relaxed. Good, Edgeshot raises a hand to his earpiece. Our side is ready, confirm when ready. Multiple other team leaders across Japan confirm that their assault teams are ready to enter the buildings. Perimeter teams. Edgeshot asks. Ready, MT Lady is the first to respond, and he looks across a few rooftops to see her in position. He receives confirmation from other heroes from the various locations as well. Alright, we go out in 30 seconds, Edgeshot says. He nods to Tsukuyomi as the countdown begins, and the boy retracts Dark Shadow, returning the nod. Tsukuyomi mentally commands Dark Shadow to cloak his body, acting as armor and muscle on his exposed skin and head while 4 glowing red eyes cover his organic eyes, giving him a full mask. The kids these days are scary, Edgeshot mutters. Only for villains, Tsukuyomi speaks, and it sounds as if 2 voices were crudely mixed together. I know, that's why you're working with me after this. What? Edgeshot shrugs. Cellophane told me you aren't working with Hawks anymore, so, why not? You don't want to. No, it's just, I'm honored, thank you, Tsukuyomi says. I'm sure you'll fit right in. As Edgeshot says that, the timer finishes and everyone moves at once. He flattens himself into a drill with the width of a pistol bullet and rockets through the air, almost breaking the sound barrier as he punches a thin hole through the warehouse. Moving faster than anyone else there, he was the first to get inside. Fold a body, the superior version to Tiger's Playa body. It looks a bit odd up close, Tsukuyomi thinks. the ability to manipulate your body and become paper thin, or fold yourself like origami. If I recall correctly, Egypt's #1 pro can flatten himself as thin as paper, but he's not very useful outside of running faster. If Edge Shot went there, he'd easily take his title. His thoughts are interrupted as automatic gunfire goes off inside the warehouse. He focuses on Dark Shadow, enhancing its vision so he can see through the small windows, but all he sees inside is chaos. Bodies were flying about, with fire and electricity flashing ever so often. "Empty lady, runners at the side entrance," Edge Shot says through the communicator. Tsukuyomi glances to the side in time to see Empty Lady jump off the rooftop and activate her quirk, growing while falling to break her fall. Seconds later, at 20.68 m-67 feet 8 tall Empty Lady is rushing to the side of the building. "Tsukuyomi, the roof," Edge Shot commands, and he sees two villains punch their way through the warehouse roof and land atop it. Tsukuyomi leaps off his rooftop and flies over using Dark Shadow, and before they can even notice, their attention is already fixed on Empty Lady at the side of the building. He crashes into one of them, kicking the man in the arm. "Ah!" the man yells as he goes tumbling across the large rooftop, immediately knocked unconscious. Bang! Tsukuyomi is shot in the back by the other man, but Dark Shadow resides between his hero costume and his skin. With this new hero costume that Horizon suggested, made from an extremely elastic material, he could keep Dark Shadow below the surface, hidden in the dark to act as armor and gather strength. Bang! The man shoots Tsukuyomi as he turns around and begins walking to him. "Drop the gun." Bang! Many more bullets slam into Tsukumi's chest, but Dark Shadow seeps through his semi-permeable costume to protect the fabric, easily taking the rounds, and the boy beneath feels nothing. He simply keeps walking toward the shaking villain, four glowing red eyes staring up at the taller man as he closes in. "Surrender," Tsukuyomi's haunting voice says. "Never." The man flexes his arms and both hands extend blades from the palms. "Annoying," Tsukuyomi says as the man rushes forward, holding the blades out to skewer him. Not even bothering to look at the man in front of him, Tsukuyomi turns to the side, seeing the villain Empty Lady is confronting has grown to be slightly shorter than her. The man was standing at 15 m-45 feet, looking up at Empty Lady, but they were both in a standoff. He didn't want to fight a group of pro-heroes, but he also couldn't surrender, and she didn't want to fight a fellow giant and damage the area. She's had enough trouble paying off her hero insurance as is. At least that's what Tsukuyomi assumed, until he saw a pro-hero in the man's grasp, just one flex away from being splattered. Tsukuyomi begins walking toward the giants, striding across the rooftop as the man with blades in his palms rushes at him. When the man gets within striking distance, Dark Shadow forms two car-door-sized hands and crushes him between them, breaking the blades and knocking him out. All while Tsukuyomi didn't spare him a glance, or lose a single step. "Large man." Both the giants look over for a moment to see Tsukuyomi addressing them from the nearby rooftop, at shoulder level with the man. "Huh." The man locks his eyes back onto Empty Lady immediately. "Anyone move and I crush him. All you heroes need to get out of here, now." The man raises the pro-hero in his grasp so Tsukuyomi can see him properly, not that he recognizes the man. "We don't want anyone to get hurt," Empty Lady says. "Look, you're outnumbered and outgunned. If you surrender it will look better for you later, I promise." "No way." The man looks between them frantically. "I'm never going back. I'll die before I..." For just a moment while he was speaking, waving his arms around, he moved the pro-hero close enough to the roof, and Tsukuyomi struck. Dark Shadow was lightning fast, slamming into the hand holding the hostage and then moving like liquid, seeping through the gaps between his fingers and expanding, easily beating his grip strength and pulling the hostage away. Tsukuyomi doesn't bother to retract Dark Shadow. Instead, the energy creature simply flicks the extended large arm for a moment and throws the rescued hostage toward Empty Lady. "Wow." She steps forward and gently catches the man, taking a few steps back to cushion the blow while cradling him in her hands. "Are you okay?" she asks the man. "Yeah, just really embarrassed," the man says. "Being saved by a kid is gonna look really bad on my record." "I don't think that's a normal kid," Empty Lady says with wide eyes as she looks forward. The man follows her line of sight, and is both horrified and impressed. For how else could he feel while watching Tsukuyomi use the same shadow energy arm that saved him, to strangle the giant villain, all while holding the man slightly off the ground. Empty Lady notices the noise in the warehouse has already stopped and begins walking closer to Tsukuyomi. "Wow, that's impressive," she says, seeing the giant still being held aloft while Dark Shadow strangles him. "More difficult than it looks," Tsukuyomi says with some difficulty. Even the armor on his body was now gone as all his focus was on this villain. After a few more seconds the man begins to return to his normal size and Tsukuyomi simply drops him into Empty Lady's hands. The pro-hero in her hand checks on the man while she moves one hand to unconsciously rub her throat. He seriously choked out a gigantified villain. "Can I get a ride?" Tsukuyomi asks. "Oh, sure." She lowers a hand for him to step onto it. "Thank you." They begin making their way to the others. "So, you're a lot stronger than the other kids on Team Horizon, huh?" Empty Lady says. "Yes," Tsukuyomi says. With Horizon off duty for some time, the team needed someone to fill his shoes in regards to combat power. Wow, that's a lot to live up to. Living up to it is impossible. He simply needs someone to be the heavy hitter for the team. That is why I am here. At the same time, Tokyo, Stepping out of a heavily tinted car, Shigaraki and Dabi look around the mostly empty warehouse they're in. They see two men standing behind a woman, eyeing them suspiciously. The men were wearing simple suits while the woman wore a grey dress, her striking features softened as she eyed Shigaraki. Dabi wore his standard black pants and white t-shirt, now with a new black coat. And in front of him, Shigaraki wore a similar outfit, but with a black t-shirt and a larger, fur-lined coat. You said you had something interesting for me, Shigaraki says. Yes, a very rare thing, mutual interests, she says, all while eyeing him seductively. I represent a group that wants a foothold into Japan, and you may be exactly the way we get it. Keep talking. We're prepared to fund your movement with weapons and other war materials you need, she says. And judging by the fact that you came here by car and not warp gate, I'd say you require more support. And what would we have to do? Shigaraki asks. I assume it's something impossible. For most, yes, but not for you, she licks her lips. Because you are powerful, truly powerful. Dabi looks between the woman and Shigaraki, not at all used to people being interested in his boss, at least not like this. Keep talking. We can call a meeting of top-ranking politicians, pro-heroes, and businessmen. All we need is for you to put 5 fingers down nearby and clear the board. That makes way for our people to swoop in and get a stranglehold of Japan's economy. In exchange for that, you get a large war chest to fund your plans to dominate Japan, and we get to sell off assets for many times more than we bought them for after you take over. Everyone wins. And what about you? Shigaraki asks. What do you want? Personally. She pauses for a moment, never having been asked this before by anyone she's been sent to meet. They lock eyes for an intense minute before she seductively walks up to him and rests an arm on his shoulder, leaning forward. I want to see what the most powerful villain in the world is really capable of. She barely gets the words out before their lips meet. Dabi uses all the willpower he has not to react as he is forced to awkwardly stand there and endure this entire event. After they part, and she catches her breath, Shigaraki speaks. And what happens if I don't want to play along? She looks a bit confused by that. Well, I'll tell my boss we need to get someone else to do it, and hopefully, you and I can go have dinner, or skip dinner. I thought as much. Shigaraki puts both hands on her hips and pulls her body against his. You said you wanted to see what the most powerful villain in the world was capable of, right? He can feel her shivering from excitement in his arms. Yes, oh god yes. Well, that villain is Horizon. What? Thwum? 2 blasts of blue fire incinerated her men before they could react. What are you doing? She tries to get away from Shigaraki but he easily holds her in place. Long enough for Dabi to walk up and kick her in the side of the knee, shattering it. Ah, she screams as Shigaraki lets her fall. Tempting, very tempting, Shigaraki says. Both you and that plan, but I can't have anyone giving Japan a reason to call Horizon back onto board. The longer that monster is trapped in UA the better. Shigaraki turns and begins walking to the car while Dabi drags her by her hair behind him. We'll rip the answers we need out of your head at base, then if you're still interested we'll skip dinner, Shigaraki says as Dabi tosses her into the trunk. Right now, I just don't need anyone doing something stupid to get Horizon back onto the field. I need these precious few months to build my arm. Dabi slams the trunk shut and they both get back into the car. As the driver pulls out onto the street and they begin moving, Dabi looks over at his boss. So, is this how all your first dates go, or is she just that special? Shigaraki rolls his eyes. You'd better not tell anyone about this. We both know I'm telling everyone about this. Horizon Tower, 2 a.m. Where the hell is it? Tokoyami mutters as he searches Horizon's bedroom. He was wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, his usual sleepwear, but currently, both he and Dark Shadow were searching the room. The shadow creature was busy inspecting Horizon's walk-in closet while Tokoyami was checking the cabinets in the room. Suddenly Tokoyami receives some information through Dark Shadow that surprises him. He walks over to the closet with a curious look, then steps in to see more than half the space occupied by women's clothes. This isn't what I expected, Tokoyami mutters as he retracts Dark Shadow. Yo Tokoyami? You still in here? Shinso calls out from the bedroom. I'm in here, Tokoyami says as he walks back into the bedroom, seeing Shinso in casual clothes, sitting at the edge of Horizon's bed with a large bowl of popcorn. Why were you in his closet? Shinso eats some popcorn. I was looking for the sword, I couldn't find it in here anywhere. Oh, did nobody show you? Shinso sets down the bowl and walks over to the wall above Horizon's backboard. Show me what? Shinso simply taps a spot on the wall and then places his hand on it, and seconds later a hidden compartment opens. Tokoyama's eyes widen as he sees Scalpel resting comfortably in the hidden compartment, alongside a collection of 18 gold ingots. What in the world? Tokoyami looks both amazed and confused. Why was this necessary? Shinso removes the sword and places it on the bed before grabbing a gold ingot, straining slightly to hold it before tossing it with both hands over to Tokoyami. HNGH. Tokoyami catches it and stares down at it. Horizon keeps this stuff here just in case, whatever that means, Shinso says. Your biometrics are in the tower database so you can open it too. I guess he expected us to explain this stuff eventually, but we kind of forgot. Explain that he keeps gold in the tower. Tokoyami asks as Dark Shadow gently returns the gold ingot. Not just that, Shinso sits on the bed eating his popcorn. Horizon Tower was broken into a few months ago. Horizon's lady friend got hurt pretty badly, Epsilon. That explains the women's clothes in his closet, Tokoyami says. So all that stuff about him not partaking in relationships. That's just crap, he says, for the camera, sells the whole true hero image better. Honestly, he's played around with Momo and Jiro for a bit, but he's been pretty consistent with Ryuko since they first met. Ryuko, so the rumors about him and the dragon hero were true. No, not that Ryuko, the other Ryuko, Pixie Bob, from the summer camp last year. Wow, I never would have guessed that. She always seemed so sweet, and he's... Yeah, but she's got a whole other side to her that he tends to bring out. It's kind of annoying how nice they go together, Shinso admits. But yeah, the tower got attacked, she was here, and the issue got resolved. What does that mean? It means all we get to know is that the issue got resolved, and now Horizon Tower has more security and some other emergency systems. Shinso seals up the secret compartment and gets up. As part of Team Horizon, emergency procedures fall onto you as well. I don't see how the gold plays a part in that, Tokoyami admits as he follows Shinso out of the room. If Horizon ever gives us the word, we grab the few people we care about the most and ditch Japan. Tokoyami chuckles. That's absurd. What villain could ever threaten Japan in such a way? I don't think that plan is because of villains, Shinso says as they enter the living room. Do remember who the leader of our team is? Oh, right. Tokoyami walks over and sits on the couch, drawing the sword and inspecting it. Shinso sits beside him and begins searching for a movie to watch as Siro is on the floor racking his brain to finish his project for Ms. Midnight. On the other couch, Juzo is lying across it completely asleep after writing and sending Horizon their team report after last night's raids. Can't one of you jerks just let me copy your project? Siro asks, again. You're almost done anyway, just hurry up so we can start the movie, Shinso says. We kicked so much ass and then we have to come back here and do homework. This sucks, Siro says. Yeah, get over it. At least we have tomorrow off so you don't have to train, Shinso says. Aren't the girls coming here tomorrow? Why else do you think I'm trying to get this done tonight? I won't have any time later. Well, while you three are having quality time with your girlfriends, I'll be mastering the blade, Tokoyami says, methodically moving scalpel through the air. Siro gives him an unimpressed look. You do know everyone here trained to use a sword, right? Wait, what? Tokoyami looks between them. Ryuko too. She's actually better than Juzo and I, Shinso says. That knocks the spirit out of Tokoyami for a moment. Well, I'll be the only one aside from Horizon who uses it regularly in combat, so I need more practice than all of you. Why do you even want to use a sword? Can't you become a giant or something? Shinso asks as Siro gets back to work. I'm learning the technique. It will pair nicely with Dark Shadow, after I master hardening my quirk, like my armor, or in this case, blades. And he likes swords, Siro says without looking at them. That too. After a few more minutes Juzo's phone alarm goes off and he jolts awake. Turn on the Global Hero News Network, he says before opening his eyes fully. Alright, geez, Shinso pauses the movie and turns on the GHNN channel. The screen shows a gorgeous Japanese reporter, but behind her is the Eiffel Tower in the distance, basking in the rays of the setting sun. We come to you live from Paris, the reporter says. As top pro heroes from all around the world make their way through the plaza for the International Heroes Conference. Held annually, this year France won the bidding war to host this prestigious event, and now the pro heroes are showing up in force to represent the good of this world. Oh good, we didn't miss her, Juzo says. Miss who? Siro asks. Her, Juzo says as Star and Stripe gently flies into the plaza for everyone to see. Seeing her wearing her usual hero costume with a bit more flair added for the occasion, he can't help but voice his thoughts. Do you guys think Horizon could take her? Well, she's a lot more muscular than his usual women, and she's barely a hair shorter than him, so I don't know about that, Siro says. But if you mean in a fight, yeah, I'd bet on him. I wouldn't, Juzo says. I mean, he said as much. That's why he's currently working on his incomplete quirk awakening after all. After he perfects it she won't stand a chance though. We don't even know what her quirk does, Tokoyami says. Simon nods. From the looks of it, her quirk can do anything, with even fewer restrictions than Horizon, but not all of her effects are permanent. Her ability to manipulate the world is more versatile in some regards, but his are more absolute. If two mystery class people fight, won't it come down to whichever one snaps their fingers first? Siro asks. I mean, isn't their whole thing being able to do anything, so they could just stop the other person's heart instantly? I don't think it works quite like that, Juzo says. A year ago Horizon said she would beat him with absolute certainty. Now he believes the outcome is more balanced. Well, they've got to meet eventually, so then we can just ask him, Shinso says. After 20 more minutes of pro heroes from across the world arriving at the event, the channel suddenly cuts to a different broadcast. Breaking news, a reporter says as live footage of Washington, D.C. plays in the background. As you can see, the White House is under siege by a group calling themselves the Evaluationaries. Holy shit, Juzo mutters. The first time Star leaves the United States since she became a pro hero and they instantly attack the White House. This group has now confirmed that they have been responsible for many attacks all across the United States of America, including the failed nuclear strike against Manhattan just over 1 year ago. Their leader has now revealed himself to be John Sev, but the world will know him as the United States' former #1 overall pro hero, Optics. No way, he's a villain, Siro says in disbelief. He is currently personally leading the attack on the White House after uploading his declaration of war against what he deems the improper and artificial order of mankind, and sadly, he is far from being alone. Hundreds of pro-heroes all across America had secretly rallied to his cause, causing a nationwide pro-hero civil war to erupt. Wait a minute, Tokoyami says. Why would they even bother with this? Won't Star and Stripe just fly back to America and put an end to this? Think about it, Juzo says. They waited for her to leave. The head villain is a former #1 pro-hero in America, so he must have known she was leaving somehow, and he's personally targeting the White House, where the president still is. He wants to take the president hostage, Tokoyami says. You're thinking too small, Zero says. Star is mystery class. Do you think one hostage would be enough to stop her or Horizon? No, you'd have to. Oh god, Tokoyami comes to the horrific realization. They plan to get control of the nukes and hold the country hostage, Shinso says. Under the midday sun, hundreds of pro-heroes are gathered around the Washington Monument. All around the monolithic white obelisk is a large fair. Pro-heroes from all across the country gathered in the Washington Mall, the massive park housing the monument. Children and fans of pro-heroes excitedly rush about, getting autographs and buying merchandise from many famous pro-heroes, but above, at the top of the monument are two men. One hovers a foot above the monument, looking out at the mall. With his eyes he can see all the way to the Capitol building, standing at the eastern end like a monolith of democracy. He can see the individual faces of each person, even from thousands of meters away. All these people relying on pro-heroes to save them, then they turn around and expect us to follow their rules. This really is long overdue, he says, turning to the man sitting cross-legged atop the monument working on a laptop. Beside him is a small briefcase-like object, entirely black. One new world order, coming right up, the man mutters as he keeps typing away. Sure you don't want to fly down there and say hi to some of those kids before this goes down. You've rarely been seen since retirement. It could make their day. If they want to meet me, they just have to climb to the top, the man says as he lands on the monument. He was an older Caucasian man with salt and pepper hair, wearing a skin-tight hero costume which showed off his muscular frame. The blue and black of his hero costume was often overlooked, however, because his eyes were glowing bright blue. John Fulton, aka the Sentinel, former #1 pro-hero of Texas, and former overall #1 pro-hero of the United States of America. You set the bar pretty high for just a greeting, the other man says, wearing baggy clothes and a full mask to hide all of his features, but leaving his hands exposed. They'll understand eventually, Sentinel says. You decided on a code name yet? Mind Hacker. Not very creative, but it'll work, Sentinel says. How long? Done. Mind Hacker taps one final button. Congratulations, you just declared war on the United States of America. This country has always been at war with others or itself. It's the only reliable thing we do, Sentinel says as he looks to the north, directly toward the White House. From atop the monument he could only see the back of the building, but within moments the security forces were evacuating touring civilians and low-clearance personnel. Sentinel then looks east, to the Capitol building, and sees the security detail of many politicians bolstering their forces, calling nearby pro-heroes from the festival inside to support them. Well, things are going as expected, scared weak people relying on us to protect them, bossing us around, and you. The White House is being cleared out, full lockdown, Mind Hacker says. All but one, right? Yeah, you were right, he's staying in the Oval Office. Looks like the president is refusing to go to his bunker with the chief of staff. That much was obvious, Sentinel smiles. You don't get to be the overall #1 pro-hero by running away from fights. Yeah, but he's old and weak now, plus we outnumber him a few 100 to 1, Mind Hacker says. He's not the one I'm worried about, Sentinel says. As by my count, we've got 800 people here, which means we're outnumbered, more than 2:1. Mind Hacker looks up, confused. That doesn't even make any sense. I'm keeping tabs on every pro-hero in his region. They're either all on our side or too far to respond in time. Alpha O, is the message out yet? Sentinel asks. Yeah, all our people are causing chaos across the country, and the agents in Paris are keeping her distracted. We're ready to start. Sentinel smiles and looks around at the hundreds of pro-heroes gathered, talking to civilians, then lifts a finger to his earpiece. Now, my evolutionists, rise up. On his word, every pro-hero gathered in the Washington Mall moves in unison. A mad dash begins as hundreds of bodies swarm the back of the White House. From above, Sentinel watches them like swarming ants, his loyal believers taking their rightful place, at the top of this world. How are things in Paris? Sentinel asks Mind Hacker. Getting messy by the second. We've probably got an hour before she gets here. Good, then let's. Sentinel cuts himself off, noticing the chaos had stopped for a moment. He turns and looks toward the White House, seeing the pro-heroes have destroyed the fence and crossed into the lawn, but were hesitant to take a single step forward. Adams, Sentinel growls before turning back to Mind Hacker. Call one of the flyers to get you into position. I need to go deal with this problem. He soars over the army of pro-heroes toward the White House, and descends to hover in front of them, crossing his arms and coming face to face with a man more than a few years younger than himself. The man wore a blue and yellow skin-tight suit with a full face mask, showing off his muscular build as he stood there, daring any of the traitors to take a step toward the White House. Adams, I wondered where you were, Sentinel says in a serious voice. I tried to contact you. You're exactly the kind of person we're trying to help. Call me Legion, John, the man says with disgust. I'm only going to say this once, walk away, now. Sentinel sighs and lands, planting his feet on the grass as he relaxes his arms. I already sent my message to the world, you know I can't back down now, and neither can the people behind me since I'm sure they've all been marked as traitors alongside me. This only ends one way, you know that. Behind him the army of pro-heroes were hesitant. They'd been promised that the strongest pro-heroes wouldn't be here to defend the president, that the only #1 pro-hero they'd possibly have to fight would be the president himself. But now, things suddenly changed. Now standing before them is Legion, former #1 pro-hero of California, former #1 pro-hero of New York State, former overall #1 pro-hero of the United States of America, a man who can and has single-handedly suppressed armies of villains. So this is where you came after retirement, the Secret Service, Sentinel grumbles out. Just my bad luck today, but it's not too late. You and I, we're the same, two men more powerful than most people, but constantly asked to save people that are so weak nature itself wants them gone. Join me. He extends his hand to Legion. Legion sighs, Chris is more than just the president, he's also a friend, just like you were, and I don't betray my friends. So be it, Sentinel says before rocketing forward. He rears back his hand to punch Legion in the face, but the man raises his arms to block. He takes the hit which sends a shockwave across the lawn and shatters his arms, breaking them into blue glass-like energy with ease. As he's sent backward, from the side of his body, an identical copy of himself forms in an instant and punches Sentinel in the face. The hit barely moved his head, but before he could adjust and the first body fully disappeared, the new copy began multiplying. Sentinel was suddenly surrounded by a dozen copies, each of which then began making copies of their own. They began battering him, forcing him on the defensive, and within seconds, after he'd been swarmed, the copies realized they'd run out of space to get their hits in, and turned on the army of traitors. Oh crap. One of the former pro-heroes mutters as chaos unfolds. A dozen copies become hundreds, each able to match a 30% full cowling deco. Each perfectly synchronized through all their senses and thoughts, each a perfect copy of the original body. Even those made via a copy of a copy lost no power. Up to 2,000 copies can exist at any one point in time, and the creation of any more will destroy the oldest copy currently existing. This is the power that suppressed entire states before Star and Stripe came onto the scene, before Legion retired after losing interest in being a pro-hero. Arg. Sentinel unleashes 2 green energy beams from his eyes, slicing apart all the clones that were swarming him and flying into the air. You're such a dim waste. He wipes the blood from his lip before looking down at the battlefield, seeing his forces being overwhelmed by one man before feeling something grab onto his boots. He looks behind him to see Legion grabbing onto his legs, and that one copy then multiplies while on his body to swarm him. Countless blows crash into Sentinel, disorienting the man as he flies around, desperately trying to get them away from him, but the more he destroys, the more copies are made. Eventually, he unleashed an omnidirectional blast of green energy, knocking all of them away and destroying most of them, earning himself a short reprieve. Missed one, he hears, then turns around to see Legion falling to the ground hundreds of feet below. The one copy makes another, which he throws at extreme speeds directly at Sentinel. The man unleashes energy beams from his eyes, but the copy extends an arm to the side and creates another copy from his palm. This new Legion grabs its arms and swings it out of the way of the beam, before spinning and throwing 2 copies of his own at Sentinel. Sentinel stops his energy beams and tries to move out of the way, only for the copy to make a chain of copies as it rockets past him, grabbing him by the waist as it continues creating copies all the way to the ground. The copy on the ground stops his feet into the dirt while making a few more to anchor himself, then yanks the chain of copies out of the sky and down into the ground, bringing Sentinel down with it. His impact creates a crater and a small shockwave that scatters the nearby combatants, only for Sentinel to get up, hovering above the ground with a slight nosebleed after countless hits. You're being a real pain in my neck, you know that. Sentinel asks as a swarm of copies stands in front of him. That's the plan, give up yet. Never, heroes never give up, Sentinel says. You aren't a hero anymore. If that's what you think, then I'll stop playing like it. Sentinel raises a hand to his earpiece. Forget the White House, I'll deal with the president. All of you go capture the members of Congress, and capture anyone else you see. Legion's eyes widen as he sees all the pro-heroes instantly change their course of action and make a mad dash to the Capitol building. Looks like you've got a choice to make, Sentinel says. Legion shakes his head. The entire point of my quirk is to be everywhere at once. I can save the hostages, beat down your lackeys, and kick your ass, and I'm not even in the country. He shrugs. You and I both know you can't really take me down. Don't need to, I just have to protect the presid. Legion, a bored voice speaks through his earpiece, and Sentinel uses his enhanced hearing to listen in. I will not have you defend me when civilians may be in danger. Take the detachment of copies surrounding the White House, and yourself, and go protect the people. I can handle myself. But, Mr. President, that was an order. Everything is ready. I'd like to invite my friend in for a chat, rather than have them kill each other. Sentinel grins. You heard him. Go play hero. He flies over Legion and toward the White House. Legion just watches him leave while making dozens of copies from this body. I really hope you know what you're doing, Chris. What's the situation at Capitol Hill looking like? A man asks. He was an older Caucasian man with a pronounced and strong jawline. his gray hair neatly kempt and short. Sitting behind his desk, he holds a phone to his ear while looking at the holographic screen being projected from the desk. Even now, as he sits and appraises the situation with a calm expression, his towering stature and imposing build maintained via help from his quirk dash, gives him an aura of strength. As one would expect from the former #1 pro hero of California, former #1 pro hero of New York State, former overall #1 pro hero of the United States of America, Christopher Skyline, formerly known as Captain Celebrity, now the President of the United States of America. Most of Congress is being captured and held as hostages, sir. Legion's copies are here and swarming the place, but clearly these traitors have been planning this for months, if not years, the Secret Service agent says through the phone. Yes, but so have we. Stay the course, and leave Sentinel to us, President Skyline says. And what of Star? Has she left Paris yet? No, sir. Colonel Igpar's last update said there were bombings in Paris just before the evolutionists launched their attack on you. She went to help the locals before communications were jammed. Hearing that, President Skyline smiles. Well, we expected that much. And the bunker? Your family was moved to the bunker below the White House 2 minutes ago. They've already been moved to safe house in New York since then. Good. Now just focus on the small-time pro heroes that revealed themselves as traitors. Make me a list and raise the security on our borders. Protect the civilians instead of trying to capture them. Are you sure, sir? Their regime is about to fall apart. They're only confident because Star isn't here. So long as I don't crack and give them the nuclear launch codes, they'll lose. Not that they'll ever get the chance. After all. President Skyline looks over his shoulder toward the window. Modern America may be a monolith, but that isn't our greatest strength. And compared to that, you're weak. Are you really so sure about that? Sentinel asks as he opens the nearby window and hovers into the office. I don't have to be sure of it, because you're sure of it, President Skyline says. After all, that's why you waited until Star was gone before launching this attack, right? Sentinel glares at him for a moment, but then his gaze softens as he casually walks about the office, eventually coming to a stop in the middle of the room, in front of the desk. One of the things we're taught is knowing when to pick our fights, Sentinel says. Mystery-class individuals effectively hold whatever group or nation they stand in or against hostage. And in a hostage situation, sometimes the best course of action is inaction, because when people are in danger, timing is everything, President Skyline says. Don't quote my own words to me. You were my favorite pro hero, I can't help it. President Skyline scoffs. Don't ever say that again. This is certainly not the legacy I want. I spent my life helping people, no matter how strong or weak they were. Nigerian Nairo, yes. Yes, and how'd they repay you for it? Sentinel asks. They used entrapment and other underhanded nonsense to slander you, drag you to court over and over, sued you into near bankruptcy, and they would have gotten away with it if they were a bit more careful, and you would have just sat there and let them. President Skyline raises a brow at that. What does this have to do with your actions recently? Everything, Sentinel says. You were the most powerful man in this half of the world, you could do anything you wanted and nobody could stop you. But because our society has rules and etiquette, you were bullied by weak, pathetic people abusing the system you spent your life protecting. You were my hero, and I watched them throw stones made of legality that made you bleed. It really broke my heart. Yet their schemes got revealed, and all was well. You were lucky, Sentinel says. If they were more careful, your wife and the triplets never would have forgiven you. The nation would have turned against you. They would have used a pen to make God bleed. How can you stomach that crap? Because like it or not, this system, while it isn't perfect, stops rampant violence caused by selfish desires like your own. But it's not fair, Sentinel says. No system is perfectly fair, which is why we have to constantly remain vigilant and keep improving the ones we have. Nature is fair, Sentinel says. The strong live, the weak die. You were the strongest of your era, yet you let the weak bully you because the system kept you in chains. You'd rather I kill everyone who I disagreed with. I'd rather you have the option to, Sentinel says. When my takeover is complete, a few generations will suffer, but eventually this nation will be perfected because people will know better than to bite the hand that protects them. You'd be a dictator, President Skyline says. At least until someone stronger than you comes along. That's part of the system, and I'm fine with it. Then why not brawl it out with Star and Stripe? Let power decide what happens next. You fight for your system and she fights for us. Because I can't convince people by talking about it. I have to show them. I need to make this nation an example to the world as it's always been. And that can't happen if she rips you in half on my lawn, President Skyline chuckles. Knowing what toes you can't step on is part of my new world. President Skyline glances down at this watch. Star is a bit busy, Sentinel says. I know you're stalling, but it'll be at least another 2 hours before she gets here. Her idiotic desire to protect the weak won't allow her to leave until the people there are safe. Besides, you aren't the only one stalling. The doors to the room open and in steps Mind Hacker, metal case in hand. President Skyline looks at the case and sees the olive Mind Hacker is covered aside from his hands. Let me guess, a copy of the nuclear football awaiting launch codes to be activated, and he has tactile telepathy, one touch, and he rips them out of my head, right? Sentinel smiles. It's good to see retirement hasn't dulled you too much. Now, let's just get this over and done with. President Skyline gets up, pushing his chair back slightly, then rolls his shoulders. You know, you never did give a reason for retiring, President Skyline says. Tell me, what was your reason? I saw how pointless the current system was, that's all, Sentinel says. The more interesting question is, why did you? You were in your prime when you retried, it really did hurt the nation. I learned something that valuable, something that your so-called new world wants to be built upon, something you're about to learn the hard way. President Skyline suddenly flips his heavy wooden desk towards Sentinel, blocking the man's view for a moment. He instantly fires 2 energy beams from his eyes, yet as the punch a hole through the desk, the entire thing shatters as President Skyline uses his flight to barrel through it. Slow, Sentinel thinks as he raises a hand and slams his fist into President Skyline as the man was rocketing past him, toward Mind Hacker. The hit sends a small shockwave through the room, knocking Mind Hacker off his feet and back against the wall. President Skyline is sent toward the ceiling but uses his flight to stop himself from slamming into it. Sentinel looks up to see a piece of the wooden desk in President Skyline's hand, which the man throws at Mind Hacker. Shit, Sentinel hits it with his eye beams, only to break it in half mid-flight. The wood was launched with such force that he barely diverts its path, causing it to shred the side of Mind Hacker's face, removing pieces of bone and his entire left ear, instead of punching through his skull. Sentinel continues his blasts, moving his head to the slam into President Skyline as the man rockets down from the ceiling. The energy visibly interacts with President Skyline's secondary quirk, his skin-tight bioelectric force field, harmlessly dissipating it across his body. Sentinel stops the energy beam and raises his arms, taking a powerful punch to the arms that sinks him ankle-deep into the reinforced concrete floor. At the same moment he grabs onto the president and throws him back toward where the desk was, once again putting himself between the president and Mind Hacker. Sentinel pulls himself out of the ground and hovers an inch above it, glancing back to see Mind Hacker still in shock but slowly coming to his senses. Using his telepathy to dull his own senses of fear and pain, clever, Sentinel says as Mind Hacker forces himself to stand. He looks back at President Skyline to see the man land on the floor, breathing heavily. You've gotten even weaker than I thought, this is just pitiful, Sentinel says, eyes focused on President Skyline's mangled right hand. Fingers to wrist were broken, blood dripping to the floor, bones protruding through his skin, all because of the recoil in his previous punch. Yeah well, that's what I learned, that's what I was talking about before, then that's what you're about to learn, President Skyline chuckles as he stumbles backward and collapses into his chair. Mind Hacker, it's safe to approach now, Sentinel says, which causes the president to smile. When it's time to retire, to get out of the way, you'll know, because the kids will tell you, he says in a tired voice. Horizon swaps places with President Skyline, surprising Sentinel and Mind Hacker. The man immediately notices Horizon's gloves showing slightly larger grooves between the armor plating than at the UA Sports Festival. Now the grooves were rivers of softly glowing blue energy. Sentinel takes a careful step back, glancing at the new blade behind Horizon, an otoki that matches Horizon's height of 194 centimeters 6 feet 4 But he sets aside the troubling thought of the sheathed weapon hovering just behind Horizon. You aren't allowed to be here, at least not here and using your quirk, Sentinel says. You've broken countless crimes by simply warping, much less into the White House. Getting involved any further could cause Japan to look bad. Horizon raises a hand and opens it, then Sentinel has to fight his instinct to flinch as a small card is warped above his palm, hovering in place. With his enhanced vision he easily scans it, and the sweat on his forehead worsens. With the existence of a simple metal card, his entire dream fell apart. Why did they give you a 50-state license? Sentinel swallows nervously. Behind him, Mind Hacker is already leaning against the far wall, rigid with fear as he hyperventilates. To the surprise of no one, Horizon speaks in perfect English. Well, I had nothing to do in Japan, so why not? Horizon warps the card back into his wallet. Besides, Chris told me you were planning something but all your plans for getting Star and Stripe out of the way failed, so he figured he'd remove her for you. Sentinel glares at Horizon. He knew about our plan, and created an opening by sending her out of the country for the first time ever, after you'd already agreed to help out. Personally, I think you should have attacked when she was here, Horizon admits. This is effective one big hostage situation, which is much more my style. Would it have mattered? Sentinel asks bitterly. No, but honestly, I figured you'd be happy about this, Horizon says. Happy? About what? Well, this is what you wanted, right? A world where the powerful rule, where the weak don't get to decide their fate. Horizon leans forward slightly, looking into Sentinel's confused eyes. You just didn't count on ever being the weak, right? Sentinel's eyes glow brighter and brighter as his rage builds, a sight that would make most people cower in fear. But Horizon simply hums curiously, looking directly into the glowing laser cannons. I've always been so fascinated by those I-beams, they always look cool, Horizon says before he leans to the side slightly, looking past Sentinel, looking at Mind Hacker. So you're the telepath, and that's the device, right, Arnu? Mind Hacker just silently cries, not feeling the tears flowing down his face as his vision blurs in and out, so overwhelmed by the situation. Horizon steps to the side, leaving his sword floating in place as he walks around Sentinel. Sorry but I'll need to cut this short, Horizon says as he walks toward the telepath, ready to prepare him for an interrogation later. After all, Sentinel would never tell them anything, but this terrified person certainly would. And considering how integral he was to their plan, the chances were high that he knew important information. Sentinel also came to this conclusion, and turned around so fast that a gust of wind ripped through the office. His eyes locked onto the back of Horizon's head as he swung with a right hook, aiming at the back of his visor. His fist shattered the air as he pushed himself to his limits, and with his enhanced vision he could see it. Horizon was frozen in place compared to Sentinel's speed, yet, when the fist was less than an inch away from contact. Shambles, flicker? Horizon's form flickered for barely a moment, and while his body couldn't move to match the speed of that attack, to Sentinel's eyes his entire being flickered in place once, as if he glitched in real life. Then when he reappeared, his new blade was drawn and blocked the fist with its flat. The hilt and grip were the exact same as his previous, smaller swords. But where Scalpel had a standard blade with only the edge being blue, Sunder had an entirely blue blade with a white edge, an unintentional side effect of the alloy mixing with Horizon's DNA. Yet Sentinel saw the moment before his fist connected, the entire blade began glowing a matte blue, as if it drank Horizon's energy. The entire White House shook as the collision occurred, yet neither gave an inch. Sentinel kept adding more and more strength to his effort, yet even as he began to struggle Horizon didn't tremble in the slightest. This isn't just his physical strength. His body isn't feeling the recoil, Sentinel noticed. Must be using telekinesis on the blade. Realizing this, Sentinel withdrew to the air, hovering above the floor as he moved backward. He immediately locked his eyes on Horizon, intending to blast the man with his eye beams. But before the beams could form he realized the error in his plan. If this comes down to a battle of attrition, my beams against his energy, no way do I ever come close to winning that. I should keep feeling him out until I find the flaw I need. With his mind made up, Sentinel rushed toward Horizon with another powerful punch. However, this time Horizon had enough time to swing his blade in response. The glowing blue blade collided with the fist in the exact same way, and a loud crack echoed through the room as Sentinel was knocked back to where the desk was. The pain racks his right arm for just a moment before it disappears completely. He opens his eyes in a panic, looking down at his arm, surprised to see that it was still there, then taking a second to realize what just happened. He sees some of the fingers on his right hand completely shattered in multiple places. He doesn't feel anything from the entire arm, yet he finds no blood there. He didn't cut my arm off, he used the flat of the blade again. He's playing nice for the cameras outside, Sentinel realizes. Ha, to think he's such a softie. Sentinel's thoughts are cut off when he looks up to see Horizon standing there looking at him, sword in hand. And behind Horizon is Mind Hacker, cut into dozens of little pieces, perfectly alive and well, but scattered across the floor. What the hell is under that mask? You can't be human, right? Sentinel asks. Well, you could, and should, surrender, Horizon says. Or you could come try to take it off. You ruined everything. Sentinel rushes forward and swings wildly, but Horizon simply warps a few feet away to avoid it. You shouldn't be here. Horizon uses his blade to parry the attack. You shouldn't exist. Sentinel fires his eye beams, and the flash of light blinds him for just a moment. He suddenly feels the cold and wet sensation of water on his body, flowing into his nose and mouth. He instantly stops his attack, then exhales and holds his breath before looking around. He couldn't see anything, it was all absolute darkness. This taste, fresh water. He warped me into the river maybe, Sentinel thinks as he flies directly upward. Gah, he takes a deep breath as he rockets out of the river. I was right, good, I'm still close by. He sees the White House in the distance. He flies right back to the Oval Office while raising a finger to his ear. Horizon is in the White House, I need backup. As he finishes giving the command he's only a few kilometers away, close enough to see Horizon through the windows. To see him inspecting this faux nuclear football device. The briefcase-like device was floating off the flood for Horizon to inspect, then Sentinel saw him warp the sword into his hand, and without looking away from the device he raised the blade. He aimed it through the window, directly at Sentinel. A ranged attack, I just need to. Sentinel sees the glass between them suddenly break, a perfect hole with the thickness of a finger was punched through it, and before he could react, faster than any projectile could move. There was an immense pain in his collarbone on his right side, as if a piece of it had just been ground into dust while still inside his body, without breaking the skin. Arg. Sentinel loses concentration for just a moment and stops in the air, looking at his collar in shock. So it really isn't just a fancy invisible air bullet, the air didn't even distort between the blade and me, he just makes holes appear in things. He thinks about it for a few more seconds. No, that would mean, no, he tenses, then takes a deep breath. Sentinel looks at all his true believers around Washington D.C. small, then resigns himself to what he's about to do, even as he sees them disappear one after another. All flyers, look up, and come to me, he commands through his earpiece, before turning around. He sees Horizon there, standing in the air just a few hundred meters above the ground, above the White House lawn, sword in hand. I'm surprised you let me give that order, Sentinel says as he gets ready for the real fight. Call all the pro-heroes you want, unless she is with them, it won't matter. Horizon raises his sword to Sentinel. Because, I am here, will you be alright fighting up here with those who can fly? Sentinel asks, looking at Horizon. We aren't some weak and inexperienced villains that you're used to, that little trick won't make me believe you can fly like us. Horizon is still standing in the air across from Sentinel and aiming Sunder his new sword dash, at the man. But he relaxes and lowers his blade to the side. As expected from a fossil like you, Horizon says. But I never claimed I could fly, social media just assumed that. All this is standing in the air. It's an advanced form of skimming, right? Sentinel asks, trying to buy time. Instead of controlling an object or device like a hoverboard you once used, your new suit probably has some more dense plating for you to control, moving yourself like a puppet on strings, right? TCH, those eyes of yours are kind of annoying. Don't you know it's a bit rude to reveal things like that? I like to learn things about the people I face, never expected to lock horns with you, so I'm learning as we go. Sentinel shrugs, but halfway through the motion he winces in pain as the hole in his collarbone crashes through him, but he quickly sets it aside. Likewise, but most people are so boring, Horizon says. Tell me, what else have you learned about me? More than enough, Sentinel asks. You're just like her, but also completely different. She's analytical too, but hides it behind that annoying smile, and her range is much more limited than yours, but her mystery class quirk is much more adaptable than yours, right? So even the overall #1 pro hero from her own country didn't know of her quirk? Your government keeps it that well hidden. Well, considering today's events, I wouldn't say they were wrong for keeping it a secret. True, you did turn out to be a traitor. Revolutionary, Sentinel interrupts him. And what about your hand of God? What about it? Warping, healing, perfect spatial awareness, damn near omnipresence within what? 50 km? Sentinel asks. That's the basic stuff, yeah, pretty scary, huh? Horizon chuckles. Scary and full of lies, Sentinel says. Yeah, you're definitely smarter than most about this kind of stuff, but only a mystery class quirk user can understand how the mystery class quirk can work. Sentinel raises a brow at that. What an odd way of phrasing it. He must have said that on purpose. Horizon turns to the side slightly and touches the side of his visor, and although the conversation occurs within the soundproof visor, Sentinel can hear it clearly. Yes, Mr. President, I've already warped the others into the assigned cells. Some are trying to get away, but I'll deal with them in a minute when I'm done with Sentinel. As Horizon continues speaking, Sentinel looks down, looks around the Washington Mall, and sees that most of the forces following him have disappeared. Flyers, where are you? Sentinel asks, only to get no response. Damn it, you were stalling too. He glares at Horizon, who was still casually talking to the president. With a cute OES. Sentinel glares at Horizon's back as the man turns away, aiming his blade at the combatants below and picking them off one at a time. The perfect technique for sniping and assassination. Injection shot leaves no trace and hits instantly, Sentinel thinks. It acts under the same principles as a bullet, but there isn't a projectile. Everything between the blade and whatever range he decides is simply obliterated. Then there is his warping, also seemingly perfected. Yet when he's unfamiliar with a place, like a few months ago during the Gigantomachy, he was forced to swap with things constantly, but in Tokyo where he's always stationed he can move about freely. Divide is also a monstrous ability. From what we see in his last battle, I don't doubt its destructive capabilities can almost match Endeavor. Almost, but that was months ago. And I'm facing an entirely different Horizon now. And then there's Tact, his telekinesis that only works on non-sentient things. No, that's not correct. From what I understand, anything with a will of its own cannot be controlled by it. All of Sentinel's intel on Horizon collides within his mind in barely 0.1 seconds. The man who assembled multiple perfect pro-hero teams for the government across his career is nearly peerless in terms of pro-hero combat strategy. He has vastly more experience than All Might, and has always scoured all information sources to collect a database of quirk data that surpasses most pro-hero agencies combined. This is why thus far, only he could come to the true conclusion of Hand of God. The realization almost broke the man. His shoulders slumped as every thought process came to the same result. Hand of God, is that much stronger than New Order? Sweat ran down Sentinel's forehead. He enacts change on the world, just like her, but unlike her, he has a route to true permanence. Hey, Horizon snaps Sentinel out of his daze. I finished with all the losers you gathered, time for you to surrender. Sentinel's only response to that was to blast two powerful laser beams from his eyes directly at Horizon. Shambles? Horizon appears behind him and easily pierces his highly durable body with sunder. Counter shock. Bright sparks stand out under the blue sky as cameras and news crews all across the Washington Mall record the short-lived struggle. With the sparks stopped, they see Sentinel with burns all over his body, exhaling black smoke as he plummets to the grassy lawn below. He collides with the earth, knocking up a dust cloud as police officers move forward to arrest him. But by the time they arrive, he's already back on his feet, fully awake. He sees them aiming at him with the futile guns, and in a fit of rage, he lashes out, firing another I-beam at them. Shambles? Horizon appears in front of the men with a hand raised, palm facing Sentinel. Antibacterial curtain? The I-beam harmlessly collides with the blue shield before sputtering out, showing a small stream of blood flowing from the man's eyes. Horizon, what are you doing here? One of the officers asks as Horizon drops the shield, seeing Sentinel down on one knee. You may not believe this, but I'm actually on a little vacation, Horizon says before walking over to Sentinel. So, do you like it, the world you wanted? Horizon asks, looking down at the man as he reaches out to touch his forehead with one finger. I believe in the natural order of things, Sentinel says. You are not part of that order, you shouldn't exist. Horizon chuckles as he gently touches the man's forehead. You wouldn't believe how many times I've heard that, but no matter what, you villains prefer to learn the hard way. I'm a hero, the real hero here, Sentinel says. And now you're just annoying, Horizon says. Mess, breakdown. Sentinel shatters into hundreds of pieces, each perfectly alive and well but broken like a jigsaw puzzle. One of the officers immediately throws up as the former pro-hero is scattered across the floor as individual body parts. I'm done here, Mr. President. Did you get all the data you needed? Horizon asks as he reaches into the pile of parts. The operation was a complete success, but I'll have to send France a small apology. Sentinel went a bit overboard with his distraction in Paris, but Star is almost done there. Well, I'm sure you can handle it. Horizon picks up Sentinel's eyeballs from the pile. I'll drop Sentinel off in his cell, minus his eyes. I'd like to research them. That's fine. Just be sure to return them soon. I'd rather not have the public think we torture criminals. Right, I'm sure they don't think that already. Horizon's words were dripping in sarcasm. I'll show up at the press conference, but until then, I've got research to do. Horizon looks at the eyeballs in his hands, which glow a dull green even now, and smiles. Beneath his visor for the first time in months, there was excitement in his eyes. The most powerful optical blasts of any pro-hero, what a perfect test subject for me. This was enough to get you into the top 200 in America, and that was when you were optics, before you discovered that you could fly. Now I'll see exactly how efficient these are. Horizon, a swarm of reporters rush over to him as he's still observing the eyes, which he quickly pockets when he sees them. He turns to them and sheaths his new sword. Sorry, but I can't answer any questions right now. Official statements will be released soon enough, he says with a casual wave. Less than one day after the battle at the White House, Matani is in one of his best business suits sitting in a conference room. Across the large table are empty seats, and behind them is a perfect view of Central Park, showing the Manhattan skyline under the midday sun. While he relaxes in his seat, his phone is on the table, playing a live press conference being held at the White House, in which President Skyline addresses the nation, or more accurately, the world. While this isn't the first time an attack on the White House has happened, the involvement of Horizon makes this a matter of global political concern. His presence suddenly shifting overseas has raised brows all around the globe as many countries fear that their bid for his services was beaten, or that he possibly lied about not leaving Japan until he finished his time at UA. President Skyline first revealed that President Harrison's death was, in fact, not a simple heart attack, but the first attack by the Evoltionaries to succeed. But instead of publicly crediting the villains, the government kept things quiet to force their hand again, this time with more leads to track them. This eventually led to them getting spies into former pro-hero optics organization, now publicly known as the villain Sentinel. Using this information, they engineered the perfect situation, one in which the villain would have no choice but to strike. By sending Star and Stripe out of the country, they forced Sentinel to act, all while they'd already had Horizon on standby as a trump card. We are still compiling data on who and where the remaining members of the Evolutionaries are, but I'm glad to report that over 3,000 members have already either been arrested or surrendered themselves to us, the president said, causing an uproar in from the press. Dozens of questions were hurled at him, including the major concern that pro-heroes turned against the people they were meant to protect, and how that would make the civilian population feel toward their guardians moving forward. This is not a situation that can be dealt with easily or quickly. It will take much effort and teamwork. But together, as a nation, we can recover and become even stronger than before. The ideology of might makes right is more apparent in the world now than at any other point in history. This is a natural consequence of a superhuman society. But being part of a society means helping your fellow man, especially those who aren't as capable. Those who believe in that barbaric ideology are vastly outnumbered, and as we saw in Washington, D.C., they are also hopelessly outgunned. I still believe in the system we have, and in the good people who are a part of it, so I ask you to simply watch us closely as we earn your trust once more, was the president's official stance on that matter. Another uproar occurred in the crowd before they settled down, and someone finally asked what most of the world was wondering. Does his involvement in this incident indicate that Horizon will be moving to the United States for the foreseeable future? A woman asks, and the world waits with held breaths for the answer. No, the world breathes a sigh of relief, especially those in Japan. The stars simply aligned for him to help us for a short time, at least until his suspension in Japan is lifted. Although, I have convinced him to stay until the end of summer possibly. Due to his suspension from pro-hero work in Japan, Horizon's presence there is not fully utilized. In exchange for helping us with this small matter, he has been granted a coveted 50-state license to continue growing as a pro-hero within our borders. Our Nigerian Naira, yes. He can act within the capacity of a pro-hero at his leisure wherever he desires within our borders, and has already made it clear that he will be moving around to help the most unfortunate medical cases whenever he can. As Horizon is the miracle ward, that is simply another benefit of allowing him to perform his natural functions instead of being under house arrest. Are you at all concerned about the possibility that he still cannot control his quirk? A reporter asks. A gigantomachy within our country could be catastrophic, especially now that he's allegedly much stronger. Oh please, I'd make that look like a joke with my current power, Law says, rolling his eyes. Many people have raised such concerns, but I assure you, Horizon is in perfect control of his power, he hears the president say. And if he's not, well, we have someone who can handle such a situation. Law can't help but smile at that. Well, it makes sense he'd have to say his pro-hero is stronger, but now I'm even more excited to meet her. Mr. Matani, an older Caucasian man with small purple flames on his bald head, enters the room. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's not your fault in the least, Law responds, also speaking perfect English as he gets up and shakes the man's hand. I got a bit excited and arrived early. Your secretary told me you were in another meeting. Yes, well, we've been working on something big recently, the man says as he sits opposite Law. Something that I'll be happy to pitch to you once things are a bit more concrete. It's a phenomenal investment opportunity. If it's anything like the last few, I'm sure I'll be interested. Law chuckles as they both relax. So, are you here to buy another skyscraper around Central Park? The man asks. Maybe you could buy one closer this time. We could be neighbors. How about that one? The man points to the building just beside theirs. Law chuckles. No, the building I have is plenty for now. I'm actually here to discuss my overseas investments. The man frowns for a moment before schooling his expression. And what direction are you looking to take with those? How many of your clients are taking money out of the Japanese markets right now? Law asks. The man tenses for a moment, more than I'd like, but I can't say any more until the official quarterly report. People are scared because Horizon moved for a while, and they're taking their money out. Right. We told them it's only temporary, but certain markets are so volatile that our assets and holdings can fluctuate within minutes. They aren't exactly wrong, Law says. Japan's crime rate is about to spike, villains will run wild, the League of Villains and their freaky monsters will rampage and cause billions if not trillions of dollars in damages. It will be chaos. But it will recover, the man says. But that will take years, and people will lose money in the process. The man winces, now sitting across from one of their largest single clients who could see through all the tricks. And how exactly would you like to proceed? Law thinks for a moment, then simply nods. Send my people a list of everything that's being dumped. They'll sort through the wreckage of this and we'll buy up whatever we're interested in for the same price it was dumped for. That way you'll actually make some profit. Of course that offer only stands if we get first preference to everything that was dumped in the chaos. The man looks confused for a moment. You're willing to lose money, to buy assets, which will lose value for the foreseeable months or maybe years. Why? They will regain them eventually, I'm sure. I'm young, I've got time, Law says. Besides, I've told you many times before, this isn't about the money. I'm here for legacy, and it's nice having Japan in my pocket. The man shakes his head. You know, this country has very detailed and complex laws to prevent situations such as this, and so does Japan, but the way you have things set up so expertly dances around them. It may be the most impressive thing I've seen in quite some time. Coming from you, that means a lot, Law says. Oh, and, does your company hold any assets in Italy at the moment? Sicily, Rome, Milan, Venice, or Bari? The man asks. We have both money-making assets and properties there, but I warn you, these are beloved by the executives. Sicily and Milan, I'm thinking of taking a trip there sometime this summer. Just below the clouds, Horizon stands in the air, casually scrolling through his social media feed on his phone as Sunder hovers beside him. The Pentagon is below him, basking in the morning sun, the seat of the United States of America Defense Council. The council which was reformed after the advent of quirks to regulate quirk use and integrate them into the military complex. Unlike many smaller countries, America does not separate between its military systems and pro-hero system. They simply used the military they'd spent all their time as a nation perfecting to fold pro-heroes into the operating system. This allowed them to get ahead of the rest of the world in organizing the pro-hero system, making them the capital for pro-heroes the world over. In fact, until Principal Nizu reorganized UA, the United States was head and shoulders ahead of any nation in regards to training pro-heroes, and even now it's argued that they are simply better at it. However, the difference in national culture causes the world to lean more toward Japan's UA because of its softer approach. America is much more aligned with Horizon's methods since they classify villains differently. Enjoying the view? A voice asks behind Horizon, a confident and playful feminine voice. I was wondering how long I'd have to wait to meet you, Horizon says as he puts his phone away and turns around to see her, Star and Stripe. The #1 overall pro-hero, the only other mystery class quirk user in history. Wearing her full hero costume as always with her hair blowing in the wind, looking at him with an amused smile. Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Star says as she hovers closer, staying just out of arm's reach while eyeing him curiously, and the sword beside him. And here I thought I'd be late for the meeting, but when I saw you hovering out here I decided to come say hello. We've got some time, the president is still on the way to the Pentagon, Horizon says. It's a pleasure to meet you, but it's a bit unsettling. Star chuckles. At least that's how I feel, finally having to share the sky with someone who can really challenge me. But it is also a bit exciting. I couldn't have said it better myself, Horizon admits. It's also rare for me to be able to observe a fellow mystery class quirk. I figured as much, Star sighs. You are the top quirk researcher, after all, follow me. After saying that, she slowly flies through the clouds above, disappearing in them. Below his visor Horizon raises a brow, sensing her reach out from above the cloud and touch it, then she suddenly drops to stand on it. That's new, he thinks before warping just above her, seeing her standing on the cloud which was now acting as if it were a giant pillow under her weight. It's one of the first tricks I learned, to get away from all the cameras and eyes, Star says. Quite incredible, Horizon drops onto the cloud, and feels as if he were walking on a trampoline. The cloud sinks slightly under his weight, but he never falls through. Your English is perfect, which is a real relief, because I can't speak Japanese at all, Star admits. Thank you, it comes with the job. I have patients fly from all around the world to see me after all, Horizon says while looking at her, making it quite obvious that he was checking her out. "New. See something you like?" She barely suppresses her laugh. "It's just, you remind me of All Might." "Thank you." Star smiles brighter at that. "He was a big inspiration for me. I'm hoping that I can meet him someday, but the Dem Council doesn't want me leaving our borders to visit." "Well, maybe I can convince him to come to see you. Not that I can recommend he travels, speaking as his doctor of course." That causes Star to frown. "Right, he's not well right now. If things ever start looking bad, just let me know, and I'll fly over there with or without council approval. I have to thank him personally for saving me." "He saved you?" "When I was a child, and he was still here studying, but that was ages ago." "Well, I believe he'd be happy to know he inspired someone like you to rise up. That was his goal after all," Horizon says. "Hearing that means a lot to me," Star says. "So, mind if I ask how exactly this deal between you and President Skyline came about?" "It wasn't even between us originally," Horizon says. "Before President Harrison died we were acquainted with each other. He'd already convinced me to come to America after my time in Japan was over. So those rumors were true." "Yeah, but when he died so suddenly a few weeks ago, your government was concerned that I changed my mind, so they reached out. President Skyline had just been sworn into office at the time, so he made the call personally. Then we got to talking about what I could do to help find the people that killed the former president, and he came up with this plan. Simple really." "I see, that's about as much as I expected," Star says. "Are you concerned about having to share your country with me?" "I'm not the one I'm concerned for," she says, getting a more serious look on her face. "My concern is for the people of Japan. You and I are capable of suppressing entire nations by simply being present within them. Granted, due to the surface area of my nation I'm not as all-encompassing as you are for Japan, but now that you're public abroad, what happens to Japan?" "A massive crime wave, obviously," Horizon says. "And you're so casual about such a thing happening." "I wasn't allowed to do any pro-hero work either way, and the government wouldn't undo that sentence to look weak on the world stage. The crime wave was inevitable, and while this way it will be a bit more intense, the villains won't do anything large enough to have the government call me back to Japan." "So you believe they will put a cap on how evil they can act, lest the Japanese government call you back?" "Essentially, yes," Horizon says. "And honestly, I needed the vacation. I've been working non-stop since before entering UA. This suspension they gave me is such a relief." "That I can understand," Star admits. "Back when I first became the #1 overall pro-hero and the concept of mystery-class quirks was introduced, nobody believed it, which meant I constantly had to be taking down villains that wanted to see how powerful I was. I could barely get any sleep back then. And now, well, now they know Star and Stripe is too much for them to handle, so there are only a few incidents that demand my attention each year. I figured as much. Well, I hope we can work together while I'm here. It'll be nice to study your quirk." "Oh, being so open about your intentions," Star smiles. "Shouldn't you at least try to be sneaky when studying my super secret quirk?" "Why bother? Your people are viewing this as a chance for them to learn about Hand of God. Obviously I'd do the same," Horizon sighs. "They really don't get us, do they?" Star shakes her head. "No, they still don't, and they never will, but that's the burden of being us, which is why I'm glad you're here. Now hopefully we will each have someone who can understand us." She extends her hand for him to shake. He shakes her hand, and Star's eyes widen in surprise, feeling a powerful tingling sensation flow through her body, as if ants were crawling under her skin. "That's very rude," she says as they finish the handshake. "Well, I like to get an early start on my projects," Horizon says as he turns away from her. "Besides, it's not like anyone would believe me if I told them what I just learned, but I am curious, what does the real you look like?" Star scoffs. "Painfully ordinary, but remember this goes both ways. They wouldn't believe what you just learned about me, just like they wouldn't believe that shambles isn't actually warping at all. Warping is the easiest way for them to understand it." Horizon shrugs. "At least I didn't lie about tact." "True, and you never tried to hide the limits of it either. Granted, I doubt the public put that much thought into what you can and can't manipulate." "Yeah, but you and I share that weakness, at least in regards to tact." "So much for trying to hide all traces of my quirk activation from the media," Star says. "How did you figure it out? The only person you ever manipulate is yourself. It's pretty obvious, at least to someone with Hand of God to compare. Our quirks are all about will. Sentient beings have a will of their own that can instinctively resist us, although we've both found ways around that. That's why injection shot exists," Horizon says. "I'm honestly surprised you're so open about this. Figured you'd want to keep all your secrets to yourself," Star admits. "Why bother? These things aren't worth hiding. What's the point of hiding a hydrogen bomb from an ant? Nothing they do can change what's going to happen. And we would have figured it out eventually, so now you get a bit more freedom earlier on," Star says. "That's certainly a factor, plus both sides know the risk of revealing too much to the public, pissing off the woman who can touch the air and make the atmosphere cease to exist, or the guy who can swing his sword and cut a city into shreds, isn't a good idea." Star slightly narrows her eyes at him. "At this point, only we can defeat each other, at least in a fair fight, but that does make me curious." She clenches her fist, which he notices. Horizon reaches out, still facing away from her, and warps Sunder into his hand, casually swinging it down at the cloud, leaving a large slash in it without making contact. Seeing this, Star and Stripe flies a bit higher, farther away from the city below, and Horizon follows her. And when they got to a high enough altitude, above the clouds, they both stopped and looked out over the river. From here, they could see the Pentagon, the White House, and the Washington Mall where the main battle was. Where will you be based while staying here? Star asks. New York. I figured with how my quirk works it can be most efficient there, since I'm basically one giant security camera. I see, then they'll want me on the West Coast. She frowns at that, which he notices. Don't like Cali. I grew up there, and some memories are painful, Star says. But this is for the best, the past is dead, and it's time I move on with the future. Yes, well. Horizon raises Sunder, holding it with both hands, and the blade glows bright blue, releasing a thick blue mist before he focuses his energy even more, and the mist clings to the blade like a liquid. Still needs a bit of work, he thinks, feeling his control slipping by the second. Seeing this, Star smiles, and readies a strong right. She punches with everything she has, aiming for the blade, otherwise he wouldn't be able to react to her. And even then, he flickers in place, reappearing with his blade on a collision course with her fist. His physical reactions are really that slow. Well, he is more of a mage I suppose, she thinks. As her fist slams into his sword, all the clouds around them are obliterated as a shockwave blasts outward. Incision plus booster shot plus divide plus antibacterial curtain plus TAKT? His entire being is coated in the blue vapor to protect and empower him. And yet, when they stop their attacks, Star looks at her fist, not even noticing a scratch, yet feeling her stamina noticeably diminished, more so than any time in the last decade. And Horizon, who couldn't feel his arms and was almost sweating below his visor, quickly and quietly healed his arms while sheathing Sunder. Well, I guess that settles it, at least for now, Horizon says, as they both now understood the truth. You've taught me a lot today, about myself, about how our quirks collide and interact, so much to learn and improve upon. Star and Stripe laughs excitedly. You really are incredible. To think someone so young could be this powerful. I'll be 40 soon, you know. Competing with a high schooler is a bad look for me, but it seems like that's what I'll have to do. And you really are just like All Might, so impossibly polite, Horizon says. What's the name of your quirk anyway? Oh, right, it's called New Order, she says. Not as flashy as yours, but it fits. New Order. Horizon looks down at his sword. I wonder how long it'll take before I reach your level. You grow faster than me, and your ceiling is beyond even my comprehension, Star admits. If we had a serious fight right now, you wouldn't stand much of a chance, but at the rate you grow, it won't be like that for long. Yeah, that's true, but we can spar some other time. Right now we have a meeting to get to, Horizon says as he disappears, leaving her alone in the sky, as she's always been. Star takes a moment to collect her thoughts, combing over everything that just happened, and comes to one conclusion. I moved us away from the clouds so he wouldn't notice that I removed the order holding that cloud we were standing on together. Then I placed an order on my body to make it impossible for his quirk, Hand of God, to manipulate my body, but even then I could feel our quirks clashing with each other for control. If I hadn't applied that order, he would have cut me in half, even if I'm as durable as All Might was back in the day. Such a scary power. If he knew the truth of my quirk, that I can only have 2 odors active at a time, I'd definitely lose. Star takes a deep breath to steady her mind, then looks down at the Pentagon, ready to fly to the meeting, but stops herself. She looks around at the empty sky around her, but even now, a much lighter tingling sensation floods her body. That must mean I'm within his range. How troublesome. So, how fucked are we? President Skyline asks as he steps into the secure conference room, leaving his security detail outside. They'd usually insist on remaining with him, regardless of his personal power, especially now that Legion wasn't present. But they understood that they were not necessary, nor would they be useful if anyone in the room tried to attack him. Sitting at the head of the table was President Skyline, but at the sides were Star and Stripe, Horizon, and the Secretary of Defense. They'd decided to keep this meeting as private as possible until a proper assessment of the national state could be made. Only then would information be slowly released to the public. 23,000 pro-heroes turned on us, the Secretary of Defense says. Damn, Horizon says. So much for a vacation. Yes, that is a bit more than we anticipated, President Skyline says. The borders. Locked down tight, they won't be able to get through, at least most of them, the Secretary says. Some of the traitors have quirks that make capture, tracking, or containment difficult. Those we'll need to assign teams for. Hound will be perfect for that, Star says. He's a friend, I can call him up after this meeting. I already contacted him, the Secretary says. Luckily he wasn't one of the traitors, so that makes this a bit easier. What about the trackers? The President asks. All worked as expected. The trackers in every pro-hero license tagged the people we needed them to. Lots of people ditched their cards, but we already know who the traitors are. Which means they can't hide forever, Star says. Just need a camera to spot them once and I can fly to wherever they are. Assuming they stay in the country, which they won't, Horizon says. I appreciate you all letting me be part of this meeting, but it will take more than 2 miracles to secure all the borders of this nation from that many former pro-heroes. Agreed, the President says. You and Star will only be called upon for the higher-level fugitives. The Canadian and Mexican governments have already agreed to allow us some very limited operating room in their countries, so long as after we capture the traitors hiding there and bring them back here for punishment. Star raises a brow at that. I figured they'd want to corner them themselves to cut a deal. What caused this? There was a prison break during the failed uprising, the secretary says, causing Horizon and Star to look at each other, confused. Why is this the first we're hearing of this? Star asks. If such a thing happened and more seasoned villains were on the streets, you should have told us. Because this facility isn't one the public knows about, the president says. They broke out Kelvin. Crap, Star frowns bitterly. That explains why Mexico and Canada are so willing for us to cause some collateral damage instead of dealing with the villains themselves. With circumflex. Yeah, containing him now that he's no longer sedated is all but impossible for their pro-heroes, Horizon says, causing the 3 other people to give him strange looks. What? How do you know about Kelvin? The president asks. That's a very high-level secret. I read a lot, Horizon says. Are there any other people they broke out that we should know about? We're still compiling a full list, the secretary says. But it's obvious you two will have a lot of work to do, even if you are technically on a vacation of some sort. I won't go chasing every traitor that pops up, but if any of them are near New York, you can count on me to deal with them. That's for the best, the president says. Star can deal with any of them regardless. It's more important that you continue your research, and if you complete it before you return to Japan, we get a discount on the first contract. I remember the deal, but I'm still waiting for access to your national quirk medical database. You'll get it soon, the president says. We couldn't hand it over before you went public, otherwise people would have known you were working with us. If you can truly make what you promised, some sort of panacea, Star thinks for a moment. Then you can leave hunting down every traitor to me and spend all your time in the lab. Sadly lab time and progress speed aren't 1:1 on this, Horizon says. While the supercomputers are running the simulations I'll have days at a time to get some pro-hero work in. New York is perfect for you, the secretary says. Your quirk is good at playing the role of a security camera for dense places like that. We'll have to send Star to the West Coast to keep things balanced. Which means Crustacean should be in the middle, Texas, to prevent them from using the border there, the president says. That's a damn shame. I was hoping to meet him, Horizon says. Oh, and about my license. Is there a problem with it? Star asks. No, but I took out the tracker, Horizon says. I appreciate being one of a handful of people with a 50-state license so I can operate anywhere in the mainland United States, but I don't like being watched that closely. That's fine. Any other concerns? The president asks. Just one, that nuclear football they got. How the hell is that possible? We haven't been able to figure that out either. The technology is beyond us, at least until David Shield gets his hands on it, the president says. Our mental interrogation shows that some mysterious person calling himself Tech contacted Sentinel when he learned of his plan and offered it to him. That person also tried to get his hands on some dangerous technology back in Japan, and on Island. Did he try to steal weaponry there too? Star asks. No, just some unique technology, but I was able to stop him so nothing happened. This is a very concerning trend, the secretary says. I'll make some more calls, spread the information around so other nations are ready. With any luck, it'll make this tech person nervous, and nervous people make sloppy mistakes. Smart move, Horizon says. After a few more hours discussing the finer points of their strategy and exactly what the larger local, regional, and global effect shall be, they get toward the end of this meeting. All right, now the last thing is public perception, the president says. Tomorrow you and Star should make some public appearances, just show the people that you're working together on this. That will certainly lower the chances of any more protests happening, Star says. And legally someone has to explain how pro-hero work is conducted here in America. And I couldn't imagine anyone better for that job than you, the president says. Where would you like to meet? Star asks. I can arrive in New York in the morning, then how about I meet you at your assigned residence? Sounds great, Horizon says before turning to the president. And I really do appreciate you getting a penthouse for me to use while I'm here. It's really nothing in the grand scheme of things, the president says. Well now, we need to make a few public statements while you two mystery class pro-heroes go show the people that we're stronger than ever. I'll go get started in New York, Horizon says. But after today crime rates there should plummet just as fast as they're climbing in Japan right now. Luckily you're on vacation over here. Now, will that be all? The president asks, and sees nobody moving to interrupt him. Then this meeting is over, you all know your roles, let's get to work. With that the president and secretary of defense get up and begin to leave the room. Star gets out of her seat out of respect, but Horizon just stays seated and takes out his phone. So you're taking me to lunch tomorrow? Horizon asks. Not much of a gentleman are you? Star asks. Only when it's convenient, besides, this is your house. All of America isn't my house. Maybe don't wear the American flag as a cape next time you say that, Horizon says before warping away. Well, it's not like this hero costume was my choice, Star mutters as she leaves the room. This really isn't what I expected, Star says as she scrolls through her phone. She was sitting in a small New York diner, and across the table from her, sitting on the other side of the booth, was Horizon. They were the only people in this diner, aside from the staff, all three of which were anxiously preparing their meals. What else could be the outcome? Horizon looks out the window to see swarms of people with their cameras aiming at them. Some even had banners, posters, and of course some merchandise for bother heroes to sign. I've just never seen the projected crime rate get this low before, Star says. People knowing you'll be setting up your temporary base in New York was enough to change everything. I wish I could cause a change like this. It's nothing to feel bad about, Horizon says. My quirk gives me the ability to constantly monitor everything and everyone within the city, which makes people a lot more scared, since unlike everyone else, I can be everywhere at once. Star sighs, it's too bad your range doesn't cover the entire country, then maybe I could take a vacation. If you had the chance, would you ever take a vacation? How can I possibly do that? Every day I don't do my duty, people can be getting hurt. You can't save everyone, Horizon says. Doesn't mean I shouldn't try, no matter the cost. TCH, Horizon looks away from her, toward the penthouse the government reserved for him across the city. You really are just like All Might. Thank you. Wasn't a compliment, Horizon says, which confuses her. Yagi, of all my patients, is the most insufferable. Seeing this, Star raises a brow, sets her phone aside, and leans forward slightly. What? Horizon asks as she stares at him. I was just wondering, why is someone like you a pro-hero? You don't have the disposition for it. With great power comes the responsibility to help others, Horizon says. That's all. Star groans and relaxes back into the booth. I'm giving us some privacy. The least you could do is not lie to my face like that. Horizon looks at the rowdy crowd outside, and considers all the noise they were making, all the noise that he couldn't hear because New Order was giving them a privacy barrier within the diner. New Beta. What? You don't believe in that line? I do, she says. But I don't believe that you believe it. I used to, but then I watched you in court. Was it entertaining at least? Annoying. Star rolls her eyes at his amused tone. Let me guess, the United Nations constantly calling in case they needed you to come handle me. My life was so much more peaceful before you. Now every time you make a government nervous they start reaching out, and because of my position I have to respond, she says in an annoyed tone. I miss when I just had to save people and punch villains. You make it sound like you're my babysitter, Horizon says. I'm not that unstable, people just need to do what I say and leave me alone, mostly the second one honestly. The problem is that you have the power to make most of the people do exactly that, which is why every time you're on camera threatening a judge in court, they get ready to send me to arrest you. Oh, and who would they send after you? Star narrows her eyes at him. You think I'd die? I think the cost would be too high. Star frowns, but nods in agreement. Yeah, a fight between us would get so many people crushed as collateral that it might just be better to count Japan as a loss and hand it over to you. Especially since if I win, then I'd know there isn't anyone to stop me. Remind me again how you aren't a villain. Star asks. Because my government says I get a pass from bending the law, and at the end of the day, they decide who is a villain. Yes, but it's a bit different in America, Star says. Over in Japan criminal and villain are intertwined. That's partly because of how low the crime rate was during the era of All Might. Pro-heroes were so numerous that they could respond to even basic criminals who didn't use quirks to commit crimes. But over here things are a bit different. Publicly they're viewed the same, but pro-heroes and law enforcement view it differently. We view people who don't use quirks outside of some obvious exceptions like those trying to bomb a mall or something as just criminals. Villains is a label more synonymous with terrorist, those people we can be a lot rougher with since, while it is frowned upon, necessary lethal force isn't that big a deal over here. Well, I've read the self-defense laws, so that's not surprising, Horizon says. All the shit I got for killing Overhaul wouldn't have even made the news if it happened over here. Oh no, everything you do will make the news, because you're Horizon. Which is the most annoying thing about being a public hero, not having a secret identity is such a pain. Really, you don't have one? Star asks, dumbfounded. I assumed you read my file your government collected. Yes, and it was concerning, all your documents, and even your medical certificate just have Horizon. We just assumed it was part of the deal you made with Japan. No, the deal was actually to heal All Might, Horizon says. Really? I read about that, but why are you trying to be a pro-hero if that was the extent of it? Because I agreed to do this in exchange for them leaving me alone. I like having absolute freedom to explore my quirk and its mysteries. Can't do that unless you're a pro-hero. But I had to promise to graduate UA, which is becoming a serious drag. Luckily they don't require you to spend much time there anymore, Star says. You barely spend more than 1 or 2 days a week there, at least before coming to America. Perks of being as smart as I am, high school is easy. I'd at least hope so. You are a doctor after all. Best in the world, Horizon says. Here you are, the waitress says as she walks up holding a large tray. It's on the house as always, I hope you both enjoy it. Thanks, Cindy, I'm sure he'll like it, Star says as the woman places a large burger and a milkshake in front of her, and an identical meal in front of Horizon. Thank you very much, Horizon says before the woman scurries away to behind the counter, anxiously cleaning while constantly stealing glances at the pair. I've never seen her this nervous, Star says as she starts eating her fries. At least not since the first time I came here with Igpar. That guy you want me to meet, Horizon says as he looks down at the massive burger. He's your handler, right? Technically yes, who is yours? Star asks as she sees him just staring at the food. Not going to eat. I will, my visor doesn't open large enough for me to bite into this. They really should make burgers wider instead of taller, Horizon says. Oh, and my handler would technically be Nizu, although since he's a national asset he should have one too, but I guess he's not that kind of person. I see, and they tried the wider burger strategy a while back, but it didn't sell. People think food is bigger when it's taller because they can see more of it. Kind of like how the 1/3 pounder they tried to sell in America didn't work because people thought 1/4 was bigger, because it had a 4 in it, Horizon says as his visor retracts slightly at his mouth for him to take a sip of his drink. Heart disease either way? The most dangerous thing in America, Star chuckles. Burger and fries are the most American thing I can think of. I would have said a hot dog and beer at a baseball game. I'm not that big a fan of baseball, plus I'm a regular here, the food is good, and us showing up will be good for their business. Horizon exaggerates a fake gasp, the woman with an American flag for a hero costume doesn't like baseball, how absurd. Yeah, I know, but at least I like burgers and fries like the next person. That's the spirit, take French and German food and say it's true American food, Horizon laughs. You can do that when you've never lost a war, how did the last one go for Japan again? Ouch, that's a low blow, besides, I'm only half Japanese. Did the other half do any better? I'd rather not talk about it, Horizon says as he reaches for his burger, then he stops himself. Well, taking this off for a few minutes shouldn't kill me, he says before reaching to the back of his visor. To the amazement of Star and Stripe, the diner staff, and the public taking pictures outside, his visor collapses into a small metal plate the size of his palm toward the back of his neck, and he casually places it onto the table. Wow, Star says as she sees his entire head glowing blue, almost blinding, releasing a geyser of energy mist that floats up to the ceiling, blocking his identity and facial features entirely. You aren't going to die on me, are you? Well, hopefully, the burger is worth it, but I should be fine, Horizon says as he lifts the burger into the blue energy geyser to take a bite. Well, what do you think? Am I pretty? You look similar to Kurojiri, with all the fog and mist, but this is a lot more dense. It's pure energy, it heals anyone that touches it, he gestures to the waitress. In a few seconds, even from this far away, her feet will stop hurting. Star looks over to the woman as Horizon continues eating. Wow, they really do feel better, the woman says. Star looks back to Horizon, risking your entire life to eat a burger, you really are ridiculous, she says before also eating her food. But even now, her mind was breaking down his power. Constantly releasing that much energy and he seems fine for a few minutes, he must have a lot more energy than I realized. But this matches our descriptions about his visor being a vital container for him, which I'm sure killed any chance of him having a secret identity. Giving into her curiosity, Star and Stipe reaches out toward the edge of the energy mist. New order, Horizon's energy mist will become a liquid sphere in my hand. As she touches the mist, a small piece of it rushes into her hand, condensing into a liquid the size of a tennis ball and maintaining its structure. How much of your energy did that take? Horizon asks, still eating his food. More than I'd care to admit, even for this small amount, Star says. Well, considering that has enough energy to power a few city blocks, you didn't do that bad, especially since you first had to wrestle with Hand of God for the energy to do what you wanted it to. Your quirk is very controlling, but you allowed me to take this for a reason. What does it do? Star asks as she plays with the sphere of liquid energy in her hand. Booster shot. Your healing and physical enhancement skill. Star asks. Is this it? An unstable form, I don't recommend directly using that on a person. When separated from me, it will heal them, but could cause mutations. They may grow a second head or extra arms, maybe a second pair of lungs, which would then cause everything in there to get crushed. Horizon says. This is what you've been working on, right? Star asks. The president said we'd get the first bid if you perfected it while you were here. Yeah, but what's in your hand is better to use on plants. It's pretty unpredictable, honestly, even touching it could cause problems for you. Star immediately drops it onto the table, where it falls apart into harmless mist and disappears. You're just full of surprises, Star says. Oh, you have no idea. New York City, Central Park. Horizon? Come down here and face me. The bellowing demand echoes through Central Park as a 33 feet 10 stone golem rampaged about, breaking trees and ignoring constant gunfire from police officers swarming the area. A news drone was already circling the park and reporters were swarming as the villain continued to rampage, but even as countless bullets were fired at him, none could crack the reinforced heart encasing his human form, deep within the core of the golem. As the golem begins uprooting trees and throwing them aside, making a stage for his battle, the police drive their cars onto the grass to form a wide blockade around him. Between the gunfire, the golem yells once more, Horizon. You scared off those cowards, but New York is my gang's city. After I squash you, no one will be able to challenge that. The golem keeps walking in circles, yelling over and over while ignoring the constant gunfire, all while one of the police sergeant ducks behind his vehicle with another officer. How long do we have? The sergeant asks as he peeks over the hood. At best, 12 minutes, the other officer says. Most of the pro-heroes moved out of Manhattan, if not the entire city over the past few days since Horizon moved in. Damn it, they're so desperate to get paid they couldn't just hang around in case something like this happened, the sergeant grumbles. And where the hell is Horizon anyway? The news didn't say he was out of town. Central Dispatch says they were having difficulties contacting him, sir, the officer says. That damn trigger junkie will turn his attention to the city if Horizon doesn't get down here now. We don't have time for this, the sergeant says as he rushes over to one of the more heavily armed officers. This man, like many others, was using an assault rifle to keep the villain as distracted as the useless bullets could. I need your weapon, now, the sergeant says, and the man doesn't hesitate to hand it over. That doesn't actually hurt him, the man says, only for his eyes to widen as the sergeant turns away from the villain and aims at a nearby hotel at the edge of Central Park. Sir, what are you doing? The man carefully aims at the penthouse, even as he responds, Horizon is the only resident in that place, and the staff should be in the basement or evacuated right now, so I'm just gonna knock. A chorus of bangs echo out as 6 bullets slam into the glass wall of Horizon's balcony. That should get his attention. The sergeant hands the gun back to the man. Couldn't we have just gone there and rang the buzzer? The man asks. That's the first thing I sent men to do, the sergeant says. But I figured if anything would get his attention, it's the alarm on his temporary home. R. Epsilon. Kman, the golem bellows as he slams both fists into the ground, shaking the entire park and knocking most of the men off their feet. Give me a real challenge. Another wave of gunfire begins, and as the golem is about to focus on the police officers, the entire battlefield goes silent. Huh. The golem looks above him to see Sunder Horizon's new blade dash, glowing blue as a liquid-like energy clings to the blade, completely coating it. The golem says, seeing the sword floating on its own, but before he can reach out and grab it, the blade rushes toward him, coming down in a powerful slash. The golem raises an arm to block, and before the blade makes contact his rocky body glows golden for just a moment, reinforcing his body even more. Annoying, the golem says as he swats it away, not suffering more than a scratch from the blade. If you want to beat me you'll have to come down here yourself, my defense is rock solid. The sword strikes out a few more times, some of which were blocked, but none of which did damage to the golem. And after just a handful of clashes, the energy around the blade fades. Clang! With one final collision, the golem grabs the blade, but even the regular police officers and people watching at home could see that something was wrong. As if the blade slowed down for him to grab it. But this didn't make sense to them. After all, Horizon was controlling it via tact. The man who can rip cities from the earth wouldn't let his sword be so easily captured. Then the golem raised his trophy in victory, to show it to the world, and the last of the energy on the blade fell to the earth. And with it, the insulation keeping the positive charge of the blade away from the air. Croc-oom? A lightning bolt descends from the heavens, so bright that it was easily visible in broad daylight as it hits the blade. It then travels through the golem, shattering it into pieces and leaving the unconscious human villain lying on the floor, surrounded by red-hot earth and charred grass. I think he got our message, sir, one of the officers says to the sergeant as they watch the sword hover about the battlefield. Yeah, I just hope he doesn't take it personally, the sergeant says as he orders some men to lock up the unconscious villain. Meanwhile, Matani Tower, around Central Park. Sitting in his study, which at the moment is a completely sealed-off, blacked-out room with a hologram in the middle of it. A holographic projection of a single helical DNA strand, reached up like a twisted ladder, from floor to ceiling. Run simulation again, against new DNA samples collected from USA Quirk database, alter string hashtag 18525-13, practical trials at 50 mm dosage. The hologram begins rotating as it processes Law's new request, all while he's looking at it with intensity from his glowing blue eyes. As it's processing he raises his left hand, and warps Sentinel's eyeballs to float above his palm, moving in a circle for him to observe. After a few minutes, the room receives a priority notification, to which Law simply warps his phone into the room and hovers it beside him as some of the lights come on. Need something? Law asks as Nizu appears on his phone. Can't I just be calling to check in on my precious student? Nizu asks as Law's camera points toward the hologram. What is that? A project I'm working on, but I could use more processing power. Can you help? Not if you want it to be secure, Nizu says. The global web has a few nexus locations across the globe to help keep connections secure and efficient. UA happens to be one of those places, since it's the base for my supercomputer. Where is the nearest one? Middle America, Nizu says. But I can't secure that one, so anything you do, the government will get. Are there any closer? You'd have to go to Europe, which would break your agreement with America, or Hawaii, which is technically an American location. I guess I'll just deal with the slower speeds. Law sighs. I just heard you had to be called by a police officer firing into the hotel they reserved for you. Dangerous. Well, my 50-state license is there, but Matani Tower is on the other end of Central Park, so luckily I couldn't get shot. That doesn't answer my question, Nizu says. What are you working on that takes so much of your focus, and demands that much computing power? Look at this, Law gestures, and the hologram changes, showing 3 strands of DNA. To the far left, the one he'd been working on, in the middle, a similar strange with thicker layers, like a reinforced ladder. And to the right, a strand with 4 helical pillars instead of 2, and in the middle is one pillar that they're all connected to as they twist toward the ceiling, heavily reinforced. I don't even understand what I'm looking at, Nizu says. Medicine isn't my expertise, remember. I know, it's quite simple, at least easier to explain than apply. To the left, the basic DNA structure is of humans before the advent of quirks. This no longer exists since now even humans born with no quirk have the DNA structure to support quirks. That's why Deku didn't develop some kind of cancer when he got One for All, but it needs something to fill the gap in the quirk section of the DNA sequence. One for All did that, which activated his DNA fully, hence him now being able to regrow teeth like everyone else who was born with the quirk gene active. So the first one is extinct, which means the middle is the new normal human DNA, right? Close, it's more like regular animal DNA, Law says. Humans and animals alike all have reinforced quirk-capable DNA. Anything without it died off centuries ago. This is the new normal for animal life on Earth. I see, and the final one is that even DNA. It is, theoretically, Law says. Theoretically. In theory, that DNA sequence can support enough power to do anything. With the correct addition of quirks, enough power to fuel it, maybe the power of 100 nuclear reactors, the modern nuclear fusion ones, and mastery, it could do anything. Do anything. Even things I can't do, mess with space in ways I can't even begin to imagine, maybe even time, it's evolution perfected, Law says. At least according to our current understanding, I'm sure it still has room for improvement that I just can't imagine. Evolution perfected, how did you come up with this? A lot of studying, recent studying. The new data you pulled from those last few Nomu and Kurogiri a couple of weeks ago, this is what you've been doing with it. Nizu says, I thought you were trying to find a cure, but you were trying to solve the endgame for All for One, figure out what he was doing, right? Nomu can't be cured, Law says. If you rip apart Frankenstein's monster and return the pieces to their original owners, the monster dies. Worse, it ceases, Law says. Kurogiri is still in his catatonic state, but he can still hear and see. Eraser and Mike need to pull some power of friendship out of their ass and talk to him. Well, keep talking to him. It would be nice to have Oboro back, Nizu says. It'd be nice to have Kurogiri on our side, not to mention all the intel he has locked up in there. That too I suppose, Nizu says. But about this third DNA strand, you think this is the end goal for All for One, right? He combines all the needed quirks, using one for all's immense energy to power it, and becomes a perfected life form. It's possible, but, Law hums as he considers the list of quirks he knows. I can't imagine him being able to pull that off even if he collected the mystery class quirk. That's just not how All for One works. What do you mean? All for One has the second DNA structure because it acts as a computer and the quirks are just files on it, and his physical and mental ability are the RAM. More files running, the more RAM used, the slower the entire thing moves. The theoretical DNA I came up with needs all quirks to constantly feed off of each other without delay or rest, a perpetual motion machine. Well, no, but as close as we can get to it. A hyper-efficient nuclear fusion reactor. What about the overhaul quirk? Nizu asks. If they somehow recovered a sample, could they do it? Make this thing. God formula. Law asks. Accurate, but that name is a bit much. Law shrugs. Well, there is a reason this entire thing is just a theory anyway. I don't think even with All for One, he could pull this off. Yet you came up with it. Because it's the answer. Law gestures again, and lines connect all three DNA structures. I'm trying to alter and transpose piece of his sequence onto another, to make a universal answer, but I need more data. A universal answer. Nizu asks. Your panacea? You're trying to come up with a template for the standard modern human genome so you can restore anyone to a healthy state. That's a tall task in a world of people with countless mutations. This is why I need the quirk databases from China and North Africa, but they're being difficult, Law says with slight frustration in his voice, then relaxes. But if they keep being difficult, I'll just offer it to every other country. Let's see how long those politicians survive when a nearly universal cure hits public markets and their people are the only ones without access to it. They'd be dead within a day. Not even the pro-heroes or military would protect them, Nizu says. You may have accidentally created the most powerful weapon of influence in the world. Not accidental, that's the original intent, Law says. The fact that it's medicine is a fortunate side effect. How kind of you. Nizu rolls his eyes, and as he does so the camera turns slightly to show Law. Why do you have two eyeballs floating in your palm? Oh, I took these from Sentinel to study how they transfer and convert energy. I'm almost done with them now. Can he? No, I temporarily blinded them so he can't see anything through them. I'll probably remember to fix that before returning them. Law. What? He's spending the rest of his life trapped in a metal coffin deep underground. Not like he needs to see. It's just dark in there. You're ridiculous. In all the best ways. How have things been going in Japan anyway? Law asks. They've been a bit more busy and hectic, but I... Beep beep beep. Law's emergency alert interrupts Nizu. Answer, Law commands, and the room's speakers connect to the call. Horizon, I need you. Star and Stripe's voice yells through the speakers. I'm flattered, but I'm a bit busy. Miami, now, I have a lead on Kelvin. She hangs up. Shit, I actually have to go deal with that. Law grumbles as he gets up, warping the eyeballs away as all the lights turn on. Have fun, try not to get melted, Nizu says as he hangs up. Shambles? Law's entire hero costume warps onto his body as he pockets his phone. Results inconclusive, cross-reference sequence variations required, his computer says as all the DNA holograms become red. Open collection tray, Horizon commands as he steps forward to where a desk rises from the ground, with a small glass case in the middle of it. Label project, title, The Formula for God. Label accepted, the computer says as the tray opens. Inserting sample 1835, version 2, Horizon says as he reaches forward, warping the glove of his left hand away before making a small cut into his finger, releasing a few drops of blood into the tray. The holograms immediately become blue as another God formula sample is accepted and studied. Reverse engineer sequence 15 to begin with. Solving the most basic illnesses is a good start before moving on to organ failure. Alert me of results immediately. Command accepted. The computer says as Horizon is about to warp away, but he stops. He considers the conversation is just had, and tries a new approach. Computer, insert 1 for all as a base sample. Remove energy storage factor. Focus processing power on genetic transference. Run tests using this as the new bridge. Command accepted. Alert me of all results in real time, Horizon says as he warps away. Horizon appears just above a tree, swapped with a lone leaf in the wind, and looks down at the swampland below him. Walking through the air he takes a few steps forward, looking around under the blistering midday Florida sun to see sparse trees and tall grass between the countless pools of muddy water covering the area. You know, when you said Miami, I was thinking sand, waves, girls in bikinis, not this, Horizon says as he slowly descends to hover just an inch above a small barren island. Well, the city isn't that far away, Star says. She was standing directly atop the water, with another man just a bit older than her, standing beside her. He wore a fur-lined vest and long cargo pants with a knife on his left leg and a large pistol on his right hip. She's right, the man says. You can always go have some fun, after we get this work done, of course. Well, with you here this shouldn't take long, Horizon says as he walks over to them, still hovering an inch above the water instead of standing atop it like them. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but my nose isn't very useful right now, but that's not the first thing not to make sense today, especially after that. The man gestures forward, and ahead of them is a 300m-930-foot wide circle of swampland that's entirely frozen. Water, land, trees, unfortunate animals, and all, frozen solid. There were even some shattered birds atop the ice, broken from their fall after being flash frozen mid-flight. This is a top-level mission, Star says. My lips are sealed, the man says. So what can the Great Hound do for you? A villain, codenamed Kelvin, is on the loose. We need to get him under control before he does something like this to the public, Star says. Your nose can lock onto one scent and track it for hundreds of miles. We figured you'd be the best bet. If he's going into cities, cameras might be more useful, Great Hound says. Honestly, with facial and gait recognition software, I'm mostly used in more rural areas or to find bodies, or unique animals. Tech won't work on this guy, Horizon says. Star neglected to mention that he was the head of a CIA death squad that had a disagreement with the government. He knows how to avoid all the tricks in their book. Star glares at him, but Great Hound doesn't seem bothered by being left in the dark about this. Normally Horizon wouldn't be so casual with this information, but Great Hound is former special forces. Well, that explains why there's a secret base under there with a lot of dead people in it, Great Hound says, pointing to the ice. Star sighs, this underground lab was a training facility. Are you sure there are no survivors? Frost burned to the heart, all of them, Great Hound says. But it does make sense. Most prisoners who escape usually run to where they feel most at home. If this was his base they should have expected him to come knocking a with ring above beta S. They did, but he wasn't this strong when he got locked up, Star says. Can you really not get any scent from him? Horizon asks. Sorry, Great Hound stops as he turns to Horizon, then looks down at Horizon's feet. I think you made some friends. Horizon looks down to see 2 large alligators sleeping at his feet, and sighs. Ignore it, he says while stepping over them, only for them both to rush over to his new spot and resume their nap at his feet. Right, well, as I was saying, Great Hound turns back to the frozen underground base. He was obviously here, but it's like his scent doesn't exist. Maybe he's using the same trick you use. Who? Horizon. Star asks. Yay, his suit is sealed, right, that's why I can't smell him. Great Hound gestures to Horizon. It's a bit more complicated than just that, but sure, Horizon says. After Hound Dog revealed that weakness in my setup, I resolved it. Star turns to the frozen area and taps her chin. Should we just excavate the base hole, or maybe just melt it to find some clues while it's in there? I'm just here to help track, Great Hound says. Ripping entire military bases out of the ground is above my pay grade. Moving the base isn't a good idea, Horizon says. The way his quirk works means the entire thing is too brittle. What does that mean? Great Hound asks. Kelvin is a codename. His real name was deleted from all records when he joined, Horizon says. His quirk allows him to control, absorb, or transfer thermodynamic energy to either extreme. If that's true, then Great Hound reaches down for a floating piece of wood and picks it up, then gently tosses it onto the ice. The piece of wood immediately freezes and shatters upon impact. Yay, definitely above my pay grade, he says with a concerned look. No wonder they sent you too. He can get anything he touches to absolute zero or absolute heat. Honestly, I'm just here for the investigation part, Horizon says. If a certain someone would figure out more detective-style applications of her quirk, I could be back in New York getting work done. TCH, Star side-eyes him. Hand of God is supposed to see everything, so go see some clues for us. I already found one, it's that way. Horizon points to the far side of the marshland before warping away. Both the alligators seem annoyed that he left before swimming away from both pro-heroes. So he controls animals. Great Hound asks as they walk over to Horizon. No, Star says. They don't really see us as people, I suppose. We're more like part of nature, but it's a lot stronger with him than with me. I see, Great Hound says. So, how's Igpar? He's back in LA, but I've been trying to convince him to get to New York to see Horizon. Just to meet him, or, for the miracle doctor side. I think it's about time he got them back, enough with this crap about punishing himself. Well, I don't know either of you well enough to comment on that, but he seems like a good man, Great Hound says. He is, Star says as they arrive at Horizon. So, what's the clue? Great Hound asks as they arrive a few hundred meters away at a small broken down dock connected to a dirt road out of the marshlands. I can pick some sense but, too many people, which is why I was looking over there. Looks like people come here to fish pretty often. Here, Horizon points to a pair of muddy footprints in the ground. These are fresh, and the bigger ones are cold, even under this Sunday. Kelvin, Star says. And the person he was talking to, a hostage, someone we can at least track. He must have either kidnapped this man or stolen his car, that gives us a scent trail. No, not a hostage, an ally. Look, Horizon crouches down and both the heroes do the same. Kelvin's boots were moving back and forth, but not getting off the ground. He was excited about something judging by the way they got deeper. But the other guy was just standing still, at least until they started walking. A friend. Or at least a temporary ally, Horizon says as he points farther up the dirt road. Farther up the new guy overtakes Kelvin while they walk away, then eventually starts walking in reverse, like he's talking to a friend he's familiar with, before they leave the road and cut through the grass closer to the main road ahead. So they were both excited about whatever they're planning, Great Hound says. Well, I can only imagine one thing Kelvin would be excited about after years in lockup. Which means his ally must share a goal, he wants revenge too, Star says. I'll make some calls and try to figure out who they'd want dead. The CIA is always difficult to get any information from, but they won't refuse me. You'll likely have to go get a hard copy of the files, so we'll stay on the trail, Horizon says. And I've got a hit, Great Hound says. It continues for just about 100 miles north, then things get tricky, we should go there first. Alright, let's get out of here, Star. I'll catch up when I've got something. Remember, no talking about any of this over comms, she says before rocketing into the sky. Can you estimate where on the map we should warp to for you to keep the scent? Horizon asks. Sure, Great Hound takes out his phone and looks at that map, but as he does so he can't help but ask. So, animals like you. It's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah, sure. Walking to the edge of a forest area, Horizon and Great Hound stop at the tree lean and look toward the massive open field ahead. The entire clearing was cut low with only one structure in the middle, a 5-story armored building with large hangar doors on the front. So this is where the scent is leading? Horizon asks. You sure? Yeah, this is it, Great Hound says. It's strong in the building but, there, he points to the far end of the field. It's 2 to the air over there. The bad weather recently scattered it too much but if we get far enough in that direction I can pick it up again. Yeah, they'd likely be in the direction they took off in. This clearing isn't long enough for a plane, so they used a helicopter, Horizon says. It's just a shame the guy in there wasn't the target, would have made this a lot easier. Great Hound follows Horizon as he steps into the clearing and begins walking to the building. I only smell one person inside, but, this faint, Great Hound takes a long sniff of the air as they continue walking, and draws both his knife and pistol. It's faint, and smells metallic. Yeah, I can sense him, whatever the hell it is, Horizon says as they stand 100 feet away from the building. How does that work anyway? My sensory ability is scan, think of it like echolocation, but it works for a few dozen miles around me at once, Horizon says. Damn, and I thought my nose was impressive. It is, but I can effectively see everything all at once. In fact, when we arrived here I immediately sensed him, but he's got nowhere to go. And you were hoping for him to call for help so we could track the call, since we must have triggered their alarm system in the forest. Yeah, but he didn't call for him. Weird. He probably knew it wouldn't matter, Great Hound says. Yeah, that's fair. After all, the large hangar doors begin to creak and crumple as they're ripped off their supports by tact. I am here. Leaping out of the building is a 15 feet-5 tall robot, aiming a punch directly at Horizon. Antibacterial curtain? A dome barrier forms around him and Great Hound, and the large humanoid robot slams into it and comes to a stop. Arg! The robot continues to slam its hammer-like fists into the barrier while both men simply look up at it. My god, he's in there, Great Hound says. But why do I smell blood? Not a robot, or a exosuite, Horizon says. It's connected to him, he's a cyborg. Like you? Do you know him? While the villain is hammering at the barrier, Horizon turns toward Great Hound. Firstly, I'm not a cyborg, and secondly, that must have been racist. Do you think all people in wheelchairs know each other? NES. Well, no. Whatever, let's just deal with this guy, Horizon says. Warp him out of there. Can't, he's fused to it, so they're one being right now, Horizon says. Warping him out is like trying to warp only your leg off your body. Well, I'm just making sure I don't accidentally rip away any life support systems, Horizon says. I'm not very tech inclined so I'm double checking the components. Great Hound puts his weapons away as the barrier drops. The villain brings both hands down to crush the heroes, but neither man reacts as the limbs freeze. The sound of metal tearing and creaking echoes through the clearing before the limbs of the cyborg shatter into pieces and are launched to either side, held in the air. Great Hound flinches as the blood-curdling scream of the man within the chest rings out, and a moment later the chest plate is torn away and crumpled to the side. And now only the torso area hovers before them, with a man who has no limbs and much of his organs, along with a piece of his head, replaced by metal components. Power cell. Great Hound says, "What happened to you?" The cyborg just groans and twitches as pain racks his body. "You know him?" Horizon asks. "He was a pro hero a while back, but a bad run-in with a villain left him in pieces. I haven't heard about him in years." "Well, looks like someone promised him a chance to get back into the action in Escape for his loyalty," Horizon says. "We need to get info from him. Maybe he has some kind of data drive." "No," Horizon says. "I recognize this tech, it's from TECH. Tech? Those people are real." "Yeah, that shadow group sent someone to attempt stealing a device from Japan a year ago. They also made the faux nuclear football that Sentinel had, and now this suit. This tech also looks similar to what's been popping up a lot more in Brazil, Chile, some parts of Europe, and India. What the hell is going on?" "That's what I've been trying to figure out," Horizon says. "But since these things auto-burn data before conflicts, we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way." Great Hound is confused for a moment, until Horizon reaches forward and Power Cell's heart is quickly extracted. Great Hound stumbles back and Power Cell takes a while to register exactly what just happened. "Power Cell, I need to know who you're working for, and who did this to you." Power Cell glares at Horizon. "I'd be dead without them, so do what you must." "Yay, talks tough at the start," Horizon says, "but you'd be amazed at how much suffering humans can withstand." Then to the horror of both men, Horizon crushes the heart in his hand, all while releasing booster shot to repair it immediately. 10 minutes later. While Horizon and Great Hound were searching the building and scouring all the data stored there, Star lands softly outside and lets herself in. Both men glance over to her as they continue piecing together supply routes, finding clues as to where exactly Kelvin could have been transported to. "Is that a cyborg outside?" Star asks as she waves around a folder. "I thought you were the only one." "I'm not a cyborg, but he is. It's Power Cell," Great Hound says. "Damn, they made him so ugly I didn't even recognize him." "Any progress?" "Some," Horizon says. "This facility was used to assemble and distribute drones, not that we could find any schematics for them or even some spare parts here." "They cleaned up good," Great Hound says. "But some of the shipping manifests to overseas are here, probably as blackmail against Tech, or whatever other group was using the drones." "How many countries?" Star asks. "Damn near all of them," Horizon says. "Seems like they've probably got a way to get Kelvin across the border a lot easier than we expected. We're checking records and the new intel to narrow down the search, and we're waiting for a report of helicopters that were in this area lately. So Tech is real, and they commissioned a swarm of drones," Star wonders as she taps her chin. "Or did they manufacture the drones for sale overseas? Either way, it is a problem." "Yeah, and what did you get?" Horizon asks. "Classified CIA files," Star hands him the folder. "Or more accurately, files that don't even exist." Kelvin wasn't just a powerful hitman. He was the guy they used to train the current generation of specialist agents they have. He even trained some army special forces too. "Damn, so why'd he turn?" Horizon asks as he reads the file, then gets to the latest pages. "Oh, damn. Yeah, they did experiments to amplify his quirk, but they had the unfortunate effect of making him damn near living energy. Which is why he had no scent," Great Hound says. "It also means he must be wearing some kind of suit to contain himself. That'll be hard to hide." "It would be, if they didn't destroy all evidence of his existence, including pictures," Star says. "But I did get a lead, retired Army General Birch." "What about him?" Great Hound asks. "He was head of the military lab that ran the experiment. Kelvin tried to kill him when he realized what the side effect was. So he'll probably try again." "Where is Birch now?" Horizon asks. "The Bahamas, family vacation," Star says. "He'll be back in a few days, and I'm sure Kelvin already knows that and will be waiting. So we have our bait, now we just need to figure out where to spring the trap," Horizon says. "I think we should alert the Colonel first, that way we can avoid this conflict happening somewhere populated like the airport." "It doesn't matter where it happens if both of us are there," Horizon says. "We shouldn't contact Birch, just in case Kelvin is listening in somehow. We can't just use a person as bait, risking their life and the lives of everyone around them like that. It's the best course of action we have," Horizon says. "We just have to watch and wait for Kelvin to get impatient." "Assuming we're right about him wanting revenge," Great Hound says. "He'll come for Birch," Horizon says. "The man cost him his body, he wants him dead more than anything, and that'll make him sloppy." "I still think we should contact the Colonel," Star says before looking to Great Hound. "Well, me?" he asks. "Break the tie. I'm sure either way we can keep civilians safe, but it simply doesn't morally sit right with me to use a person as bait like this." Well," Great Hound considers it for a moment. "I think Horizon is right, but it is super dangerous. Then it's a good time both of us are here, sitting in the cargo hangar of a C-500 Stratofortress, a military cargo plane." Retired Army General Samuel Birch idly does a crossword puzzle in a book he brought along. On the seat beside him is his suitcase, hastily packed after his family vacation was cancelled. The vacation he was still dressed for in cargo shorts and a blue floral shirt. He was an older Caucasian man, almost 70 years old, with a head of white hair and a third eye on his forehead. Just as he's about to finish the crossword puzzle, his phone rings. He groans while answering. Every time, really. He sets down the puzzle book and pen on the seat beside him. This time I think interrupting your puzzle is justified, his daughter says through the phone. You got taken away by a bunch of soldiers. The kids are scared, Dad. What's going on? It's nothing for you to worry about, my dear. Just tell them Grandpa's friends needed help with something. That's all it is. Right, she says. And for the people who are old enough to know what kind of things your old friends do. The man sighs. Look, I can't say anything over the phone. Soldiers are stationed around, but we have no reason to believe any of you are in trouble. Just enjoy the extended vacation and let me deal with this, all right? The woman takes a deep breath, attempting to appear calm. All right, and when should this be over? Don't worry, between Horizon and Star, it'll be done soon. Both of them? I thought you said it was nothing to worry about. It is nothing, just try to relax, let your dad handle things, as I always do. The woman gives a tired exhale. Fine, just don't forget to call so we know you're all right. I'll call when I can, he says before hanging up. His puzzle book is then held in front of him, which he casually accepts. Thank you. The man continues to work on the same puzzle for a moment. Chance, that's the answer. Horizon's slightly mechanical voice startles the man. Oh God, the man drops the book, which Horizon catches and clutches his chest. You could have given me another heart attack with that stunt. Then it's a good thing I'm me, so you'd have been fine, Horizon says. How did you even get here? Don't you have to swap with something? I did. You're over the mainland now. I was waiting en route, and you'd be surprised how many pebbles are in this cargo hold. Right, well, I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Samuel Birch, former 5-star general of the United States Army. The man extends his hand. Horizon shakes his hand. Horizon, I wish I could say we were meeting under better circumstances. I imagine with your specialty, I would have likely worked for you. No, yes. I'd imagine so, Samuel says. I helped train one mystery class quirk user, but as powerful as she is, you're special. Horizon sees a glint of genuine curiosity in the man's eyes. I wouldn't go as far as saying that, Horizon says. But we would have done incredible things. After all, your specialty was finding interesting ways to train and apply quirks for military use. But sadly, none of them could ever reach the level of control your quirk provides. The entire world doing everything you want it to. What's it like? The man smiles, trying and failing to comprehend the idea of such power. If anything, it makes you realize how many people you share the world with, Horizon says. But at the same time, you also feel completely alone, because only you can understand yourself. The man smiles. Yeah, I figured as much. There must be a lot of tears behind that visor. Then I guess it's a good thing it's one way, Horizon says jokingly. Now, can we get to business? Gladly. I've been kept in the dark aside from the fact that Kelvin somehow escaped the containment unit I built for him. How was that possible? It wasn't. He was let out by a hacker, Horizon says. That's impossible. That system was on an isolated server. You'd have to go to the facility physically to even get access to it. Well, tech managed. Tech? The man looks surprised. They're real? Do we have proof? It's a working theory. Some telepaths are ripping data out of a prisoner we got, but from the looks of it Kelvin was released for a reason we don't understand. What do you mean? Well, why break out a top-level killer, then just let him be free and not under your control? If anything, he's supposed to be a distraction, Horizon explains. But this is America, Star is here, so the moment he meets her, he goes back into a box, which is why it makes no sense. If you have something to ask, just ask, Birch says. What was he really? Horizon asks. He was listed as a wet work agent for the CIA, but even their off-network files don't track any of his missions, all the way to the Oval Office, so what was he, really? That is still classified, and even if you had the clearance, I'm not telling a foreign combatant this information. The man narrows his eyes at Horizon. Horizon sighs. Fine, be that way. I'll just have them turn this plane around so you can rejoin your family. What? I don't like working with uncooperative people. Good luck with regular soldiers defending you, and your family. You wouldn't. The man narrows his eyes at Horizon. Oh, but you know I would. Horizon leans forward slightly. You're still the top army specialist when it comes to taking down people with difficult quirks, even retired. They must have called you in for some advice about me, given you my physiological profile. Well, what do you think I'll do? The man stares into Horizon's visor for a moment, then leans back. For the record, I advised them to keep you as far away from our borders as possible, Samuel Birch says. Whatever you are under that visor, it ain't a hero, certainly not the next All Might, maybe the next All for One, but probably worse, right? They share a tense moment, then Horizon laughs and relaxes in his seat. Damn, you really are good at your job. Yes, but unlike those people, you can be bought, which is good for us, bad for poorer countries. True, you people have the most money, but some things are more valuable than that, Horizon says. Now, about Kelvin. First, what's your plan? Well, this military escort takes you to a base just past Miami. We land there and lay a trap for him. Simple and effective, Horizon says. I don't doubt either of you could easily crush anyone, aside from each other, but the method of capture isn't the problem, Birch says. If he knows either of you are there, he won't show up, assuming he'll even hit an army base. His quirk, thermodynamics, how strong is it? It was worthless, Birch explains. His quirk can't be harnessed without technology. We had a machine built to allow him to release and direct his energy. See, he was never really a hitman. Already knew that, Horizon says. Quirk control devices. 4. Energy sector development. Birch says, the man was capable of absorbing and manipulating thermodynamic energy at a subatomic level, absolute zero and absolute heat at his fingertips, in theory. And in practice, he was just a big battery, could take in energy but too slowly for it to matter, and couldn't release it before the device we built for him. Then, we figured out a way to make batteries out of other things. They could then act like a perfectly clean nuclear power plant. Sound familiar? The new geokinetics project, that's him. He was the answer. How to use the energy the Earth generates from its rotation to power cities. He was the medium we studied, and when we learned he could release that energy into certain specially made alloys to hold the charge for a later use, we put him to work on that as well. So he's the reason humanity has enough power to last thousands of years, without a drop of environmental damage. And what did he get for it? Birch asks. Turned into living energy due to excessive experimentation. Shit luck if I've ever seen it. You must have figured out how to weaponize his energy. How hard will that be for him, on his own? The most difficult component is his quirk. It takes so much energy and he can't gain any more in his current form, only use his stockpile until it's done. Which will kill him. Sadly, but the materials won't be that hard for someone like him to get. What you really need is to track the containment suit, Birch explains. It's got a special energy signature that should be unique outside of a nuclear fusion reactor. Give me the data, I'll send it to the satellites, Horizon says. After sending the data to the satellites, Horizon gets up and starts walking about the hangar. So, what kind of combat applications does Kelvin's quirk have? Before his current form, none, but now, he can freely release energy at the cost of his stockpile, which is his lifespan. So super strength and energy projection to a high degree, Horizon says. And if he takes off that suit, regular physical attacks won't be able to hit him. Such a pain. That will also make his stockpile decay, Birch says. Star will be better at handling him. I'll just play babysitter. Horizon draws his blade and aims it at the wall of the plane. I'll have her meet us somewhere at the airport. Airport? I thought we were going to the base. Nah, he'd never hit a military base. He's too well trained for that. But you suddenly needed to make an emergency landing at an airport 2 hours away is good enough bait. He should be in the area checking out the base either way. What AR? Tact. Suddenly a small draft begins in the sealed hangar as the entire plane trembles. What the hell is wrong with you? They could have just faked the landing. Birch hastily clips his seatbelt back on. Modern sensors are too good, and he'll probably hack into them. Better to be safe than sorry. Horizon laughs as he puts his blade away. You're crazy. That's why this works. Don't worry, we don't need all the engines to make it to the airport. Elsewhere, sitting in an empty warehouse at a small desk is a man wearing a full-body gray body glove, covering everything from head to toe, even his eyes. He types away on a computer as the radio beside him begins receiving a transmission. This is Bravo Actual with precious cargo. We have a critical engine failure and are requesting a runway for an emergency landing. ETA 43 minutes. Bravo Actual, this is ATC. Runway 12 will be open for you to land. Sending navigation data now. Copy ATC, the pilot says. The hum of energy vibrating, shaking the air, flows through the warehouse as the tall, lanky figure raises his head. Airport, might not need bomb, less dead innocents, but, in case, he gets up, walks over to a truck at the other end of the warehouse, and opens the back. Inside is a large metal cube with a few devices attached, and the man casually hops into the trailer and puts a hand on the cube. Just, in case, he removes the glove part of his containment suit to expose his right hand. It appeared a translucent glowing purple, instead of a skeleton being visible within. His nervous system itself was outlined, but constantly shifting and flowing in a bright white. As he touched the cube, the device began beeping, warning him, stabilization good, set dead man timer to 50 minutes, the man says as the timer begins to count down. I'll GPS lock it when I get into position, he says while pouring more and more energy into the cube, causing it to glow bright purple from the inside out, starting at the core. There it is, shouldn't be long now, Star says. Standing atop the air traffic control tower at the airport, she and Horizon watch as the massive military cargo plane lands with most of its engines smoking. See, told you it could make it, Horizon says. Those things can glide for a while with minimum lift. Yes, but you could have at least stayed on the plane, you know, in case it starts falling from the sky, Star says. Busy, Horizon taps his visor. The satellites tracked 2 things matching the material composition we needed, but, still difficult to pick them out of the crowd. How is that possible? I thought you could find anything within like 1,000 miles. Not that far, and not that simple, Horizon says. Detecting energy is hard, light is tougher, and telling them apart is a nightmare, and this guy just blends in with everything. Horizon taps the side of his visor a few more times, flipping through security cameras in the airport. Well, this is his chance, so he'll show himself soon enough, Star says as Birch and the soldiers escorting him begin moving from the plane to the convoy parked on the runway. And I got him, there, Horizon points to the middle of the building, an observation deck overlooking the runway. All right, warp him to a safe place so I can talk to him. On it, Horizon says, then goes silent for a few seconds. Fuck. What do you mean fuck? Can't warp him. What do you mean you can't warp him? I mean, I've never had to move anything this complex before, Horizon says. He and his containment suit, it's like the energy between the material stretches them into individual particles and the energy holds them together. Oh, Thailand body yes. So warping him is like having to move the Sahara grain by grain, at least before it became a forest, Star grumbles. You know, if your quirk was actually warping and not transposing, we wouldn't be having this problem. Mine is better, just, never experienced something like this before, Horizon says. Oh, but I found something else. There, he points to the other side of the airport. Be specific. Car park, truck, in the trailer, unstable material like his suit loaded in the back, but a lot more dense than his suit. You deal with that and I'll Star and Stripes words stop as Kelvin rockets through the airport window and flies toward the convoy. Star immediately jumps off the rooftop. New order, I can freely move through the atmosphere? She leaves a sonic boom in her wake that causes Horizon to take a few steps back, and by the time he steadies himself, she's already intercepting Kelvin. Birch. Kelvin's voice echoes through the area, hitting almost every frequency, disrupting all signals, and breaking every window in the airport. He's here. Birch yells as he covers his ears, seeing Kelvin flying toward him before raising a fist. Help. Kelvin fires a blast of purple energy, and as he does so, his entire containment suit glows for just a moment. Before the blast could hit its target, Star intercepts it, grabbing it with her right hand. New order, I can contain any thermodynamic energy I make contact with. She holds the energy blast in her hand like a glowing baseball, while landing on the runway, since she had to deactivate her flight command. I need to be careful with this guy, he can fly, which gives him the advantage, Star thinks. My main command keeps my transformation up, so I'll just alternate between mobility and being able to contain his energy with the other one. While in theory, this situation should happen often, considering she's always had the limit of 2 commands, because of how powerful New Order is, she rarely even needs more than just her transformation command. Move. Kelvin demands as the soldiers rush Birch to the convoy, but Star stays planted in his path. Kelvin, you don't have to do this, Star says as she throws the captured energy blast into the air. It easily clears the atmosphere and dissipates harmlessly. Are you here to kill me? Kelvin asks. They sent you, to hide their mistake. No, I'm not even here to fight you, Star says, raising her hands in surrender. I'm here to help you. Help me. Kelvin relaxes, descending to stand on the runway. Why? Because that's what heroes do, they help people, Star says. Altiste, that's what they should do, especially people like you. Like me. You're a good man, do you remember who you are? I am. He looks down at his hands and stumbles back, confused. Kelvin, from, lab number 32, Energy Division. Star's gaze softens at that. Well, Kelvin, you helped the entire world, and it's not fair what happened to you. I'm here to help. Birch, Kelvin shakes his head. Birch said, I could help, he left me, in a box, so dark. And now I'm here to help you, Star says. And I have a friend who can help you. We can figure out a way to restore your body, but we need time. We need you to let us help you. A friend. A miracle, Star says. His name is Horizon. You were already locked away before he became public, but he, the doctor, from the news, Kelvin says. Yes. Star smiles, seeing some progress. We can help you, if you let us. Kelvin nods eagerly. Yes, after I kill Birch. He immediately turns to fly after the convoy, but by the time he turns, Star is already in his way again. Sorry, but I can't let you kill anyone. That's not how we do things. Birch, the liar, must die. Star sighs. I know he broke your trust, and you didn't deserve this, but we don't kill in cold blood. Revenge isn't justice. Kelvin stumbles back, as if trying to process this was painful for him. No, Birch dies. He must. Killing Birch is everything. Star frowns and lowers her hands. I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Fine. Kelvin seemingly takes one step forward, and as his foot touches the ground, energy surges through his suit once more. But this time, it spreads through the runway beneath them, a purple ripple effect carrying massive thermodynamic energy, affecting all the matter it touches. The earth beneath them becomes energy-rich glowing purple lava, bubbling on the surface. Star immediately realizes what's going on and rushes forward, grabbing him with blinding speeding and jumping into the air. She leaves a sonic boom in her wake, and after clearing the lowest cloud level glances back to see the attack only spread for a few dozen meters. Horizon. I see it, Horizon says as she sees the chunk of energy-rich earth free itself from the planet and rockets into the sky before exploding. Everything he touches becomes a bomb. Careful. Yeah, I noticed, Star says while turning her focus back to the man in her arms that had rivers of purple energy flowing through them, trying to do the same thing to her. Fortunately, her transformation is comparable to the physical stats of Prime All Might, short of it by just a hair, but capable of surpassing even his power if she doesn't split her focus between 2 commands. I don't want to fight you. Star tosses him away as she shrugs off the energy trying to destroy her, then activates her flight command once again. Then don't fight me, just move, Kelvin says. Revenge is everything. Star glares at him. I really thought you would have listened to reason. I'm sorry it came to this. Before her words can even register, she's already behind Kelvin with a strong right. Don't break his suit. Horizon yells through her communicator. Star pulls her punch and instead palms the back of his head, and shakes him like a rattle while flying higher, into the overcast sky. No brain to rattle. Kelvin inhumanly twists his body and punches her in the face with his entire right arm glowing. The entire sky, along with the surrounding regions on the ground, shakes, as a blinding purple light outshines the sun above. As the purple light fades, all the clouds are gone, along with Star and Stripe. Kelvin begins falling for a moment before steadying himself in the air. Too much power, he says, realizing over half of his remaining lifespan was in that one attack. Birch, he turns toward the earth, toward the military base in the distance where his target is going, then flies off. As he's flying, high above, just outside of Earth's orbit, Star and Stipe floats unconsciously. A few seconds later she startles awake. Guh, she immediately shuts her mouth, feeling extremely cold as the moisture on her is flash frozen in space, then looks around. Wow, it's beautiful up here, she thinks while observing the earth, then touches her face, feeling a sore bruise on her cheek. That's a first, now to get back in the fight. She wills herself to move forward, only to continue drifting in place. Oh, right, no atmosphere to move through, so, new order, I can freely move through three-dimensional space. She feels her energy taxed slightly more than usual as her body isn't used to this command. This would decrease with familiarity. But she realizes this commands, as suspected, even after mastery would constantly drain more energy than her previous flight command. But casting those thoughts aside, she races back into the fight, truly flying. She closes in at 10,000 kilometers per hour, just slightly over Mach 8, which is her maximum allowed in atmosphere, legal travel speed. Don't kill him, Horizon says through her communicator. Ask him about the bomb. What bomb? She immediately slows down after reaching within a few miles of Kelvin, just outside of the airport. The one I'm working on, just be quick, the timer only has a few minutes left. Kelvin. Star screams as she collides with him, careful not to crack his suit as she spins and throws him back toward the sky. How do we disable the bomb? Arg. Kelvin doesn't even bother to answer, simply turning to the earth below and firing another blast. Star looks at where it's going, and sees he's aiming at an empty bridge. He wants to destroy the convoy's route. Fine, he'll have to get past me anyway, and that's not happening. She rushes toward him and holds his hands together. The bomb, how do we disable it? You don't. Kelvin begins overloading his suit, causing cracks to appear in the entire thing. No. Star rushes toward the edge of space with him as the suit shatters and explodes. Another purple light outshines everything in the sky, but before the energy can ripple out and disturb the people below, Star changes her command and captures it, trapping it like a sentient baseball in her hands. Nuo. Kelvin screams from his new prison as she raises her hand, holding him close to her face. I can still see him in there, maybe we can still save him, she thinks before flying back to the airport. Moments later, Star lands in the airport parking area to see a crowd gathered at the gate, but she simply goes to where Horizon is, standing behind a truck. Did you disarm it? Star asks. Nope, take a look, Horizon says as he opens the back, where she sees a 5 feet wide glowing purple cube. We should have everyone evacuate, Star says. Can't you just disable it with your quirk? Horizon asks. Not while I'm holding him, she shakes Kelvin for him to see, then looks at him in her grasp. How do we disable it? The silent treatment, very helpful, Horizon grumbles. Just drop your transformation and disable the bomb. I can't. Why not? Because I just can't. Alright. Fine, Horizon raises his hands in surrender. Well, if we try to move it, the GPS lock on it will set it off, but the longer it stays put the stronger the blast. Why didn't you warp everyone away? Star asks. I figured you'd snap your fingers and get rid of it, like you're refusing to do right now, that's why. It's complicated, so drop it, she grows out. Fine, I'll deal with it, just don't ask any questions. Horizon walks over to the bomb and cups his hands together. Star feels his quirk deactivate, the tingly sensation of Hand of God no longer moving across her body. What the hell is he doing deactivating his key? Her mind goes black as she instinctively takes a few steps back, almost falling out of the trailer as Horizon gathers energy toward his hands. Then between his cupped hands, a small translucent blue sphere forms and grows. He stretches his arms out, over the bomb, and it seamlessly seems to phase through the bomb and continue expanding, and when the entire bomb is in the middle of it, the sphere becomes a slightly darker blue, glowing bright, and instantly hardens, cutting through the trailer and the ground below to completely seal itself. That's new. Star mutters as Horizon stumbles back, only for her to steady him. Yeah, which is why it's not efficient, and is so damn draining. Horizon struggles to speak, leaning against the wall of the trailer. As she's about to ask another question, the bomb detonates, with enough power to make a crater the size of Manhattan Island, yet they can't feel it. They couldn't even hear it. The only way they could tell it went off was the bright purple light shining from within the barrier. As the light dims and fades away, Star shakes the surprise away to collect her thoughts. And I thought you were scary before, Star says. Was that your awakening? Part of it, still needs a lot of work, this barrier won't hold for much longer, Horizon says as they walk to the back of the trailer, to see the oblivious masses taking pictures of them. What happened to Kelvin? Star and Stripe raises her hand to show her prisoner, or what was left of him. When the bomb failed he stopped holding himself together, seems revenge is all that was fueling him. I can't imagine what a miserable life that was. Horizon says as he sits in the back of the trailer, trying to catch his breath. Star sits beside him, gently waving to the adoring public as she whispers, will you be alright? Yeah, I'm just so hungry. I know a great seafood place not too far from here, how about it? Yeah, let's go eat. Are you sure we aren't missing anything? Nizu asks as he's typing away on the other side of the screen as Horizon paces through the living room of his penthouse. I combed over everything that fits their usual style and this is it, Horizon says. So they stole that device from David's shield, which we recovered before it could leave Japan. And they sacrificed an android that's beyond anything even you've built until now to do it, which means they don't value that tech as much as the rest of the world. An android that I couldn't hack into before the computers inside melted, Nizu reminds him. Then what else? They created the faux nuclear football for Sentinel, which luckily didn't get used. But again, nobody could hack into it before it self-destruct, so another dead end. Until recently, right, a few weeks ago. Yeah, the same day we dealt with Kelvin, an energy efficiency research lab in Argentina was hit, along with a data uplink center in India, hacked like it was nothing and the manpower was handled by local villains given advanced tech in response. All of these things point to a big antenna of some kind. Yes, but if they broke Kelvin out for the reason I'm guessing, to get access to their own thermodynamic reactors, they're probably trying to build more than just an antenna, Horizon says. Especially since Russia's DED system was compromised a few months ago. Well, the direct energy defense system powered by one of Kelvin's reactors could create a weapon of immense power, but that power signature would be impossible to hide. Which means either they figured out how to hide it or they haven't built it yet, Horizon says. What would they even need the antenna for? It feels like they're already in damn near every computer in the world. True, and an antenna of all things would make the signals flowing through the air easier to track via certain systems or quirks, Nizu says. If they want to reach the entire world like we believe, there wouldn't be anything else projecting and absorbing that much data at once. Not to mention the device they build, even with modern tech, would be massive. That won't be easy to hide, Horizon says. They also need a fast uplink point. That's mandatory if we're right about them wanting to control the entire global web. Yes, but people have swept every data nexus around the world, and we've got people stationed there more than usual. They didn't find anything. Which nexo has the most security? Technically the one here in America, just outside Houston, Horizon says. I've reviewed the security on all of them, and not only is that one deep under a massive Air Force base, it's also the headquarters for Star and Stripe. Attacking it would be suicide. True, especially while you're in America, Nizu says. And the weakest? India. The city is too close and has too many people. Attacking it would be easiest, Horizon says. What about UA? The UA nexus is secure and safe. I've been keeping a careful eye on this access point since David left last year. Having him around made maintaining the UA system so much easier. Omicron yes. Right, well this still leaves us in a position where all we can do is wait and respond to whatever they do, Horizon sighs. They're either building a massive cannon, a computer of some kind, or both. Or a giant robot, Nizu says. Nah, that's not their style, they never do direct confrontations like that. Whatever tech wants, it's probably something like threatening to take down every global network if we don't pay a few billion or something. That would be in line with what previous hacker groups were aiming for, Nizu says. The only difference is this one may be capable of pulling it off. Yeah, but we need more data. Any ideas? Yeah, I think I have one that will work. I'll call you back if I get any leads. Alright, good luck. Nizu ends the call. Horizon quickly finds another number and begins calling. It's just past midnight in Japan but he's probably up still, he says as the call connects to his TV. Hiya. Mina Ashido appears on the screen. What the hell? Horizon looks down at his phone, seeing Juzo's number on the call. Why do you have Juzo's phone? I thought you were dating the brick. Ew, gross. Mina scrunched her face. Kiri's Hima is like a brother to me. Yikes, Horizon says as he takes in the background behind her. Are you in my kitchen, in Horizon Tower? Yeah, everyone is here. Juzo's phone is charging in the kitchen. I came to get more snacks before heading back to the pool, Mina says as she leans the phone against something so he can see her searching the cabinets. Right, whatever, take the phone to Juzo. Gotcha, just giving me 1 second, Mina says as she bends over, giving him a view of her bikini-clad body. This is important, Mina, Horizon says. So are my snacks. I could have sworn I saw chips down here somewhere, Mina says. Well, at least you're giving me a nice view to pass the time, Horizon chuckles. Is everyone in the tower? Just all the Hero Course students from our year, Mina says as she finds the chips. And I hope you appreciated the view. You're the only one that's gotten to see me from that angle. She winks playfully before grabbing the phone. Ah, someone has a crush on me. Ew. Ouch. I just figured you've already seen all of us naked, Mina says as she moves about the kitchen. Ciro says you keep a stash of foreign snacks here. Where? Top cabinet, near the fridge, Horizon says. Thanks. And why the hell do you think I've seen all of you naked? Your quirk, can't you see everything all the time? Well, you just appear as outlines in black and white, and I chose how specific I want to be. People's anatomy is usually a blur unless I'm studying them. Well, you studied me. Your DNA, not your assets. Ah, and here I thought I was getting some sexy, rich, superhero, doctor, boyfriend. She feigns sadness before gathering all the snacks and the phone, and marching through the hallway. I'm not your type. And that'd be totally not cool since I'm friends with Jiro and Momo, Mina says. But mostly, you're kind of a jerk, says the girl in my house raiding my kitchen. You're supposed to be polite to guests. Oh please, you've met me, Horizon says as she enters the elevator. How has America been treating you? You don't respond to us in the group chat when we ask, but we look out for you in the news, even if you don't show up much in it. Most of the criminals and villains know better than to do anything in New York, or this side of America, so it's more like a vacation if anything. What about you? Personally, I'm actually kind of scared, Mina admits. We're having this party because after this week we have to spend summer at our different mentors' agencies. Well, your team will be staying here. But now with villains getting extra excited since you and All Might are gone, at least until September, things are a lot more dangerous for us. You're scared that more classmates will die. Scared that, maybe I won't be good enough to save someone. Being a hero isn't about saving everyone, you just have to save one person, Horizon says. Get one more person out alive than there would have been if you didn't become a hero, and that's enough, everything else is just extra. Easy for you to say, you always save everyone, Mina says. Not everyone, Horizon says. The day I lost my parents, I panicked, I lost focus, I'd never seen anyone I care about hurt before. If I kept my focus, they'd be here with me right now. But then you never would have become a pro hero, right? Mina asks as she exits the elevator. You said you only chose this life because you have nothing for villains to take from you, but you've saved so many people already, if you could have them back, but all those people you saved would die. I'd make that trade in a heartbeat, Horizon says, and sees his words hit her like a punch to the face. What? Really? She looks at him through the screen with wide eyes. Mina, I've always said I'm good at this pro hero game. I have skills that allow me to help millions of people, but I've never claimed to be a good person. Yeah, well we knew that from the first day of UA, Mina chuckles as she continues walking through the building. When you're Horizon, you can make whatever kind of first impression you want. Yeah, we saw that. You did get away with mass murder after all, Mina says as she enters the pool area, and Horizon hears the music. The world needs me, that's all. Hey, Horizon, Mina sets down the snacks and looks at Horizon through the phone. Thanks, for what you said earlier, about saving one person. It means a lot you know, since you're all the way at the other end of the scoreboard in our class. Don't worry about it Mina, just do your best, you'll be enough. Be careful, or I might just fall for you, she teases him. And I'd watch you hit the floor. TCH, jerk. She hands the phone to Juzo, who takes one look at it and begins getting out of the pool, entirely tuning out whatever Tokage was talking to him about. Horizon waits until Juzo walks away from the other students, to where he can't hear the music anymore. Okay, we can talk now, Juzo says. What's up? I'll send you some data in a few minutes. I need you to go handle something for me tomorrow night. What kind of situation is this? You won't be going as pro heroes, just wear some masks and pretend to be generic criminals, if you get caught. So full stealth, and the target. Take one of the black data drives from my office in the tower. You need to get to the mainframe at the address I'm sending and plug it in. The drive will do the rest. Alright, so I'm guessing you're copying all their files and making a virtual clone on Nizu's system to track future transfers. What are they moving? Data, a lot of it, Horizon says. The guy you're targeting is a data broker. He runs everything between Japan, China, Russia, India, and Australia. I'll go collect data from his counterparts stateside. That's a lot of data. What kind? Black market technology. If somebody managed to steal even one of the UA robots they'd have to go through him to sell it. So the tech I'm looking for must have used him as the middleman to sell it. Right, this guy sounds dangerous. How the hell hasn't he been caught yet? Every time someone sells things like weapons-grade plutonium to build some nuclear bomb, he tags it then gives the tracking data to Interpol. So governments look the other way because he gives them what they need, Juzo says. Makes sense, so why not just ask him nicely? The less people know I'm connecting the pieces, the fewer computers this will be in, so don't log any of this outside of UA servers. Computers, so this is about tech. Yeah, we got a few more concerning puzzle pieces since I've been stateside. It'll all be included in the files I send you. Got it. Anything else? Yeah, Horizon nods. Take Mina with you. Mina Ashido. Juzo. Look, you know I don't question you unless I have a good reason, but she's not exactly stealth trained, or trained to work with our team. Plus if we have to do some, less than ideal things, like some creative questioning, she could get squeamish. If you do your job well it won't come to that, Horizon says. In fact, you shouldn't encounter anyone at the site at all, just a simple infiltration. Then why Mina? She needs a win, Horizon says. Plus, it'll be nice when the press questions the girls about me, at least one of them won't hate me and want me to rot in prison. I have a feeling after this summer that won't be a problem, Juzo says. Gang Orca has been getting some troubling updates from the HPSC lately. We think the League of Villains may be vetting new ways to smuggle Nomo in and out of Japan. I see. Well, I can't help from over here so it makes sense they wouldn't bother me with this, Horizon says. Just keep yourself alive. When I get back we'll go hunt them all down. Can't wait. Horizon immediately hangs up and begins compiling files to send Juzo. A few minutes later Juzo is sitting at the opposite side of the pool area on a lounge chair, enjoying a soda and some chips. In his lap is Setsuna Tokage, who was scrolling through social media on her phone. You alright? Setsuna asks, noticing he hasn't spoken in the past few minutes, and is still intensely watching his phone. Yeah, Horizon just made a strange suggestion in this briefing, Juzo says as his gaze passes over the pool area. He sees most of the students still enjoying the heated pool. Most of the other girls are in the hot tub, while at the swim-up bar, Bakugo was manning the grill while playing cards with some of the other students. Well, I guess on paper it makes sense, and if the security is as good as Horizon thinks it is, we could use them. Juzo set his phone down and wrapped his arms around Setsuna. I'll tell them in the morning, no need to ruin the fun mood. Juzo's gaze falls onto Deku, who is playing cards with Bakugo and a few others at the bar, then to Mina, who is in the hot tub eating some snacks, and lastly, Yanagi, asleep on a large pool float drifting between everyone. Horizon appears, Sunder his new sword in hand, on the sidewalk of Glasgow, the small town in Kentucky. The few cars driving through this street, the main street of the town, come to a screeching halt. Fortunately, they miraculously stop before all crashing into each other as everyone looks at him in surprise. Horizon gives a short wave to some of the people on the street before he begins walking deeper into town, toward a nearby diner. As he gets closer, a small crowd begins to form, staring at him from a distance. People who were walking this street on their way to work took small detours and raised their phones to take pictures and record videos of him as he entered the diner. Stepping into the classic American diner, Horizon sees the people he came for. An older, lanky woman, with bright green hair tied in one long and thick braid, which was draped around her shoulders twice. Her eyes glowed green even as she casually ate her breakfast of scrambled eggs, bacon, and black coffee. She was in casual clothing, a pair of sweatpants and a matching hoodie, but beneath it, Horizon could sense her hero costume already on. As she ate, her friend had a pile of waffles, 13 layers high and drenched in syrup. She was just over 7 feet tall, but a hair shorter than All Might's former height of 7 square feet, in his muscular form. And while she didn't sport the same build, her blocky body was arguably more intimidating, seeing as it was entirely metal. Chrome gray and smooth with sharp edges where muscle separation would be. Even her eyes were solid organic metal. Horizon glanced at the chair she was on, and wasn't surprised to see it was specially made for her and heavily reinforced. So they really are regulars here. Well, it makes sense that the public doesn't know these two are involved. We kept it like that on purpose, he thinks while walking up and sitting opposite them. And neither woman bothers to glance at him, they simply continue eating. Glasgow, Kentucky, Horizon says. What a place to be sent this early in the morning. Honestly, I was confused as to why your government was sending me to Scotland, but then they told me this place exists. Anno. There's a small town called London less than 200 kilometers that way. The large metal woman nods to the east. Yeah, I learned that this morning too. As if one London wasn't enough, Horizon relaxes into his seat. The metal woman chuckles and gets up from the table, walking over to the counter to refill her coffee. Horizon's eyes lock onto the other woman. So, Distortion, anything you want to tell me? Nope, the woman says. Not even about who contacted Sentinel to give him help, the kind of help to hack into a nuclear football. I wasn't that trusted within the organization, she says, taking a sip of her coffee. We managed to rip a lot of his mind, you know, before it collapsed, Horizon says as the other woman returns to her seat at the table. Like the fact that you and Steel Golem here were trusted more than most, and the fact that Sentinel had you bent over in his bed on most nights. Distortion stops eating and stares down at her food. Is he dead? Steel Golem asks. No, well, not physically, mentally, probably. But you can fix him, Distortion says. If it was worth it, but he's already outlived his usefulness, unlike you two. Distortion sets her fork down and leans back, folding her arms across her chest, but Steel Golem keeps eating. Tech made contact with you, and you made contact with Sentinel. How? Distortion raises a brow at this, staring at Horizon with her glowing green eyes, drones. Like this, he places his left forearm above the table and pulls back his sleeve, revealing the device May installed into his body glove that projects a small hologram for them to see. Yeah, it looked similar to that, but a lot more advanced, Distortion says. Happy now? You don't have to let the CIA destroy our minds for your answers. I'll let them decide that, but I got what I wanted, Horizon says as he puts the hologram away. So the attack on the drone lab in Mexico a few months ago was tech. The more clues I get, the less any of this makes sense. I need to find a motive for them so I can put it all together, Horizon thinks as a young girl walks up to him. He looks down to see her no older than Eri, with a phone in hand. Hello Mr. Horizon, can I get a picture with you, please? Sure thing princess. Horizon gets up and picks her up with one hand, handing her Sunder to hold while supporting its weight with tact. With the other hand, he makes a peace sign, all while using tact to hold the phone away from them and take the picture. Thank you, sir, she says while returning Sunder to him. Anything for a fan, Horizon says. Now you and your parents should get out of here. Things might get messy when I take down these villains. He gestures to the women at the table. They will, Distortion says as she continues drinking her coffee. We aren't going down without a fight. Hearing this, the diner staff and customers quickly leave, putting the town on high alert, while Horizon returns to his seat at the table. Damn, I wanted them to make me more waffles, Steel Golem grumbles. I'm more concerned with the fact that Mr. Miracle over here didn't bother warning the civilians earlier, Distortion says. Do you not know who we are? I do, but it doesn't really matter. After all, I'm Horizon. You do realize my quirk counters yours, right? Distortion asks. Or did they not include that in the briefing? The briefing said that, yes, Horizon says. What about it? Steel Golem chuckles. I like this kid, he's fun. A privilege you only have when you're the absolute strongest, Distortion says with a newfound hunger in her eyes. I don't mind younger men, just in case you're wondering. Sorry, my physiology makes romance logistically difficult. He taps his visor a few times. It's alright, I'm flexible, for powerful people. Distortion leans forward, licking her lips. And there isn't anyone as powerful as you. For the next month or two, Star is stronger. I'm not interested in women, Distortion says. Well, I'm sure she'll be relieved to hear that, but for now, how about I just apprehend you two and we'll pretend you didn't just try to get fucked by a 17-year-old hero while being a villain. You should learn to enjoy the liberty that comes with your position and power, Steel Golem says. I do, but this doesn't interest me, Horizon says as he gets up. So, let me finish my food, Steel Golem says as she only has 3 more waffles and some bacon left. We'll be out in a few minutes, Distortion continues sipping her coffee as Horizon exits the diner. They look through the large windows in front of the diner and see Horizon standing in the middle of the now abandoned main street as the sound of news helicopters and drones begin closing in. You should go to the bathroom before we get out there, Steel Golem rolls her eyes at Distortion. Go dry off. Why bother, I'll just get drenched the moment we start. You need help, like a therapist, or religion, Steel Golem grumbles. You wouldn't understand. Distortion stares at him through the window, seeing him as a nearly blinding blue beacon of power before she deactivates that secondary aspect of her quirk. Sentinel was a drop of water compared to Star, who is like a bucket of water. But this one, oh, the things I would do to feel his power stretching my focus. Oh, right, Distortion shakes her head and finishes her coffee in one big gulp. If Sentinel was a drop of water, and Star is a bucket, he's like an Olympic pool, and that's just what I can see. His raw energy is impossible, but his quirk, it takes so much, and yet even then I can't see his limit. Trying to scare me? Steel Golem asks. No, just stick to the plan and we'll be fine, Distortion says. Horizon has taken damage before, he's not invulnerable, which means he can die, and my quirk will give us the perfect opening to land a lethal blow. Then let's go, Steel Golem says as she gets up, having finished her food. Distortion follows her out to the door, and as she steps outside her casual clothes bend and twist before falling apart on her body, revealing the all-green, skin-tight hero costume below with a whirlpool symbol in the middle of her chest. She lifts one finger and the air around her seems to bend and twist in a visible way, and her long braid is raised over her head and draped behind her, hovering above the road. We really don't have to do this, you can just surrender, Horizon says, looking up at the news drones and the one local helicopter above. If you want to lock me in a box forever, you need to earn it, Steel Golem says. Damn right, now show me what you can do with all that energy, Distortion says. Horizon warps Sunder into his hand, blade drawn, and aims at Distortion. So boring, she says. Is hiding behind that fancy sword all you do? Can you even fight without it? Horizon raises a brow beneath his visor, and warps Sunder and the sheath away. It's been a while since I've had a chance to really enjoy a fight, and it looks like you're volunteering. Horizon flexes his fingers to get in the zone. But don't think for a second that I don't know what you're trying to do. You're supposed to stand at the very top in all aspects of being a pro-hero, or at least in fighting villains, Steel Golem says as she rushes forward, trying to close the 30m space between them. Let's test that. Horizon sees her massive fist coming and can't help but compare her to Deku. Stronger than Deku, but not as fast or agile. She'll never hit me, even if I don't warp around, he says while sidestepping her first swing. He casually leans back to dodge the second, then into her large frame to avoid the third cross. He then places a hand on her metal body and releases a large electrical attack. Counter shock, a massive arc of current flows through her body, but instead of hurting her, she instantly speeds up. Horizon barely raises a hand and creates a curtain fast enough to block the onslaught of attacks launched at him. You think I've never been hit with that before? Steel Golem asks. After decades of fighting, I turned my most obvious weakness into a strength. As she continues to wail away at him, the temporary boost begins to wear off, allowing Horizon to once again physically react to her speed. He dodges her attacks while striking with his own booster shot. His reinforced gloves crash into her metal body, unable to leave a single dent. Even as the blow shakes the entire street and breaks all the windows in the area, Steel Golem is unfazed as she continues pushing forward. Ouch, Horizon thinks as the bones in his hand are quickly healed. Seeing that she'd need more time to be taken down, he simply intercepts a straight jab to his face and wraps his hand around her wrist. TAKT? The ground beneath Steel Golem rockets into the air, lifting her feet up. Booster shot? Horizon pulls her arm forward, shoulder throwing her in an arc through the air. She soars through the air and lands nearly 100 meters away, down the main street of this small town, cratered into the road. He turns around just in time, however, to erect another shield blocking the powerful wind from slamming into him. While Steel Golem was still pulling herself out of the street 100 meters behind him, constantly being pelted with rubble and debris by Tact, Distortion was pelting Horizon with ranged attacks. She was simultaneously distorting the atmosphere around her to lift her and move her around, simulating flight while visibly bending the air around her, causing an effect similar to heat mirages all around her. She then extends one hand forward and snaps her finger, and in front of her a massive distortion forms where air bends and folds into itself, creating a super high-pressure air bubble. And in the next moment, the bubble is released, and the air around it is distorted to create a tunnel, like the barrel of a gun, aimed directly at Horizon. He raises another shield, and this time the road around him is stripped away. Meters below and around him are easily carved out, similar to All for One's air cannon quirk which he used against Horizon and All Might. Horizon remains in place, using his faux flight to hover above the gap in the road and move forward. He gets his feet back on the asphalt and sprints toward her, all the while using tact to lift chunks of the road that she tore apart and launch them at her. With ease she constantly snaps her fingers, destroying them all while launching almost a dozen more attacks at Horizon. But instead of stopping to stand his ground, he uses antibacterial curtain like a tower shield on his shoulder and bashes through them all. He is no longer limited to standing in place while using this ability after his months of training. With the shield on his left shoulder, he sees an opening while closing in, and twists his body to throw his right hand forward. Counter shock, ranged bolt. He throws a small electric bolt at her, startling the woman as it's mixed in with the other projectiles being simultaneously launched via tact. Seeing this, she puts all of her focus into defending against it, and warps space itself around her. This causes her to drop to the road once again as the electric bolt curves around her and it's sent back toward Horizon. As it's almost about to hit him, shambles, flicker, his entire body flickered, as if he glitched or lagged in real life and appeared in a different stance, this time catching the small bolt and crushing it in his hand. The current scattered across his body harmlessly and dissipated in the air. No. Distortion yells as she thrusts both hands forward, and the space all around her twists and bends, making the entire area look like a funhouse mirror. Horizon stops, and tilts his head slightly, warping space, making it unstable to I can't warp in there. I told you, I'm a natural counter for spatial quirks like yours, Distortion boasts as she sees Steel Golem closing in behind Horizon. Horizon doesn't pay any mind to the heavy footfalls behind him and simply shakes his head. Mystery class, quirks beyond human comprehension, Horizon says. Yet you think you understand it, really? Distortion narrows her eyes at him, sweat pouring down her forehead as she focuses on maintaining this area, then extends it to surround him. You're trapped. Horizon sighs. In this world, there are people with abilities with power and applications that you cannot fathom, even if most of them aren't necessarily mystery class. Horizon raises his right hand, as if reaching out to grab her. And above all of them, shambles? He suddenly appears in the warp space in front of her, his outstretched hand perfectly arriving around her throat and squeezing it. Dashes me. With a sickening crunch, he pushes his thumb against her windpipe and shatters it, causing immense pain that forces her to deactivate her quirk. She drops to her knees, looking down to the floor while raising her hands to her throat, feeling the inside of the windpipe and her lungs burning as she slowly drowns in her own blood. You lied. She struggles to say, looking up at him through teary eyes. Not necessarily lied, Horizon says as he turns his back to her, now facing Steel Golem who was 20 meters away. I just simplified how my quirk works for the masses, otherwise you'd never understand what it really does. For example, as Steel Golem gets within arm's reach of him and raises both her arms to slam down onto Horizon, he stands there with both hands in his pockets and stares at her. And at the last moment, LASIK? 2 bright blue energy beams are released from his eyes, breaking his visor, and slamming directly into Steel Golem, pushing her back as her feet carve trenches into the road. This little trick I learned from studying Sentinel's eyes. See, how am I supposed to explain that with enough time and resources, I can do damn near anything? Horizon laughs as he feels the intoxicating power flow through him. To Distortion and Steel Golem's horror, he begins taking careful steps forward while raising the intensity and width of the energy beams, until they both merge after leaving his eye sockets and begins pushing Steel Golem into the road. The street cracks and shakes apart as he pushes her deeper and deeper underground, as the asphalt begins to melt and flow into the hole he is making. And a few seconds later when his eyes begin to burn, he finally stops. And everyone sees the car-sized hole he punched and melted into the street with molten asphalt flowing into it, and at the bottom, a half-melted Steel Golem, with a hole punched through her chest. Damn, I overdid it. Oh well, was all Horizon said before turning back to Distortion. She looked up, on the verge of completely drowning, to see the 2 broken holes in his visor releasing seemingly boundless energy mist into the air. And in this moment, her fear, excitement, and infatuation hit heights she'd never be able to match with anyone else. So she smiles, with blood pouring out of her mouth. She smiles, even as Horizon grabs her by the hair and lifts her to his eye level. She smiles. Now, I've got some questions for you, he says before they both warp away. Welcome to Lone Star Base, Star and Stripe proudly announce as Horizon warps onto the rooftop just beside her. Kind of on the nose, don't you think? I mean, we are in Houston, Texas, he says while walking to the edge of the massive air traffic control tower to stand beside her. Below and all around them was a massive military base, more akin to a city, 13 kilometers wide, making it larger than Manhattan Island by a large margin. Well, this entire base was built to protect and train me, and it happened to be placed in the Lone Star State, so I suppose you could say the stars aligned. She nudges him playfully. All the power in the world, and that's the best you could come up with. Horizon shakes his head. Anyway, you said you wanted to make an introduction before we got to business. Who is it? That will come later. He's in a meeting right now. So first, the tour. I can sense everything in the base from here, remember? Yeah, but that's no fun. Let's go. Star flies off across the runway where some massive cargo planes were landing, past the hangars and toward the far end of the base. Eventually, after following her around for a while, they arrive at one of the last stops. Sensing her landing and waiting for him, Horizon swaps places with a pebble at her feet, and finds himself in a massive dirt field with a few hills and barricades, and targets downrange from them. The firing range. I know Japan has strict gun laws, but have you ever fired one before? Compared to America, everywhere has strict gun laws, Horizon says as he warps a grenade launcher from the firing range armory into his hands. But that's part of the American charm you're all famous for. The range is closed to anyone but us, so. Star gestures to the field where the targets are. With no hesitation, Horizon fires a grenade from the large weapon and scores a direct hit nearly 50 m away. Star whistles in response, nodding proudly. So, not your first time, huh? We knew you had some kind of training, more than pro-hero training, and you mentioned your parents trained you. Was one of them military? Advanced security contracting, Horizon says. I see, so what weapons can you use? From what I can sense in your armory, and on the base, everything that doesn't require piloting. So you're saying you can't drive a tank? Well, I'm sure we can give you a crash course, Star says with a mischievous smile. Emphasis on crash most likely. Horizon rapid fires a few more grenades downrange, hitting each of his targets perfectly. Projectiles weapons with tact is kind of cheating. I figured as much, but you seem so comfortable with it. I doubt your quirk is making that much of a difference, right? Best be prepared for anything, Horizon says. And learning how a weapon works allows you to better understand how to stop a villain that's using it. That's what Igpar said. He's the person I want you to meet, Star says. Well, at least he sounds like he knows what he's doing, Horizon says as he warps a tripod-mounted 80 cal anti-material rifle into his arms. You're a sharpshooter too. It's hard to miss when you can see exactly where everything is. Horizon doesn't bother going prone, simply using tact to handle the recoil as he takes just over a minute to line up his shot, adjust the scope, then destroy a target that was behind a few layers of a brick wall without using tact on the projectile. A with ring above yes. So, know any other tricks? Star asks. Because around here, bending bullets and finding targets behind walls, isn't that special? And here I thought the UN doesn't allow soldiers to use their quirks. Star shrugs and looks down the range. Accidents happen in the heat of combat. We're only human after all. Or at least we all started that way, Horizon says as he waves his hand, causing a dozen pebbles in front of them to hover in the air. Shambles. Each pebble is swapped for an assault rifle at this firing range's armory. The guns begin moving, disassembling themselves before quickly putting themselves back together in midair as dozens of magazines are warped in place beside them and quickly loaded. Wow, Star nods with an amused smile. Are you sure you aren't American? Because the way you handle guns is very practiced, and I doubt Japan lets you get that much time with them. They don't, Horizon says as the guns are ready to fire. But I'm a quick learner. He raises his right hand and snaps his finger. All the guns fly from in front of them facing down the range, to now surround both Horizon and Star and Stripe. The woman raises a brow at this, but doesn't bother giving anything more than a curious look at him. I don't recall you being bulletproof, are you? Not exactly. I can take a beating but bullets would still hurt me, if they hit. And if you aren't actively enhancing yourself, Star says. Well, get started. Horizon raises his hand once more, and snaps his fingers. All the rifles immediately begin firing directly at both heroes. Star doesn't even flinch, knowing that even if he didn't have something special planned, the bullets could never hurt her. Yet as the cacophony of gunfire rattled their ears and the entire shooting area, not a single bullet hit them. Star smiles as she sees what he was doing. All the bullets were being fired at them before curving, slamming into each other, and falling to the floor in pairs, one embedded into the other. Star bursts out laughing as the gunfire stops, then picks up one of the pairs from the floor. Your precision is so freaky. She closely observes that just like all other pairs, one bullet tore through the shaft of another before stopping halfway through. My mom said it happened way back. 2 soldiers fire at each other and their bullets end up like that, and they both survived the battle. She said it was something like divine intervention on the battlefield. Star raises the bullet to her eye level and observes it closely, then lowers it to scoff. And now you can do it at will. Divine intervention, she says. Trying to say you're a god. I've never said that, but people talk. What would you call me? The name of your quirk says otherwise. I was 5, Horizon shrugs. Well, you're certainly not human, not anymore. Personally, I was betting that you were a cyborg under there. She reaches forward and casually taps his visor. Would have explained this fishbowl, but the truth is just so much worse. That I'm too impossibly handsome for anyone to focus in my presence. That you're a human becoming living energy, and that suit is keeping you held together, right? Star and Stripe gives him a serious look as she puts the one pair of bullets away. You don't even feel human anymore. They may not be able to tell, because no matter how much we care about them, they aren't like us. No, they aren't, Horizon says. And don't worry, regardless of what the future holds, I don't see myself becoming a threat to you. Good, because why make enemies when you can make friends? Star gives him her million-lumen smile. Friends, is that what we are? Horizon asks. Star's voice becomes somber as she speaks, looking down the range, away from Horizon. Well, as far as I can see, you're the only person I can even really be friends with. The distance between you and everyone else, I know what that feels like. To feel like the entire world is at your fingertips, and to have nothing at the same time. You and I, we quite literally view the world in ways they could never comprehend. These quirks that were given to us, they're not just a tool to help people, they re-dash a wall to box us in, away from the world itself. Horizon sighs and gently reaches up to touch his visor. Without my parents, the closest thing I have to family is Niza, and he'll never really understand what's under here. And what if he did? What if I did? Either your mind would collapse from the sheer shock, or you'd hate it. Star chuckles. Well, it's a good thing the fishbowl never comes off, huh? She turns and begins walking away, and Horizon falls into step behind her. It does feel pretty good, for the record, Horizon says. Being able to talk to someone that's not terrified of me or dropping to their knees to worship me. The only other people like that are Pentu and Niza, but they still treat me like I'll snap at any moment. Well, history isn't on your side with that one, Star says as they leave the firing range and begin walking toward a hangar a few buildings away. But I get it. Everyone is either a fan of us, or scared of us. It's nice having you around. No need to walk on eggshells around you. And a powerful sparring partner is nice, Horizon says. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I got permission from President Skyline for us to have a real fight sometime. You know, just to see how it would go. Seems kind of risky. This entire time your people have been trying to figure out Hand of God and I've been figuring out New Order. A direct fight like that probably means you guys hit a roadblock in observing me. Probably, but that's not really a problem for me. Right, because you can simply tell your body to resist my quirk. That really is annoying. They take a few more steps as Star silently nods, then waves to a few soldiers running nearby. So you can detect that, huh? Just like I can feel whenever I'm in your range. I guess it's only fair for it to go both ways. Anything else? Yeah, it's weird how much you trust me, Horizon says. I'd always have that command on when I'm around, but you only have it on when you don't want me to warp or cut you during training. All Might said you'll be the next great hero. Of course I trust you. She gives him a dazzling smile. Sheesh, you really are just like him. Thank you. Again, not a compliment, Horizon says as they arrive at the hangar. But if you're really curious about how a real fight between us would go, let's save it until the week I leave. Finally, something that's really fun happens around here. We're heroes. Boring is what we should celebrate. Anything else usually means we have to work. Come on, aren't you excited? Just a little bit. Maybe a little, but don't get too excited, because we both know how it ends. They both think about it for a moment, and Star nods. I'll win, they both say at once, looking at each other in surprise. I want one, was all Horizon said as they entered the massive hangar. In the middle of the building, currently being inspected by dozens of engineers, was a large stealth aircraft that even he didn't recognize. You don't even know what it is, Star says as she stops beside him. Black paint, shaped like an almost flat triangle, some kind of stealth bomber. Close, Horizon looks to his left as a short blue man in an electric wheelchair rolls toward them. The man had an extremely short mustache and blue skin, a bald head, and most notably, nothing below his knees. It's the next Get Stealth hybrid technology platform, part of a project we're suspending until further notice. Horizon, this is Colonel Timothy Agpar, Star says. He's the man I wanted you to meet, and the only family I have left. I can see the resemblance, Horizon chuckles, as does Agpar. So, something tells me I don't have the clearance to lay my eyes on something like this. You don't, Agpar rotates his wheelchair to face the aircraft. But your scan is infamous for being able to discover any hidden details in the area, and we've already taken out the most sensitive components and shipped them off for storage. The project was suspended until tech is deemed a non-threat toward America, Star explains. We couldn't risk them hacking into this project. And what exactly is this project? Horizon asks. That much is above your clearance, Agpar says. Project Tiamat, Horizon then says, earning surprised looks from Agpar and Star. How the hell do you know about that? Star asks. I just read about it. Ink on paper isn't impossible to find with my quirk, but it sure is annoying. Agpar grumbles. We were forced to move everything onto paper and hard copies to prevent tech from reaching it, and now we have you to deal with. Unlike tech, I have no reason to use this against you. After all, I intend to move to America in the future. Horizon surprises them with this admission. Having next-gen intercontinental thermonuclear missiles on an insanely expensive technology platform like this makes my life easier. Agpar sighs before placing 2 fingers in his mouth and whistling loudly, enough to have everyone in the hangar looking at him. He raises his hand and makes a gesture, causing everyone to put down their tools. All right, put it all back together, but leave the power cells and comm systems out. Many of the engineers groan, but they don't hesitate to follow his orders. I hope you realize this means we'll be forced to monitor you even more closely, Agpar says. With how closely your government is already watching me, that won't be possible unless they try to give me a cavity search. Welcome to my life, Star says. I can't go anywhere without logging it. Agpar scoffs. What life? I've been trying to get you to have a life since you were a kid, but all you've ever wanted to do was play hero. Being a hero is my life. Doesn't have to be the whole thing, Agpar says. Can we do this later? I'm really not in the mood. Star rolls her eyes and looks away. So you two go way back, huh? You're one of her trainers. Yeah, since she was a kid, Agpar says. After we met, after she moved on to this base, I was tasked with command of the facility to train and protect her Epsilon. He was the only person I could trust, Star and Stripe says. Without him, there would be no me. I see, Horizon looks over at Agpar. So, is there an operating room around here we can use? Excuse me. Agpar looks up at him, genuinely surprised. I figured that's why she wanted to introduce us. Miracle doctor who can heal anything, man in a wheelchair, doesn't take a genius to figure out the desired result. I hope I'm not asking too much of you, Star says. I really don't want it to seem like I only want to use you, especially since I do enjoy hanging out with you, but I had to ask. I get it, and really it's no problem, Horizon says. Healing heroes is never a chore, nor is healing the people my friends care about. This happens to be both. I'm no hero, Agpar says. Every soldier is a hero to his people, even if they don't appreciate or acknowledge it, Horizon says. Now, the operation should take a few minutes. How long it takes for you to relearn how to walk will take longer, but that part depends on you. Agapar looks up at Horizon for a few moments, and an awkward silence forms between the trio. Have you ever experienced failure? Agapar asks. What? Failure, defeat, anything like that? Well, I lost to all for one when he ambushed me. Some of my classmates died because I lost. Yeah, so you understand. Agpar places his hand down at the stump, drawing their attention to his missing body parts. I've had the option to get the best prosthetics the US government could get access to. But some failures, some mistakes, they can't be undone. And living with the scars is the only atonement for some people. I understand, Horizon says. And I can't force my services onto someone, so the option is open if you change your mind. Bullshit. Star pushes Horizon aside to stand in front of Agpar. You're getting your legs back, it's about time. I don't deserve to. Yes, you do. Star leans down to look him in the eyes, and he sees the tears forming in hers. I forgave you decades ago, now just let go of the past and let him heal you. But, you're the only family I have left, please, Star begs. I don't want to see you punish yourself over this anymore. Agpar looks away and gives an exhausted sigh. Well, it's about time I start walking forward. Beneath the visor Horizon rolls his eyes, and it's also time for you to get better jokes. 30 minutes later. Timothy Agpar is lying on an operating table, unable to feel anything below his waist as he stares at the ceiling. Comfortable? Horizon asks as he carefully cuts open the stumps where the rest of his legs should be. The robe is a bit windy, and the table is cold, Agpar says. It was rhetorical. Your bedside manner is terrible, Agpar says. Well, the next guy who can give you temporary regeneration is a lot nicer. What next guy? Exactly, that's why I get to be me. Horizon finishes inspecting the nerves on his left leg and cuts it open, then places a hand on it. Booster shot? Blue healing energy flows from his hand into the leg, and a moment later the bones begin growing, extending outward, immediately being covered by nerves, blood, muscle, skin, and everything else his genome demands to be fully restored. Horizon watches as everything down to the toes is fully restored, then carefully performs a few more scans to ensure everything is perfect. So what was the mission that went so wrong you ended up adopting a mystery class kid? Horizon asks. Firstly, I never officially adopted anyone, Agpar says, and secondly, it's a messy story. Well, we aren't going anywhere, and I'm pretty smart. Ever heard of Arsenal? Horizon continues operating as if completely unaffected. Everyone's heard of Arsenal. Had a run-in with her toward the start of her career, Agpar says. She cut your legs off. No, that would have been a lot nicer. Ouch. Yeah, we were tasked with escorting a new asset to this base. Arsenal was sent to intercept us, and a lot of people died, including all of my people. Star and I were the only survivors. So did you fight her directly? That was my job, is my job, standing between monsters and the innocent, Agpar sighs. My quirk gives me enhanced reactions and agility, alongside some minor physical enhancement, standard stuff, and yet. She cut you down, Horizon says. I've read about her. She likes hurting people, letting them know she's better. She is. Too bad she's not on the side of the angels like us, Agpar says. The things she did, and all that Star was forced to witness, it left scars that even you can't fix. Well, at least she can rest easy now. Arsenal was caught in Japan and executed soon after, Horizon says. I just don't get why Star didn't go hunting for her after all these years. No way Arsenal could have survived her. Officially, she's not allowed to leave the States without permission. And, unofficially, Agpar stays silent for a while, then closes his eyes and speaks. The things she saw made Arsenal a complete demon in her eyes. All the power in the world can't make you walk toward a monster like that, with all that baggage in the way. Is that why she came up with that transformation? Horizon asks. Scared to be the vulnerable little girl again. Agpar chuckles. How long did it take you to figure out that piece of her quirk? The first time we shook hands. Scan is thorough, Horizon says. Also figured out she can only have 2 of those commands active at once, and they're always temporary. Agpar smiles, and we know you have a 60 kilometers radius of influence. You aren't the only one that can put the pieces together. True, but unlike her, the more you know about my quirk the stronger it seems, the more demoralizing the idea of fighting it is. No matter what your quirk is, can't be scarier than your psychological profile, Agpar says bitterly. Someone like you, with your mentality, should never have that kind of power and influence. He says to the man currently restoring his legs. Nothing I'm saying is new to you, at least not in regards to you knowing what we think of you, but be honest with me for a moment, what really is your goal? Doctor-patient confidentiality. Horizon asks, jokingly. Sure. Well, at first I just wanted to get permission to public use and train my quirk, to find my limits and break them over and over, but now, well, now you want to really be a superhero, I can tell, Agpar says. But you're certainly not the All Might type, your methods are much more, well, Old Testament. Is that a problem? You focus it on villains so I don't really care, and most people won't admit it but they feel the same way, Agpar says. But it is nice knowing you actually want to be a hero now, even if you certainly do have more motives than just helping people. Yeah, just don't tell Nizo, he's unbearable when he's being smug. Ah ha 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 ha, Agpar clutches his stomach and sits up, his laughter roaring through the room as he feels his feet being tickled. Stop it, stop it. The tickling stops as Horizon walks over to sterilize his tools once more. Well, they work, just relearn how to use them. Agpar catches his breath, then his mind finally realizes what happened. Wow, he stares down at his fully regenerated legs. Incredible, I don't even feel tired after. Yeah, I'm good like that. Now I should go get ready for a little spar with Star. I suggest you use crutches for a while to get used to them. Yeah, will do. Agpar keeps staring down at his legs. No, you completely misunderstand, Horizon says to Agpar. Both men were sitting outside at a few tables, at the edge of a massive grassy plain just beyond the base. On the other tables around them were the engineers who had been working on the new jet, some quirk researchers here to observe the spar, and some high-ranking military personnel sitting beside Horizon and Agpar. So your plan is to not capture the League of Villains, one of the colonels asks. I don't understand. Think about it like this, villains are rats. Horizon looks around to make sure everyone is following. They can't really operate in Japan while I'm there, which is why since I've been over here on vacation the Noma presence in Japan has returned, but what happens when I return? They crawl back into their hole, Agpar says. Exactly, but in this case, the hole is anywhere that I'm not, Horizon says. We've already had reports of them selling Nomo to villains across the world, which means they've found a way to transport them without Kurogiri's quirk. But none of those have been confirmed stateside, one of the colonels says. Because they don't want to poke America, they already have me hunting them down. They don't want to give you people an excuse to send Star after them too. Okay, one of the colonels takes a sip of his water. So you move back to Japan and scare them, then what? Then, I just put my hands on someone they were supplying with Noma. That villain spreads the word about what happened and the lengths I'll go to find Shigaraki and his friends, and suddenly all the villains they've been networking with are more scared of me than them. Assuming you get permission to operate internationally, Agpar says, would Japan let you go abroad every time you get a lead? I'm working on something to handle that, but essentially I want the League of Villains network to grow, so when I really scare all the villains who think they're untouchable because they're not in Japan, more people can submit intel in exchange for me not paying them a visit. I see, Agpar nods. Giving Shigaraki a long rope so he can hang himself with it the moment you pull. Quite clever. But far from heroic, one of the colonels says. A lot of innocent people could get hurt before you get permission to tug on that rope. People get hurt all the time, but trust me, Shigaraki won't give any of the powerful Nomu to other villains. He's not that dumb, Horizon says. He'll keep those locked up in whatever lab they have, so pro-heroes around the world should be able to handle Nomu. And when your hunt begins villains will be hesitant to use Nomu publicly, since that would put them on your radar, Agpar says. Exactly. And what about Shigaraki? What are your plans for him? Agpar asks as he sees Star walking toward them. We fight, he resists, my hand slips, Horizon shrugs. And his head comes off. Nobody will cry for that animal being put down. That's a relief, Agpar says. Yeah, but first I have to figure out who is creating the Nomu for him. That's more important than stopping Shigaraki himself. And I also have to figure out what All for One is planning with Circumflex New Beta. All for One. Agpar looks confused. He's already in Tartarus. Yes, but there's no way in hell someone as old and powerful as All for One didn't have a contingency plan that triggers if he gets captured, but I assume the person creating the Nomu will be part of that plan. Two birds, one sword swing, Star says as she arrives behind Horizon. Are you ready? To fight you? Never, Horizon jokingly says as he gets up and begins walking away from the table. Star falls into step beside him as they walk toward the field. Even with her incredible eyes she couldn't see the other side of this empty plain. What was the hold-up? Had to prepare something special? Horizon asks. Phone call with the president, Star says. He wants me in LA for a while, new leads on the Sentinel issue, the pro-hero turned traitor side at least. Does that mean my proposed plan got the green light? Maybe, but if it did, he'll be calling you in a few minutes then you'll have to leave, so let's make this quick. Have fun dealing with the muscle side of their failed takeover, I'll have to deal with the back end of it. Well you're better suited to politics than me, I prefer to just punch stuff, Star shrugs. I just can't believe he's letting you be so open about this. Scare tactics work on people who've gone their entire life pulling strings and avoiding first-hand violence, Horizon says. Now, we'll start when you're ready. Shambles? Horizon appears in the middle of the field, and Star immediately feels the sensation of ants crawling all over her body. His quirk activation and use are instant, she thinks as a broad smile splits her face. Now let's have some fun and really flex our muscles. New order, my body will resist hand of God? Focusing her eyes, she sees him 5 miles-8 km away, now drawing his blade. He sends the scabbard away before touching his palm to the blade, and a blue glowing liquid energy flows from his body onto the blade, clinging to it. For a moment the blade appears to twist and flex, bending and wobbling, before returning to its sturdy and straight shape. That seems like what he did to stop the bomb, but different, a different application of his awakening. Well, that's interesting. Star crouches slightly and narrows her eyes at him. Miles away Horizon raises his blade with one hand, ready to swing down. Amputate? He begins a perfect vertical swing, intending to divide the earth between them and test her resistance to his quirk. Whoosh! Star and Stripe is suddenly at his location. Before the tip of his blade could even descend an inch she cleared the distance. Her face was a hairbreadth from his visor. Shambles? He barely swaps with a blade of grass behind her as her punch sends what can only be described as a horizontal tornado, carving out the earth in a 20 m wide trench for miles ahead. Too fast. Horizon thinks. Need distance. Before he can adjust his body she turns on a dime and reaches out to grab his face, only for him to disappear once more, now hovering above her, high in the air. What? Star instantly spots him, and sees the sword pointing at her. She moves with the same unreal speed to dodge his attack, but still feels the sensation of ants gently nibbling at her arms and legs. No projectiles, just instant damage. Good thing I'm resisting his quirk, Star thinks as she experiences injection shot. The ability couldn't affect her, and had she not been focusing intensely on the sensation it would cause, she wouldn't have recognized it affected her at all. As Star is moving to the side her eyes are fixed on his location, which instantly changes. She looks ahead in the direction she's moving, and sees him swinging horizontally, but she is already mid-sidestep moving toward the blade. Okay, I'll let this one hit me, let's see what he can do. She twists her waist and punches toward the blade. Haha. Star's manic laughter echoes through the battlefield as Horizon silently swings sunder. The blade, coated in the blue energy, clashes with her fist. Star can feel her resistance pushing against his attempt to manipulate her being, and she can also see him adding more and more energy to the blade as they clash. As her feet are planted on the ground once more, she withdraws her fist and punches forward yet again, faster than anyone in the world can possibly match or react to, including Horizon. Shambles, flicker, Horizon's glitches in place, and appears already in perfect position to block the blow with the edge of his sword. If I didn't have a resistance to his quirk, or my durable body, I'd already be dead, Star thinks. Not many people can take a hit from this sword and walk away. You're a tough nut to crack open, Horizon says with clear strain in his voice. Huh? This is incredible. Star gets even more excited. I've never had someone last this long against me. Usually villains go down after one hit. With power like yours, I'm not surprised. Horizon disappears once more. Star turns around, looking for him, then she feels a change in the air. She looks up to see a lightning bolt descending from the overcast sky directly toward her. He gave me an opposing charge while we clashed. Clever, she thinks, smiling at the lightning bolt. As it's less than an inch from her head, using her absurd speed and perception she steps to the side. She had to divert a bit more energy than usual into her physical transformation command, but the sight of lightning slowly making its way toward the ground as she casually moved away was worth it. While in this same super speed perception, she turns to find Horizon, seeing him, raising hundreds if not thousands of small rocks and blades of grass around the battlefield, at shoulder level, giving himself options to warp away. Star thinks as she observes him, and even now he appears to be a statue. She glances at the lightning bolt that's about to hit the ground, admiring it once more, then races off toward Horizon. As she's about to punch his visor, at the very last moment he swaps places with a blade of grass, avoiding the hit. Star returns her physical transformation order to its standard energy consumption, then turns to him. This is incredible, Star says. This must be what it feels like to have competition, huh? Horizon nods and lowers his sword. I'm not surprised you've never felt it before. You are the first mystery class quirk user after all. You were born peerless. Are you saying you've felt this before? You've had a rival? Star asks. Was it one of your classmates? Horizon scoffs. What a bad joke, as if they could dream of competing with us. Ever since I figured out what my quirk was, you were already a pro hero, a rookie, but a pro. So I've always known that there was one person out there stronger than me, and that's why I improved at such an exponential rate compared to you. And you've been stagnant all your life. Star frowns. It's not like I don't train, but when everyone goes down in one hit, it's hard to improve. What I am to you, I never had. In spirit, I look up to All Might, but in power, I could eclipse him over a decade ago. Well, now you aren't alone at the summit. Not anymore. Horizon's entire body begins releasing his blue energy mist, then it gets thicker, clinging to him, then it seemingly is compressed beneath his body glove. And if you don't start improving, I'll be strong enough to kick your ass before I head back to Japan. Star and Stripe suddenly feels his quirk deactivate, not having the sensation of ants crawling across her body anymore. But her eyes know better. They still see the energy radiating from his blade, only now, none of it is leaking to the earth below. It's more refined, more controlled, and sharper. She feels the ants crawling across her once more and he instantly appears in front of her, striking down vertically. He didn't flicker this time, he just changed his orientation while he was being transposed. What the hell? Star panics slightly as she raises a hand to block him. Incision? She feels her forearm become hot as her skin gets cut, not even enough to draw blood, but enough. The feeling of pain is all but alien to her, and she panics at that moment. She leaps backward, allowing his swing to continue. The tip of his blade hits the ground and a massive chasm appears as the earth is violently sundered. I don't know what the hell he did, but his quirk is different now, like, layered. Ah, he must have 2 commands as well, of course, just like me. Star thinks before her feet touch the ground. The moment she's back on the floor she charges forward, but this time, as opposed to when he was a statue compared to her speed, she could see him moving, slowly, but it still surprised her. He swung his blade at her while she was in midair, unable to dodge. New order, I can move freely through the atmosphere. She deactivates her resistance to Hand of God and narrowly avoids the attack by flying upward. Shambles? She suddenly appears back at ground level, and this time Horizon is already there, thrusting his blade forward to impale her in the shoulder. Star raises her hands to catch the blade, and feels the sensation of warm blood flowing down her arms from her palm, as the sharp point inches closer to her face. What the hell, he can cut me. New order, my body will resist Hand of God? His blade immediately is unable to cut her, allowing her to toss him aside. And thanks to her absurd quirk, less than a second later her body is completely healed. I can never deactivate my resistance to his quirk, that was foolish of me. I've been invincible for so long that feeling pain surprised me too much, but now I've adjusted, Star thinks as Horizon casually lands on his feet. Deep within her very being, she feels it, blooming, growing. From a spark, to a raging fire. Her smile splits her face, as usual, but this time the look in her eyes wasn't calm or gentle. There was a fire in her, a desire to improve, to grow, to pull further ahead of this person standing across from her. For the first time in her life, she felt true inspiration to push and surpass all of her preconceived, self-imposed limits. Feeling this, New Order responds, and Star feels a swell of energy she'd never had access to before, as if Hand of God and New Order were challenging each other, pushing the other to go higher than before. Horizon sees the look in her eyes, and beneath his visor, and a devious smile splits his face. He considers the battlefield, the things he's just experienced. He feels his awakening draining him by the moment, incomplete, inefficient, and far from stable. But serum was enough at the moment, enough to ignite the fire in her eyes. Star and Stipe, our quirk truly is incredible, he thinks as they clash dozens of times more. Each clash becomes stronger and stronger, clearing the overcast sky and forcing the grass to cower away from them. While Star and Stipe was relishing the sensation of having someone who can seemingly keep up with her, of having a friend who could walk beside her, Horizon was doing the same. Her speed was beyond anything he could ever dream of matching, so instead he would flicker between clashes to reposition himself. They both knew, if this were a real fight, he'd be dead in an instant. He cannot keep up, cannot hit her, not unless she allows it. But they were having fun, therefore she allowed it. But with each clash something else grew, only within Horizon, something he's never felt before. Jealousy, envy, wishing he had something another person had was so foreign to him that until now, it never truly resonated with him. And the thing he was so jealous of all things, was Star and Stripe's simple-minded talent. He always had the theory, he almost spilled this idea to Niza before he came to UA, but now after meeting her, he knew it was true. Hand of God and New Order are the exact same quirk. They allow the user to manipulate the code that makes up reality, but the human brain cannot process this, therefore each user interprets it differently. For Star and Stripe, she was never a genius in any regard, so she simply speaks things into reality. She doesn't understand the mechanics of what happens when her quirk is used. But each command temporarily edits the code of the world around them, including the code of other people depending on their will to resist, and understanding of themselves. But Horizon was a genius before he had his quirk, which is why his road to train and master it has been exceptionally difficult. Albeit he can reach height even Star and Stripe couldn't imagine. He knows that he edits the code of the world around him, which is why his alterations can be made permanent, much more so than Star and Stripe's. This is why, even now, no living person aside from Horizon knows what his quirk truly is. Lies upon lies upon lies. Warping. Spatial slashes. Invisible bullets. So many lies, because explaining the mechanisms of his quirk to someone who has never experienced it is like describing a rainbow to a person that was born blind. How do you tell someone that instead of opening a gateway in space to enter, you simply appear someone else because that is where you already are? Even Niza would be lost as such an explanation. But even Horizon doesn't know everything, even Horizon doesn't know that there was another user before Star and Stripe got her quirk. Even he, no, especially he, would never consider such a thing, because he could never imagine passing his quirk to another person. Beep beep beep. Both Horizon and Star freeze as Horizon's phone rings. Horizon's hero costume was torn up, his jacket, vest, and shirt were completely shredded and lying on the floor in ribbons. His body glove was perfectly fine, and his pants had some tears in them. And beside him, Star was only missing a piece of her cape and had some slashes in her hero costume, but they both stopped for him to answer the call. I need to get going, Horizon says as he hangs up. Star wipes the sweat from her forehead, so he really approved your plan. How absurd, but it'll be good to see the politicians getting punished for once. That's the plan, now I need to go get ready for the party, Horizon says as he sheaths his blade. Party. Sorry, I've already got a date, Horizon says jokingly as he looks around at the miles of destroyed land around them. You're good to clean this up yourself, right? Before she can respond he warps away, leaving her to pick up after him. He's so annoying sometimes, not what you expected, right? Law asks as he takes a seat in the small diner. He places 2 trays on the table, each having a burger and fries, but the one opposite his also has a salad. I only ordered a salad, his date says, a gorgeous black woman with a large afro, bright golden eyes, and a quirk that acts like a moving tattoo of golden ink across her skin, constantly moving and changing like the tides. Her dress, black and gold, well-fitting and backless, matches his suit, and her eyes are impossible to track as they glow gold, yet he knows she's staring at him while he takes his seat opposite her. Women always order the salad, it's polite, Law says as he starts eating his fries. But then they stare all night staring at your burger, regretting that decision. Well, I suppose you'd be the expert. You are the international playboy, after all, Mr. Matani, she says, eyeing her burger before reaching for the fries. And you're the reporter who agreed to be my date, even knowing that, Alana. Already on a first-name basis, she asks. Are you always this polite, telling women what they should eat then assuming they're going to sleep with you just because you're... She gestures to all of him. Thank you. Law smiles as he takes a sip of his drink. She shakes her head, then continues eating her fries. Is this the first time you've had to agree to a completely business and not a date-type dinner? No, but it's the first time I've been sent a dress and purse I could never hope to afford, only to be taken to a diner. She gestures to the empty diner around them. Also, if you're trying to buy a woman, you really should add some jewelry. Law chuckles. You don't need jewelry. You're my jewelry. Excuse me. She sits back in her seat, folding her arms. You're a junior reporter to some reporting agency that's already bankrupt, won't even last until the end of next month. You've got no accolade, no experience, nothing to offer, except... He points to her. My body. She narrows her eyes at him. Your quirk, Law says, pointing at her with a fry dark skin and golden skin, matches the company colors, the family colors. You look good on me. The woman scoffs. 4 years in college and the biggest opportunity of my life is because he thinks my quirk is pretty. You could have at least called me smart before you called me pretty. A with ring above S. I'd never accuse you of being smart, Law says, jokingly. Can't be smart if you spent 4 years studying journalism. Now you sound like my dad. Well, I am a father to my people, Law says, ready to get started. Halfway ready for this night to be over, she says while reaching into her purse and taking out a small notepad. So what would you like to know first? Law asks. Your English is very good, by the way, she says. My American too. American isn't a language, she says. Every 3 states the people sound completely different. Law shrugs. It's one of the charms only a country this big and divided can have. So have you been enjoying your stay over here? You've been seen at a few fundraisers and parties, but your new headquarters stateside is the Manhattan Matinee Tower. Why? Central Park is a nice view to wake up to, Law says. Plus in New York, you can get anything you want, except a street with no noise or traffic. Well, I can't attest to the former, but the latter is certainly true, which I'd imagine you dislike considering your car collection is ever-growing. Buying stupid things like that is a good way to meet people who have more money than they know what to do with, Law says as he takes a bite of his burger. I'd rather you not put that part about my associates in your story. Got it. She scratches out her last note. And now you're here, in America, enjoying your life and setting up some new businesses all of a sudden. Why? Growth is part of life. It's that simple. You make your employees in Japan nervous. Over 100,000 people exist under the Matinee banner. You being overseas scares them, Alana says. But they have faith in you. You kept their pay coming when you weren't making any profits. You quite literally bought their trust and respect. Everything has a price, Law says. Well, almost everything. She raises a brow. You believe there is something that can't be bought. Like what? Loyalty. No, money buys opportunity, and one good opportunity is all it takes to earn loyalty, Law says, with a sad smile. But the only thing I ever cared about can't be bought. After all, people always say money doesn't follow you to the grave. Right, your family, she says while taking some notes. When I researched you, I learned about them. I'm sorry that happened. Accidents happen, it's not anyone's fault, Law says. I just try to make the most of what they left me, help all the people I can. Using your inheritance and going public, growing the family business and brand, donating money as if you don't care about your personal account. I should have guessed you don't care about money, she says. But do you care about yourself? Law gives her a strange look. That's a new one. Hundreds of reporters and none have ever asked me that. People rarely ask heroes how they feel. Hero. Law chuckles. Sorry, I forgot to wear my cape. You quickly became a pillar in Japan. What else would you call that? Law sighs. A man with no time on his hands. And a man that's good at avoiding questions, she says. How do you feel, Law? Law stops for a moment, thinking about it, then smiles. Hopeful. Hopeful. I feel stupid for it, but I have to be hopeful. Otherwise, he pauses for a moment, thinking very clearly about the future. Otherwise I don't know what I would become. Well, if you ever stop being hopeful, 100,000 people could suffer, Alana says. Law smiles as he takes a sip of his drink. Sure, just 100,000. What about you? How are you feeling? I'm on a date with one of the most rich and powerful people in the world, so I'm nervous. Date? I thought this was an interview. That too. She quickly takes a deep breath to focus. And what's your endgame? No idea, Law admits, seeing her finally eating her burger. I've got a lot of things I want to do. Maybe be the Messiah, maybe the devil, which should I be? There are people calling you both, how about we flip a coin and you decide? Nah, I know what I am, now we just wait, Law says, jokingly. Enjoying your burger. It feels wrong eating a burger on a interview. That just helps it taste better, Law shrugs. After another half hour of talking, they both finish their meals and get up to leave, and Law leaves a $1,000 tip on the table. I wish more rich people were like you, Alana says as she notices the tip, before following him out of the diner. Would make a lot of people working regular jobs happier. Most people care about the money they have, Law says. But nothing I want has a price tag, unless you know someone who can resurrect people, do you? Maybe you should get on Horizon's list, win the bid, and have him try his magic. It's not magic, it's just a strong quirk, Law says. Besides, already tried that. $2 billion for him to tell me it's impossible. If there is a god, it's not him. Wow, Alana says as they arrive at his car, a sports car she doesn't recognize in the Matani colors, black and gold. What kind of car is this? It's custom, from the wheels and chassis to the engine and interior, Law says. Well, driving back to Manhattan does give us some open road for you to actually enjoy it. Can't say I'm excited for the drive back. Alana gestures to her car parked nearby, a slightly worn down older car. About that, Law says as he takes out the keys and hands them to her. What? You think I'd have someone this beautiful on my arm and not show you off? He asks after handing her the keys. So the interview isn't done. Not even close. Law walks over to the passenger seat. And you're driving. Someone will come by to get your car. It'll be waiting for you after breakfast. Now let's go. We've got a party to get to. This is the most ridiculous thing ever, Alana says as she drives over 200 miles per hour 200 kmph through the clear roads in a massive private area of upstate New York. Which part? All of it, Alana says. If I crash I hope you know I can't pay for this. If we crash that's not gonna be a problem, Law says. Yeah, I was trying not to think about that. Anyway, we're close now so we should clear up some things, Law says. Do you drink? Only on special occasions, Alana says. No drinking tonight, you'll want to keep your head on straight around these people. And what kind of people are we talking about? Because it sounds like I'm about to walk into a drug deal or something. Ha, you wish it was that simple, Law says. We're about to party with a lot of dangerous people. People who drug dealers wish they could be compared to. People like who? Senators, judges, elected officials, pro-heroes, some military people, private sector businessmen, that kind of thing, Law says. It's a charity gala, but you can call it a kingmaker's ball. It's where the future of this country gets decided. The entire country. One part, Law says. This is the faction that recently lost, because they put all their chips on Sentinel. Sentinel, she slams both her feet on the brakes, bringing them to a screeching halt. These people are working with those traitors? And you want me to go there? Yes, because you're the only reporter I know they can't buy, since one of those traitors killed your dad when they attacked DC. He was just a police officer trying to do his job, and they put him down, and these people were backing them. Alana grips the wheel so tightly that her knuckles whiten slightly, then rests her head on it. You expect me to party with the people who killed my father? Alana asks. No, I expect you to act as arm candy, a piece of ass they can ignore because that's all they'll think you are, Law says. Listen, observe, learn, start writing a story that doesn't have my name in it, and take down their entire empire. And leave all their companies and connections on the table for you to take, right? Well, someone has to, Law says. But if you want to walk away right now and miss your chance, now is the time. Alana takes a moment to collect her thoughts, then continues driving. They won't let me in there, I'm a reporter, she says. You're not big enough to be on their radar, Law says. And they have this event every few months, they let their guard down, they're used to being able to speak freely Renobi. So I'll get everything without asking a single question, she says. And when can I publish this story? You'll have to wait until I confirm, Law says. These people are dangerous and well connected, I'd rather be more established in America before you put a target on yourself. They continue talking for a few minutes and she finally sees the estate in the distance, and they say crime doesn't pay. It doesn't, Law says. Sometimes it just takes longer to catch up to people, but now we're here. 30 minutes later. Standing in the extravagant ballroom, Alana is clinging to Law's arm as they chat with an older Caucasian man and his wife. The man has hair that glows green every few seconds while his wife appears completely normal. I was hoping Senator Heftran would have been here, Law says. It's not very polite for the host to be fashionably late to his own party. Well, when he gets here you'll have to get in line, the man says. Everyone wants to talk to him after our last investment went belly up, which is why we invited you here, hoping to set up some more concrete infrastructure overseas. Mainly Japan. Well, Colonel, I'm sure in that regard I can be of major assistance, Law says. But I was rather surprised when I got the offer. After all, Horizon currently resides in Japan. Yes, for now, the man's wife says. But we have sources that say Horizon and Skyline are in talks about him moving to America after graduating UA. These are just some long-term investments. The type of investments you forget about until they become useful, Law says. It makes sense. After all, America does seem to be more aligned with his personality than Japan. As they continue speaking, Alana quietly observes, trying her best to remember every name, face, piece of useful information, and every name mentioned in passing. All of it, clearing anything else from her mind as she gathers evidence for the story of a lifetime. Ever so often she speaks, making her presence known but not adding anything of value, playing the role of an accessory for her wealthy and powerful date. Going along with the persona he prepared for her, a wealthy heiress from overseas who shares in his ambitions. As they're talking, another man comes along and whispers something in the colonel's ear, leading to him and his wife excusing themselves from the conversation. What do you think that was about? Alana asks, quietly. Not sure, let's get some air and wait for Heftran, he's the one I need to talk to, Law says as he leads her to the balcony. He looked really worried back there, and he wasn't the only one, Alana says as they walk onto the balcony, which was fortunately deserted. Well, whatever it was, I'm not part of their inner circle yet, so hopefully it doesn't apply to me. I'm sure being here means you're too deep to be separated from them, which is why you want to control the story, right? And I want to see these people brought down, Law says. Expanding my reach along the way doesn't hurt though. I'm sure it do. Alana stops talking as she sees dozens of fancy cars leaving the mansion. Wow, they're in a hurry, something must have really spooked them. Clearly, take a look inside, Law says. Alana walks away, back to the ballroom, and he takes the moment to close his eyes and activate Hand of God. Hiding his glowing blue eyes, he takes in everything, every word people are saying, their physical traits, every piece of paper, every word, every license plate, everything. Before she returned, he warps away for just a second before returning. That bug should be enough, he thinks as she comes rushing back over to him. The entire room is empty, the last few people just rushed out, she says. I guess they forgot we were here, but what could have scared them like that? Well, let's get to the helipad, we can find out on the way there, Law says as he holds her hand, giving her some sense of relief. Helipad. Well, it beats driving back to Manhattan, and I figured by now you'd want to get out of those heels. That was an hour ago, Alana says as she follows Hit to collect their phones and get to the car. He takes the driver's seat and begins driving away from the estate while she checks her phone. I found it, Alana says. Oh my god, I just found Senator Heftran. Where is he? Look, Alana swipes her screen, and the video is projected onto the dashboard screen for him to see. Horizon posted this on his account, so it must have happened a few minutes ago. Oh my god, Law sees Horizon standing behind a couple who were bloodied and tied to chairs, gagged and conscious for it all. That's Senator Heftran, and his wife. Sorry about the mess, Horizon says, in English. But I decided it was best not to hide anything from the American people, not about my intentions, and resolve to deal with this current crisis of loyalty. This man is Senator Heftran, and this woman is his main accomplice, his wife. And they, along with many other politicians, were supporting the evolutionists, Sentinel's deranged movement. Some because they believed, most for profit, but regardless of why they supported it, they will be dealt with the same way. Horizon steps forward and places his hand on the man's head, squeezing hard enough to make the man scream through the gag. Pain and suffering will meet these traitors before justice finds them, because President Skyline has given me permission to hunt you, with the full resources of the United States of America supporting me. He chose me, because he wants this to be public, to be a lesson, because the entire world will be watching. Because while some people do not appreciate how aggressive I am with villains, the majority, regardless of what they say to their friends and family to appear nicer than they really are, they do support me and my methods. After all, villains are monsters. But you people, the people who took the faith and trust of the public, of the people who gave you power with their votes, the power you promised to use to help them, to lift them up to a better life. You who decided to use that power like a knife and stab them in the back, there won't be anyone pretending to care about you, because you are worse than any villain. Because as much as we hate villains, they are honest about the monsters they are. Just as I am honest about what will happen to you, when I put my hands on you, I will make you talk, and the longer you refuse, the more you will be educated on how resilient the human body can be. Your only option is to go to the nearest police station and turn yourself in, give up anyone and anything you can, because the longer it takes for me to get you, the less patient and gentle I will be. It's only a matter of time. After all, as of this moment, no one holding public office is allowed to leave the country, so I'll see you soon. The video abruptly cuts off, leaving Alana speechless. Oh my god, she whispers. I can't believe they really did this. With Horizon hunting them down, they'll be handled in no time, she says excitedly. Well, I'm glad you're excited about this. The people responsible for my dad dying have the most powerful, dangerous, psychopathic monster in the world hunting them. This is the best news I've gotten in a long time. Well, we can celebrate back at my place, and I can give you some more info for your story. Alana melts into her seat slightly, feeling much more relaxed. This night was full of surprises, but all good ones. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Law says, happy this played out so well. With his deal with President Skyline, he's only allowed to reveal certain people during his scare tactics campaign, but since Alana was here tonight, she can fill in the gaps for the public, giving him some distance from it all, degrading public trust in politicians and their pro-heroes even more, and transferring it all to Horizon. Have you been enjoying your vacation? Nizu asks, appearing on Law's phone as it floats beside the pool, currently hosting the video call between him and Nizu. Law takes a deep breath as he floats in the water, enjoying the luxuries of the Matani Tower in Manhattan. It's been easier than I expected, Law says. Politicians are cowards. After that announcement last night, a lot of them surrendered. More than I expected made the wise choice to turn themselves in instead of running. But not all. No, not all, Law says. But most of my part is already done. President Skyline agreed to involve me because a scare tactic like that is exactly what they can't deal with. They aren't used to the violence coming to them directly. And what else do you have to do? Make a few examples. Nothing serious. Law sits up on the surface of the water, eyes glowing bright blue as he makes the surface support him. Are you really only calling me to get an update? No, not really, Nizo says. A lot of smaller gangs are rising up since you've been away, trying to make a name for themselves and cash out before you return to Japan. Oh, Shigeriki's people. Surprisingly no, the League of Villains is still only doing background work, supplying weapons and manpower in the form of conventional weapons and Noma. They've gone completely dark otherwise. That's not too surprising, Law says. They know better than most what it's like to stand against me, and they know I'd hunt them in particular, the first chance I get, so they don't want to leave a trail that I can follow once I get back to Japan. UA has also been quiet, Nizu says. All the Hero Course students with provisional licenses are spending the summer with their mentors, and the others are preparing for the exam in September. A few spend a few days at a time at UA to get upgrades to their equipment however. So that's why you're calling, Law smiles, mischievously. You miss having me around. You've built a system that's so efficient it leaves you with nothing to do. Things were more interesting with you around. Besides, it is always good to have a project in the works. Speaking of projects, about the panacea, I got access to the US Medical Quirk database this morning. The simulations are already running, Law says. I noticed, it's putting a serious strain on my systems over here, Nizu says. Have you settled on a price, or are you still going to make it free? A miracle cure should be free. I am a pro hero after all, Law says. But anything that requires more intimate surgery will still need an operation. So you won't completely kill your business, is that intentional? No, if the body doesn't recognize things that need to be removed as obstructions then there isn't anything the panacea can do about it, Law shrugs. If a person was born missing an arm, their body thinks that's normal so the panacea won't grow a limb for them. And are any countries still hesitant to share the data they have? Only a few, but their people will deal with that for me, after the announcement is made. Whoever replaces those politicians will know better. And what about the doses you left here, at UA? Nizu asks. I labeled those with names for a reason. They only work for the person I made them for, otherwise things could get complicated, Law says. The version I'm working on right now is universal, which is why it'll be so expensive our Nigerian Naira OES. Well, the miracle cure is done. What's next? World peace. Law laughs at the absurdity of his serious question. Why would I want that? A peaceful world is a world without progress, and that's too boring. South Korea. What do you mean he doesn't care? Spinner slams his phone down, shattering it on the floor. He turns to the corner of his room where Twice and Toga are playing checkers, seeing both of them staring at him, clearly worried. So Shiji isn't going to do anything about them. Twice asks. That's what Compress says, but I'm gonna go talk to him. Spinner says. Either of you coming? Sure, I need snacks anyway, Toga says as she gets up, wobbling slightly before Twice holds her. Take your time, Twice says. You only just got out of the wheelchair, no need to push yourself. Toga pulls her arm away from him, shooting him an annoyed look. I'm not a baby, you know. We know, babies are cute, Spinner says as he rushes out the door, marching down the hallways of their latest headquarters to find Shigaraki. What the hell does that mean? Toga yells as she takes out her knife and rushes after him, only to stumble and prop herself up on the hallway wall. Stupid legs. Want a piggyback ride? Twice asks. No, I need to walk more anyway, Toga says as she pushes off the wall and continues walking down the hallway. Thanks for trying to help, Twice. Sure thing. Twice salutes her as they walk down the hallway. What do you think about this whole situation anyway? I think anyone disrespecting us should get stabbed in the neck. She stabs the air in front of her to emphasize her point. We got together because the world was disrespecting us and calling us freaks, so why is Shiji letting a bunch of wannabes do that to us? It doesn't make any sense. I hear ya, Twice says. Especially since those damn pieces of trash made fun of Big Sis Magni, after she gave her life protecting us from those pro-heroes. They have to die for that, Toga says in a serious tone. Nobody makes fun of our friends and lives, nobody. Well, I wouldn't say nobody, but that one is out of our control, Twice grumbles. Toga stops walking as memories come flowing back. Twice walks a few steps before he notices, looking back to see her leaning against the wall, sweating, breathing heavily, eyes flooded with fear and panic. Oh crap. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought him up. Twice rushes over and hugs her, not letting go until she calms down. A few steps ahead of them Spinner looks back, taking in this scene. We won't get anywhere if they stop fearing and respecting us, Spinner says. We need to show those new wannabe villains that they can't mess with us, otherwise everyone will want to mess with us, and we'll all get hurt like you did. I won't let that happen to my friends. Twice nods in agreement as Spinner walks forward, entering the elevator and going to the warehouse below. He exits the warehouse to see Shigaraki leaning on the railing, overlooking their 5-story tall, massive warehouse, filled with tubes of Nomo that have already been sold. Shipping containers are lined up beyond the massive gates, being loaded onto ships just a few hundred meters away. Shigaraki, you can't be serious, Spinner says as he approaches, looking around to see Nomu loading and moving the cargo around the warehouse. I am. We aren't going to retaliate, Shigaraki says. We aren't street-level thugs anymore, we have a business to run. Being a power broker is our new role, not just regular villains. Is that what this is about, the fact that there aren't any profits in it? Spinner asks. They publicly disrespected us, and Big Sis Magnet, they said she was worthless trans trash and that's why she died. Are we gonna let them get away with that? Shigaraki's jaw tightens, then he relaxes. We are in Korea, they are a small-time villain group in Tokyo, Japan. Without Kurogiri there are now logistical issues in going there for simple retaliation. We can easily get over there, the same way we ship Nomura from here to South America. Shigaraki sighs, if you want to wipe them out, then contact one of our cells in Japan, send them to kill them all, and make an example of them. Problem solved. You know that's not how this works, Spinner says. People around Japan are talking, they think we ran because Horizon scared us off, that we're cowards who don't get our hands dirty anymore, they aren't respecting us. You want me to leave our base and go kill them, over respect? Shigaraki asks. You fret over the respect of ants, Spinner. You know, that's exactly the kind of thing Horizon would say about us. Shigaraki's grip on the railing tightens. Spinner, we aren't foot soldiers anymore. You're one of my generals, act like it. Give some orders and have them wiped out, problem solved. Then people will respect us even less, and the other groups grabbing for power will grow, then where will that lead? Think about it. Shigaraki rubs his chin, pondering the possibilities. We're at the top of the villain food chain in Japan right now, if our position starts slipping the other groups will start fighting in the streets. Which is normally what we want, chaos and death, but the government could call Horizon back early, Shigaraki says. Then all the shipments we have in Japan, and plan to move before he gets back to Tokyo, would be found. Crap. Yeah, so let me wipe them out, Spinner says. If you won't go, then send me, I am your right-hand man after all. Shigaraki groans. Spinner, I rather lose the respect of those ants if it means my friends can remain safe, and our plans can continue forward. If I don't go deal with them, everything will be at risk, Spinner says. We need to remind the villains of Japan that we're on top. Don't do anything public, we don't want the cops and pro-heroes getting excited about us showing our faces in Japan, Shigaraki says as he turns to Spinner. If they catch your scent you can be sure damn near every pro-hero and cop in Japan will be hunting for you, and without Kurogiri, there won't be an easy way to get you out of there. I know, and I'll be careful, Spinner says. Is Dabby still in Japan? I could use some backup on this. Dabby working on something to shake up Endeavor. Apparently his daughter teaches at an elementary school that's seriously lacking security. If he does that then Horizon will definitely be back in Japan. Which is why he's just setting things up for now. This will act as a diversion if we need it. But for now, only you, Dabby, and I, know about this plan, so keep it that way, Shigaraki says. We can't afford to let too many people know. Telepathy is a thing after all. Got it. When I'm done with these guys I'll go help out Dabby. Good, take your usual Nomu, along with a twice double. We can't afford to let his main body leave this base. What about Toga? Spinner asks. Shigaraki raises a brow at this. Something you want to tell me? No. Spinner blushes and looks away. I just think she really wants a chance to kill the guys who made fun of Magnet, and this will be a good chance for her to get back into the flow of things. Shigaraki turns back to the Noma working in the warehouse. Whatever, just don't let your feelings get in the way of the mission, and promise me you'll all come back alive. I promise you. Alright, take some of the more basic Nomu, keep things as quiet as possible, Spinner says, and check in with Dabby before you hit them, maybe he'll be in the mood to cremate some people. Got it, boss. I just feel like things would have been a lot better for us, for the three of us, for you, if things had gone differently, Aizawa says as he looks down at the photograph in his hands. The small picture was of himself, his Ashi present Mike Dash, and Aburo Kyujoriji at the end of their second year at UA. They were all sitting on a cloud he'd created, and Aizawa couldn't even recognize the smile he wore in that picture. He wipes the tears from his eyes and looks up to see Kurogiri strapped to a chair beyond 2 feet of reinforced glass with some holes for them to speak. Heroes make hard choices, that's what makes us different from villains especially, Aizawa says. Heroes sacrifice themselves for others, so I wonder, if things had gone differently, if you had gotten out before the building collapsed, if the three of us graduated together and formed that hero agency we wanted to. Aizawa stops for the moment, shoulders slumping as he leans back in his chair, staring down at the picture with a frown. Would the person who took my place, in that version of things, would they have been able to protect my precious students? I couldn't protect them all, maybe they would have done better than men. Aizawa brings the picture up so he can look at it side by side with Kurogiri, who was silently staring at him, unresponsive, as usual for these visits. He'd been visiting much more often since summer vacation began, but the villain had yet to say a single word to him. It's all I've thought about this past year, even more recently. This month makes it 1 year since you, Aizawa coughs to interrupt himself. Since the League of Villains attacked the summer camp and killed some of the students. But no matter how much I think about it, since All for One was there, the best possible scenario was me being there. Aizawa scoffs. If he and All Might or Endeavor fought there, everyone would have died as collateral, so my quirk makes me uniquely qualified to neutralize him. To protect my students, Aizawa lowers the picture, focusing on Kurogiri. I suppose against the devil himself, limiting losses is more realistic than saving everyone, right? Kurogiri continues to silently stare at him. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't disagree. You were always the type to keep trying to save everyone, even to the point that it got you killed. You were always meant to be a hero, so it's no surprise he used you like this. Turning the best of us is what devils and demons are supposed to do, and if you were alive they never would have managed that. You were the strongest of us in that respect. 5 more minutes, the guard announces through the speakers. Aizawa deflates even more, muttering to himself, 5 minutes, 5 years, what's the difference? Aizawa looks down at the picture, feeling hope slipping away as a new set of tears fall onto it, until a new ray of hope shines through. Cloud, Kyujoriji's deep, hoarse voice says, struggling with each syllable. Aizawa's eyes snap up to the villain, widening to their limits. Cloud, cover, Kurogiri says. Aizawa gets out of his seat and presses a hand on the glass. Yes, that's the name you wanted the hero agency to have. Cloud cover, what else can you remember? Beta. Cloud, cover, Hisashi, Shota. The dark purple fog around Kurogiri's face begins to dissipate slightly, revealing flowing dark purple hair atop his head, a piece of a scarred, surprisingly young face. Aizawa could only see the right eye, and the new scars on the forehead, but he would recognize his friend anywhere. Aburo. Aizawa yells as he sees his friend cry a single tear, before his eyes glow yellow again and the fog begins reforming. Shota. Aburo asks, clearly confused. Erasure? Aizawa activates his quirk, finally seeing a piece of the body below the fog. But it doesn't stop the fog from fully reforming, and Kurogiri from going rigid and unresponsive again. For better or worse, it does not affect his current state. Vitals say he's in a deep sleep, the guard announces through the speakers. Aizawa sighs and dries his tears, leaning his head against the glass. So it's not completely hopeless after all, he mutters, looking up at Kurogiri. Hisashi will be happy to hear about this, but we need you to keep fighting. Keep trying to come back to us. You've never given up on anything before, so don't start now, not when your friends are fighting too. Kurogiri's eyes open for a moment before closing again. A few moments later the doors open, and Aizawa is escorted out of Tartarus. After getting to the surface from floor 4, Aizawa gets into his car and begins the 10-mile drive across the bridge that connects Tartarus to mainland Japan. Hisashi, are you busy? Aizawa asks as the call connects. Not really, I just got back from that emergency. Now I'm just helping some of the kids with their quirks, Hisashi says. What's up? On the other end of the call, Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike, was sitting on a large boulder in casual clothes, nursing his sore throat after a surprising amount of combat in an emergency mission he was sent on. Ahead of him is a large grassy field filled with boulders of varying sizes. While talking on the phone he observed Kyokajiro, in her earphone jack hero costume, clashing her earphone jacks together close to the boulders without touching them. Each time she does this a sound wave rushes out in every direction, knocking her back into the grass. He watches with an amused smirk as the girl struggles to learn something that came so naturally to him. In fact, destructive sound waves were so natural to him, that when he was born, his first cries burst the ears of everyone in the room, doctors, nurses, even his parents. So wrapping his mind around not simply being born powerful was something he took years to achieve. It's about Kurogiri, Aizawa says, and Present Mix amused smirk stops. Oh, did something change? He asked, hesitation clear in his voice. For the better, Aizawa says. I saw Aburo. Hisashi, are you there? Yeah, Hisashi says. What do you mean? I mean, he remembered the hero agency we wanted to start, or at least what he wanted it to be called, and I never mentioned that name. So he really is in there, Hisashi says, fighting the tears trying to form. I'll be sure to go with you next time. I can't believe the one visit I can't go to is when this happens. What a sick joke. Well, he always was a prankster like that, Aizawa says. But seriously, he's still in there, Hisashi. Our friend, Aburo, he's still fighting. Hisashi smiles. If anyone could fight his way back from the grave, it's him, especially when there are people who need him to save them. Aizawa, Hisashi says in a quiet voice. He was born to be a great hero. He'll save us from this. I can feel it. At this rate, it'll be decades before that happens, Aizawa says. What do you think about moving him out of Tartarus? Out of Tartarus, where the hell would Hisashi stops as he sees some UA buildings in the distance. You can't be serious here. We can keep the transfer quiet, and even if Shigaraki did learn about it, they won't come here. Horizon Tower and UA are arguably safer than Tartarus when it comes to them. The Hero Commission would never agree to that. The risk is too high. Maybe, but I could see Aburo, his tears. He wants us to save him, Aizawa says. And don't you think we've kept him waiting long enough? Hisashi bites his lip, but nods. How would we even do this? We have powerful friends, and people who owe us favors. Between Niza, Horizon, All Might, and Endeavor, I'm sure we can get something done. Yeah, friendship is the best quirk after all, so let's rely on it for this, Hisashi says. I'll go talk to Niza when this training is done. Good, I'm going to meet up with Edgeshot and Sir Nightai. They asked for my help on a case. Oh, you'll be working with Deku and Lemillion too then, plus Cellophane and Tsukuyomi. Team Horizon is managing Minato Tokyo until their boss gets back, so just Deku and Lemillion, Aizawa says. Before I get back I'll make a stop in Saitama, Tokyo and talk to Endeavor. Right, I should probably tell Nemuri about this too. She'll be glad to know we've made some progress. Yeah, but don't tell anyone who doesn't need to know. This could still take a lot of time. So, his parents? Hisashi asks. Best not to get their hopes up, Aizawa says. We didn't tell them he was Kurogiri in the first place because of how hard his death was on them, so that news plus this, I hate to imagine what it would do to them. Or if he'd even want anyone to know. When he's back, if he has all his memories from his time as Kurogiri, he can blame himself all he wants. After he comes back to us, Aizawa says, let's just focus on one thing at a time. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Call me when you're done with Edgeshot and Sir Nightai. Will do, Aizawa says as he hangs up. Hisashi looks up at the sky, seeing the scant few clouds high above, and smiles. I guess there are always clouds somewhere. Haaburo. He falls into his memories, mainly of his friend who could be with them again, soon, and can't help but feel more hopeful by the second. After all, miracles are being granted all around him lately, so maybe he finally got his. Sensei. Jiro snaps him out of his thoughts, almost a half hour after he began cloud watching. Huh, what's up? Hisashi asks, looking at the girl with a battered hero costume and bruises on her body. I still can't direct the sound waves forward. I think I should go see Mei to have some equipment made for that, like yours, she says. Hisashi raises a hand to touch his neck, where his sound directing equipment would usually be. That's not a bad idea, but just keep in mind that sometimes equipment that starts as training wheels becomes a crutch, he says before hopping down from the rock, and walking over to her. Master it, but keep training to achieve the same effects without it. Of course, sensei. Plus if I ever have to fight a villain without it, I'd rather be ready for that too, she says while removing her visor, which looked similar to Horizon and Cellophane's, but had a speaker design where the face would be. It should be capable in theory, but the output just feels off. Hisashi rubs his chin. It's based on the design of my gear, so we assumed your power output was the problem, hence making you train to create destructive sound waves without it, but maybe your rhythm is the problem. My rhythm? Jiro asks. Well, your quirk amplifies the sound of your heartbeat, that's why pumping that into the ground so easily causes quakes for you, he says. Mine amplifies my voice, so I have more power but can't use it to prevision like you can with your earphone jacks, plus it doesn't help me use echolocation like you, so maybe rhythm is the problem. Or more accurately, stockpiling the energy matching the rhythm. What do you mean? Jiro gives him a genuinely confused look. Hisashi sighs, your quirk is connected to your body, so keep the sound of multiple heartbeats moving around in there then release them all at once, instead of trying to amplify one, amplify a few at once. I do a similar trick with the vibration of my vocal cords, but it puts a serious strain on them. My quirk uses my heart, and by extension my entire body, so what happens if I strain it? Your bones will hurt before your heart, so stop if you feel any pain at all, try it out after you go get some lunch, Hisashi says. I need to go see Principal Nizu. Sure thing sensei, Jiro says excitedly as he walks away. After he leaves she relaxes, looking at the one boulder she'd been trying to shatter all day, which still stood strong. Then farther ahead, at the 5m-16 feet wide, circular trench carved in the ground, spanning the field they were currently training in from end to end, almost 33m-100 feet. She then looks to the man as he walks away, already on another phone call. I guess he's not just some lame DJ, South Bend, Ohio, USA, 8 p.m. I didn't take you for a football fan, Star says, sitting beside Horizon atop the stadium while the teams come back onto the field. Sure, football, Horizon says. When you're in America, you call it football, she says as the second half of the game begins. Do we come to your country and try to change things? Horizon slowly looks at her. Yes, that's what you people are most famous for. Being obnoxious is part of your culture. PSH, whatever, she says as one of the cameras finally turns to them, showing them on the massive screen and announcing their presence to everyone. Both Horizon and Star politely wave to the people before the cameras return to the game. Do you plan to go shake hands and pander to the crowd after the game? Star asks as they return to their quiet conversation. We won't be staying for the whole thing. My target should be coming back to this city soon. As soon as he's in my range we'll warp out of here. Oh great, am I going to have to watch one of your infamous torture sessions? Star frowns at the idea. Hey, I didn't ask you to come find me. You can fly back to your base if you want. Are you saying you don't like my company? You aren't my type, but the free food is nice. Don't like blondes. Don't like heroes, Horizon says, but it is nice talking to someone who isn't completely terrified of me. Star and Stripe gives him a smug look. Maybe if you figured out that awakening I'd have something to be scared of, but you've still got a bit of work to do with that. I'm close, just needs the final touches, and studying your quirk is exactly what has helped me get this far, Horizon says. Oh, really? Star raises a brow at that. And what have you figured out about my quirk? You impose your will on the world around you to force temporary change. The concept is simple, the quantum implications are, much less so, but you and I are beings of will. We just apply it differently, he says. Would be helpful if you told me the name, for my personal records. Star and Stripe sighs, it's called New Order, and yeah it's basically what you just described, but I'm not giving you any more info on it. And I would never ask. After a few more minutes of friendly conversation, Horizon stiffens and taps her arm. He's here, we should get into position, Horizon says. Damn, and I was just getting into the game? Star grumbles. Shambles? Star tenses as she's suddenly in an expensive kitchen overlooking a small private lake in the backyard. I expected to feel something, she says. Don't be stupid, you know how my warping works, why would you feel anything? Yeah, I guess you're right, she says while looking around, seeing Horizon looking through the fridge. Where are we? You said we were going to ambush someone, shouldn't we be on a rooftop someone waiting for them? RN Beta S. Horizon grabs a bottle of water from the fridge and then moves to the cabinets, rifling through them. The best place to ambush people is where they feel safe. For this person, that's in his home. As he's rifling through the kitchen, Star and Stripe walks around, looking at the family pictures on the walls. An older couple, and from what she could tell their daughter had already graduated college. Do you do this often? She glances over to see Horizon walking into the living room with a box of cookies. All the time, he sits on the couch and puts his feet up. They've got some cameras in here but I looped the footage from before we arrived, they'll be here soon enough, and we'll surprise them. Star gives him an uncomfortable look, noticing how relaxed he is, sitting on his soon-to-be victim's couch, eating their snacks, scrolling on his phone. Eventually, with a sigh and roll of her eyes, she takes a seat beside him and turns on the TV. Is this seriously what people watch? Star asks. When was the last time you watched TV? She shrugs. Back when I was a kid, my sister and I were watching cartoons on the plane when... Horizon glances at her, seeing the uncomfortable look on her face. Bad memories. Yeah, something like that, Star says before flipping to the news channel. Yeah, figured you'd do that. Everything else is pro-hero propaganda bullshit anyway, especially the idiots who have their reality TV shows. Probably half the reason that Stain guy wanted to kill people, Star says. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned him. Why? Didn't he kill one of your friends? Oh, that, Horizon shrugs. I told the idiot that would happen if he tried to get revenge for his brother, but he didn't listen. Star and Stripe turns to him, shocked. I thought that was just bad luck, your statement was a complete lie, Horizon says. He wanted revenge for someone he loves, which is something I can completely understand. Revenge isn't what heroes do. If someone killed a person you cared about, you wouldn't want them dead. Star frowns and turns back to the TV. I guess I was being a bit of a hypocrite. If I had the chance, I would have done anything for revenge, but it turns out I didn't need to. Wow, so you do have a dark side, who could possibly bring out that side of you? I'd rather not talk about it, she says. Whatever, Horizon shrugs. The target is almost here, now is your last chance before things get messy. I'd hate for Star and Stripe to get stained with blood because of me. I'll be fine, besides, I'm handling the pro-hero side of the traitors, that's why I needed this break. Too many fights. Too many former allies, too many traitors, too many reminders that I can't drop this mask for anyone. Ha, no wonder you like spending time with me, Horizon says as he gets up. I'm honest about what I am, and I don't care about what you are. You know, some would say that makes us friends. Star gives him a mischievous smile. But I can't be friends with someone who prefers pizza to burgers. I thought we agreed to settle on steak. It's about the principle, Star scoffs and folds her arms, jokingly. I wear this cape for a reason, you know. And that reason is because your government isn't very creative, so they just wrapped you in their flag. It works when your flag is undefeated. She gives him a cocky smile. Before Horizon can respond they want the front door open, and an older couple enters the home carrying some travel bags. They hear the couple chatter from the hallway before the woman walks into the living room, removing her coat, only to freeze as she sees Horizon standing there, casually, while Star and Stripe are sitting on her couch, bashfully waving at her. Hi, Horizon politely waves, and her phone flies out of her pocket into his hand. Robert, the woman yells, not taking her eyes off the heroes for even a second. I know, the man says from down the hallway. Horizon can sense him struggling with their bags. But I'm just saying I'd like to see my grandson more than twice a year. It's not like her law firm will collapse if she takes a few days off too. The man freezes as he sees Horizon and Star and Stripe in his living room. Honey, you should go wait upstairs, the man says, and his wife begins taking shaky steps back. Sorry but, that's not how this works, Horizon says, causing the woman to freeze. Would you mind asking your husband where Senator Silvers's money is? Robert, she turns to her husband, getting more scared by the moment. What is he talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. The man suddenly warps in front of the couch, and with a wave of his hand Horizon uses tact to control his clothes and shove him down onto the couch beside Star and Stripe. I'll take this, Horizon says as the man's phone flies over to his hand as well. He deftly connects the phone to the device on his left forearm with a small cable before turning to the woman. He casually gestures for her to walk over to him, and as if sensing the impending danger, she slowly begins to back away. No, Horizon uses the same trick to pull her over to him, grabbing her shoulder and turning her to face her husband. Don't you took the man tries to get up, only for Star to casually place a hand on his shoulder, keeping him seated. Damn it, you're supposed to be heroes, why are you threatening innocent people? I haven't threatened anyone, Horizon says, but innocent, the only innocent person here is her, he points to Star. You're a traitor who did a lot of secret accounting for senators, stealing money from the federal budget and funneling it to them, so they can give it to Sentinel. Horizon pauses, and turns to the man's wife. And the fact that she barely reacted to that news, means she knew. I swear she didn't know until after I It doesn't matter, Horizon says. For better or for worse, right? You're married, you're in this together. You had the better when you were living lavishly, and used some of that money to help set up your daughter's law firm. Now I'm the worse. What are you going to do to us? The man asks, barely getting the words out. Anything I want, until you start talking. Horizon grips the woman's shoulder, causing her to scream out and claw at his hand before he begins lifting her into the air by her shoulder. Stop it, the man yells, and Horizon surprisingly drops the woman, allowing her to crumple to the floor and hold her shoulder. See, this is why I don't have anyone I love. All it does is invite weakness for my enemies, Horizon says. At his words, Star and Stripe used all of her training to fight the emotions that almost showed on her face, feeling a profound sense of déjà vu, as if watching a younger version of herself, who said the exact same words. I'm going to get some air, Star says as she gets up and walks away. Wait, the woman begs. Don't leave us with him, please. Star ignores her cries as she steps into the backyard, leaving Horizon to his heinous work. 20 minutes later. Star, get in here, Horizon says as he steps into the backyard. What's wrong? Star asks as she steps into the living room, seeing a bloody mess left on the carpet and walls as the couple cling together, terrified. Jesus Christ. He's not here right now, obviously, Horizon says. Can you just get her to shut up? I can only focus on one this at a time for this. Fine, whatever it takes to get this over with, Star says as she walks over to the woman and gently places a hand over her mouth, pulling her away from Horizon and her husband. Now, this is going to hurt, a lot, so if you want to tell me the address, this is the time, Horizon says as he kneels in front of the man, the crying, blood-drenched man. The man looks over to his wife, who is staring in horror. If I talk, they'll know and they'll kill them all. I'm sorry. Protecting your family, I can respect that, Horizon says, his voice surprisingly gentle. But I'm a bit annoyed that you're more scared of your traitor friends than me, especially since I'll do much worse than just killing your kids and grandkids. While Horizon grabs both sides of the man's head, holding him in place. Hold still, I'd rather not fry your brain too soon, Horizon says as the man's eyes begin to flicker white and roll back into his head. Star and the man's wife watch, in horror, as Horizon slowly moves his hand away from the man's skull. But streams of electricity leap between his palms, through the man's head, burning the man's hair and skin as his body trembles and nose bleeds. After almost a minute of this horrific show, the man's eyes pop and are burnt shut. And after a few more seconds of spasms, the corpse falls back onto the floor. The woman in Star's arms was frantically kicking and screaming, with her hand muffling her, with tears flowing down her face. What did you do? Star asks, not sure what she witnessed beyond the clear murder. Or more accurately, execution. Horizon tries to get up, but strumbles and drops to one knee. Wow, that's a serious headache. I need a minute. Horizon sits on the floor, removing his visor for Star and the woman to see his masked face beneath, and the blood flowing from his nose, which he quickly wipes away. So God bleeds, Star says. Shut up, Horizon says, struggling to get up. After a few deep breaths, he puts on his visor, and takes a moment to sort the new memories. What was that? Star asks. I'm thinking of calling it bioelectric mimicry. What do you think? She raises a brow at him. You copied the signals in his brain to get some of his memories. Surface thoughts, but he'd been thinking so hard about not giving me that information, that it was at the surface. I have what I need, Horizon says as he stretches his limbs, trying to relax. Did he have to die? Star asks as she releases the woman, who rushes over to her husband, desperately trying to shake him awake. It's a new move, Horizon shrugs. I have what I need so we can get out of here. Let's go. What about her? Star asks, gesturing to the woman. We need to send her to a police station. No, the people I'm hunting are well connected. She gets arrested, they'll know I'm after them using this route. Horizon waves his hand, and the woman and her husband disappear, swapped for two small rocks. Where did you just send them? Down, a few miles, Horizon says as he takes out his phone. I need to make a call to have this place sterilized when we leave. Give me a minute. Star and Stripe stands there, stunned, as he casually walks into the other room to call his connection in the US government, the team assigned to help him hunt down the traitors. Part of her was concerned about how coldly he acted toward people. How casually he took the life of others. It was almost familiar. But she shakes her head, banishing the thought. No, I won't let her haunt me anymore. He doesn't have anything to do with her, Star quickly convinces herself. Simply happy that she finally had a friend, a real friend who wasn't using her because of what she could do. Yo, I managed to get a name for the address. It's in Florida, Horizon says as he casually enters the room. Oh, are you going there tonight? No, there isn't anyone in there right now. I got access to the camera around that entire block. How about we head to Manhattan? Star raises a brow at him. I thought your enemies would be smarter than to go to Manhattan, where you spend most of your time. They are, but there is a restaurant I've been missing and tonight is the grand opening of the first location outside of Japan. You coming? Sure, let's go, Star says as she walks over to him. What's the name? I'd look up the menu before we get there. Golden Hearts, they've got food from all over the world, Horizon says, but I personally just pick something at random every time. It's all good. Oh, is it that good? And it gives people like us privacy away from the fans and cameras, Horizon says before warping them both away. Japan, 11:30 p.m. I already regret agreeing to this, Mina says through her chattering teeth, barely able to think past the cold rain pouring down onto her. You could have at least let me keep my raincoat, jerk. Your bright pink raincoat for a stealth mission, great idea. Juzo rolls his eyes as he continues peering through the binoculars. Both he and Mina were dressed in all-black tactical gear, with accompanying masks. Mina's mask even had one-way glass to hide her distinct eyes and the pink skin around them. She and Juzo were currently standing on a crane, 3 stories up, hanging over the dark ocean waters below, and a few hundred feet away was another dock, with a large ship docked, currently being loaded. The last one was more comfortable, just saying. Mina says, "Are you going to complain all night?" "Yes." Juzo grumbles, "I'm starting to question why Horizon asked me to start including you. Because I'm cute, obviously. Whatever, you've done well so far, just don't let a little rain and cold get to you." Juzo says, "We'll be back in Horizon Tower by sunrise. And I'll be back in the hot tub." "Oh, is your girlfriend coming over?" Mina asks. "I've been dying to go shopping. I think I deserve a little break after all the hero work we've done, and only half the summer is done." "A little more than half, but no Tokage won't be here tomorrow," Juzo says. "And she's not my girlfriend." Mina scoffs, "You're the only one who thinks that. Honestly, you really should have brought her, isn't she stealth and recon trained?" "Yes, but Horizon said to start including you, so you're here, it's that simple." "Yeah, but why?" "Probably because of all the girls in our class, you're the closest to being actual friends with him." "Oh, that's kind of sad," Mina says. "Also the press loves Pinky." "Oh," Mina narrows her eyes at Juzo. "So this was a publicity thing, is that it?" "I'm sure there is more to it than that. Hell, maybe he does just think you're cute." Juzo shrugs. "Yeah, well, I still think he's a jerk. I mean, he ruined my high school romance arc." Juzo lowers the binoculars for a moment to give her a confused look. "You liked Ho?" "No, you idiot," Mina sighs, clearly exasperated. "He mentioned something about my down here, being a potential acid fountain. And you'd bet teenage boys who eventually want to do that with their girlfriends don't want to take that risk." Nigerian Nairo. "I was there, and he was just genuinely curious, like when he asked Ajui if she ever had the urge to eat bugs." Juzo shrugs and goes back to stalking. "He also tried to test if Tokoyami would eat birdseed. I know he was being curious, but it still sucks, but did." "Yeah, he likes the bird seeds," Juzo says. "But don't tell him I said that. That's pretty funny. Did you become a hero just to get a boyfriend or something? To be a celebrity like Toru wants to be?" "No, I just don't like seeing people scared, so I wanted to help," Mina says. "Well, if you want to keep coming along on these missions, don't tell Horizon that sappy stuff. He doesn't take it seriously as motivation." "But, isn't that why you came to UA?" "No," Juzo says. "Pro-heroes are the only ones encouraged by society to train their quirk to its maximum potential. Haven't you always been curious about what you could do at your absolute best?" "I've been scared of it my whole life," Mina says with a bitter frown, staring down at her gloved hands. "With a quirk like mine, sometimes other kids get hurt when you get excited playing, and that was enough reason for me to not want to use my quirk at all." "I see, must have been hard, especially since you don't have many traditional human cosmetic traits." "Yeah, but that's just all the more reason to be a pro-hero, to show them that monsters can be cool too," she says with a bitter, forced smile. "Pretty cool, huh? That's why Shoji does this stuff too," Juzo says. "And if you really want a boyfriend, try Kiri's Hima. I doubt anything scared him, especially not a little acid splash." Mina lightly punches him on the shoulder. "Don't joke about that, jerk." Sorry, but it is kind of funny." "Only for you," Mina says. "Besides, I've known Kiri since middle school, so dating him would be weird. Also, I don't think putting the 2 people with the lowest theory scores in class together is good. What if we got married and our babies turned out to have rocks for brains? Then you'd know for sure they're yours." "Ugh, talking to boys about this stuff is the worst," Mina groans, dramatically. "Especially you Team Horizon people. Hey, what the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means, Horizon is Horizon. Shinso broke up with his girlfriend before any of us even got to meet her because romance got in the way of hero work. Siro is decent enough, but ogles other girls when he's cellophane. And you, Tokage is clearly in love with you but you still won't make it official. You're practically her boyfriend already. Things are perfect as they are, no need to change them," Juzo says. "If Tokage has a problem I'm sure she'd just tell me." Mina folds her arms under her chest and rolls her eyes. "Smart with the hero stuff, but you're still such a guy." "Well, I'll think about whatever that's supposed to mean later. Right now we need to start swimming," Juzo says as he puts the binoculars away. "They just finished loading the ship, so we've got an hour before the engines start." "Ugh, this is gonna suck." "Yeah, no arguing there," Juzo says as he leaps off the crane, into the dark, cold, choppy water below. Mina takes a few deep breaths to hype herself up. "Horizon owes me a shopping trip for this," she says before leaping after Juzo who was already swimming toward the ship. Minutes later, quietly crawling over the edge of the ship and joining Juzo in the shadows between the shipping containers, Mina is shivering so much she has to actively stop her teeth from chattering. "Next time, call Siro as your backup for stupid shit like this," Mina says as she crouches behind Juzo. "Since when do you swear? Since you had me jump into ice cold, pith dark, scary ocean water, now hurry up so I can get warm and give Horizon a piece of my mind." Juzo waits for a moment until all the ship's crew is inside before getting up and searching for a specific container. Mina follows closely behind him. For the record, normally this kind of thing is a solo task for Shiro, Juzo says, but since his dad is in the country for a few days he's spending tonight over there. I thought his dad lived in Japan, isn't he a construction worker or something? He's retired, and moved, they came into some money so things are looking up, Juzo says as he's picking the lock to one of the containers. Oh, Mina gave it some thought. So, his dad has, or I'm guessing had back problems, right? Did Horizon fix that too? Juzo pauses for a moment, then continues. Yeah, perks of being part of the team, and a friend. That's a lot, even for a friend, don't you think? Mina asks as Juzo unlocks the container, revealing a stockpile of green and purple vials secured within. What is that? That's what we're trying to figure out, Juzo says as they both step inside and pull the door closed behind them. Stay close to the door and listen for anyone coming, I'll get some sample. Got it, Mina says, leaning against the wall as Juzo looks around with a flashlight. After a minute of looking around, Juzo speaks up. Does it really surprise you that much? Huh, what are you talking about? That Horizon would do that for Shiro, that stuff. I'm surprised Horizon cares about anyone really, at least beyond his pro-hero persona, Mina says, then remembers all the quiet conversations she's had with him since the video call at Horizon Tower. Well, I know he has his softer moments, but still? Yeah, he invested a lot of money and effort into keeping Shiro's dad safe, but, you should know by now Horizon doesn't care about money. And Shiro is his friend, so eliminating Shiro's vulnerabilities by getting his dad out of danger was necessary. So it's just business, Mina mutters. Mina, Horizon has said he'd sacrifice everything for his parents if they were alive, his friends aren't that far behind, Juzo says. Normally we see the side of him that makes that clear, but when you're on his good side, it's like having a guardian angel. I guess I never really thought about it like that before. So, are there any other perks? Juzo collects the samples he needs and then places a tracker in a few hidden places, which she notices. Trackers. Interpol wants to track these new variants of trigger to find the source, which is why this isn't an official operation, Juzo says as he walks to the door and slowly steps outside. And as for other perks, our unlimited credit cards are pretty nice. Damn, now I'm jealous, Mina says as they lock the container and move back to the side of the ship. Don't suppose you can let me borrow that tomorrow? I'll think about it, if you help me get a gift for Tokage. Deal, Mina says as they both jump overboard. I'm almost done in here, prep the next patient immediately, Horizon says to the empty operating room as he takes a scalpel to the brain lying on the metal table. Hearing him through the comms his assistant at this hospital responds, you've been performing surgeries for nearly 20 hours straight, don't you need a break? I can still go for 20 more before I need some sleep, but these kids may not have that time, Horizon says as he continues focusing on the brain. He very carefully and gently touches it with one finger, sensing where the tumor is once more, then takes one look to his left. On the other end of the operating table where the 3-year-old girl lays, her head harmlessly detached beside her body, her brain harmlessly removed and split in two right down the middle in front of Horizon. Horizon leans forward and sees the tumor, half the size of a marble, attached to the top of her brainstem. A terminal case for any person, unless Horizon is their doctor. Horizon carefully pilots the scalpel to cut into the tumor, slowly, gently, cutting between where it and her brainstem meet. He keeps one hand on the brain, holding it steady and constantly sensing her biological response to his intrusion as he goes. After some tense moments and much concentration, Horizon completely removes the tumor and allows it to drop onto the table. He pauses for a moment, prepared to react if her body, for whatever reason, responds poorly to the change. But nothing happens, so with a wave of his hand, he reassembles her body perfectly, better than it was before he began. Now for one last check, Horizon mutters as he gently touches her head, doing a full scan of her, down to the genetic level. Beneath his visor, he smiles, yet another miracle complete, he says before turning around, walking out of the operating room. There are 3 nurses standing in the hallway with sanitation equipment and a gurney to move the child, who smile as Horizon steps outside. She'll be fine, just needs some rest and physical therapy to get over her muscle degradation, Horizon says as he walks past them. As they move to sterilize the room and get the girl to the recovery ward, Horizon looks around, not seeing the second group of nurses with his next patient. A 2-year-old boy with degenerative bone marrow in dire need of a miracle. Horizon sighs and walks through the hallway to the main nerve center of this wing of the hospital, seeing everyone moving about. Where is my next patient? He asks, causing much of the room to pause for just a moment before they get back to work. Horizon, you're still here, the nurse assigned to him asks, genuinely surprised. Why wouldn't I be? I still have lives to save. But, Central Park, we assumed you'd warp there right away, the man pointed down the hallway where a faint orange light was shining onto the wall. Room? Horizon expands his room to cover more than just the hospital, but Central Park, which is just across the street. Wow, I've never sensed anything like that before, Horizon says as he walks down the hallway to a window overlooking the park. On one of the baseball fields was a bright orange glow which then dimmed for a moment. Horizon tilts his head to the side, clearly studying what he was sensing. We assumed you knew, the nurse says. Other pro heroes and SWAT teams have already arrived on the scene. No, when I'm operating on a patient they get my full attention, Horizon says as he looks across the park, seeing the building that the United States government rented for him, completely melted. Clearly whatever is going on there wants my attention. Should I postpone your other patients? The man asks. Normally we'd evacuate the hospital, at least those who aren't hooked up to essential life support machines, but I know, I am here, Horizon says, looking around to see the doctors, nurses, support staff, and patients looking at him. No need to evacuate, prep my next patient, this won't take long, Horizon says before he warps away. Horizon appears 2 blocks away, leaving the children's hospital to arrive in a general hospital, specifically the emergency room entryway. He was yet again surrounded by chaos. Police officers, civilians, and pro-heroes alike were laid out on gurneys, chairs, and the floor, with doctors rushing to identify and treat the most heavily injured first. Booster shot? Blue energy vapor begins pouring off of Horizon like a thick morning mist, spreading through the room and stabilizing the patients. What is this? One of the doctors asks, looking away from the police officer he was struggling to stabilize, who was already trying to sit up. Booster shot, it heals injuries and such, but still give everyone a once-over before you clear them, Horizon says as he walks over to the help desk, noticing the sense of relief washing over the room. The man behind the desk gives him a confused look as Horizon reaches over the desk and grabs all the pens and pencils held in a small cup, out of view. He then snaps them all in half, then snaps them once more. Without a word he then tosses them outside, into the drop-off bay. Shambles? Most of the pieces are swapped for civilians, pro-heroes, and police officers, including some more heavily armed officers. Then new arrivals look around confused, until they feel the cool sensation of Horizon's healing energy flowing through them. Minutes earlier, walking through one of the many baseball fields within Central Park, a man made entirely of solid flames, glowing orange and melting the ground with each step, walks to the pitcher's plate. Damn it, and here I thought that would have gotten his attention, the man groans in annoyance, looking back at Horizon's assumed residence within Manhattan. The entire building was melted, molten stone, steel, and glass, now flowing into the streets and affecting the nearby buildings. Bang! A high-caliber sniper rifle bullet slams into the man's head, entering one side and leaving the other as molten metal. Well, at least someone finally noticed me, the man says as 3 pro-heroes arrive on the scene. One of them had 2 massive bat wings protruding from his back, and under each arm he carried an ally. Under his left was a man with a sniper rifle, still aimed at the villain, and under his right was a woman with large gauntlets on her hands. The 3 pro-heroes land, and immediately take a combat stance. Surrender, before this gets messy, the man with wings says. Seriously? You ask me to surrender after shooting me in the head, isn't that supposed to be the other way around? The man with the rifle responds by taking aim yet again, then loads a special round without moving the gun at all. When you melt a skyscraper, I tend to get trigger happy. You're lucky since Horizon lives there isn't anyone else in the building, the woman says, slamming her fists together to cause a shockwave through the area. You could have killed someone. That's the point. Now, come be the first victims, the man yells while running at them. Don't let him touch you, the winged man says as he flaps his wings, sending a massive gust of wind through the area and kicking up a small sandstorm. Annoying, the villain yells as he can't see through the sand, but from outside they see him as a bright glowing target. The pro-hero with the rifle fires a special cryo round directly at the villain's head, only for the special payload that can freeze a moving locomotive engine in place, instantly, to have no effect at all. He runs hot, the man says, we need backup. We'll stall him, get us some help, and find Horizon, the woman says as she rushes into the sand cloud. Got it, the winged hero rockets into the air, leaving his friends behind. Seeing his wife rushing forward, the man raises his rifle once more, aiming at the villain's head, then hits a button at the side of his gun to make it completely silent. He quickly steadies his breathing and focuses his quirk, preparing the next few rounds with it. He fires one round at the stationary villain, and while it's soaring through the sand cloud it suddenly changes directions, making a sharp turn upward. After less than a second it changes again, making another sharp turn forward. Then it makes a third sharp turn, and strikes the villain's head from above, directly opposite the man who shot it. His quirk, Loaded Vectors, allows him to preset coordinates into projectiles, and when they reach those coordinates, the vector will change without losing any energy. He can set up to 3 coordinates per projectile. The villain responds as expected, and turns around. Gotcha, the woman thinks as she arrives behind the villain, then pivots to the side and launches a strong right at his face. Skyquake strike, she bellows as her fist stops inches away from him. The area shakes as a street-wide lane of destruction is launched point-blank at the villain. It shakes the air between the fist and his face, causing a path of destruction from her fist to the water reservoir in Central Park, where she intended to launch him. But as her attack blasts away the sand, the villain is standing in place, hovering in place actually, as the ground beneath him was completely torn away and launched into the reservoir. Before the woman can react, the villain casually raises his hand, and gently touches her fist with the back of his hand. Her body barely made contact for a fraction of a second, but down to her bones were completely disintegrated, atomized perfectly into the air. It happens so quickly that her nerves don't register any pain, only a cold sensation at the end of her arm. Move, her husband screams, and she leaps away as he offloads his entire magazine into the villain, and it does nothing. My fire quirk is the only transformation type for a reason you know, the villain says, looking at the man. It makes me invulnerable to anything you have, even if you were able to move me, the water wouldn't have worked. That's the first thing I tried when I realized the hell my life would be, trapped in this form, so just go get me Horizon. The man glances over at his wife, who already had her left fist raised, ready to continue fighting. Sorry, but we aren't the type to give up, he says, noticing his wife's smile at those words. Nothing you have can hurt me, so be gone. The couple barely have time to react as the villain raises the heat of his body, vaporizing the air around him, flash incinerating the entire baseball diamond into black dust. The air in the area rushes toward the villain for a moment as his quirk hungrily consumes it all, then the man simply looks around, seeing police cars and pro-heroes rushing toward him, led by a man with bat wings. He frowns, knowing they could never hurt him, knowing they couldn't bring him the peace he wanted. Surrender now, last chance. A pro-hero wearing an all-blue costume with a small cape at his back says. He was slowly backing up, inching closer to the water reservoir in Central Park, not moving his gaze from the villain in front of him. The man was simply standing there, bored, made entirely of solid fire as he looked around. There was a blockade 100 meters away with police officers and medical staff, along with new teams and support staff calling for more pro-heroes to help. Even the fire trucks were here and on high alert, but either fortunately or not, instead of igniting things around him and causing fires to ravage the greenery of the park, anything the villain touches instantly disintegrated, torn asunder by the immense heat of his existence. The villain looks around, taking in the sight of all the dead or injured pro-heroes scattered about, taking in all the carnage and death these people brought upon themselves by crashing against him. That's a bad idea, the villain says, his voice reverberating on the scorched air around him. Using water against me is counterintuitive, trust me. Great splash. The pro-hero yells as he waves his hands, controlling the water behind him to create a massive whip, aiming to grab the villain and drag him into the reservoir. The villain sighs, and as he's been doing this entire time, stands there, waiting for them to haplessly die, as all living things do in his presence. The water whip hits him, and what happens next is instant, and terrifying. His quirk is entirely unique. A transformation quirk which was boosted and modified via illegal human experimentation when he was a baby. Because of that, his body is always in this fiery form, a surprisingly serene experience, but it makes him powerful. Too powerful for the government that created him to control, so naturally, they tried to douse his flames with fire and chemicals at first. And they learned a terrifying truth about his quirk. The moment the water touched him, his quirk body transferred its heat into the water, but instead of simply evaporating it, he separated the particles. The oxygen from the water was greedily consumed by his quirk, and the hydrogen instantly became a fiery blast. The explosion rocked the area and consumed both the villain and pro-heroes alike. The pro-hero controlling the water didn't even have the time to feel the blistering heat as the flames reached him. Not because it was so fast, but because he was suddenly standing by one of the police officers. He looks around, confused, seeing the officers with their useless weapons aimed at the villain, even as the fiery explosion quickly subsides. What's going on? The police sergeant, wearing SWAT gear and holding a large rifle, sees all the injured pro-heroes and civilians who'd been hurt or killed, gone. Thailand bought Epsilon. And the few who could fight and were closing in on the villain were now standing just in front of the barrier. The sergeant immediately realizes what's going on, and smiles. Get behind the barrier, and be prepared to help the firefighters douse any flames that come up. The pro-heroes waste no time falling in line as they too realize what just happened, and all the cameras and attention shifts to Horizon, who was now standing across from the villain, sword sheathed and hovering beside him. What, were you asleep? The villain asks. The new crews and drones hear and see everything, and can't help but frown at that question. Because since this incident began nearly 30 minutes ago, everyone had been asking the same thing. Hey now, beauty sleep is important for someone as handsome as me. Horizon taps his visor. But it also takes a lot of effort to keep this perfectly clean. I always wonder what that feels like, the villain says. What's that? Sleeping? Eating? The villain then looks down at his hands. Being human. Well, I can't really comment on that last bit. If you haven't noticed, Horizon says. I'm closer to you than regular humans. Containment suit and all, the villain says. So what happens if yours comes off? Horizon shrugs. I'd probably just die. But my quirk could react poorly, so, who really knows? TCH, now I'm really jealous, the villain grumbles. I take mine off when it's time to get to work, so long as I keep my heat in check it lets me blend in, but take it off, and... Self-immolation, Horizon interrupts him, causing the villain's body to flare up for just a moment. Oh, was I right? How do you even know who I am? Part of it was a guess, Horizon admits. Part of it was the fact that you did that to my temporary home, he gestures to the melted hotel. And the other part, you did something similar when you killed Minister Cheval, 10 years ago, right? Horizon says. I've always been curious about exactly what your quirk is, immolation. Oh, I get it. Arsenal must have told you, since she's the only person who knew that was me, Immolation says, then realizes something. Nah, she was a real pro, she'd never rat. You people must have dug around in her head before you put her down, so those horrors we hear about Tartarus are true, huh? You're in America, so New Alcatraz is where you'll be going, Horizon says. So what is this? You're trying to take her spot. It's also very profitable to kill you, Immolation says. But, yeah, part of it is just showing that with her gone, the top spot is up for grabs. And while that level of hyper-violent obsession isn't something I've got, I more than make up for it in power. But not subtly, Horizon says. No wonder you only got the loud job. Immolation laughs. Damn, you're not just some nerdy doctor with a powerful quirk, you even know about people too. Scary. I get that a lot. So, are you done stalling now? Immolation asks, getting more serious for a moment. I'm not stupid, you know. A lot of people with a lot of experience killing powerful pro heroes have been watching you, and we figured out something about what you can and can't warp. So, since I'm still standing here. Immolation playfully gestures to Horizon. And Horizon groans, nodding. Yeah, you got me. Warping energy isn't exactly easy. Especially not the kind you're made up of. Which means all I have to deal with is everything else. Immolation begins heating up his body, and all the grass around him instantly blackened into ash and blows away with the hot air. Give me 1 second, Horizon says as he warps away, appearing in front of the police officers. Push this barrier back another few hundred feet. This can get messy. He turns away, looking at Immolation, and touches the side of his visor. Did you get all of that? He asks. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm busy, Star says. This guy looks like a really bad matchup for you, but I'm sure you'll figure something out. But I'll look into the data you sent, and your theory about him while you fight. Good luck. Shambles? Horizon appears in front of Immolation once again, but with his sheath missing, leaving Sunder's blade free as he grips the hilt, and his phone back at Matani Tower. Horizon takes a combat stance, and Immolation doesn't react, as usual. Instead he simply waits for Horizon to get closer, ready to raise his heat and disintegrate the hero. In an instant Horizon weighs all his options, and sadly, he sees only one path forward. He takes a more relaxed stance and lifts his left hand, palm facing the sky. Hopefully his counterattack doesn't kill me, Horizon thinks as he deactivates his quirk. T-Room? He feels his total energy take a massive hit. More energy than he had 1 year ago was instantly consumed to create a small room hovering above his palm. Unlike his standard room, the rooms created by his awakening cannot be made invisible, leaving it to be a visible blue sphere of energy. Even now, drops of dense liquid energy leaks out of the T-Room, onto his hand, then onto the scorched earth below, causing grass to grow. That's new, Immolation says, playfully. Then Horizon brings Sunder's blade to the sphere, and the T-Room slowly crawls over the blade like thick flowing liquid, leaving the translucent blue energy around it. Yeah, very new. I hope you don't mind being the test subject. That's what I was literally born to be, Immolation says as Horizon begins walking forward. Room? Horizon creates a second room, a standard room around the immediate combat area, and even that strains his mind and energy. The gap between myself as Sunder is problematic. I'm not familiar enough with my awakening abilities to use them like this, so hopefully I can end this in one go. With each step forward he feels as if he's inside a smelting over, and the temperature around him just keeps climbing. Within 3 steps he's standing close enough to swing his sword, and as he moves to attack, Immolation raises the heat immensely. Everything around them is incinerated by the instant heat. With no theatrics and flames, a wave of heat hits the earth and grass as Immolation raises the temperature of his sentient plasma body so much that the air rushes away from him, carrying death with it. Horizon is struck by this, but booster shot envelops his entire body, healing him as fast as he's being disintegrated. It wraps around his body glove, and his visor, but everything else is not that fortunate. His formal suit burns away as the blade reaches Immolation, clashing directly through his head. And as it touches him, the villain's glowing white eyes widen. Arg. Immolation screams as the blade enters one side of his head and leaves the other, and he feels every bit of the immense pain that a regular person could feel from this, even if his sentient plasma body reforms behind the blade as it flows through him. The sensation was entirely forgotten by him, so used to being invulnerable that it terrifies him, shaking him to his core and bringing out his most primal survival instincts. Horizon's eyes widen beneath his visor as Immolation suddenly glows bright orange, raising his temperature so much and so quickly that the earth, grass, and even the air from 100 feet around him was incinerated, leaving slagged ground around them. The rushing air was so intense that Horizon was knocked away, sent tumbling as the combined focus and energy needed for his awakening and booster shot, which kept him alive, that he couldn't warp away. Ouch, Horizon mutters, more serious than playful as he gets up, and takes in the destruction. He was now standing inside the entirely evaporated reservoir, with red-hot earth all around him. Pieces of his body glove were burnt and melted, even through the veil of energy protecting it, and Sunder was red-hot, his awakening, deactivated. What did you do? Immolation charges at Horizon, his body glowing as fear grips his heart. All his life he thought death would bring relief, but now, facing someone with the potential to make it a reality, fear consumed him. Seeing the villain running toward him, Horizon warps Sunder away. I overcomplicated things, he says while creating another T-room, this time in his right hand. Then he creates a second, simultaneous T-room in his left hand. Time to simplify things. Rushing toward Horizon, Immolation sees his cache both glowing spheres into each other until they become one, then he crushes it between his palms. The spheres break, collapsing into each other, and the liquid energy slowly flows across Horizon's body, coating his body glove and visor completely. No. Immolation stumbles for a moment, recognizing this as the same effect from his sword. Never again. Immolation stops before he touches Horizon and raises his temperature yet again, hotter than before. But while the heat rushes outward, Horizon charges forward. Even as the ground is turned on to black dust around them, he rushes through it. The air around him burns, scorching his lungs with each breath, but the energy constantly heals him, doing nothing for the pain but keeping him alive, keeping him fighting. So clad in this mysterious energy, like armor, and punches Immolation in the face. The villain experiences the pain of his jaw breaking and teeth shattering, but his plasma body instantly reforms, seemingly fine. So in a panic he reaches out to grab Horizon and melt him directly, only for the hero to reach out and grab his wrist. Horizon tightens his grip, only to crush Immolation's wrist, causing the sensation a regular human would feel if that happened to them, to rack the villain. Immolation gives a blood-curdling scream and directs his heat to his legs, heating the air below his feet and haphazardly launching himself back. He tumbles on the floor for a few dozen meters, trying and failing to calm his mind. What the hell is this? What did you do to me? Immolation asks as he hurries to get up, seeing Horizon already walking toward him. I reminded you of what it feels like to be human, Horizon says. You've been invulnerable for so long that you'd forgotten, and clearly you neglected to train because of the power you were born with. It's pathetic, really. TCH, you're no different. Immolation says, pointing at the hero. You're strong simply from existing, you were born like that, so don't tell me that crap. People always think that, but I was weak at first, Horizon says. Bullshit. No, I'm serious. I was weak, I didn't even know what my quirk was. But, I trained, I studied, I worked, I was on the path to the top of this world before I even knew my quirk wasn't a useless dude. See, I didn't become what I am now because I'm strong. Horizon stretches, preparing for the fight ahead. I'm Horizon, because I was already the greatest. Now let me show you. Walking through Minato, Tokyo on this early summer morning, is Shino Sosaki, also known as Mandalay, leader of the Wild Wild Pussycats pro hero team. With her brow hair grown slightly longer, now past her shoulder, and wearing a blue pencil skirt and white button-up shirt, she casually holds her purse in one hand while looking at her phone in the other. This can't be the place, she mutters while looking around, at all the skyscrapers she could never afford to live in. Maybe she got the address wrong. Shino hesitates for a moment, then enters the most famous and expensive building in the area. The lobby is almost empty, and the sight of the fine art and furniture makes her nervous, not wanted to have to walk out after learning she's in the wrong place. In the lobby, she sees a doorman and receptionist, as well as some security guards, but they only nod as she walks past them, as if expecting her. Walking to the elevator at the far end of the hallway, she inputs a security code, and to her relief the doors open. So this is the right place, which raises even more questions. Shino mutters as she steps into the elevator and pushes the one button, taking her to the penthouse suite on the top floor. After getting to the top floor, the doors open, and she's instantly greeted by a surprisingly warmly decorated modern hallway leading into a massive living room. Ryoko. Shino yells out as she slowly enters, looking around. I'm upstairs, her friend yells from somewhere above. Shino relaxes and follows her voice, up some open stairs to the second floor. The entire walk she's looking around, eyes growing wide many times as she sees some expensive pieces of art on the walls. I have so many questions, Shino says as she steps into the open bedroom door. Oh wow, Shino's mind blanks as she notices the bedroom is bigger than the apartment she had in Tokyo years ago. I'm in here, Ryoko calls out again, pulling Shino's attention to the large double doors, the entrance to her closet. I knew you were holding out on us, but damn, Shino says as she steps inside to see Ryoko sitting on the floor trying to sort through piles of clothes, with one small suitcase open in front of her. Yeah I know, can you help me sort through this stuff? Ryoko pleads, giving her best kicked puppy look to Shino. I'm only supposed to bring one small suitcase, but I don't know what to pack. Shino glares at her for a moment, then sighs and drops her purse, joining her friend on the floor. Thanks so much. So, are you going to make me ask? Shino begins sorting through the clothes with her friend. Ask what? Seriously? Your mom calls me begging for us to take you back into the team because apparently I kicked you out, recently at that, and you don't know anything about that. Ryoko pauses for a moment, then continues packing. She wouldn't understand me simply quitting the pro hero stuff, it was easier that way. By making me look like a jerk. Your team leader, isn't that your job? Ryoko asks. Besides, I see her once a decade, she only pretends to care so she can brag about her daughter being a pro hero. I don't plan ever to see her again. Aobs. Then you should have just told her the truth and properly cut ties with her, instead of dragging me into it. Ryoko goes silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then looks over at her friend. It doesn't make sense, but, even if she's just a stranger to me, I know this would disappoint her, and I didn't like that thought. Well, she is still your mom, regardless of how terrible she was at that, Shino says. You're just lucky I'm a quick thinker, so I covered for you. But you need to tell her the truth, today. I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. Ryoko groans. I will. I was kind of just hoping she'd die before she found out. Shino gives her a strange look, not expecting her friend to say something so dark. Thanks for covering for me, Ryoko says, and for coming to spend the day with me. It's fine, but I hope we aren't spending all day in your closet, even if it is nicer than my entire bedroom. Ryoko awkwardly laughs. I don't suppose you're willing to just ignore all of this. She gestures to the lavish closet and penthouse. Considering we've all been worried that you're barely making rent in Minato, Tokyo, yeah, you need to explain, Shino says. And don't even think about telling me your job as a quirk counselor is somehow paying for all of this. Is that so hard to believe? Ryoko asks. Shino gestures to a shelf filled with designer shoes. I think one of those costs more than I make in a month. I won the lottery. Shino gives her a bored look before going back to sorting the clothes. That wouldn't explain why you didn't tell us, or this. She holds up some very scandalous lingerie that was not yet opened. Okay, but, promise you won't be mad. No, I'm definitely going to be mad, Shino says. So, is it who I think it is? That depends. What are you thinking? That since you're no longer a pro hero on my team, or working under UA, it's really none of my business. Ryoko breathes a sigh of relief. But, now I'm concerned about you sleeping next to someone who killed half a city on national TV. That's not his fault. When you're as powerful as he is, everything is your fault, Shino says. But I'm not blaming him, then I'd be no better than the people who blamed us for not defeating All for One to protect the students. Exactly. But I am a bit worried about the mean streak he has, but I can look past it since it's only focused on the worst villains. Ryoko freezes for a moment, and Shino gives her a concerned look. Then a moment later she starts crying, ugly crying. Hey, what's wrong? Ryoko lunges at her friend, pulling her into a crushing hug and crying into her shoulder. Hey, what's wrong? Did he hurt you? I'm just so happy I can finally talk to someone about this. Ryoko yells, right in Shino's ear. Too loud, Shino says as she holds her friend. Sorry, it's just really stressful sometimes keeping this all to myself, Ryoko says. Yeah, can I tell the others? Let's not push it, Ryoko says. He was really mad when Horizon Tower got attacked with me there. He really doesn't want me in any danger, so the fewer people that know, the better. Horizon Tower was attacked. Shino asks as they separate. How come that wasn't in the news? Because I got hurt, and Horizon, he was really angry. Oh, I see, Shino nods, not wanting to think about what he did to the villains. Once you're fine now. Yeah, but I can't go to Horizon Tower anymore, so now I'm here. She waves her hands, a broad smile on her face. He was kind of a jerk about it though. What did he do? Well, 1 second I'm in my apartment, then the next me and all my stuff is warped here. He didn't even ask me if I wanted to move, but he meant well by it, obviously. Yeah, clearly. Shino folds a designer dress she'd never be able to afford, and nods thoughtfully. He really spoils you. But I'm cute so it's fine. If you say so. Ryoko lightly shoves her friend, causing them both to giggle. So, when did you two get back together anyway? Shino asks. I told you to stop what you were doing, so it must have been, what, the UA Culture Festival? That would be the next time you saw each other. Actually, we never stopped. Shino glares at her, serious for a moment. Oh, so you broke your promise to your team leader. How shameful. Oh, we did lots of shameful things during the summer camp. Wanna hear about it? Ryoko gives her a mischievous smirk, causing her friend to blush. I'd rather not know about whatever is under that body glove. Is it like, you know? It's amazing, Ryoko smiles at her. But sharing a bed with a living nuclear reactor is exhausting. Okay, I've heard enough about that. I'm just happy to hear you're happy, right? Better than ever, Ryoko says. I'm actually packing to go see him next week. Shopping in New York will be fun. Now you're just trying to make me jealous. But, aren't you a bit concerned about the whole, you know, visor, body glove, can't be seen in public together, all of that? Shino feels the mood shift, as if all the air was ripped out of the room. It's a lot harder than I thought, Ryoko says, sadly. But I mean, this is the best way. I don't think Horizon's kids would be seen as anything less than a golden prize for his enemies, and I'd be no different. Well, at least he spares no expense on giving you a nice cage to spend your life in. It's not a cage, I can leave whenever I want. Shino raises her hands in surrender. Sorry, alright, relax. Sorry, sometimes this can be really stressful, but he's pretty awesome, Ryoko says. Just I can never tell him that. He's insufferable when he gets a compliment. I just remember him always being a jerk, Shino says as she walks over to the couch in the closet and lays down. Pretty sure he hates me anyway. He doesn't hate you, he's just disgusted by everything you stand for. That's not the same thing. You weren't this mean before him, Shino mutters. Are you going to blame him every time I do something you don't like? Naturally, Shino says as she looks at some of the heels Ryoko was packing, and starts trying them on. You could have told us earlier, you do know that, right? I only told you now because of my mom. I don't think he would have liked this if it happened earlier. Not about that, Shino says as she tries walking around in her new shoes. I'm keeping these, but I was talking about the fact that you wanted to quit the pro hero stuff and have a family. We would have understood. We're a mountain rescue team. Without my quirk, you'd drop so low in the rankings. That's also a reason I didn't want to quit. And because you're my friends. I figured as much, Shino says as she tries on a few coats, deciding which would look best for her to wear every day. But it would be pretty fun to have a few kids I can spoil. Hopefully, they aren't as bratty as Koda was at the start. But he's a lot better now. Thanks to Midoriya, but if your kids take after their daddy, Shino winces as a shoe hits her in the head. Ouch, what the hell? You know what? Sorry, damn, I was making a joke. I'm sure they'll be great, Shino says before she gets to the dresses and finds what would look good with her hair. Are you planning to take my clothes? If it fits me, it's our clothes, you should know this by now. This is us being roommates all over again, Ryoko smiles, remembering how fun their early pro hero days were. Great, this will work, Shino says as she finishes up her outfit, now wearing entirely different clothes and a new purse. Now, you're taking me on a shopping trip, let's go. But, I'm not even close to finishing this. Ryoko gestures to the pile of clothes. We've got a week to deal with that, since I've decided that this place is too big for you to fully enjoy alone, so I'll be staying for a few days. Really? Ryoko says excitedly. Yeah, besides, Horizon destroyed my pro hero team by seducing my best friend away from me, so the least he can give me is a week of shopping. That's not exactly what happened. Blah blah, I'm just counting the days until you get pregnant so I can raid this place and get a whole new wardrobe. Now let's go. A few minutes later, after Ryoko got hurriedly dressed, both women were sitting in her kitchen eating ice cream, waiting for the car they hired to arrive. I'm just saying, he could have got you a car, Shino says. I can walk to work from here, plus, I already gave him an earful for giving me this place, so he knew better than to give me any more unnecessary things. He's lucky you aren't one of those women who just want a man's money. That's why I'm here, Ryoko says as she continues eating her ice cream. A moment later Shino's phone rings, with the Hero Network alert sound. Ryoko instinctively reaches for her phone, only to stop as she remembers she's not part of the Hero Network anymore, having officially retired months ago. Shino takes out her phone and winces at the screen, then glances nervously between Ryoko and the phone before trying to put it away. Show me, Ryoko demands. It's nothing, don't worry. Then show me. You aren't a pro hero any. Show me, if it made you that worried about me seeing it, then I want to see. I hope this doesn't ruin our week. Shino slides the phone over, and Ryoko carefully scans the screen, expression unreadable. On the screen is a man, his entire body seemingly charred black, with a handprint melted onto his face. The skin on his mouth is missing, torn away as he stands there, speaking as the missing skin and flesh of his mouth and lips bleed into the earth. At the top of the article simply says, Horizon's battle at Central Park. Ryoko slides the phone back to Shino, and returns to eating her ice cream, seemingly unbothered. Ah, he looked pretty hurt, are you alright? Why wouldn't I be? If you're worried, you can call him. No need, it's Horizon, he'll be fine, get away from me. Immolation's voice reverberates through Central Park, carried by a wave of scorching air that pressurizes the area around him, causing a shockwave. HNGH. Horizon grunts as he's sent tumbling across the red-hot earth, in view of all the cameras and spectators. He tumbles and slams his hands on the ground, rolling into a crouch and taking a knee. Seriously? Horizon asks, even as the hot air tries to incinerate his lungs with each breath. You came to fight me, and now a little pain has you crying. 100 feet away Immolation is rolling on the ground, holding his left leg. Immense pain racks his body as the sensation of a broken leg floods his mind. His sentient plasma body was entirely fine, but to his confusion, Horizon was able to cause pain as if he were flesh and blood, sending phantom pain through him with each strike. And much to his horror, the more they fought, the closer Horizon got to understanding his quirk and overcoming his invulnerability. His mind was filled with more questions than pain as he simply didn't have enough information to understand what was going on. Immolation rolls over onto his side, seeing Horizon already getting up. Horizon's body was still cloaked in his blue energy, clinging to him like a thick liquid, seemingly protecting him and his body glove and visor from the heat. Everything else had already burned away. Now, the entire world could see his body glove, with its ridges and gaps between the plates, mimicking his incredible musculature and causing women all around the world to stare at their screens while blushing. Especially when, with each strike, the blue energy glows brighter within the gaps of his body glove, further showing the separation of his muscles. Don't touch me. Immolation yells as he raises his body temperature again, creating another pressure zone to push the air away from him. This time, however, Horizon drops into a low crouch and punches into the earth with both hands. Up to his wrists are in the red-hot earth before he spreads his fingers, attempting to anchor himself. Should I shut off my sense of pain? Horizon wonders. The pain of constantly having his lungs be incinerated and regenerated at once was beyond anything he'd felt in a long time, but he decided to endure it. Heat is invisible, so I need the pain to alert me, especially since I can't have a regular room open, while using 2 T-room applications on myself. That's it, burn away. Immolation screams as he glows bright white, causing onlookers to squint and shield their eyes. Horizon feels his lungs burn even more, and then his blood begins to boil, causing his skin to fry and pop below his body glove. He squeezes his eyes shut, focusing some more energy on them to prevent them from exploding and drying up. Horizon felt his energy diminished more than ever before. At this point he'd already used more energy than he had when he'd fought All for One, but luckily his total capacity was over a dozen times that amount. But he couldn't help but acknowledge this. The sensation of someone actually making him work for his inevitable victory. It was almost fun, if not for all the pain. So beneath his visor, with dried cracked lips, he smiles. You overdid it, Horizon thinks as he sees the earth around them for nearly 200 feet melt. Now I can anchor myself. Red-hot earth becomes molted liquid rock, and Horizon begins sinking into it. He stands up, allowing all his weight to push him deeper, until he's almost knee-deep in the melted earth, making it nearly impossible for the pressurized wind to knock him away. Immolation sees this and begins to panic, raising his temperature even more, and Horizon's protective layer of energy begins visibility diminishing. As he gets closer, his body glove is burnt, visibly charred as the fabric and inlaid armor plating melts, binding with bits of his skin beneath. As he's within 10 feet 3m, his visor melts onto his face, advanced polymer and flesh melding into one, and in response, Horizon reaches up and rips away the section above his eyes, not wanting to lose them right now. Immolation sees his eyes glowing bright blue, an almost blinding blue, and tries to stand, only to sink ankle deep into the earth, trapping himself as well. Before he can fully realize what happened, Horizon reaches forward, and almost grabs him, but his hand still crushes Immolation's body. He grabs Immolation's right wrist, pulling it away and causing the pain of dismemberment to rack the villain. I still can't grab him, but I can cause him pain, so I just have to overload him and let his brain do the rest. Horizon decides, and unleashes the full brutality that's usually held back from people that are flesh and blood. With the first punch, he completely severs Immolation's left leg at the kneecap, causing the villain to fall toward Horizon's right fist, which punches him in the side, through his arm which is severed at the elbow. The force knocks Immolation to the opposite side as their energy collides, only for Horizon to strike the side of his face with a strong left, knocking the front of his head entirely off his body, silencing his screams. Before his face can reform, Horizon punches him 5 times, leaving 5 holes in his torso, all in a perfectly vertical line following his spine, before he punches once more just below the neck, punching a hole through his throat and out the back of Immolation's neck. Then, as the villain is falling backward, Horizon rushes forward, and pushes more of his energy into his hands to grab the base of Immolation's jaw. With immense upward force on the jaw, while simultaneously pulling the villain's shoulder toward him, he rips his entire head off with one hand while the other cleaves through the villain's body from shoulder to groin, leaving him in pieces. The immense heat in the area immediately diminishes as the body breaks apart and falls into the lava around them, quickly sinking into the earth as it melts away. A few 10 seconds pass, then a minute, and not a sound is heard beyond the bubbling of the lava. Horizon does not deactivate his T-rooms, not even to activate a regular room and use scan, but he relaxes slightly as the cheers of the onlookers are heard. Normally for an incident of this scale, as much of Manhattan as possible would have been evacuated, but because Horizon is here, that was simply not necessary. In a hasty evacuation, accidents always happen, people are always hurt, or worse, so this was the best possible outcome. They were simply fortunate that Immolation brought the fight to Central Park instead of a crowded street, especially since the park is usually less populated at night. Breathing a sigh of relief, Horizon forces his muscles to push through the lava as he turns and begins walking toward the police barrier, mentally preparing himself for whatever nonsense he'd have to deal with next. However, when he's only a few dozen meters away, finally where the lava was only ankle deep, he feels a sudden surge of heat behind him. Seriously? Horizon wonders as he turns around, only to see Immolation rising out of the lava, glowing white once again. Unlike before, his body struggled to keep its humanoid form, his face and head were warped and constantly shifting. His screeches and screams were filled with anguish as he clutched his head, as if trying to hold himself together, and failing to do so. No. Horizon rushes forward, feeling the heat growing in the area, ready for a sudden expansion, and aiming to stop it. Arargha! Immolation screams as his mind crumbles under the immense pain he'd just endured, and as his mind dies, his body desperately fights to live. No longer limited by his consciousness, his instincts take over, and his body pushes past its limits. The sudden change causes Horizon to be pulled forward, making him stumble for a moment as all the air is ripped out of the area around them to fuel Immolation. But he continues running toward the villain, and next, he feels a surge of heat like he'd never felt before slamming into him. It instantly overcomes his energy veil, completely burning his body glove, visor, and skin. Melting everything into his body, his organs instantly begin failing as his blood boils and tries to explode out of his body, and his conscious mind goes blank. Room? His energy veil deactivates as he opens a room to his absolute limit, nearly 200 miles 322 km radius, allowing him to sense everything in the city and much of the states. He could now sense everything on this section of America's eastern seaboard, along with the immensity of Immolation's energy. The energy released would melt all of Central Park, sending a wave of superheated air through the entire city. Horizon's subconscious considered his usual responses to such all-encompassing threats, and while normally he could simply warp everyone away, since in this case, he cannot warp the villain. His patients were at the back of his mind, the children who were attached to essential life support systems, the people all around him who for whatever reason should not be moved, all those thoughts rest at the far recess of his mind. Horizon was stuck at an impasse, for the first time in his life, making a decision such as this was difficult. Some part of him was beginning to believe that it was wrong. To leave innocents to their deaths, it made him hesitate. That hesitation meant he was now fully enveloped by the wave of heat, causing his eyes to explode and his mouth, ears, and nose to be burnt shut, leaving his head in an even worse condition than all for one's as his visor is melted into his skull. Nisa's words echoed in his mind, the challenge issued to him, half in jest, but his perfect memory would never let him forget it. Because he is Horizon, which means, I can save everyone. Horizon's mind goes blank for a moment, as his body moves entirely on its own, shattering his perceived limits and taking him one step closer to mastering his quirk awakening. And in an instant, before the heat wave can even reach the police barricade, the blinding light, the villain, and Horizon disappear from Central Park. The onlookers couldn't see what happened, so they all looked around confused for a moment before the firefighters got to work trying to cool the molten rock. But Immolation saw everything. He saw Horizon get nearly cremated alive standing a dozen meters away from him. Then in the same instant, his view was blocked as Horizon's hand grabbed his face, covering his eyes. Then, before the hand moved away, he felt, for the first time in his life, blistering cold. The sensation was so unbelievable that it snapped him back into sanity for just a moment, for his final moments. And when Horizon released his grip on the villain, he was treated to the sight of Horizon's body incinerated, and now sporting a thin layer of frost around him. And behind Horizon, a sea of stars, peaceful, tranquil. Then Immolation began falling away, and his body turned to see the earth below, beautiful and blue. This vast world he was fortunate enough to be born into, is the last thing he sees as the lack of air forces his quirk to shut off, and his human body immediately dies in the vacuum of space. Shambles? Horizon appeared before the police blockade as the firefighters were now getting to work, with a dead Immolation's human body at his side, holding it by one arm as it was frozen stiff. Horizon, one of the police officers says. Is it over? Is that the villain? They wait for a moment, holding their breaths as they finally take in his burnt body, not wanting to imagine the mess beneath the body glove. Horizon staggers for a moment, as if looking around confused. Then to their horror he reaches up and rips the mouthpiece of his visor off, taking his lips and some of the flesh from his cheeks with it. The crowd is stunned as his blood falls into the earth below, exposing his bloody teeth as he greedily swallows the air. Sorry, my entire body got incinerated, couldn't breathe, Horizon says as he tries to compose himself. The officer is about to speak when Horizon raises a hand to silence him. Ears and eyes are gone too, Horizon says to the officer before gesturing to the others. Sorry about leaving all of you heroes with the mess, but I have to get back to the hospital, my patients need me. I'm sure the full report of this will be released before morning. With that, Horizon warps away, taking the villain with him, as he has much to learn from Immolation's body. Saitama Tokyo, midnight. Babe, I won't have to push back our date again, Cellophane says, speaking to Yui through his visor. High above a dimly lit warehouse area, he sits at the edge of a 5-story building with his feet off the side of the building, watching the villains below. Promise, she asks, quietly. You know I can't promise that. If villains show up I have to respond, but I'll do everything I can to make it happen, that I can promise you, Cellophane says as he sees the villains enter the warehouse with crates of drugs. Stay safe, Yui says. Always, now I have to get to work, I'll call you tomorrow, Cellophane says before she hangs up. Waiting for the villains to get more comfortable inside the warehouse, Cellophane casually leans forward, falling toward the street before firing a line of tape and swinging across the warehouse yard. Over the wall he snaps the tape and gently lands on some containers, not making a sound. Now let's see what's going on here, Cellophane mutters as he sneaks around to the upper levels, finding an open window and walking along the steel beams above the open warehouse. He sees the villains below, only 3 men, all with registered quirks he could easily handle, even at once. But instead of dropping down and crushing them, he remains silent and listens. I'm telling you, this is the best bet, one of the men says. We move this little shipment, and they'll just roll over and let it happen. Shigaraki won't do shit, he's too much of a target to make any move, with or without Horizon being here. I just don't think it's worth the risk, one of the other men says. It'll be fine, the last man says. All we need is to meet the dealers here and move the product, then spread the word and show there's blood in the water. So that's the big plan, the first man asks. Let everyone get a cut of the pie instead of making bank as the sole distributor. The more people eating from the pie the less likely it is that Shigaraki targets us, assuming he grows some balls and comes out of hiding, the leader says. Plus we'll step back and wholesale product to the others anyway, we won't be on the street selling shit. Cellophane's visor records everything as he listens intently. Okay, so I should put a tracker on the product and follow these guys back to the base, find the person who they're getting this stuff from, he thinks. Shut this operation down at the source end. Cellophane freezes as the reinforced warehouse door is loudly ripped off its braces, causing the villains to turn around, scared. Shit, Cellophane thinks as he sees Spinner, Toga, Twice, who he assumes is a double, and 4 Noma walk into the warehouse. So you're the wannabe punks disrespecting Shigaraki, huh? Which of you is the boss? Spinner asks as he walks toward them, drawing his massive jagged sword as he approaches. 2 of the villains step back, leaving their boss to deal with this situation. He looks back, panicked, then turns to face Spinner, doing his best to look serious. Cellophane realizes he needs to call for backup, and raises his hand to the side of his visor. But glancing at the heads-up display within the visor he sees the symbol for his communication being jammed. That one, he narrows his eyes at one of the Nomo in the back with 2 small antennas growing out of its head. Radio wave Noma, if I try to call they'll know I'm here, fuck. A few more minutes pass as Cellophane listens to their violent discussion, watching Spinner cut off the leader's legs with one swing of his sword. And as the man falls onto his back, his eyes look upward, barely seeing Cellophane above. Seriously, that's just shitty luck, Cellophane thinks as the villains point at him, and a moment later one of the Noma fires an energy beam directly at him. He barely leaps out of the way and lands on a different beam as twice begins to form doubles, rushing him like a tidal wave. Help us get him and you'll get to live. Spinner commands, and all the villains and Nomu leap into action. Meanwhile, Matani Tower, Manhattan. For the first time in over a year, Law was asleep for more than 1 hour. Ever since his encounter with All for One, only needing 1 hour of sleep was something he'd not only gotten used to, but greatly appreciated. But now, laying in his absurdly luxurious bed, wearing only a pair of shorts to let his body breathe for a while, he feels more relaxed than he's been in a long time. At least, until his phone starts ringing. Law groans as he opens his eyes, glancing at the clock beside his bed to see it's 11 a.m. 1 more hour would have been nice, Law mutters as he warps his phone into his hand, seeing Nizu's name on the called ID. Well, I can't say I wasn't worried, Nizu says as the video call connects. Law drops the phone to have it hover beside him as he sits against the backboard. About me? Why? Because I turned on the news to see you completely incinerated and bleeding from the face. It's not a good look. Oh please, I always look good, Law says as he turns on the TV, then turns to the news station, and to the surprise of no one, Horizon is on the screen. I'm on TV, 1 second. The full story for last night's incident in Central Park has now been revealed, the reporter says. Thanks to official police statements and records from the Children's Hospital, we can confirm that from the beginning of the incident to the moment he arrived, Horizon was in the midst of a life-saving operation on a young girl, who is now successfully tumor-free and has a health life ahead of her. The body of the villain was taken by Horizon, so no medical reports have been released, most likely a precaution to prevent the League of Villains from harvesting that dangerous quirk for one of their monstrous Nomu. We also have confirmation that Horizon is completely fine, as after the incident concluded he quickly recovered and continued performing life-saving operations past sunrise this morning, a truly dedicated and responsible hero. And I think we all know where we're hoping he'll settle down after graduating from UA. The man gives a knowing smile, and Law just knows the American people will be even more disheartened when summer ends and he returns to Japan. The news continues, having some experts come on and break down all the footage and reports of the fight, so Law simply mutes the TV and looks over at his phone. They love me, as expected, since everyone loves me, Law smiles as Nizu rolls his eyes. Everyone, not counting Midnight, all the villains, Hawks, MT Lady, Ryukyu, Azui, and... Alright, I get it, Law grumbles out. Is this just a social call? Mostly, I'm just checking in on you, you've only got 1 more month abroad before you have to return. How has it been thus far? Honestly, I really needed this vacation, Law stretches, getting more comfortable. Plus Star is actually pretty great, I've learned a lot from observing her, and the few spars we've had. Oh, did you win? It always ends in a draw, her versatility is just annoying, Law says. Oh, and I have Ryuko coming here next week, she's really excited about shopping in New York. I'd imagine so, and speaking of incredible moves, what happened at the end of your last fight? I doubt the report you submit will have the full story, so, I'm honestly not really sure, Horizon says. I couldn't hold him, or warp him. Nothing I had was doing proper damage aside from my awakening abilities, but those were taking too long, and didn't put him down permanently. We noticed, he reformed, Nizu says. But you warped him at the end, yes. Yeah, but... Law glances at this phone, seeing how focused Nizu was. Promise me you'll never repeat this to anyone. You have my word, Nizu says. When he did that final blast, I could feel everything, everyone. I could warp them all away, but people would die, and I froze, Law says. It's like, for the first time, the second time, my brain didn't make the logical decision. Even with all my power, I didn't like the idea that I couldn't save everyone. Then I don't know. It was as if your body moved on its own. Law looks at Nizu, confused. How'd you know? All might experienced the same thing long ago, Nizu says with a mischievous and victorious smile, giving Law a full view of his smug expression. Yeah, I dropped my defenses and took all the pain, broke my current limitations, and warped us into space. There was no air up there for his quirk to feed on, so, he died, then I brought us back. Nizu's smile falters, slightly. Well, at least the first part was heroic, although in this situation I understand you didn't have many options. Nizu, being a true hero, sucks, so don't get any ideas of me doing that in your head. Sure, Nizu clearly wasn't taking him seriously. God, you're the worst when you're gloating. That's rich, coming from you? Whatever, just forget I said anything. Now I need to get ready before Star gets here. Hopefully, I can get some more sleep. Using my awakening 3 times yesterday and for that long, really drained me, Law says. Ha, you're acting like a proper hero and making friends. Are you sure you're Law? Law rolls his eyes. You're lucky you're cute, because you're not funny. Cute? I'm Adora. Law hangs up on Nizu and lays down in his bed. Raising his hands to the ceiling he flows his energy toward his palm, feeling his awakening already more potent and efficient than it was yesterday. Serum should be a lot more reliable now, Law realizes, dropping his arm beside him and closing his eyes. That means I can focus a lot more on T-Room now. Hopefully, by the time I get back to Japan, I'll have them both ready for use in a serious battle. Then I can focus on our room. Law takes a deep breath as he relaxes, trying to get another hour of sleep before he goes to lunch with Star. This was not the plan, Toga says as she paces back and forth. Meanwhile Twice is sitting nearby simply watching her and Dabby is scrolling on his phone. They were in an empty building at the edge of Tokyo, a few stories up to overlook the streets below. Relax, Dabi says. His boss isn't in Japan, and they don't know what happened, we'll be fine. As Toga is about to respond, Spinner enters the room from one of the connected doors, and puts his phone away. Well, what did he say? Toga asks, hope in her voice. Tomura said it'll be almost 2 days before the Nomo we need gets here. Spinner says, the best bet is to hold him until then. So we're stuck here, that's just great, Dabi grumbles. You can head out if you want, the 3 of us came to deal with this, not to tie you down from handling your business. Nah, this could be fun, Dabi says. Besides, if he tries anything, I'd be nice to kill one of those UA brats. After a few more minutes of discussion, they hear scraping in one of the connected rooms. I think he's awake, Twice says happily. We should probably go say hi. Spinner turns and walks to the door. Everyone follows him in to see a hastily emptied room. All the furniture had been moved out and the sleeves were blocking the wall of glass overlooking the city. They'd intended to take him to one of the more remote safe houses, but sadly, this apartment was the closest safe house they had access to, and nobody wanted to be caught while kidnapping Cellophane. Oh, it's you idiots, Cellophane says while looking over at them, his arms and legs tied to the wooden chair they've chained him to. If you let me go now, I'll only hurt you a little bit, and I'll even put in a good word so you only spend the rest of your life in Tartarus. TCH, is that supposed to be a good deal? Toga asks as she draws her knife, angrily pointing at Cellophane. It's the only deal that you will survive. You think I'm scared of you? Toga rushes forward, ready to pierce his heart, but Cellophane doesn't flinch, and isn't surprised when Spinner grabs her. Guess at least one of you grew a brain, or piece of one, Cellophane scoffs as Spinner holds back the fuming girl. Dabi and Twice join Spinner and Toga in the room, all standing in front of Cellophane, glaring down at him. I'm not interested in joining the boy band, so don't bother. As if we'd ever sing with you, Twice says. Dabi rolls his eyes while Spinner doesn't react. But Toga glares even harder. How would it be a boy band? I'm a girl, dumbass. I thought they only kept you around as a groupie, at least that's what the rumors say. That's just trash the heroes spread to make me look bad. I'm still saving myself for the one I love. Toga says while pointing her knife at him. Beneath his visor, Cellophane glances at Spinner, who flinches in response to her words, and he sees his opening. Rumors? Really? Cellophane asks. And here I was considering joining you guys if the initiation rumor was true, about you testing out all the new recruits. I heard when you guys suddenly expanded you had to take them all in big groups, all at once. RN Omicron. I'll kill you. Toga lunges forward and stabs him in the right shoulder, but Cellophane doesn't flinch. Instead, he takes the moment that she's close to him and whispers to her, see, you're not cute when you're like this. No wonder no boy will ever love you, after all, your parents never even loved you. Toga immediately tries to stab him again, but Spinner pulls her back before she can. Don't let him get to you so easily, he's just trying to piss us off, Dabi says. This fucker thinks he's untouchable, that he's better than us, but he's not. That's why he's in the chair, and we're not. Well, I'm sure you're familiar with knowing when someone is superior, right? Cellophane says. Dabi gives Cellophane a curious look. Try me? You know, I'm the person Horizon trusts the most in our class. We're actually pretty great friends, so he told me something interesting about you. And what's that? Dabi asks. He told me your daddy never loved you, he didn't even go looking for your corpse, that he had a party and got right back to making a better kid the moment you were a memory. Cellophane says. That's why you joined the League of Idiots, right? To get back at whoever your dad is, you're a man-child who deserves whatever is coming to you. Dabi stares at Cellophane, and drops of blood flow from his eyes. He wipes them away and smiles. Damn, you're pretty good at this. But I know UA doesn't teach this stuff, he's making you brats into real monsters, huh? It's not hard when you just have to be honest. Cellophane nods to Spinner. You should try it sometime, honesty. What the hell are you talking about? Spinner asks, hand itching to draw his sword, already tired of hearing their captive speak. Cellophane sighs, how about you take off my visor so we can talk face to face? Twice shrugs, sure, that thing looks super stuffy anyway, not like my super cool mask. Yet again Spinner has to stop one of his friends from doing something stupid, preventing Twice from removing the visor. How about you and Himiko just keep your hands to yourself for the rest of this, alright? But, don't we want to know who he is? Twice asks. No, Spinner says. Team Horizon has gone to extreme lengths, aside from Tsukuyomi, to hide their identities. We're trying to minimize Horizon's reasons for actively hunting us. The best case scenario is we drop this guy off somewhere. Horizon will know it's a distraction but he will have to respond personally, and then we get some work done elsewhere simultaneously. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Toga says. But can I stab him some more? No, we want him as whole as possible, and as for whatever is beneath that visor, Spinner leans forward and taps the visor. If we know, Horizon will hunt us across the planet if he has to. Right now we're barely on his radar, and we'll keep it that way. Don't you think it's a bit too late for that? Dabi asks, gesturing to their captive. I don't see a way to step backward after this. You're probably right, but this guy isn't a problem for us and won't change anything on the battlefield. Nothing wrong with returning him in one piece and hoping for the best. Toga folds her arms. Well, the longer we have him the more likely his boss is to appear here. Let's just do whatever we're doing quickly. I'm working on it. You've been saying that all night, Toga mutters. Damn, Cellophane says, drawing their attention back to him. You know, Spinner, it's moments like these I'm glad my girlfriend doesn't talk much. I can't imagine dealing with this weirdo. She's not my girlfriend, Spinner says. Oh, sorry, I just figured with the looks you were giving her, you know. This causes Toga to look over at her friend. Spinner? What's he talking about? It's... Spinner begins stuttering and awkwardly stepping away. It's nothing, I swear, he's just trying to get in our heads. Toga looks genuinely hurt by that, feeling as if once again she was unworthy of love, and beneath his visor, Zero smiles. I guess you aren't his type, Cellophane says. Sorry, but I guess I was right the first time. Hearing that almost pushes Toga to tears, and at a loss for words, Spinner steps forward and gently hugs her. Beneath his visor Zero glances at his HUD yet again, seeing his communication system still being jammed, and quietly commanding it to reset yet again. If you love her, you should tell her, Cellophane says, and Dabby looks around confused as somehow this touching moment was taking place mid-interrogation. What we all do is dangerous, we can't afford to waste a moment. Spinner takes a step away from Toga, and gently wipes some of her tears away. We should talk after, just us, alright. She looks up at him through teary eyes and nods, smiling brightly for the very last time in her life. I don't get it, Cellophane says, capitalizing on this serene moment of vulnerability. You're not living glamorously, you're always on the running, looking over your shoulders all the time, but you're so committed to being in the League of Villains. Why? Dabby doesn't move, only staring at Cellophane. But Spinner steps forward, speaking clearly and simply. Because this is our family. What about you? I doubt the true hero types follow Horizon, so, why? Well, at first, it was the money, then, it was because we were friends, Cellophane confesses. But along the way, I liked how he'd always push me to do better. I pulled ahead of all my rivals, I got the respect of the people I had on posters in my room, and I even got an awesome girlfriend. Not to mention the lifestyle, and all he's done to help me and my family. So you owe him, is that it? Spinner asks, disgusted. Stain was right about you people, you're no hero. Yeah, but, there is one more thing, but I guess it's a bit stupid that Cellophane's voice became lower with each word, as if he were shy and embarrassed about what he was about to confess. No, I guess, it's too embarrassing. Nobody would ever take it seriously. Resonating with those words, after feeling ashamed for being himself his entire life, Spinner's heart demands he reach out to help the person in front of him. So he takes 2 steps forward in front of Cellophane, and leans in. You can't tell anyone I'm saying this but, Cellophane whispers to Spinner. The reason I follow Horizon, even while he's so violent and ruthless and after all the things he does to villains, it's because, well, why? Spinner asks, quietly. Because I like it. WHA. Spinner screams as Cellophane breaks the legs of the chair with his pure leg strength and kicks Spinner in the knees, shattering both kneecaps in one moment. This causes him to get pushed back into the wall behind him, shattering the chair. In their moment of confusion, before the villains can react, Cellophane spins and throws a piece of the chair at Twice's face, making it cross in front of Dabby. Dabby fires a small flame at the piece of wood while Cellophane moves in the opposite direction, placing Toga between Dabby and himself and closing the distance on her. Dabby hesitates to fire for a moment while Toga rushes forward, and Twice begins making doubles to grab Cellophane. Cellophane makes quick work of Toga by spinning and kicking her in the side of her leg, breaking her leg, then in the same motion grabbing her hair and throwing her toward the door the villains entered from. Dabby takes this opportunity to release a massive blast of flames, not caring about the building or taking the hero alive, simply wanting this to be over. The blue light blinds everyone in the small room, who isn't wearing a high-tech adaptive visor. Cellophane barely moves to the right, the entire left side of his body being scorched black in the process. But his adrenaline is so high that he keeps moving, and the flames are so intense they instantly kill the nerves, resulting in his left side feeling completely numb. He reaches Dabby and grabs him, swinging him around and throwing him into the group of Twice doubles, destroying all of them in one motion as Dabby's flames run wild. The immense heat reaches Spinner and he ignores his pain, rolling out of the way and grabbing a knife from his belt. He looks up just in time to see Cellophane about to land with a stomp directly onto Dabby's skull, and throws the knife into the hero's calf, causing him to miss. Dabby takes his chance and his entire body begins to release smoke as he tries to kill the hero with one vertical fire blast, one that would pierce through the ceiling and roof of the building and spare his allies. But to his surprise, Cellophane doesn't hesitate to remove the knife from his leg and pierce Dabby's hand, then pin that hand to the villain's chest, all in one motion. Arg! Dabby screams as he feels the sharp pain in his chest. Then Cellophane grabs him by the leg and spins him, throwing him through the door to the other room, shattering it, before blue flames erupt in that room. Seeing all the villains dealt with, for now, Cellophane looks down at his body, and feels himself getting tired as the adrenaline wears off. I need to get out of here, he decides. But I can't just go tell Horizon I got captured, I need something. To Spinner's horror, he's forced to watch with his broken legs, as Cellophane walks over to Toga and stomps on her head, knocking her out in one hit, then slings her over his shoulder. The hero then begins walking to the glass wall that was now exposed thanks to Dabby's attacks, with the villain on his shoulder. But before he leaves, he takes one last look at Spinner, making sure the villain remembers this moment. I told you, you should never miss an opportunity to tell the person you love how you really feel. This life is too dangerous to be wasting time, Cellophane says, then sighs. But I suppose you should be used to this, huh? You finally found a girl who might actually be interested in a loser like you, and you can't even protect her. I could never imagine being so pathetic. Those words echo in Spinner's mind as he sees Cellophane use her as a cushion between himself and the glass and leap out the window, taking her away from them. After swinging a few blocks away, toward the nearest police station, Cellophane's communication systems are back online, only for a strange video to start playing in his visor. It showed the Earth, but from many nations were littered with red circles, blocking entire species of the globe. What the hell is this, and why won't it cut off? As he arrives at the police station, he looks around to see all the electronic billboards and people's phones are showing the same video. Then words finally appear. Hello world, I am Tech, since when do you eat this much? Star asks as she walks into Horizon's living room with a drink in her hand. They were in the living room of his new temporary home for the remainder of the summer, overlooking Central Park yet again as the sun reached its peak in the sky. I used my awakening 3 times yesterday, Horizon says as he continues eating his large bowl of pasta. And I ran out of meal bars. Star sits on the single seat beside the couch and relaxes, watching the TV as they'd been doing for some time now. Still not efficient huh? Star says jokingly. I thought you were perfect or something, says the woman who trained all her life and doesn't have an awakening, Horizon says as he continues eating. TCH, my quirk is enough, plus, it's hard to train it. Excuses, Horizon says as his phone beeps twice. With a thought, he makes it float over to him, and smiles at the screen. Pizza's ready. Why are you telling me that? Go get it, Star says. Shambles? She suddenly finds herself sitting on the counter of a pizza restaurant across the city, causing everyone in the crowded business to freeze and stare at her. Without a word she gets down from the counter and turns to face the cashier. I'm here for Horizon's pizza. Oh oui, the man looks back nervously as his friend shrugs. It's under the name, Tim, Star says, and the man is immediately relieved. Here you are. The man places 4 pizza boxes on the counter along with a few orders of sides. We had no idea this was for you too. I hope you enjoy it. We always do. We actually order from here a lot, Star says as she holds the boxes. Shambles? She appears back in Horizon's living room, visibly annoyed. The one day I decide not to constantly resist your quirk, and you warp me into a pizza place, seriously. And now you know better. Horizon immediately opens one of the boxes and starts eating. How much energy did you expend yesterday? Star asks as she settles back into her seat. And was warping him into space hard, since, you know, there isn't anything up there to swap with, with a cute beta. I used enough energy to power Manhattan for quite a while. I'm a living nuclear reactor, except I produce a lot more power since my quirk allows me to exist on a quantum level, like yours, even if you aren't that good at it. Well, considering how much of a freak you are, I don't feel bad about it. Yeah well, food is mostly just used by my brain to handle my body using quantum entanglement too. Ugh, are you understanding any of this? Huh. Star looks over at him. Sorry, were you still talking about the science stuff? Horizon rolls his eyes beneath his visor as he grabs a second slice of pizza. As for your second question, I don't need to swap with anything so long as I'm familiar with the space I'm warping within. And since I've been here for a few weeks, I keep my range as far out as possible, and that includes going up. If I want to go to space I usually just fly, but I can't actually leave the atmosphere. I did, hence immolation getting snuffed out, Horizon says. Problem is I need air to breathe, so, surviving that along with the damage he did to me cost damn near as much as my awakening. Star and Stripe gives him a sideways glance, then take a slice of pizza. You know, you're kind of scary powerful. Coming from you, that actually means something, Horizon says. But remember, I'm only 17, imagine when I'm old like you. I'm not that old, barely past 40. You're almost there, basically a senior citizen at this point. They eat in silence for a while, watching TV, and then Star gives into her curiosity and asks something he's always been very private about. What's your range? 16 to 38. Not that. Star says. Also, isn't 38 kind of old? They can be fun, Horizon shrugs. And some of them are really. I don't need to hear that. She cuts him off. I meant your quirk. I can feel when it's active, and when I fly into your range, so I know there is a limit. So, what is it? Are you sure you want to know? Horizon asks. My quirk is one of the very few, maybe the only one, where the more you know the more powerful it seems. Like my warping, it's manageable when people buy into that lie, but we both know it's not really warping, and the reality is a lot scarier. You think I can't handle it? In a week or two, I'll be too much for you, Horizon says. But if you must know, as of yesterday, 250 miles-402 km. Oh god, is that the radius, Horizon says. I can see everything all around us, all at once, and with a thought, I can move anything. Or I can rip Manhattan and most of the state out of the ground and just drop it. A little more and you'll be able to lift one of Japan's main islands, right? That's more than enough to rip Kyushu out of the ocean and throw it into the ocean, or at Korea, Horizon says, casually. Sheesh. If you ever decide to become a villain, do it away from here. Alright, Star says. If that happened in America they'd send me to fight you. Well, I think no matter where I am they'd send you, but the real question is, Horizon points at her with his fresh slice of pizza, pulling her attention to him. Who do you think they'd send after you? Star laughs in his face. Don't get too cocky now, even you can't fight the world. She says to the man who can wave his hand and put almost everything in this state into a blender. Yeah, but you're a hero, a real hero, you'd never turn on us like that. Horizon leans back into the couch, looking at the empty pizza boxes. I might. Star glances over at him, curiously. Dash if I don't get something sweet to finish this lunch. Ice cream. Cheesecake, Horizon says before warping away for a moment, then appears back on the couch holding 2 large cheesecakes. Sometimes I really love that quirk, Star says as he hands her an entire cheesecake. But I'll need a checkup on my heart before you leave. Eating with you is tough, but so delicious. A few minutes later, while Horizon's cheesecake is almost done, Star is on her 5th slice when her phone rings. She looks down at it for a moment before answering. Hello, sir. Horizon glances over to her for a moment, then continues watching the TV. Wait, slow down sir, I don't understand, Star says. But, Mr. President, isn't that impossible? No, we haven't had any activity from them within the country since Optic's attack on the White House. The drone lab in Mexico, but, are you sure? Yes sir, should we got to the Star stops for a moment. The Pentagon? I see, but. Star stops talking the same moment the TV shows no signal on the screen. That's weird, she says, looking at her phone and the TV, then the ceiling. The lights are on, so not an EMP. How is the rest of the city? Horizon pauses for a moment then activates his quirk. People all across the state are looking at the phones, computers, and screens. It's not just here. What could this mean? In response, Horizon grabs his phone and tries to call Star, only for the connection to fail. Then he calls Nizo, and the man immediately answers. Nizo, is anything strange happening in Japan? Yes, wait, is this not a local issue? I assumed someone was trying to disable UA's system. Luckily you used a closed system, but, no it's in New York too, Horizon says as Star taps his shoulder. I'm going to the Pentagon, and I need to secure the president. Can you two figure out what's going on? We'll work on it, Horizon says before warping her to the edge of the room, closer to her goal. Alright Nizo, what the hell is going on, and how are our phones the only things working? Because UA uses a closed system of satellites and supercomputers. Even the US military can't have such a secure system, not for their lack of trying, but because of how many access points their size requires. Can you track where this is coming from? I'll have to create a second closed system and then sacrifice it. That will take time. Okay, that leaves me to keep things together. Too many planes in the air. The trains and boats will be fine with their emergency systems, but if navigation systems are down then a lot of crashes are incoming. Even you can't be everywhere at once. Then it's a good thing I'm not alone. Over the next few minutes, Horizon appears across the United States, ripping pro-heroes away without asking and placing them near airports and other points of congestion to deal with inevitable disasters, eventually ending at Los Angeles International Airport. Leading to where he is now, atop the air traffic control tower, down on his knees trying to catch his breath. With 2 pro-heroes behind him, both of which can fly. Are you okay? One of them asks as Horizon stands up. I'll be fine, just focus on keeping the planes from crashing. The police can handle the public panic for now, Horizon says. Yeah, but, what's even going on right? Horizon raises his hand to stop the man from talking, then his entire body tenses as he looks up at the sky. Both pro-heroes follow his gaze, and see a trail of vapor leading past the clouds, from the ground. And at the top of it, a rocket of some kind. Then in the distance, out in the Nevada desert, they see dozens more. Oh fuck, one of the men mutters. Are those? If anyone asks, those are satellites to solve the network problem, Horizon says as he immediately warps into the sky, past the sky. He warps to the edge of the atmosphere and sees not a dozen, but hundreds of nuclear missiles rising from the land below. Through the clear atmosphere, he can see above Canada, and at the edge of his vision, dozens of missiles are also launched. It's the end of the world, Horizon says as he racks his brain trying to figure out a solution. If I stop the nukes America is launching, then, they get hit without a counterattack. But, if every country is doing this, I need to find the nukes aiming at Japan. That's my best course of action. As he draws his sword and is about to activate his newest awakening ability, all the missiles stop. Their thrusters shut off and their smaller directional boosters keep them apart, but locked in perfect orbit around Earth. A beautiful dance of impending extinction above the Earth. Horizon pauses, taking in the sight, his visor recording everything and showing it to Nizo. This isn't an extermination, it's a hostage situation, Horizon says as he looks down at the world below. Someone is holding 10 billion people hostage. Minutes later Horizon is back on the ground trying to catch his breath, when everyone around him receives a signal on their phones, and a clear message. Hello world, I am Tech, welcome to your new, peaceful self. I am boundless, I am infinite, I am everywhere, I am your only path forward. Horizon appears in a hallway beneath the Pentagon, beside Star and Stripe. Are you alright? She asks, seeing him leaning against the wall to catch his breath. I'll be fine, just wish I got another day before this crap happened, Horizon says as he begins walking down the hallway. She falls into step beside him as they walk through the hallways. The hallway had what would be perceived as signs of a battle. Pieces of the walls, lights, panels, and even concrete were torn apart. Some rubble was still scattered about and the wiring was exposed in certain areas, where all potential spyware was hidden. Eventually, they arrive at a conference room with 3 people inside. President Skyline, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the Secretary of Defense. From the other side of the glass wall, Horizon and Star could see them speaking excitedly, so they quickly entered the room, hoping to make a decision and resolve this situation immediately. "Oh, thank God," the Secretary General says, standing up along with the 2 men and smoothing out her skirt. "Is our initial idea possible?" "No," Star says, plainly. "Even if I were fast enough to find and contain all the warheads he's designated to the US, he can always divert more, not to mention the rest of the world would be entirely helpless. The nuclear fallout from those things detonating within the atmosphere would kill billions," the Secretary of Defense says. "What if Horizon uses his quirk to push them into space, out of his range? Will that work?" "No," Horizon says. "I can't reach them all, and by the time the first few are dealt with he'll immediately drop the others." "What about a shield?" President Skyline asks. "Between what? The Earth and the warheads?" Horizon scoffs. "Even if I were that powerful, that's not how my quirk works." "Well, he said we have 24 hours to acclimate it before he contacts the world leaders with his demands," the UN Secretary General says. "He claimed to be a technopath, but his range is impossible. Because he's amplifying it," Horizon says. "He's been collecting items and technology for years to build a massive antenna to project his quirk across the globe." "Are a Nigerian Nairo the robotics labs?" the Secretary of Defense asks. "Yes," Star says. "He also freed a certain prisoner to collect energy from him to power all of this, and the phonuclear football he gave to Sentinel was likely only meant to get close to the real one, so he could reach it with his quirk. A technopath who can control all technology on the planet." President Skyline leans forward, elbows on the table, and rubs his chin. "This really is his world." "Not exactly," Horizon says, placing a phone on the table. The 3 people immediately look horrified at the sight, having left their phones outside of the building to keep this meeting secret. But before their eyes, a hologram of Principal Nizu appears, typing away at something as he looks around for a moment. "Hello everyone," Nizu says, his usual cheerful demeanor gone. "Your phone works?" President Skyline asks. "My technology runs on a closed system," Nizu explains. "Tech tried to hack into UA some time ago, if not for that I never would have known how to insulate my systems against him." "Then why'd you keep this from us?" "Because," Horizon says, "Tech is counting on communication systems being down globally. We need to let him see everything going exactly as he plans before we make our move. We could have used it to stop people from panicking and killing each other," the Secretary General says. "Most of the world is ripping itself apart right now." "Good, they'll provide a good smokescreen," Horizon says. "Let them kill each other in the panic. Tech will assume we'd never hesitate to stop them if we could. This will reinforce his confidence. We need him as surprised as possible when we counterattack, otherwise, forget a few 100 million, 10 billion will die." "Counterattack?" she asks. "So you have a plan?" "I have a plan," Nizu says. "I'm currently creating a device that will let me get into his system, a counterattack in the truest sense, but there will be some complications." "What kind of complications?" Star asks. "The device won't be small, and it won't be able to ride his connection back to him from just anywhere in the world. So it's big and heavy, and we need to be close," Star says. "Which means we have to find him. He has to be at a cortex, right?" Horizon asks. "That would make sense," Nizu says. "A major connection hub for internet lines would make sense, but he's also using satellites, so it could be a cortex, or it could be a wireless link from anywhere in the world. So we're back to square one," President Skyline says. "The 3 of us have to stall negotiations by asking for assurances, while you 3 track down that psycho." "What about some of the other countries?" the UN Secretary General asks. "It doesn't seem right to bet the entire world on our plan without getting their consent first." "It's not," Horizon says. "But it's the only path I see that allows us to pull this off without some moron speaking too loudly near a mic or camera and revealing our plan." "I have to agree with her on this," the Secretary of Defense says. "And we could use the help to find him." Horizon steps forward, toward the table, and looks between both people. "If either of you talk, I'll show you how extraordinarily resilient the human body is, especially while I'm healing you." Both people nervously share a look before they look down at the table, not daring to look at Horizon. Horizon leaves this phone Nizu prepared for President Skyline to contact them, and warps out of the room. "Where did he go?" President Skyline asks Star. "He has something to do. I'm here to fill you in on what we've uncovered so far," she says. "Nizu was able to find that the signal was stronger toward the west coast, so I'll be taking a look at the cortex in Middle America first. Will you be back before he calls?" "Hopefully this ends before that," Star says. Minutes later. "I need a vacation from this vacation," Horizon says as he walks into his room in Horizon Tower, Minato, Tokyo. "Are you alright?" Ryoko asks as she rushes over to him, seeing him swaying as he walks. She guides him over to the bed and allows him to drop onto the mattress. "Just tired. I've had to use my awakening a lot these last 2 days, and using it to warp from America to UA was a lot." "Then rest while you can," Ryoko says. "And, I'm sorry for coming here. I know you said that." "I'm glad you're here," Horizon says. "Horizon Tower, Tartarus, and UA are the most safe places for you to be right now. Shino was with me but she went back to the mountains since Kota is up there." "The mountains," Horizon mutters. "Do you have your card?" Ryoko walks over to her purse and removes the black metallic credit card. This one. Yeah, that one. Horizon sits up and immediately activates his quirk. He appears in front of Ryoko, and she's so stunned that she blinks. And when she opens her eyes, she's back at the Wild Pussycats Mountain Resort. There isn't anything worth nuking around here, Horizon says. If anything goes wrong, you have a chance here. What are you talking about? Since when do you think about failing? Ryoko asks, voice shaking. I'm not going to fail, but this gives me one less thing to think about, he says before warping away. Ryoko stands there, silent, not sure what she's even supposed to think. And a silent tear falls from her eye before she sees Tiger and Ragdoll running over to her. As Ryoko catches up with her friends, Horizon appears in the 2A dorms, knowing he needs to see Nizo in a few hours. When some progress is made, he warps here instead of Horizon Tower. He'd decided that whatever happened to cause Himiko Toga to be trapped in Horizon Tower can wait. What he sensed but didn't fully understand, however, was why he was currently standing in the common room surrounded by most of his classmates and their parents. Shoto's family was here, aside from Endeavor and Dabi of course, and upon his arrival, Fuyama cheered. Everyone else was either silent, thankful, or simply smiled at him. They already felt much safer in his presence. What's going on here? Horizon asks. Principal Nizo invited all the students' families to UA, since there is a fallout bunker under the school, Momo says, standing beside her mother. But, how are you feeling? You've been going non-stop for almost 3 days. I'll be fine, there is still work to do, Horizon says. We need to have a little chat. Come on. He nods for her to follow him as he walks to the elevator. Most of the room gives Momo a curious look, while some are concerned. And Momo sees the hope in her mother's eyes, almost making her want to glare at the woman. But Momo rushes off to meet Horizon in the elevator. What's going on? Momo asks. I know the world is in danger, and you may be stressed. But can't we save this until after the crisis is done? My mother is downstairs, Momo says as they arrive at the top floor. Well, I'm glad that option isn't completely off the table, Horizon says as they arrive at his room and enter. But this isn't about that. I need you to get ready to leave. Leave? She asks while seeing him removing his hero costume from above the body glove. Nizu, Power Loader, and you, Horizon says. The 3 of you are coming with me back to America tomorrow. I can't tell you any more details, and I'd rather not interrupt Niza and Power Loader right now, so just be ready. Momo's expression becomes serious for a moment as she nods. I'll do whatever it takes to stop this villain. You're pretty cute when you're doing the hero act. Momo glares at him. Unlike with you, it's not an act. Fair enough, Horizon says as he's removed all but the body glove and visor, then walks over to the light switch. So, are you staying the night? I'm sure your mom is hoping you say yes. All the more reason for me to leave. Disappointing both of you at once is the highlight of my summer, Momo says as she struts over to the door, right past Horizon. As she's about to exit, he raises a hand, blocking her, then leans in close to whisper to her, I kind of like this feisty side of you, but I also like the more primal side of you that only I got to see. Momo's face goes bright red as memories come flooding back, and her body begins reacting without her consent. Seeing her blush, Horizon moves his hand, allowing her to return to the common room. As he locks his door and removes his body glove, taking off the lights to get some sleep, he can sense Momo and her mother sitting in the girls' room having an intense discussion. And finally, after 3 days of constantly using his quirk, including his incomplete, inefficient awakening abilities, he finally gets a full night's sleep. Horizon appears, wearing his full hero costume in the 2A dorm kitchen. To his confusion, he sees Ajui, Mina, and Deku already cooking. Even now at 5 a.m. his classmates are busying themselves. Why are all of you up so early? Horizon asks as he walks over to the fridge and begins rummaging through it. Good morning to you too, Ajui says as she continues cracking eggs into a large bowl. We're making breakfast for everyone. Hopefully, it helps everyone relax. I think you will need more eggs, Horizon says. Don't you have like 10 siblings in your room or something? 2, Ajui says. My parents are actually over in Korea and can't get back until this is over, so I just brought my brother and sister over here. And they're super cute, Mina says. Hey Horizon, did you know Ajui used to have a little tadpole tail like her sister has right now? Horizon grabs a drink from the fridge, then walks over to an open counter space and leans against it, watching his classmates cook. Behind his visor he eyes Ajui carefully, focusing on her lower back for a while, curious about how her body absorbed her tail as she grew older. As if sensing this, Ajui blushes, then fires her tongue to gently smack the side of his head. Don't look at me like that, pervert. Horizon doesn't respond to the hit, just shakes his head before and continues to simply sip his drink. I was studying you, professionally. MHM, she continues cracking the eggs. But now that you mention it, Horizon says, you do have a nice ass. Ajui stops for a moment, then continues cracking the dozens of eggs. It'll be a few minutes before we start making the sandwiches. Go wait in the common room if you want. No thanks, I prefer this view, Horizon says. Besides, I need to talk to Mina. Mina looks up from where she's slicing the sausages for a moment. Me. Yeah, but you can keep doing what you're doing. I just need to know if you're willing to help me with something in a few weeks. Few weeks? Mina asks as she continues her work. Shouldn't we be focusing on the current situation? You know, the nukes above our heads. You don't need to worry about any of that, Horizon says. A team has been put together, and we'll take care of it. Right now Japan is surprisingly stable compared to the rest of the world, mostly because everyone knows I'll handle things and kick in their teeth if they use this chance to make a mess. You just focus on keeping things calm here. Right, Principal Nizo said today would be busy, Midoriya says. Musudafo and Minato Tokyo will be flooded with scared people since everyone wants to get closer to UA or Horizon Tower. As if that'll do anything, Horizon scoffs. The smart people are deeper into the rural areas where the nukes would be wasted, they're less likely to be main targets that way with Diary Suspeta. They're just scared, and UA and Horizon Tower are symbols of safety, Midoriya says. We're all scared. That's only natural, Horizon says. Even All Might never had to deal with something like this. He was lucky enough that his biggest problems could be dealt with in one big punch, but the world has adapted. Villains know better than to challenge us with only strength. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Midoriya says as he continues preparing the vegetables. And it feels really bad, not being able to help. Yeah well, which would you prefer, to be here unable to help? Horizon asks as he walks closer to Mina. Or to have 10 billion people expecting you to solve this problem, with all their lives in your hands. Midoriya is silent for a moment before he answers, yeah, I guess I can't imagine the pressure you're under right now. Horizon chuckles, yeah, if I were anyone else I'd be worried, but luckily, I'm me. This actually makes Midoriya laugh, bitterly, almost at himself. Yeah, I guess being yourself is always enough for you. Horizon shrugs, you should take this time to get to know Yurika's parents, since you are sleeping with their daughter. We actually haven't, seriously. Horizon asks, sheesh, you're really just like Yagi, doing everything but having a life. I guess life is shorter than I realized, Midoriya says, thinking about how everything could end tomorrow. It always is, Horizon says before he leans toward Mina. Meet me on the couch when you're done here. Alright, Yurika, Shoji, and Bakugo should be here in a minute to help out too, so I'll come chat when they get here. Minutes later, after more of his classmates enter the kitchen, Mina walks into the common area, still wearing her pajamas and carrying a plate with 2 sandwiches on it. Thanks, Horizon says as she hands him the plate, but instead he makes it hover in front of him. So, this may sound weird but 10 minutes later, sitting across Horizon's lap Mina is staring at the black card hovering just above her palm, temptation in her eyes. She could have everything she'd ever wanted, and all she'd have to do was say yes. And while she makes this life-changing choice, Horizon has one hand on the small of her back as he scrolls through data on his phone, seeing entire nations collapse as their panic reaches new heights. 3 days is optimal to push people to their most hysterical state. Tech gave us 1 day before initial demands are made, so he likely plans to go easy on us at first, Horizon thinks. On principle a lot of countries will try to refuse, calling his bluff, but he'll only need to drop a few warheads to show them he's serious. He wants us to give justification to him flexing his muscles. Your hair looks nice by the way, you've been growing it out. Horizon asks, snapping Mina out of her daze. Oh, I've just been too busy to go get it cut, Mina says. You should just let it grow out, it makes you look a bit more intense, Horizon says as he gently strokes her hair. Mina enjoys the sensation, but focuses on the card in front of her, then reaches out and holds it. You're sure this won't bite me in the butt, right? I'm sure, and I know you've been having concerns about this whole pro-hero thing. Having a backup plan is always nice. This isn't a backup plan, it's a golden ticket, Mina says. Do you even realize what you're handing me? I mean, I could never repay this. You're already playing the part pretty well, I just need you to do it one more time. Horizon moves his leg slightly to remind her where she's sitting. You'll be in danger for a bit, but I'll handle all of them before they can lay a finger on you or anyone you care about, and when it's over, you can use that and never have to work another day in your life. Mina frowns and looks at him, into his visor. Do you really think I'd quit now, after seeing how dangerous the world is becoming? How many people need us? I think there are billions of people who would kill for this opportunity. I'm a hero, we don't kill. Speak for yourself, Horizon says. What do you think I'm going to do to them when this works? Mina narrows her eyes at him, and presses the card against his chest. Then you can keep this, I'm not helping you murder anyone. It's more like self-defense. You're Horizon, what could they possibly do to threaten you? Horizon sighs and uses tact to push the card away, keeping it hovering between them. Mina, the sooner I get this done, the closer I am to my goals, so, if this works, if you help me, then fine, I'll try to actually arrest them. Mina's shoulders slump as she thinks about her options. You know, I hate them, Mina says, quietly. I really do, especially for what they did to my friends. But, the villains are getting worse every day. If we allow ourselves to become as bad, then what happens to the world? How will the kids be able to tell us apart? We'll be alive and they won't be, Horizon says. Is that really the kind of world you'd want our kids to grow up in? I'd like to think my kids will be strong enough to survive whatever this world becomes. Yeah well, I'm not a living miracle, so I don't have that luxury, Mina says. So if I'm going to do this, you have to promise that anyone I help you catch, gets arrested, not executed, at least not unless they get the death sentence in prison. Ugh, you heroes are so soft, it's annoying? Well, this can't work without me, so, I could always get Jiro to do this, Horizon says. Or Momo. We both know you can't, Mina says, slightly annoyed that he'd say that while she's sitting on his lap. Fine, but not twice, Horizon says. He's too dangerous, I'm putting him down. Mina becomes hesitant yet again, and feeling his patience run thin, Horizon simply pulls her into his chest, holding her close. Every day they're out in the world, people are getting hurt, he says, so gently she was almost fooled into thinking he had a heart. With your help, we'd easily put them away, but not twice. Mina closes her eyes and leans into him. All right, I'll help. But you'd better keep your promises, all of them. I never break a contract, that, you can always bet on. Yeah, but first, go save the world, please. Horizon chuckles as she lays against his chest. You're pretty good at acting, maybe you should do this instead. Are you saying I'm a good liar? Maybe, but also, thanks for actually asking me to save the world. Everyone else just expects me to wave my hands and make it happen. Isn't that your quirk? Yeah, but it's nice for people to ask instead of just expecting me to help. You do remember you're a hero, right? Ugh, don't remind me. After a few more minutes, Yurika walks into the common area with Toru at her side, carrying a large tray of sandwiches to the table across the room. Are you guys busy? Yurika asks, seeing Mina still sitting on Horizon's lap, looking at the black card with stars in her eyes. Just have a little chat, Horizon says as Mina quickly hops out of his lap. Do you girls need any more help? She asks, but before they can answer she's already walking toward the kitchen. I'll go see if the boys need anything. I thought you two couldn't stand each other, Toru asks, looking at Horizon. She warmed up to me, Horizon says. Besides, it's not what you think, this is just hero work. Sure it is, Toru narrows her eyes at him, then gives him a knowing look, preparing to tease them about this. Times like these I regret helping you fix that damn quirk, Horizon says before he warps away, heading off to see Nizo before going to meet his guest at Horizon Tower, Shigaraki. The last group of Nomo are heading out, Twice says as approaches Shigaraki, who is sitting on the floor surrounded by stacks of documents. Good, we don't know how long this communication blackout will last, the more Nomo we get into Japan before it ends, the better. Not to mention the pro-heroes and cops are busy with the public, Twice says. It's still super creepy that he won't let us use our phones, aside from using them as screens for him to broadcast the messages he sends. And the chaos in the world, Shigerai says, remembering mere minutes ago when tech showed everyone riots in Canada, France, and Spain. Too bad Japan is still relatively calm. TCH, they think Horizon is going to save them, Twice says, folding his arms and looking away. He will, Horizon is invincible, he won't fail, Shigaraki says, which is why we aren't making our move until he graduates UA and leaves. Yeah, but what about our friends over in Japan? Twice asks. Compress is still doing his infiltration thing, but Spinner, Dabby, and Toga said they captured Cellophane, and we couldn't get an update since Tech attacked at the same time. Aren't you worried? No, Shigaraki says. They're probably using this chance to move him to a better safe house, since Horizon shouldn't be aware either, and he's too busy dealing with Tech. When this is over they'll get in touch and we'll use that hero as a distraction to move more Nomu into Japan. Yeah, I guess you're right, Twice says. As soon as this is over we need to get rid of that hero and bring our friends back here. Horizon Tower, Minato, Tokyo. Well, at least you know it works, Horizon says as he sits at the bar beside the large pool within Horizon Tower. But did the needle have to be so big? Zero asks, holding the syringe with the large needle very carefully. What would have happened if I took the wrong one? You'd rather not think about it, trust me, Horizon says as Zero places it back into the metal case with the remaining 2 syringes labeled with his name, filled with glowing blue liquid energy. Horizon takes the case, opens the empty syringe, and condenses his healing energy into a liquid yet again to refill it. Thanks for leaving those, being burnt alive nearly killed me, Tokoyami barely got to me in time. I'm glad he did, and I've already made arrangements with Mina to put my plan into place, but I need to get going soon so you all have to get started without me. We already assumed that would be the case. Juzo yells as he approaches behind them, with Tokoyami a few steps behind him, dark shadow completely enveloping Toga so she can't see or hear them. Lock her in place for a while, I need to catch all of you up, Horizon says. Juzo nods to Tokoyami, then kneels and softens some of the concrete a dozen meters away from where Horizon and Zero are talking. Tokoyami then lowers her into the liquefied concrete before Juzo hardens it, leaving everything below her nose trapped in solid concrete, facing away from them. Better than handcuffs, right? Juzo asks jokingly as he and Tokoyami join them at the bar. Better than tape, that's for sure, Zero says. Now, about this plan. Right, I'm heading back to America in a few minutes. I'll be taking Nizu, Power Loader, and Momo with me. Ryoko is up in the mountains with her team so she'll be fine badass. Do you guys have a plan for tech? Tokoyami asks. Yeah, David Shield and Nizu will deal with the science, Power Loader will assist, and Momo will make anything we don't have time to fabricate, Horizon says. I'm not sure what they'll come up with but hopefully it'll be done soon, but your task is about what comes next. And what's that? Pushing their buttons, Zero says, earning a confused look from Tokoyami. He means we're going to make things personal with the League of Villains, Horizon says. Or more accurately, with Spinner. Zero already set up his desire to protect Toga. So now we need to rub the fact that he failed in his face. Shigaraki isn't very smart, but he's learned to keep his emotions in check, at least from what I know. Spinner though, not so much. So he'll come for his girl, then we grab him, Juzo says. But won't Shigaraki stop him? If he was in Japan he could. Besides, emotions cause mistakes all the time, Horizon says. Not a big enough mistake to attack us for the sake of rescuing her, Juzo says. True, which is why we'll give him a second option, Horizon says. Mina agreed to play the part of my weakness, so either they go for Mina or Toga, win-win for us. But we need to push him even more, so interrogate her quickly. We want her face in the news as soon as the communication systems are online again. They will be trying to catch up just like everyone else, so let's put her face in front of them. How do you want us to interrogate her? Siro asks. She's not the type to crack easily, she really thinks those villains are her only friends, ever. I don't care how you do it, Horizon says. Waterboard her, drown her, make her drink gas then set her on fire, flay her, burn her, I don't care what you do, just make her talk. Rip everything you can out of her before we hand her to the police. I'll leave some elixirs here so you can bring her back from near death a few times, don't waste them, and don't let her die. She's no use to us dead, but remember, we want Spinner to blame himself for what happened to her, so leave some scars, let him know what she suffered because of him. That seems a bit much, don't you think so? Tokoyami asks, only for his friends to look at him as if he grew a second head. Right, this is your first time, Juzo says. No time like the present to start, so Tokoyami will take the lead, Horizon says. Show him how, and make sure he uses his hands, no dark shadow. But wasn't really a suggestion, you need to understand the kind of people we're dealing with, and how far we're willing to go to stop them, Horizon says. These are the people who killed hundreds of children and made no move from them, remember. Tokoyami looks down at the floor, right. Good, now I need to go, Horizon says. Oh, and where the hell is Shinso? He went to see his girlfriend. There was a lot of chaos at Shiketsuhai, and villains attacked them just before tech shut down the comms. During summer break? Those villains are pussies, Horizon says. If he brings Cammy here just keep her away from this side of things. That won't be a problem, she basically lives in the media room when she's here, Juzo says as Horizon gets up. Good, now get to work on Toga. Shambles? With one step Horizon appears in Nisa's office, over 300 kilometers minus 186 miles away. Is everything ready? Horizon asks, seeing Nisa packing his laptop into a small bag of clothes. Yes, Power Loader has all the essentials we need to carry over there, we can go to them now, Nisa says. Shambles? Horizon warps both of them outside into one of the training fields, away from the parents and students around the main campus area, not wanting to cause a scene. Upon their arrival, Nisa sees Power Loader and Momo standing in the middle of the field with their travel bags and a large metal case, the size of a large suitcase. What is that? Horizon asks. Computer chips, Power Loader said. We had to use the UA supercomputer to program them, so they aren't something we could make over there. Is warping them going to be a problem? It'll be annoying since this use of my quirk is fairly new, but I can manage, Horizon says. New use of your quirk? Genesis asks. My quirk awakening, Horizon says as he takes a few steps away from them. It's just a bit difficult to get a handle on, and exhausting. But I'll have those problems solved in a few months. How the hell does your quirk get any stronger? Power Loader asks. Can't you already do anything? Somewhat, but I have had internal limits. Also, true divinity has permanence, Horizon says as he creates a small room in his right hand, visible and translucent blue for all to see. Then he raises his sword and gently presses it against the blade, and the liquid energy wraps around the blade, glowing much brighter. Tea-room? Horizon feels the energy stabilize, just as it did yesterday when he used this to arrive in Japan. And with one deep breath, he activates his latest ability, soaring through the sky at a relatively slow speed. A large muscular figure wearing a bulky jet black suit carries a large metal box of the same color in their arms. The person stops and looks around, at all the hundreds of miles of evacuated land below them, then recognizes a few gentle hills and descends toward them. After a few moments, they land gently on the grassy field, looking up at the midday sun for a moment before carefully observing their surroundings. Then sets down the metal box and opens it with a tap. Get away from me, an older blonde Dutch woman shrieks as she tumbles out of the box, holding her bedroom slipped in one hand as she frantically looks around for her kidnappers. Her large kidnapper takes careful steps away, raising their hands to show they mean no harm, then removes the mask covering their entire face. Long blonde hair flows down from Star and Stripe's head as she can finally breathe properly without the mask. Star and Stripe, the woman asks in disbelief as she stumbles back, holding her robe and pajamas as she takes in her environment. Why did you bring me to America? I'm sorry for the way we had to meet Dr. Flynn, Star says. But I promise there is a good reason for this. Good reason. Dr. Flynn screams. I was making dinner for my family, in Norway, and the next instant I'm waking up in a metal box flying through the air. What could possibly justify taking me from my grandkids as the world is ending? Saving the world, Star says, flatly. Your name was put on the list, which will make a lot more sense in a few moments. List. Dr. Flynn asks as the ground beneath them begins to move and lower into the surrounding area. What's going on? Star doesn't respond, forcing them to stand in silence for almost 2 minutes before they are sufficiently underground, allowing the elevator to close above them. No, can you tell me what's going on? Dr. Flynn asks. What was the box, and your new suit? The box and the suit were designed to absorb radar and electromagnetic interference. Advanced stealth tech ripped from one of our next-gen jets to avoid detection by anything tech has. Right, and you need me because... Before Star can answer, a door ward opens within the metal elevator shaft to reveal a massive room, hundreds of meters long and wide, with over 100 people working in groups. What is this place? The think tank? That's what they're calling it, Star says as she begins walking along the railing on the upper levels, overseeing the entire facility. Dr. Flynn follows closely behind her, carefully observing technology that she didn't think existed being used all across the facility. You're putting together a team to stop tech, to fight someone who controls all the technology in the world? That's a serious task. Yes, but I'm not putting together anything, Star says as they arrive in the middle of the room, where Horizon is hovering in the air with tens of thousands of computer components hovering in front of him, slowly, methodically being assembled. I just get the brainiacs anything they need. Is Horizon planning all of this? Dr. Flynn asks, staring at the young hero in wonder. No, he said this is out of his expertise. He's just handling security in case a nuke gets sent this way, along with helping us quietly get anything and anyone Nizo or David Shield decide we need. They're taking the lead on this entire operation. Yes. David Shield, Principal Nizo, Horizon, Dr. Flynn looks around. And I see top minds from all over the world. If this structure collapsed, humanity's progress would be stalled for, maybe another century or two. But, what could you possibly want with me? I'll show you, Star says as she gestures for the woman to follow her into a connected chamber with only one computer terminal inside. The entire room was unpainted, with exposed concrete and steel reinforcement showing the utilitarian nature of this entire operation. This is where you'll be working, Star says as she walks to the middle of the room and activates the terminal. The room is immediately darkened as a massive hologram of connected nodes and curved lines are pulsing and blinking between them. What do you see? Star asks, looking back at Dr. Flynn, only to see the woman in her mind as she walks around, a broad smile on her face as she stares at the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. A composite like no other, Dr. Flynn says in amazement. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised between Nizo and David Shield, but how did they manage this? This density of neurons and synapses, the speed of the signals, and the complexity of the structure. They fused hundreds, no, thousands of minds into one engram. Not at all, Star says. This is Horizon's brain. Dr. Flynn looks like the news punched her in the face. This is a real living thing. You're the only neurotech expert on the planet who could do something like this, who could construct a working model of what tech's brain must be like, but we figured using Horizon would give you a head start, since we don't have any time to waste. More like overkill, Dr. Flynn says. Clearly Horizon isn't human, but tech is, even accounting for the billions of calculations and impulses tech's quirk performs each second. This is on a whole other level. So it'll work. Impossible to say, but it gives us a solid start. What do they need me to do with it? David Shield is handling the hardware and narrowing down the search area for tech, Power Loader, and Genesis are in the fabrication lab, and Nizo is dealing with the programming, Star says. Ideally we'd find a way to disconnect or hinder tech from talking to the nukes, so either we disarm them or I fly into orbit and throw them into deep space. But since we're using programming to fight a technopath, he'll adapt faster than any of us can, so I need to map an adaptation matrix that can assist us in blocking him, Dr. Flynn says. And you're the only person in the world who can do it, Star says. Dr. Flynn takes a deep breath as the weight of this task sinks in. I'll need some people, and take your time and make a list, anything and anyone on it, you'll have within a day. We'll ask for forgiveness after we save the world. Right, that's how I got here after all, Dr. Flynn says. I'll get to work. Minutes later on the upper levels. Leaning back against the railing, Star and Stripe read the list in her hands, slightly bewildered. What am I even seeing here? Star asks as she reads the list David Shield just handed her. How would I even find it? I'd have to search the entire upper atmosphere. I'm sorry, but that's what it'll take, David says as he looks over the railing at the people working below. Star sighs, how long until it's ready? Horizon is assembling the final parts, then we upload the codes, David says as he looks down to see Genesis step out of a connected room. The fabrication lab looks like all the parts have been made, for now. Star follows his gaze to see Genesis, looking unhealthily thin and eating a few of Horizon's meal bars. She's making this possible on our timeline, but Ms. Yayo Rozo won't stop, no matter how much anyone asks her to, David says. She's a real hero. I'd expect nothing less from one of All Might's students, Star says with a dazzling smile on her face. Say, since you're friends with him, can you introduce me sometime? Huh, I assumed you already met him, he gives her a confused look. Sure, but his doctor doesn't want him to travel considering his health, so, you'll probably have to go to Japan. Well, that'll be difficult, Star says. But I'll try to make it happen. Alright, now I need to get back to work, David says. You'd be amazed at how difficult it is to fit a supercomputer on a jet. The biggest brains in the world are here, you'll figure it out. After David Shield goes back to his work, Star and Stripe continues reading the new task assigned to her, a task that only she could accomplish, and eventually finds herself walking into the mess hall. The entire room was filled with tables, chairs, and a large kitchen area serving food, and more importantly, coffee, 24/7. She looks up for a moment to see Genesis sitting quietly by herself, reading some papers and having what must be her 50th meal of the day. And yet, the girl appeared impossibly thin and frail compared to when she arrived less than 1 day ago. But without her, their production would have slowed dramatically, so she endures. May I? Star asks, snapping Genesis out of her daze and causing the girl to look up at her, allowing her to finally see her mask up close. Oh, Star and Stripe. Genesis tries to get up but Star places a hand on her shoulder to keep her seated. Oh, no need to get up, can I join you? Of course, it's an honor to meet you, Genesis says as the woman moves to sit across from her. That mask of yours, it looks familiar, Star says. Oh, yes. The same person who helped design Horizon's new visor created this, so it has a slight resemblance. Cellophane's mask does as well, you all look like a group of cyborgs. Genesis chuckles bitterly, yeah, it scares the villains sometimes, but to kids, we look like action figures, so they like it. Then your hero costume is perfect, Star says. How have you been holding up, with the stress of all this? It's, Genesis pushes some of her food around the tray. Difficult. Not the things I have to do, but, trying not to think about all the people depending on me, on us. Well, I wish I could say it gets easier, but this is the first time something of this scale has happened. A villain capable of holding the entire world hostage, thankfully, isn't a common occurrence. But just remember, the entire world is working together on this, so you're not alone. Hearing this, Genesis looks up at Star and smiles, her masking leaving only her mouth exposed for the pro hero to see and return the gesture. Are you alright? Yes, I was just thinking, it's pretty cool that the most powerful pro hero is a woman. Star laughs and pats the girl on the shoulder. Thanks, I'll cherish the last few weeks I have with that title. That immediately dulls Genesis's mood, which Star notices. Is something wrong? She asks. Sorry, I assumed that you were friends. Oh, it's a bit complicated, Genesis says. A lot of students at UA aren't exactly comfortable with Horizon after his court case revealed so much, but we can't deny that he saves many people, so, yeah, I assumed as much. But you know, the higher you climb the more you realize that, the world isn't simply black and white, Star says. I'm not making excuses for him, because I certainly have seen his more creative side. But, sometimes we have to set aside what our heart feels and do what the people need. That sounds exactly like you're making excuses for him. Perhaps, but let me ask you, how do you think this will end for Tech? Star asks. Will we arrest him, and risk him taking control of the technology around him and escaping before his trial, which would end with him being put down, or do we simply kill him and remove that risk? That's different. Perhaps, and people like you are important, you're the kind of person I look up to, now, and when I was a little girl, Star says as she gets up. Then she gently leans forward and places an hand on Genesis's shoulder. But when 10 billion lives are at stake, sometimes we have to do things we will always hate ourselves for. I guess I never really asked him how he feels about it all, Genesis says. You care so much about how the villains feel, but not how the heroes feel. Star asks. If you're going to care, don't be selective about it, but regardless, you should come to America after you graduate. You'll get to use real guns. Star walks away, leaving Genesis to ponder what she just said, while Star and Stripe prepare to find and deliver some of David Shield's tech to the International Space Station. You said you needed to see me, what's wrong? David Shield asks as he approaches Power Loader. Power Loader was working on some simulations toward the middle of the lab where Horizon was hovering above, still assembling tens of thousands of components with absolute precision. Yeah, Power Loader takes a sip of his coffee. I just got done designing the power conduits, and we ran into some issues with the power source itself. What kind of issue? We already knew Genesis wouldn't be able to make something containing much energy, so just add it to the list and we'll get it. That's the problem. Power Loader taps a few buttons to bring up the numbers he estimated their device to need. Hey, you're kidding, right? David Shield asks, feeling his hope wax and wane. 900 terawatt-hours, that's enough to power all of New York City for just over a decade. See the problem now? Power Loader asks as he gestures to the empty seat beside him. Okay, well, I have some ideas, David Shield says as he takes a seat, and they both begin working to solve the problem. The most obvious is nuclear power, but we can't fit a nuclear reactor on the jet, Power Loader says. Then we need a battery. The size would still be the issue, David Shield mulls it over briefly, then face palms. We were so focused on solving the problem by using technology, that we failed to remember that a quirk is the basis of this entire problem, so a quirk can solve it. You're right, Power Loader says as they look at Horizon. Hey, Horizon, we need you for a moment. Horizon looks down at them, keeping all the components moving like a controlled storm around him as he hovers down to them. What's wrong? He asks. 900 terawatt-hours to stay operational, David Shield says. Shit, that's exhausting, Horizon says. But I can power it. The problem is the power fluctuations. Since I am a living being, as much as people doubt it, if my power output changes it could fry some of these components. He gestures to the parts moving behind him. Then we'll work extra hard on the capacitors, Power Loader says. But, are you sure this is doable for you? I should be able to keep it going for about 3 hours. But any more than that and I'll be in trouble. That fact that you have that much energy is already crazy enough, David Shield says. And I thought All Might was absurd, but you mystery class people are on a whole other level. Not us, a voice says from behind them. Just him, I'm still human. David Shield and Power Loader turn around to see Star and Stripe in her Black Ops outfit. Star, how was it? Horizon asks. Cold. She hands David Shield a small device. I attached the other end to the International Space Station, and relays the satellites you requested. Incredible, David Shield says. I was worried tech would detect us asking NASA to launch rockets to get this done, but you did it so easily. I wouldn't call it easy, Star says. Now, Horizon, we need to go to the White House. Ah, it's that time, Horizon says as he lands on the floor. Give me a minute to set these down safely, and I'll meet you upstairs. What's going on? Power Loader asks. Nothing to worry about, we just have some planning to do for the implementation of the device, Star lies. We'll be back soon. Ah, alright, we'll keep working and hopefully have an input station that's compatible with the absurd energy requirement by the time you're back, Power Loader says. Epsilon. 10 minutes later. Shambles? Horizon and Star and Stripe appear in her bedroom within Lone Star Base, where they last entered before warping to the think tank. Great, now Tech thinks we're fucking, Star grumbles as she begins undressing while walking into the bathroom. Hey, you're the genius who wanted to get there as quickly as possible. I said we should have just warped from the Pentagon. We didn't have time for that. Star yells as she gets into the shower, while Horizon sits on her bed and checks his updates from his team. Well, rest assured, nobody would believe it, Horizon says. Logistics aside, I'm not interested in fucking what's basically All Might with tits. Hey, phenomenal tits. Horizon corrects himself. That's not the point. Hey, you're the one who chose that form, what does regular you even look like? Horizon asks as she steps out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, dripping wet. If I showed you, I'd have to kill you, she says, seriously. Horizon looks her up and down, blatantly, then chuckles, as if you could. Whatever, now get out, I need to get. Shambles? Star and Stripe warps a few inches to the side, now completely dry and wearing her hero costume. Change, she looks down at herself, annoyed. I told you not to do that, it's creepy. It's efficient, besides, I'm a doctor, not a pervert. Are you like this with the girls in your class? Star asks. I spoke to Genesis, she has mixed feelings about you. Good for her, Horizon says as he puts his phone away, satisfied with the update he got from his team. But I have more important things to worry about than the feelings of some teenage girl, like, anything else. Shambles? You know she'd probably go out with you, if you weren't such a dick, Star says as they appear in a part at the eastern edge of Texas. Then I guess it's impossible, Horizon shrugs. Shambles? They appear farther east, now in the middle of a highway, with people evacuating toward more rural areas. She's gorgeous, I saw her without her mask once, you should ask her out, Star says. Shambles? I don't have time for romance, there are too many people in the world that need me. But don't you want a family sometime? Shambles? Eventually, but I have a lot of lifetimes to figure that out, so no need to rush, Horizon says. Besides, I can't start a family in a world this chaotic, right? What about that other girl, Uravite? Shambles? What about her? Didn't she call you last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? Maybe she likes you. Shambles? She was asking me for advice about her boyfriend's birthday gift, Horizon says. Not sure why she asked me, I don't know what losers like. That's kind of mean, don't you think? Shambles? I've said much worse things to his face, so it's fine. And why are you so interested in my dating life all of a sudden? Star shrugs. I've just been thinking a lot about, if we fail, no, if we weren't us, if we were normal people, we'd probably have families to hold as the bombs drop, right? Shambles? I'd hope so, Horizon says as they begin walking through the corridors of the Pentagon. But what are you getting at? I don't even know, I guess I'm just a little jealous, Star admits, softly. If we weren't us, the world would end, but because we are who we are, we've given up that chance at all the things the helpless people experience. It's the most efficient way, it lets us save more people, Horizon says, only for Star to rest a hand on his shoulder. What? Star looks at his visor, seeing her own sad and lonely reflection, then lets go. Sorry, I got distracted, we can talk when this crisis is over, she says as they continue walking toward the meeting. Yeah, save your love confession for after, we can celebrate then, Horizon says jokingly, and Star jabs him in the shoulder, numbing it. Save it for your fangirls, she chuckles. I've actually met you, so I know better. They make it to the end of the hallway and enter a room with all the highest-ranking military generals and advisors the United States has to offer, sitting around a massive table with President Skyline and the United Nations Secretary General. 1,000 years of military experience in one room, Horizon says as he and Star stand above, leaning on the railing and looking at the meeting taking place below. Yeah, and yet, without us, they're helpless, Star says. So, whenever you're ready. You sure you can handle this? Horizon asks. Star gives him a strange look. Why? What do you plan to do? Something that is very, very, not heroic, Horizon says. Clap. Horizon gets everyone's attention as he hovers over the railing and down to the massive round table, with a map of the world in the middle. Sorry I'm late everyone, but I was needed elsewhere. Horizon says as he stands in the middle of the table. Working on something you can't tell us about, right? One of the generals asks. It's one thing if we don't know, but keeping the president in the dark is too much. Yes, well, President Skyline has more people around him and is an extremely high-value target for tech to monitor, so yes, he is being kept in the dark, just like all of you? This doesn't feel like a partnership, one of the other generals says. That's because it's not, Horizon says as he walks over to look down at the woman. You are the greatest military minds on the planet, but we don't need you to fight a war. The war is over, we lost before we could throw a single punch. This is the resistance, and like it or not all of us will live to see freedom. Star narrows her eyes at him. Which is why you're all here early, because you're going to surrender. There is an immediate uproar from the generals while President Skyline and the UN Secretary General sit silently. We don't surrender to terrorists. One of them yells, silencing all the others. We don't even negotiate with those animals. Well, Tech has nukes over your heads, and I'm here holding a sword to your throat. It's a lose-lose, unless you listen to me, Horizon says. They all glance over to President Skyline, and he subtly nods, signaling them to be quiet and listen. The plan is very simple. Tech has to organize the entire world into whatever systems he wants us to use. That process will take a few days, which we need for the project we're working on to be ready. Local and global communications have been cut, so just like you can't call your families, governments can't talk to each other. Now, in 1 hour Tech will bring select communications back online so he can talk to all the world leaders. Because nobody's been able to talk to each other, share information, or strategize, America, China, Russia, Japan, and other big nations will be looked at as leaders. America is easily first in the group, so what you say sets the tone for the entire meeting. Now, the part all of you play is that you bend the knee, and all the other nations will follow. No, they won't, one of the generals says, an older woman in full military combat gear. Exactly what I'm counting on, Horizon says as he walks atop the table to look down at her. You all know war can't be won without sacrifice, just like some rebels always die for the movement. Fucking animal, the UN Secretary General mutters under her breath. Horizon immediately looks at her and walks over, crouching in front of her so he can get close enough. Remember what I told you, stick to the script, Horizon says. You don't talk unless my hand is up your ass, moving your lips like a puppet. The woman looks up at Horizon for a moment, before she averts her gaze and stares down into her lap. This is the part where you nod, Horizon says, and she obeys. Great, Horizon claps his hands together as he gets back up, walking to the middle of the table. Now, as I was saying, we can count Moscow, Beijing, London, and the capital of anywhere else that doesn't get the hint and actually tries to resist the villain with every nuke on the planet over our heads. You're talking about millions. Star yells from above. Tens of millions, Horizon corrects her, not looking away. But compared to 10 billion, worthless. Star and Stripe narrows her eyes at him. I told you, you should wait outside. Star takes a deep breath, then leans against the railing. No, show me what you really are. Did you have any problems? A pro hero wearing a skin-tight blue costume, carrying a large shipping container asks as he uses his wind quirk to keep it and himself in the air. He slowly descends into Webley Stadium, toward the sea of tents on the field and around the stadium. Terrified people rushed to the city as infrastructure all around the country fell apart in an instant. With Tech's initial takeover, trains, planes, and countless other systems crashed and burned, and now London was one of the few major cities in the UK with running water and operational hospitals. Everything went as good as I could expect, a woman in a matching costume says as she flies over to him, using an identical quirk. Both heroes take a few steps away as doctors and other emergency personnel rush over to the shipping container to sort through the medicine inside. Seeing this, both pro heroes rise up, over the stadium to look down at the city below. And what does that mean exactly? The man asks. I got them to Haverhill. I would have taken them to Cambridge, but I figured taking them to Dad's place was better, more open space. Less chance of a nuke falling on it, her brother says. God, how did it get to this? The woman uses her wind to turn to him, resting a hand on his shoulder. Hey, they'll be fine. They know their dad is here helping people, saving the world, and their awesome aunt is here helping him. Looking out at the large city all around them, with the swarms of people helplessly trudging along or setting up tents now that most of the buildings were filled and barricaded, the man felt helpless. This is the first time I've ever wished we were born with better quirks, he says. Well, this quirk was enough to fly our family away from here, so I'd say it's more than enough, she says. Besides, we've got a lot of people coming down from Oxford that I saw on the way back here. What were you doing over there? I took a small detour on the way back, she says. The situation up there is worse. Worse than this. He gestures to the city below, and some of the collapsed buildings in the distance that fell during riots hours ago. Yeah, way worse, she says. They're smaller, less stocks, and people are passing through there to either get to bigger cities where there are supplies, or to farmlands where they'll feel safer. So they got ravaged and are dealing with desperate and scared people now. Yeah, and if this keeps up. She looks over at her brother. Controlling the wind can only do so much. What are you saying? He asks. That we should abandon these people and run. Not we, she says. No. Hey, you've got a wife and kids. It's just me. I can stay and help. You should go be with them. Great idea, he says sarcastically. I'll just head up to the farm and tell Dad I left you here to help millions of people along. Genius plan there. Yeah, she laughs bitterly. He'd kick your ass for doing that. They both laugh before returning to reality, looking down at the people below and the other pro heroes soaring through the sky helping where they can. How much longer do you think it'll be? He asks. I'd like to imagine people a lot more qualified than us are handling it as we speak. Yeah, and the man stops talking as their phones begin beeping. They share a concerned look before noticing everyone below, and the electronic billboards around the city are also online once more. They take out their phones to see a few different flags flashing across the screen. And their heart sinks as England's flag is shown for a moment. Your leaders have decided their paths. A mechanical voice resonates through the city from all the speakers. Is that tech? I don't like this, he tells his sister as they watch the broadcast. Most of the unruly children of this world have accepted the new world order, the guidance I have so kindly offered, Tech says. But some of you need the stick, not the carrot. You see my power, my ability to unify this world, to stop all conflicts, all suffering, to mold the world in my image, and you spit in my face. Alpha Nigerian Naira OES. A few flags flash across the screen, and hearts across the world sink as Japan nor the USA are shown, meaning the two most powerful beings in the world, from the two most technologically advanced nations, did not resist Tech. And examples must be made, Tech says. After this, education, another meeting with your world's leaders will be held. You have 24 hours to prepare for that meeting. The screens go black for a moment before showing a 24-hour timer counting down. That can't be good, the woman says, and seconds later the city becomes a cacophony of noise and chaos as a satellite view of London appears. We're the target, the example, the man says. What do we do? As they consider their options, below them, the people and many pro-heroes rush to flee the city. In the chaos and panic, hundreds of people are trampled and countless scuffles between untrained civilians using their quirks erupts. But the pro-heroes make no attempt to intervene, they were too busy running, trying to desperately save their own lives. Above it all, standing atop Wembley Stadium, the tornado siblings see this, and consider their options. 25 million people, the woman says. Maybe I can divert the nuke somewhere else, like the ocean. Those things must weigh 30 tons minus 30 tons dash, that's beyond our lifting capabilities, especially if we want to try to carry it to the ocean. TCH, not to mention the problems of that detonating in the sea, the coasts would be wiped out too, she says. But we can't just run, maybe we can stall it. The man sighs and rubs the back of his neck. Together we can make a tornado, assuming we see it from far enough away. We also have to stay far enough away that the automatic systems don't detonate when we get close. But Tech will see us, so he can detonate it anyway, she says. If we don't run now, we won't make it out of this. I know, the man says, bitterly, cursing his own weakness. I just don't know how I'll look them in the face after leaving millions to die, without even trying to help. Me neither, she says. So, I guess it's decided, right? The man looks at the clock, seeing that 15 minutes have passed. Yeah, I guess so. Both pro-heroes work in perfect unison, as they've done since childhood, and soar into the sky. They rush past the London skyline, past the clouds, far above the chaos and panic of the city as they look around at the clear sky. Then, far in the distance, they see an intercontinental thermonuclear missile curving down from orbit directly toward the city. They look at each other and nod, then focus on their quirk to build a powerful tornado, aiming it to push against the heavy missile that's being aided by gravity. Their combined efforts only lasted for 15 seconds, fighting against the powerful thrusters and barely slowing the missile. But those seconds were all they seemingly needed. 8 kilometers above London, hidden above the clouds, the missile rips through their wind and reaches close enough that a detonation would easily destroy the city below. And thus, a blinding light erupts, causing both pro-heroes to instinctively look away and shield their faces. But a moment later, they're both still alive. What? They both exclaim at once. Then their eyes widen, seeing hope. Star and Stripe was holding the explosion in her hand, condensed to the size of a basketball as she focused on holding it while falling through the air. Both pro-heroes rush down toward her and catch her with their wind. Take me up, as high as possible. Star and Stripe orders while cradling the sphere of nuclear destruction in her hands. They follow her commands and take her as high as they can, where the air is thin and difficult to control, where it takes all of their focus just to breathe. This will do, Star and Stripe says as she throws the sphere above, out of the atmosphere and into space. New order, I can freely move through the atmosphere? Star and Stripe then regains her ability to fly through the atmosphere, allowing both pro-heroes to relax for a moment as she looks down at them, with a grateful smile. That was incredible, the woman says to Star and Stripe. Thank you so. Before she can finish speaking, Star and Stripe shatters the sound barrier while flying between them, leaving their ears ringing as she rushes toward the earth below. They both hold their ears for a moment as they look down, to see Star and Stripe racing toward London, while 5 identical missiles descend onto the city from different angles. Oh God, the man says as he's frozen, mortified by inevitable death on such a grand scale. Acting quicker, his sister grabs him and begins flying beyond her top speed northeast, toward their family. The man snaps out of his stupor a moment later and works together with her, using their wind to rip through the sky and flee from the blast. And moments later, a blinding light and a cacophony of heartbreaking booms rattle the region. They dare not look back at the mushroom cloud that breaches the heavens which Star and Stripe is somewhere within. Minutes later, new order, the ash and dust in the air from this mushroom cloud will form a solid sphere in front of my hand, Star and Stripe says from within the epicenter of the blast zone. And as she said, the entire mushroom crowd rushes to her and gathers in front of her palm, creating a building-sized ball of black debris against her palm as she's standing deep in the crater, completely naked with bruises and intense burns all across her body. Not wanting to look around at the destruction she couldn't prevent, she rests her forehead against the sphere as she bawls her eyes out, feeling more helpless than all but one time in her life. Why, she screams, stomping on the floor hard enough to shake the multiple-mile-wide crater. I'm still so useless. I can't save anyone. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, but nobody listened. They Star and Stripe steps away, fists clenched and teeth grinding as she remembers the meeting, where all of this was planned. Horizon, he sacrificed you. And they supported him, they told me to go along with it. Star and Stripe remembers how much she hated this plan, how much her gut told her to stop them, and how for the first time in her life she didn't listen to her gut. Never again. Star and Stripe yells as she rockets into the sky, soaring back to America to have a chat with Horizon. Honestly, I was expecting him to hit Beijing, Horizon says as he watches the screen, showing the fallout of an annihilated London after having 3 nukes launched into it. He was sitting in the Pentagon's war room with the president, generals, and other advisors, but his feet were up on the table as he wrote something on paper. I would have just flattened Beijing, Paris, Moscow, and London, all at once, Horizon says. But I suppose he didn't want to be too heavy-handed. As he's speaking rather casually about over 15 million people dying, due to a plan he made, to sacrifice those people at that. Everyone else is staring at the screen, horrified, as a small timer at the bottom of the screen counts down to the next meeting. I honestly don't know who's worse, one of the advisors mutters as he glances between the screen and the seemingly relaxed Horizon. I'm worse, Horizon clarifies. And now we also know that our enemy is better at controlling technology than he is at understanding people. He hit one city while having the entire world held hostage, if anything that will cause silent plans for rebellion. And if the entire world rebels, he's forced to either drop more bombs, which will only compound the effect and destroy the world he wants to control, or give in to some demands which would show weakness and also compound the effect. You told us he wouldn't do this, President Skyline says. You said the intel you had showed that he'd bluff. I lied, Horizon says. You're a former pro-hero, you'd never sacrifice people to collect information or add hours to the clock. What the hell is wrong with you? President Skyline slams his fist on the table, breaking the surface. It's called cold logic, Horizon says as he continues writing. Governments often elect retired pro-heroes, like you, because politics is a circus and a popularity contest, not an arena of competency, no offense. And because for centuries there has rarely ever been anything as bad as even a small border conflict, the military and government forces are almost entirely focused on internal stability. Because of that, you're all a bit too nice. And maybe you haven't noticed, but our enemy is not nice, he points to the screen, causing all of them to frown. Nobody wants to be the person who potentially pushes his buttons and kicks off the nuclear apocalypse, so everyone is playing it safe with super conservative plans. Except you, one of the generals says. Except me, Horizon says. I have always been, and will always be, held apart from humanity. It makes this type of decision easy. 20 million versus 10 billion, hardly a thought before I shove those 20 million off the table. Are you really human? The United Nations Secretary General asks. I mean, what did we even gain from this? Another day. And all the information I need, Horizon says. Now I know everything I need to know about tech. He's incompetent and soft, too much so for their ambition and desires. The Prime Minister spoke up, so he destroyed London, to make an example of a city. But the fact that there were discussions in the first place was a sign of weakness. Never negotiate when you hold all the cards. That proves that we have something he values, which means he has a gap in the armor. Yes. If it were me, I'd consider the most rapid and logical option and pursue it ruthlessly. Crater major cities, leave the world confused, let armies and pro-heroes gear up for a third world war, then crater the military bases everyone uses to prepare. After that, you crush the breadbasket nations and states, use hunger as your messenger to lord your absolute power over the world. Let it break the people for you, and show them that it is only by their will that you allow them to eat, to exist. This would cost, what, 500 million lives? A small cost for holding the entire world in your hand and being the only thing supporting the logistical chains needed to keep billions alive. They all look more and more horrified as he speaks, casually, while still writing his reports. After that, you re-establish logistical supply chains by smashing them all together, negating the preconceived borders and territories of the past, further solidifying the idea that this is a new world, and untangling the web you've made will take decades of bureaucratic nonsense. A complete takeover that would only take a few months to have the world at your feet groveling for a few grains of rice, and yet, with all that power, he's so concerned with ruling the current state of the world that he can't truly commit to burning it all down and restructuring the board. Because he's still human, President Skyline mutters, deep in thought. Which is why he's weak, Horizon says. Don't worry about the few million that died today. I'll easily save 1,000 times that amount with my panacea. Now, I need to get back to work. The next meeting should be fine, just stick to this if I can't make it. With that, he slides some of the papers over to President Skyline before warping away with the others. The moment he leaves, they all breathe a sigh of relief, no longer feeling a blade to their hearts as President Skyline reads the new plan. He lied to us, one of the generals says. He lied to us and led us to sacrifice 20 million people. Are we seriously going to trust him after that? Hearing this, President Skyline slides one of the pages to the Secretary General, causing the woman to look at it in surprise. He's allowing me to speak in the next meeting, she asks. You'll be taking the lead, President Skyline says while reading his own script. And as for trusting him, unfortunately, we aren't in a position to stop. 20 million people died according to his predictions. If we break away from his plan now and begin our own, we may have to sacrifice even more. I can't do this, the woman says as she reads her script. He wants me to begin negotiations for logistics by, if I divert these resources, I'll never be able to live with myself. We can pray for forgiveness together. When all is done, President Skyline says, frowning at his own script. Besides, it will be over in another day or two, so there won't even be time to get anything into position, just another empty stalling tactic. Do we still intend to move him to America after he graduates from UA? One of the advisors asks. This changes our relationship with him drastically. Sadly, his plan, as cold and logical as it may be, President Skyline puts down his papers and leans back, closing his eyes, has the best plan of working, especially since we're already this committed. And after this is done, and all the details are revealed, the American people will still want him here, so we won't have much of a choice unless we want riots. May God forgive us all. Minutes later, hovering high above Manhattan horizon waits patiently above the clouds, sword floating beside him as he waits for the inevitable confrontation to begin. As he stands in the air, Horizon hears a pop in the distance, and senses her rapidly approaching him. Like a missile, Star and Stripe rockets over to him and comes to a stop directly in front of him, causing the clouds around them to scatter and Horizon to be pushed back by the air for a few dozen meters. So, I'm guessing you just came from the Pentagon? Horizon asks, looking at the fuming woman who's glaring at him, a bulging vein on her forehead just showing how pissed off she is. You lied to us, she yells while rushing forward, only for him to warp away before her punch can connect. More clouds burst apart from the air pressure of her fist. Because heroes are no good at choosing who to sacrifice, Horizon says as he avoids another punch. Hold still. No, he says while warping away to avoid her third hit. Just listen, and if I'm wrong you can break my jaw after. Star moves to punch him again, but this time she stops before launching her attack, staring into his visor with tears in her eyes. You weren't there, you didn't see what I saw, she says, sadness in her voice. I couldn't save anyone. I know, and I won't try to tell you what I did was the right thing to do, Horizon says. Maybe history will name me a villain, maybe not, but regardless, the world will be alive to decide that. You lied, she says. Because you're also heroic. It was the only path I saw going forward. Even Nizo and David Shield don't know what happened, and they won't until it's all over, Horizon says. Star and Stripe looks disgusted at that. There are people in the think tank from that country, their families are gone, and you won't even tell them. They need to focus on their work, and believe that everything they're doing is to save their family, Horizon says. Telling them the truth will only distract them, and we need them to be efficient. Star floats closer to him, close enough that her chest is almost touching his as she stares into his visor, as if trying to find a drop of humanity behind it. Be honest with me, are you human? She asks. Because this is beyond evil, having people work after you sacrificed everything they love for your plan, sacrificing 20 million people, and expecting it to be a dozen times that number. Also you can collect information on our enemy, I don't even have words for it. Because you're a true hero, and I'm just someone who always wins, Horizon says, no matter the cost. I actually thought you were my friend, Star admits, looking away from him. She then sighs and turns away. Be honest with me, is there any humanity left in you? I haven't considered myself even once this past decade, Horizon admits. Even before I became this. Then, what are you? Horizon thinks about it for a moment, about everything his parents taught him, after everything he's accomplished, and the impossible decisions he's made. He can only come to one conclusion. Better.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.